It's in the bag.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome to Omega League.
Indeed, welcome to Omega League. We are in the divine portion of things, and we are actually almost done with the group stages of the divine portion because there's only 4 series left before we know who goes to playoffs and who goes home, who stays home. You know what I mean. But divine portion is where we're at today, and I am joined by Tsunami and T-Governor, and we're going to have some interesting series. I'm going to start with that. But first, how are you doing this morning, afternoon?
Everyone should be staying home right now. We no, none of this maybe stay at home, everything like that. We're here putting on a show, but if you're just outside doing recreational stuff, please stay safe.
Well, recreational stuff is also watching us, so you can stay home and watch us. And I mostly meant like some teams will be eliminated. So normally you'd say they go home, but now they are already home. So I don't know what they're going to do when they lose. What do you do when you lose, T-Governor?
Oh, it's so sad. Like, you talking about going home, I was thinking of TI and how, like, it was such a sad TI for us because, like, we get eliminated before playoffs. So we have a whole week of just a crowd cheering and us in our little chaos booth, just like, oh, we lost.
But you stay at the tournament. Because
Yeah.
I know also there's a lot of players that are eliminated and it's like, well, I don't want to watch the rest do the thing that I wanted to be doing, so I'm going home.
Exactly, yeah. But we stayed. Also, TI is great because everyone has to try and sort themselves out for the next season. But
You say great, you mean you're also there for the network opportunities.
yeah, which I clearly failed at.
Here you are!
Yeah,
Especially, I never really think I got to experience the LAN purely as a fan. I think there was always in like the back of my mind that I'm like, there are people who I wish I could talk to and people who I think I should be interacting with. I don't really think I ever went to a LAN and was just there to purely watch the games and enjoy the spectacle of it all.
I did.
Yeah.
You missed out.
That's why
Shame.
Birmingham's such a great event.
Yeah.
Saying. That's like by far the best event.
But that's because also you're British, so you get to
but, like,
experience with friends.
It's the beautiful merge of like everything that you want from a tournament in one. It's like so good.
Hopefully we'll get it back at some point.
Like 2029 or
until
something, yeah.
then, it's just reminiscing of tournaments past.
Hopefully we get any crowds whatsoever. I don't care where, but one day.
One day there shall be crowds once more.
Crossed.
There shall be crowds. And maybe there will be crowds for some of the teams that we saw yesterday. We can take a look at some of the Divine games played out yesterday. There were some almost deciding series, somewhat deciding series. We had 3 series, Tempo 2-0, HellRaisers 2-0, and Cyber Legacy 2-0. Now, the Cyber Legacy Omega Lil series didn't really matter because Cyber Legacy, well, they're undefeated, and Omega Lil was until that series undefeated, but they're both like in the top, so that didn't really matter that much. But I believe Siberium's future was kind of sad now.
So Siberium, if I can even put my teeth in, they were basically deciding if they could remove the potential tiebreakers. But because they lost, it means now that Empire and Bait basically control their own future. Where if they can win their remaining games, they can force out that tiebreaker to try and get through to the Divine Immortal kind of playoff bracket.
Now there's one thing though, because Empire and Bait, you're saying if they win all their games,
Yes.
they're still having to face each other as well.
Yeah, exactly. So today, if Empire and Bait win their series independently, then they set themselves up for basically a single best-of-3 show match to decide who can then play into the tiebreaker against Siberium.
Does the head-to-head count not count for those series? Because Siberium won against both.
No.
Doesn't matter.
So
you're going to have to do it again.
For tiebreakers, if it's a non-elimination match, there will then be the tiebreaker rules about 2-0s, head-to-heads, etc.
Okay.
But if there's elimination involved, it's then just a pure best-of-3 if it's 2 teams. If it's 3 or more, then it's a best-of-1 round robin until it breaks.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because the Group A has got that kind of scenario.
Exactly.
Sort of. I say it doesn't yet. There's only one series left for Group A, and it is a deciding series because it's going to be Extremum versus Omega Lil.
Yes.
And if Extremum wins, and did I say that right? What did I write down?
Extremum Omega Lil. Extremum wins, then
there's a tiebreaker. No, if Extremum lose, then there is a tiebreaker in Group A. I wrote it down. I just had to find the right sentence. If Extremum lose, tiebreakers Group A. That's what I wrote down literally.
Okay.
And there will be a 3-way tie.
That's the best thing, though, because it's until it breaks. So we could have that infinite loop.
I don't know which day this is happening, but I feel a sickness coming on.
No, that's what we want. We want to have like the 300 match series where they never end.
The infinite rock, paper, scissors.
But it will continue on the next day if it goes too late.
That's fine.
Or is it just like whoever drops dead from fatigue first?
Exactly. Get the player cams going.
Because would be 3 teams for 1 slot. Let's keep that at It's only 1 slot that is still available there for Group A. But that's the second series of today. So we're going to have 3 series today. We're going to start with Empire versus 5 Comrades, which, as we just heard T-Governor say, that's very important for Empire because they need to win in order to have a chance of even having tiebreakers. But for 5 Comrades, it's already too late. They haven't won a series, and better yet, they haven't won a single game. And I looked through their games because I'm like, I wonder how this happens. And, I look through the series, and I see the times, like the duration of the games. That's the first thing I notice. Every game, the first game was all like 30-ish minutes. And for some reason, the second game of the series was always like 20.
Oof.
It's like, what happened there?
They just run out of steam. When you look at this roster, they're very much like a stack-looking roster, and I don't see the leadership. And I don't see who's that guy who's really kind of commanding these guys. So it's very much, let's play together, see how we're doing. Congrats on getting this far. And right now, the series against Empire for them is, can they maybe change their placement? Even though they're eliminated, they could still earn like an extra $500, right? So for these guys, they're not going to just be giving up in the series because money is on the line.
Yeah.
And again, tier 3, tier whatever Dota, any money's great, right? So
Exposure.
exposure.
Not necessarily
rich
to
currency.
Sorry, not necessarily to you guys, but exposure to other teams because they want to probably trade up with other stacks.
Yeah, it's hard to probably
Right?
find scrims when you, if you're bottom of the Divine League.
Yes.
They're probably finding it harder and harder each week to find good scrims because teams are going, you are last place in Divine, lad. So hopefully they get a win today.
Okay, I do want to say that Five Comrades have got a little bit of a favorable thing happening because Empire's not playing with a full roster.
Oh.
Lightless is being replaced. And Lightless is their mid player normally, so normally that's a pretty big impact. We'll see if Five Comrades can abuse that fact.
Sometimes these stand-ins tend to be upgrades, though. Do we know who
Yeah,
this
do you know
We
is?
know, and I got told, and then I also straight up forgot again, and did not recognize. Naughty Narwhal? No, Naughty Narwhal. Do you know the animal, Narwhal?
Oh, yeah. He goes way back to, when he won that tournament. Yep. No idea. Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
Naughty
the
Narwhal.
Tier 8 Battle Cup. Big fan of
exactly.
his work.
It was like two week
Oh,
past
come on,
Saturday.
Yeah,
Naughty
that's right.
Narwhal.
They went up against like the Bulldog Keck W stack, and then the
I
and
remember
then
seeing their
it was a really
avatar.
deep run, 3 best
Right.
of ones.
Impressive stuff.
How was his mid lane?
He died like 17 times.
But he played it.
He played
He went in the mid lane.
the entire
he
time.
picked a hero.
Yeah.
And that's really all I can
Relentless.
expect. Let's go.
time and time again. Just really used the smokes pretty well.
I
You had
saw
to get
that.
back to mid quicker.
Right.
Yeah.
There's also a chance that Empire will instead put one of their known players mid and put Naughty Narwhal on a role that is more suitable for standings.
Right, memes aside, I am going to quickly try and do some research and find out who this chap is, so we give him the due respect he deserves
Yes.
as a standing.
That's
As our
exactly
memes
right.
did kind of, right.
The Naughty Narwhal. I like his name. I also like one of the players' names on the other side. Five Comrades have their position 5 players. First of all, who's from Belgium, and considering they're like almost Dutch, I have hereby claimed him as being Dutch. His nickname is Davai Lama.
Davai Lama.
Yes.
He also, again, fun fact, he, after his, I think, sub 20 pro games, he owns the position of 3rd most deaths in a pro game
Oh.
at 20. First place is 23, and second is 21, I believe.
Who are they?
It's a player from SEA.
Yeah.
I can't pronounce his name.
Oh, in the world, you mean?
Yeah, in the world. I mean,
Oh.
in the world. And then the other one is, I think, like Stinger or someone from SA. So it's an SEA player for number 1, SA for number 2. Divine
I
Armor.
hereby say it's Belgium. Very different from the Netherlands. It's a very different
Yes,
country.
there we
Not-
go. Yeah, I don't want you to, fake claim a guy and then find out.
Well, we want to give them exposure. So
This is true. Oh dear.
it's
This is so
not the kind of exposure that I'm sure they're hoping for. But again, like so Divine had invitations, right?
Yes, but look at this. Every second game that you have, it's like a more bigger one-sided match than before.
More bigger
no,
indeed.
so
More bigger.
Divine was
Definitely
basically,
English.
there was a big close qualifier in which the 2 winners went to Immortal. That
Okay.
was 5-Man and Viking. And then everyone else, other than the bottom 2 of the qualifier, then went to Divine.
Okay.
So this Divine is basically just everyone who failed to get to Immortal.
Ah, okay.
And on top of that, I mean, they're playing for the playoff brackets
Yes.
of the Divine League, which has 3 teams from each group moving forward to the playoffs, with some going to upper, some going to lower. But they'll also have teams in that playoff bracket from the Immortal League, teams that just haven't performed well at all. So there's going to be 4 teams coming from the Immortal League to the Divine League, be seeded into the playoff brackets. So at least, if you're last in Immortal League, you still get to do playoffs. If you're last in the Divine League, you are out. There is no, I guess, third chances in this case. Or would you call them 6 chances? Depends on if you count the group stage games being a chance each.
They've had a lot of chance.
They did. They really
6
did.
of them is quite a bit. That
Yes.
seems generous.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, I feel very sad for Five Comrades because even if you're bottom in the group, that's fine. But not being able to take a single game off of any one of your opponents.
This is their chance. They're going up against a stand-in. Empire's just barely above them in this group stage. If there was ever an opportunity to at least pick up a game, it's now, right?
It's true. I mean, they got nothing to lose other than
Pride.
$500.
$500 and pride. I think pride is more important maybe for them at this point.
That's probably true.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I was just thinking like, pride or money.
But, I mean, we're talking a lot about Five Comrades and, how the odds are kind of stacked against them. What are we thinking about Empire? Because the organization name is huge, right? They have a gigantic history in Dota 2. Empire's results are not too great either.
Yeah, so
They're 1 and 2 in their group so far.
So as an org, they basically picked up their kind of B team last year and kind of rode them through for this year. And they've only recently, during this tournament, been trying to swap out players. I think they're bringing in Sashlo for offlane instead of Mastery. I think they're trying to bring him in as a permanent fixture.
Okay.
But it's basically they're trying to find out what can make this current roster work. And you've got to give credit to Empire for actually supporting this tier of Dota for so long.
Yes.
The argument is like, at what point do you think they will be frustrated with the lack of results? And how many changes can they make to this roster and instead just go, okay, let's just dive back into tier 1 rosters. So
yeah,
props to them doing that, but it's a scary time. It's
pretty rough because Empire, of course, used to be the team that was the best in CIS. Like they were number 1 until, quote unquote, most of their good players got stolen by either VP or Navi.
Yeah,
right?
They were like the bullpen for the other CIS squads where they would find the
playing
new talent.
grounds, the growing grounds.
And then everyone would be like, "It looks like a good player. I have more money than you, so we're just gonna take him off your hands real quick."
Yeah, I mean, I think for an org, this tier might be a little bit more like maybe not financially rewarding, but definitely more rewarding in terms of seeing your players grow. Like, you don't have to deal with divas, and we know that there are some players out there that are complete divas, and I would imagine that in the tier 2 scene, it's hopefully, anyway, a lot less.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, unless they have like delusions of grandeur,
Yeah,
which
the
I'm
entitlement
sure.
factor, right? Like, because I don't have support, I should be tier 1. If I had support, I'd be tier 1. But I think for these lads, they have consistently been together, doing well in their tier. It's just they've never had a moment where you go, wow, they could ever, progress a tier. So
Yeah.
it's where these changes could work out. And they did look a lot better. Their first losses came when they GG'd out of like a 15-minute game. And then after that game, they then started bringing in these changes, bringing in Sashto. And then that series, they looked really strong. So their final 2 series are against Five Comrades and then, again, Bait. Arguably the weaker teams in this group. So this could be their bounce-back turnaround, and suddenly Empire back in it, playoffs, they could do well. So
Well, they still would have to also go through tiebreakers.
yeah, they're going to dump
Oh,
that
but you're basically saying that at least they will have a second chance. Because they got 0-2'd by Siberian Seed previously. But at least they might have a second chance as we are heading down the long, windy, scary road to the Pantheon of Drafts. Slowly, but steadily, we drift into the world of Dota 2.
You're gonna put me to sleep, Shiver.
Don't fall asleep, because it's time for some action. No, I'm hyped for this. I'm very curious to see what these teams are going to play as well, especially since you're saying like they have, different players. They have been trying to shift it up. They're trying to make adjustments. What adjustments have they made in the draft? That is a question that I would like to see answered by you guys.
Well.
And by the guys drafting as
You
well.
you said that you had done some homework on this whole game 2 situation of Five Comrades. Was it like they went for a different strategy? Were they going for like more late game oriented stuff? Because I feel if you lose game 1, then sometimes you want to go for a different strategy because you're like, oh, well, clearly these guys know that we're good at this thing or we're bad at this thing. Let's try something else.
Well,
but if they're consistently losing at 20 minutes in every game too, then I feel like that may be a little bit easy to read at this point.
there are certain things I do preparation for. And
I'm not
draft
familiar.
things are normally things that I leave up to
Well then,
my
Robson.
panelists.
Robson, my friend.
Robson.
Well, with my research,
Please do. Illuminate.
they didn't actually change much in terms of drafting going into that game 2. It honestly looks as if they put all their energy into game 1, they then feel that kind of same kind of rhythm. Oh, we lost, and game 2 just that consistency slips up, I think.
Okay.
Because draft-wise, they're still going for like the same usual like clock and first picks Rubik's, going for normal carry. Like it's not as if they're trying to be quirky or anything, and then they're getting punished for it. So
That's encouraging, though.
it is for sure. It is encouraging in the sense of at least their drafts aren't, you know,
Wonky.
the wonky. Yeah.
Yeah.
Enchantress.
So, pick up a tiny Enchantress for their first phase, faced up with a Venomancer and a Nature's Prophet by Empire. Still, I'm on the fence with Enchantress in the first phase right now. I think it does a great job at discouraging stuff like Darkseer, but other than that, I'm still finding that she gets exploited by stuff like magic damage fairly easily, which a Venomancer has in spades, or multiple units like a Nature's Prophet. So I find Enchantress to be more situational than I feel like a lot of teams are prioritizing her to be.
I think it's one of those heroes that, sure, it can secure a lane, but you need to have something that is properly securing to be able to like develop into the game. So let's say you have not even, like the issue with the Furion and the Veno, the heroes that you pick to counter the Furion, Veno naturally does pretty well against, right? So like your Svens, your I guess technically PL, but then your draft's wonky. Like I'm just not really a fan of seeing, like you said, Ench first phase. It could be strong in some games, but when you see all this kind of push and just mess that Empire are already providing, it really falls off. But again, Divine Llama Classic, 20 deaths, Enchantress.
Did he win?
No, they lost.
They have not won a single game.
Oh, right.
I'm a little bit confused. I have spent the last 2 days playing Dota.
Oh.
And we watched a little bit, of course, on the Sunday, as most specifically EG versus Navi.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a Terrorblade in one of the games, and RTZ played it, and he lost.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, the 2 days following, I've just been hearing Terrorblade sucks right now. Why is it second phase banned still?
That's one of those moments where it's like the opinion is like a snap based on like a game, right? So like Terrorblade is infamous around RTZ, right? So if you see him lose on it, then everybody is like, oh, it's terrible, you know? Like, but I think that's one of those games where Navi just played really well together and were able to show how you can punish a Terrorblade timing and play into that jungle type.
So you don't feel like Terrorblade's broken?
No,
at all?
Terrorblade is
like as in broken in terms of the wrong side of broken.
No, I'd say he's still like 50-50. Like he's still a strong hero if picked correctly.
Okay.
Which is kind of the beauty of Dota, where people's opinions on draft, it's always like, oh, this hero is bad, can't pick it. But in reality, it's like if you just pick it correctly, it becomes good, right? So
I think there's more wiggle room for non 1 and 2 positions though. Like, because Secret, we're seeing they're picking like Omni Knight and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's usually in a lower farm priority kind of role. And so I think for the carries, there's a reason why the meta carries are as popular as they are, is because they've experimented with multiple strategies. Carry players in pubs usually have to play with a variety of different supports, but they usually zone in on what they do best. And so I'm not giving Terrorblade a 50-50. I think it's lower than 50 because I respect it, but I think that there's too much dependent on building a team around a Terrorblade, whereas right now we're seeing like first phase core is so popular because you can just snap them up and you can be like, well, whatever, we'll figure out the rest of the draft later. Whereas the Terrorblade, you're like, I kind of need to craft something to enable this hero.
Well, it looks like AG carries are the targeted bans in the
Yeah.
second round of bans. Which ones do we still have left in that we could see? I mean, in terms of... So the carries that are banned are Terrorblade and Anti-Mage. I think you can count both of those as illusion carries.
it's
Even
mainly,
Anti-Mage?
they're both carries which are really strong win conditions, and they can kind of look through what a Venom and Nature's Prophet do, because in lane, they're annoying, but if you have high armor, if you have the ability to play out the lane, and then you get to your 2-3 items, and you just kind of park yourself in front of an objective, Venom and Furion aren't the best at that. They're the ones that want to move into you and basically make you feel under pressure. So that's kind of why we're seeing these carries ban out, because they're looking for an earlier timing without the need to think, okay, we can't, if we fail at minute 25 or 30, then we're going to lose the game outright because of, again, a lack of a carry matchup.
Which 5 Comrades is very familiar with losing a game at that
Yeah.
point, it seems.
This also might indicate that the Furion could potentially be, for example, in that carry role or in the mid role, because of the type of bans they're doing. It gravitates towards the Furion maybe being that carry. But
Yeah. Well, there's also, on the other side though, it looks like 5 Cormorants is expecting there to still be a hard carry because they are also banning out all the hard carries, leaving not that many in the pool. Like what is it? Juggernaut, Gyrocopter, PL?
Orc Warden.
Life Stealer.
Ooh.
Do we count Life Stealer?
No.
Is he a hero?
Not
Pain
yet.
definitely
If
is a
picked
hero.
correctly, I think the last time I saw the Life Stealer was when it was like open second phased, and then they got Morphlings, and it was like,
Yeah. That
good
game
job,
was
guys.
brutal.
Yeah.
Nice, keep it up. That was a rough one.
But he did win a game against the Spectre.
Yeah,
So
it was the Armlet Deso Silver Edge game, and he had, that was, again, that
Situational.
goes back to the point where if you pick, this is why Secret as a team can pick these heroes, because if they draft correctly, they set themselves up for that pick 3 or 4 to have impact. They can pick these random heroes that you go, wait, what? Because they've already cushioned the Omni Knight pick because they have enough early team fight. They have the Terrorblade pick because they have the jungle defense or that early 10-15 minute timing. So it's about how you get to your position. And that's why teams who kind of stick to meta so heavily and don't really think about how to break away from meta, their drafts feel very stagnant. So for 5 Comrades, for example, they've gone Tiny, they've gone Ench, now they've picked Quap. They're very much sticking to the meta, therefore their predictability of draft is only really within that position 1 or 2. And you said about position 1s, hold up a second, where's the flexibility in 1s right now?
Right.
There really isn't. So this is where you see how these tier 2 to tier 1 teams draft differently, just because how they set themselves up to kind of surprise you in the draft. And especially when they don't actually have the last pick in second phase, they're now going to have to reveal a core and then get instantly countered by it. So it's not as if their first 3 picks are super scary compared to what we're seeing on Empire. So it's not looking that kind of hot right now for 5 Comrades. Oh, Ench and Clink's combo.
Do you like it?
it's predictable, but it's good.
It's pretty nice, but it's one of those combos that it's really good against the big team fight because the Clinks is very tanky. He can just run up the high ground. He's like, haha, gotcha, you haven't killed me.
Yeah.
But against this small chip skirmish group kind of that you're seeing on Empire, it's not that good because you're looking for pickoffs non-stop. And if you're never able to find a pickoff because they're just moving from objective to objective, playing inside sentries, playing with inside the treants, the plague wards, all these slows, Clinks does lose a little bit of value. So if Empire just continue building up on that, see, now they pick a PL to counter this combo, like, it's very scary for this Clinks, unless he really has a strong lane, gets an early Orchid and just goes kill, 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 kill. He might feel a little bit lost around that 20-minute mark when he looks up into this PL and goes, how am I ever killing you?
Or just looks up to this team, because I don't think Empire have any incentive to not group up at any stage. Like, just plant a bunch of Veno wards, get some treants, and Clinks is never really going to find isolated targets. Same thing with the Queen of Pain and the Tiny. Even if the Tiny manages to make his way to a Blink Dagger, they have tons of burst, but I don't really know how you'd be able to cleanly get in and get out of a fight if Team Empire are just grouped up, taking objectives as a 5-man squad.
For 5 Comrades, I think the time that they look best is when they run a DK offlane, because it simplifies their game plan in terms of they can be super skirmishy, but they always have this way to take a tower at least. And I think if they maybe go for that type of hero, they can at least play off the Tiny Blink Dagger, play off this Quap Clinks always looking for pickoffs, and then maybe, you know, oh wait, we got a good team fight, we're pressuring your tier 3s. Issue is, again, they're so built around playing fast and well together. We've seen so far their track record in Divine, it isn't too hot. I'm a big Empire draft fan right now. No bias, but it just looks a lot nicer.
It looks a little safer.
No, exactly. I think
Easier.
that's the best way of describing it. Kind of is.
But I don't know. I can only imagine that you picked this because as a 5 Comrades because your players are comfortable with this, right? So I kind of have to believe as well that they give themselves, like, they have to set themselves up for success. Is there any hero that would maybe sway you to their side for their final pick? We already have the can't see that properly. What is that? Underlord ban coming out. Pango as well. Any other sturdy heroes that you think could save their draft?
I'd argue maybe like an Ember Spirit and just go super aggressive. The issue is how do they fit it into that lineup? Because they can't really...
the 3 position.
Exactly, right? So it's like they're looking for an offlaner right now.
Yeah.
That can complete their draft and counter the PL. That's why you're seeing the Underlord and Pango.
Legion Commander? Maybe. He can clear illusions because they can't really do that yet.
In theory, yes.
Not much.
Because it's a laning phase counter, and that's kind of what they need. They need someone who can counter the PL in lane, and then use that pressure from Clink, Squap, and Tiny to invade the jungle to remove his farm. So, technically, yes. But then this Earthshaker, he's one of the... We've not really seen him that much, but in theory, he's one of the best heroes at being a very slow, tempo-stopping hero. It just like moves between lanes, stops the gank, resets to kind of the pacing of the game. Again, if you force a lot of fights early on, then Earthshaker is pretty terrible. But in terms of like slow pacing to find, you know, that 20-minute timing, Earthshaker can be pretty good.
And I wonder if they pick it just because they want someone to fiddle around with the lanes a little bit. Just like some early fissure blocks to make sure that this Klink's Enchantress doesn't get like to their quick level 6s and start to bully this Nature's Prophet. Because I think Prophet probably has the most work cut out for him this game. Veno and Phoenix, they can kind of just hang around, protect the Phantom Lancer, same thing with the Earthshaker, but I think Prophet has the most responsibility to create room elsewhere on the map and keep the Klinks busy, keep the Queen of Pain busy.
Veno also actually wouldn't have a lane if he didn't have the Shaker.
Ooh.
That's a really good pick. That is...
You like it?
Yeah, that changes up. So in terms of laning phase, you've now got... The Shaker had to be picked to enable the Veno because you need to keep the lane back far enough that the Klinks and Ench don't just instantly zone out Veno. And then now you look at this PL lane and you're like, okay, so how we keep enabling this PL? Okay, we've got a Phoenix support, maybe not too hot. This Timbersaw, he does not care about pretty much any of these heroes in the game. The changes to Venomancer with the HP change, again, Timber doesn't care now. So this is going to be a free lane for the Timbersaw. And you've now got this early aggression. I think 5 crown, they've actually changed my mind. I think this Timbersaw pick alone has swayed me to like their draft because he will absorb so much heat on the game and then so much annoyance that if the Klinks buys that early Deso after the Orchid maybe, they can take towers and maybe go Roshan. So yeah, I think 5 comrades, pretty stellar stuff with that last pick.
Are you on board, Tsunami?
It was a very convincing argument. I appreciate the devil's advocacy here, but my issue is that Timbersaw is not really going to fulfill any of the like aura item requirements that it's going to be needed for an offlaner here.
You're probably very
Look at these odds, boys.
We're very in agreement with the odds. That is probably one of the most cute odds we've had.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you get for a 0% win rate.
I just need to add this real quick. I was talking about draft alone.
Yes.
Then when you factor in the teams,
yes.
then, you know, maybe...
already back.
I see.
Go on, then.
I say the equation changes.
You know what? Comrades have got this. You know, their draft is great.
We gotta believe.
They want the $500.
That's what I want to hear.
They want to be last
we
place.
know
Hell yeah.
that game 2 is not where it's at. So, you know, their game 2s have been atrocious.
Trash.
Their game 1s is where they have to win, and then hopefully game 3 is where the magic reappears.
Their game 2 is just like an amplified version of game 1. So if they win game 1, let's go game 2.
Right.
I
they
think,
got this tsunami. Let's go.
I think these two teams are going to make it exciting either way. And even if they're not, I think our commentary duo is going to make it exciting as we do have a treat for you with Kyle and Sir Action Slacks.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Welcome, Kyle, to the match of the century. This is my favorite kind of game. One team has a chance to continue and do great things. Another team is completely screwed, but we don't give up in Dota, and if I can have that opportunity to rip your dreams away, I sure as shit will. Let's go. I'm not a biased caster. I've been told by my superiors to never be such, but let's go, 5 comrades. Take their happiness away, Kyle.
God, you're so loud. I can't. It's all the way down.
You're turning yourself down.
No, I'm turning you down.
You're turning yourself down,
No,
Kyle.
it's you. It doesn't work.
I'll go
you're
ahead and introduce the teams as we used to do so long ago in Dota. There's Davai Lama, the only guy you need to fucking know, baby. That's all that matters. I don't give a shit about the rest of the team. Davai Lama.
That is such a good name.
Hell
I can't believe
yeah.
I've never seen that. Dota, 11 years, still finding new things every day.
You're probably not going to see much of it again, but this is the game, baby.
The Bloody Sky reminds me of the story you told us about your apartment.
That's right,
today.
the Bloody Sky. Rest in peace to the maid who accidentally went into my apartment today.
Yes, Animal Trainer, he would have done great.
We
NA.
definitely need to finish that story. I cannot leave it. I fell down the stairs the other day, had a big injury on my toe. You know, if you have like you injure it by bumping it into something, it makes like a blood. You guys don't want to know about this. Listen, I didn't do anything messed up. I popped something and I had to go to the studio. So, and then a maid came and we didn't know. Anyway.
That's it?
Well, you can't just leave people saying that I have a horrifically bloody bedroom and not say anything. People will come to weird conclusions. Oh my god,
Holy
first
shit.
blood! Could it be that our boy T Governor is correct here? We should probably start casting here. It's been a while of just talking nonsense, Kyle.
Yes, indeed. What I'm really curious about, Slacks, we've seen a lot of Venomancer being picked up lately, but what I'm still very confused on is the actual backstory of the hero.
It's not that confusing. Do you know how to read? Have you been to Liquipedia before? We've literally already covered this in a cast.
Really?
I mean, we'll have to get to it later, Con. We see some action down here in the bottom lane. Looks like this lane matchup is pretty rough. You got two very susceptible to magical damage heroes against Venomancer. That's, how do you win that lane, Kyle?
You don't. I laned against Venomancer in a 5-stack with the squad the other day, and I just got absolutely destroyed. It was very frustrating. He just kept hitting me, and I would hit him, but he would do more damage.
Wrong answer, okay? Divine Llama, all she has to do is put on the pressure, put on the pain. And that Enchantress keeps clicking the Veno. Maybe they force him out, you know? It's whoever's the craziest. Meanwhile, mid-Nature's Prophet here against a Quab. Surprised that guy even has a few seconds to breathe without some dagger spam happening.
Yes? But,
I mean, Prophet's going to lose that lane, right? By far.
Yeah, I thought I was the play-by-play caster and you were the analyst.
What? Are you a play-by-play caster? Please, go ahead.
Are you?
I mean, I'm certainly not a fucking analyst, so I mean, I'm something. Go ahead,
fine,
Kyle.
fine.
Don't
No,
even
no,
take
no,
your job.
It's fine, it's fine. Oh, Divine.
Was that it?
The courier died.
Oh, okay, great play-by-play. Somehow even worse than I. As we look here in the top lane, Timbersaw being left up here. Now, I know the panel said Timbersaw, you know, doesn't care about these guys, but honestly, you know, this PL has a good early game, gets himself a defusal, then nobody cares about Timbersaw either. Worthless.
Yeah, it's the way you play around the Timber. The trouble is, even in a perfect game like this, you only have to die those 1 or 2 times to stop your snowball. I wouldn't mind seeing him go for something super greedy like a Bloodstone.
Oh, look.
No one can touch him for a while. Wait, what?
trap
No
in the-
blink?
no blink?
No blink?
How could this happen, Quap? That's your entire kit is blink. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, though, Divine Llama turning it around on the Earthshaker. Exotic Deer. This is the greatest named team I have ever heard. Guys, I know you haven't been doing well. Exotic Deer and Divine Llama are the duo of all time. If I could go back in time and switch out EG's TI Victory and put these two guys in that place, Dota would be a better place, all right?
I agree.
Little pull here on the top lane. So yeah, Blink, typically something you want to get in Quap, right?
I would say so, yeah. It's typically pretty effective at staying alive. He was just trying to be really greedy with the harass build, but ultimately I think you just skip dagger in this lane because you're not ever going to pressure a Furion. He's just going to have Treants and he's going to hit you back.
Right. And even trap you with Treants, which is very embarrassing. Meanwhile, Tiny trying to go on that. Well, Phoenix would pop back. No big deal. Timbersaw still trying to trade last hits with the PL.
That's super value for the Phoenix. He had to salve anyway. He was like half HP, gets combo to the face. Now it's just a more value salve and the Tiny's out of the lane.
That's value, sir.
Value.
Always save it until you're a slither away. Don't ever put yourself in very risky situations like that. Trust us, guys. Uh-oh, Poison coming in. The Tiny trying to go for Phoenix. That was a risky situation in itself. PL, however, still alive. I don't think Phoenix gives a shit. It's not great, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Nature's Prophet just spanking this Quap. Just absolutely destroying. 23 last hits, 16 denies.
Wait, he skipped it again.
What are you doing, sir?
Wait,
have you not learned your lesson?
Did he skill it at level 5?
Have you not learned your lesson?
Blink?
Do you want to get hurt, sir? Do you want to get tickled? Wow, he drops items.
What?
Animal Trainer is this guy's name? Okay,
yes.
Legitimately the best team ever. Animal Trainer and the llama and the deer. Incredible.
That's wow. They made. You think they synergized that all together on purpose?
Maybe less time doing names, more time in the scrims. But
it's not. They're only 0 and 4. They can get a win here.
I mean, I think
they're ahead.
I hope so. I am legitimately rooting for these guys. I want to see any kind of joy from Team Empire's life ripped away from them. Because I'm a sicko. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, nice gank here by the Prophet. Miss, but it won't matter. And Divine Llama. Divine the hell out of here, little one. Sproik yourself straight to hell. It ain't going to happen. Just turn around and hit him. You're not making it out.
James? Wait, they're not chasing?
Please kill them. No. Now you made me look like an idiot. Thanks a lot. I hope you lose, Empire. Anyway.
Wait, is that James.tv?
James
Is there a
Q13.
James.tv? Or, oh, maybe he wants you to go to Twitch.tv.
Oh. Maybe. I don't know. Devi Llama, making sure to make it out of there alive. Very impressed by that llama's incredible jumping and running. Puts herself in an even more precarious situation. She doesn't seem to give a shit. If they didn't chase her then, will they ever chase her? Meanwhile, a TP to the bottom lane. It looks like Quap wants a little bit of that action. Here we go. Quappy going in on the Prophet. You leave mid? You're not leaving me. He's going to walk out of there, though, and not too much happening here. We do have a tiny there on the back lines. Everyone's 2 full HP, so he'll be running back. And we'll see Prophet return to the mid lane. Exciting stuff.
Indeed. So far, so good for Empire, or for 5 Comrades. Their lanes are going all right. They should get top tower eventually, just the Timbersaw effect, who's top of the CS charts. And they got Devi Llama. I mean, what could go wrong with that?
Not a lot. Bloody Sky heading up on that Smiling Knight boy here on Team Empire. The PO doesn't seem to be too affected by his laning mate here. 33 last hits, doing just fine. A nice little sneak on the courier. Well done. They won't try to get Venom. Could it be? Do they have the damage? Not with Earthshaker at home, baby. Put the net on. They are going to be hitting them down. Nice slam there. Earthshaker desperately trying to make them pay for it. He might pay for himself. He's only level 3, Kyle. Get out of there, dude.
Wow, that's so much damage.
That is. I mean, that's that full aggression lane. You might be glass cannons, but you're still cannons, babies.
Yeah, the level advantage for Radiant's huge right now. Check that out. 3
Oh my
heroes
god.
and 6 already.
Oh my god, that's pretty good.
Smiling Knight.
The Knight.
Underrated name as well. That's a very obscure reference to
What is it?
Game of Thrones character.
That's not true.
It's one of the more... Yeah, it is.
No. Who is it?
It's one of the first people that Jaime Lannister killed.
The Smiling Knight?
Yes.
Look it up, Kyle. I don't believe you. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Timbersaw in some trouble. Nice stun there by Tiny to cover that Timber as he heals back up. Gotta say that Phoenix is a great, I love it, the Phoenixes against the Timbersaw with that percentage-based damage, you know. One of the best ways to take a big, beefy boy like that down. And it's kind of an even matchup, though.
So yeah, he was the head of the Kingswood Brotherhood, and it was actually Arthur Dane that defeated him in a duel, not
Arthur Dane is not the Smiling Knight,
No,
dude.
he killed the Smiling Knight.
Arthur Dane did.
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever. I don't read.
It's important.
If it wasn't in the show, it didn't exist, in my opinion.
That's not how it works.
Absolutely. Books are irrelevant in today's day and age.
What?
Give me an audiobook. Reading?
That's still a book.
That's a waste of time. We're wasting ink, wasting paper. It's horrible for the world. Burn the books, but for, you know, the environment. Not for the destruction of knowledge. Maybe don't burn them. You could bury them and help the trees.
Does that work?
Yeah. If you bury a book, it gives back to the earth. Knowledge is passed again.
Okay.
All right. The animal trainer has unleashed herself and is able to lead her animals across the map. They gallivant forth as nice towers here. 2 towers in these 5 comrados. Because comrades is more of a CIS thing. I was thinking it would be more like, you know, the 3 parrots. You know, you know.
3 parents? I have 3 parents.
No, you have 3 parents.
Yeah.
Ice Frog and your 2 biological parents?
No.
What do you got?
My dad remarried.
Oh, cool. I guess that's a very simple explanation. I thought that was some kind of cool joke.
What, do you think I was like living in Utah or something?
No, I thought you were going to say, you know, my parents taught me life, but Ice Frog taught me how to live or some weird shit like that. Anyway, Nature's Prophet's dead, by the way. The 3 amigos, that's what I was thinking. But no, they're the 5 comrades. Meanwhile, in this grand battle for the ancients, not the actual ancients, but the ancient creeps.
It's true.
These guys, this Timbersaw is just standing around here.
You remember there were 2 camps of ancients?
I do.
That was crazy. Also, what happened to the Thunder Lizards? Or the Dragon Sorcerers guys.
The Dragon Sorcerer guys, I believe you're referring to the Prowlers.
Correct. That was a big nerf to Leshrac. You can't farm your Ancients anymore.
That's right. It's a nerf to asshole position 5 supports as well. I can't steal Ancients anymore easily without carries noticing.
That's true.
Watch out, Nature's Prophet. You're being hunted by a spooky skeleton man, but he don't have a lot of mana. He pops that wand. He's got enough now. Natty Narwhal looking for his way out.
Where is he going?
He's going to go straight to hell, Kyle. He's out of there.
But he blocked him. He's blocked up top. The Exotic Deer cannot join the fight.
My God, he can't go anywhere. Actually, unblocked him for some reason, so you're free to go.
And the combination of Animal Trainer, Divine Llama, and
Natty,
Exotic Deer is quite...
Narwhal, huh?
It maybe just took them a little more time to come online. A slow start in this Divine Division, but
that's right.
You know,
that's a slow start.
It's about as slow
maybe
as
perhaps a little too late, but you know, late bloomers. A lot of our viewers in there sure to be familiar with that.
I was a late bloomer as well.
Definitely. Thank God I'm a late bloomer. I couldn't imagine peaking in high school like some kind of Chad nerd.
You're still waiting to bloom.
I still am literally waiting for puberty. Do you hear my voice? It's not good.
It's not bad. Don't sell yourself short. Not everybody can be a beautiful baritone like BSJ.
I mean, not anybody could be a screeching demon either, but I mean, what can you do? Meanwhile, look at these boys getting their stuff together. 3K behind, only 2 kills, but honestly, PL, you know, he ain't doing good, but he ain't doing that bad. He's in the middle, I'd say. Yeah, I'm trying to think about this, but they're actually getting shit on. Okay, PL's starting to catch back up, so maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah. The Timbersaw's net worth is a bit deceiving as well, because he's supposed to be on top. They didn't have anyone that can counter him in lane. He's going to be free farming.
Sure.
He's going to get towers, as he just did down bottom, but it's more, will he continue to accelerate as Empire rather have the tools to deal with him once they grab like a vessel or something.
All right, what does he actually do?
Timbersaw, well, he's got multiple methods of destroying trees.
Well, I know what he does, but I'm saying in this game, what does he do? Like,
he's going to cast his spells at the enemy to try to kill them.
Okay. That seems to get less and less effective, though.
Correct. That's the trouble. It's a very XP-reliant source of damage.
I see.
You don't really scale with itemization. You scale just by effectively casting spells and not running out of mana.
I see.
So once Empire have more tools, and they have more just straight-up raw damage threat, I think it'll get more tough. The Veil finished on Shocklow now is pretty key. It'll make it much easier for him and the Phoenix to deal some DPS. James.
Oh my God!
What?
That combo. We forgot about the Enchantress Clinks combo. Buddy.
Oh my God! You're right.
She just took over that
was
creep.
onto something.
That's right. Took over the creep, gave it more HP, and then Clinks eats it for even more HP. It's crazy.
It's actually really broken. The Quap is pretty far ahead, even with the weird build and the death. Timber can't die, and to your point, yeah, Clinks gets like a bonus 50% HP damage thanks to the Sench pick.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Nice and quiet here. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Timbersaw making it out. Not too worried about him. He's a big, beefy boy with a lot of regen.
It's a really interesting combination, and it's even better. You know, you've got Divine Llama playing the Deer, Exotic Deer on the Clinks, utilizing the Deer's talents.
Yes, indeed. Truly, fans of the lore. Nice Echo Slam there to catch that bad boy as they move in to get even more. Divine Llama, not Divine. Look at these blocks. This guy's a freaking tree of God. Taking her out there as we see the inevitable turnaround. And unfortunate for our friends here. They are just getting annihilated. Nice. The Animal Trainer does come back screaming at them as she screams at her animals. Timbersaw turning it around right now. Quap trying to get even more, but it's so slow thanks to this Venomancer. Able to jump on. The Stinky is... Oh, my God. The Quap got dropped on his head. They do take down the Veno. Tiny running from a Phoenix that has used all skills for some reason.
They got the Timber, and more importantly, it's so much space for this PL. Check out net worth. He's on top now because Timber's been fighting. It's just space. That's all they're looking to make. He is going to go for that straight Manta. The farming build makes sense in this spot because they're so far behind. They're not going to fight into the Timber, but eventually he'll be strong. And when the Manta coming after the defusal,
of course,
so that he can get involved in these early fights.
I completely understood what you were saying. Here comes the defusal, which is going to be so effective against not only the Timbersaw, but the Enchantress and the Quap. A few hits, and everybody not having any parties here. All right, it's going to be a sad walk around for these guys. Manta style coming out next to expedite the farm, but you know, you can't mess with PL right now. Mana is so important on every one of these heroes.
It's true.
Look at these stacked camps.
Look at him.
That's great. The stacking 3 by Tiny. Take notes here. Nature's Prophet could be anywhere on the map at any time, and not even he's as good at stacking as Mr. Rocks. It's a pretty good stack, though.
It's more difficult now. You know, most spawn times were changed. You need to buy Dota Plus
Yes.
to know when to properly stack.
That is the hardest part of pro gaming, affording the Dota Plus.
Yes, I mean, it could be part of a tutorial of sorts, you know, for the players.
What?
But I think it's better locked behind a paywall.
What the hell's a tutorial? They don't need a tutorial.
Agreed.
Here's a tutorial. Get over it. Buy Dota Plus. That's the tutorial.
And it's very much the Spartan MOBA.
That's right.
We just get out there, you know, find some wolves.
Kick them on a cliff. You know, they look weak. There we go. Toss up into the air, slam back down. Goodbye, Earthshaker. As we continue to get picks at it, the 5 comrades try desperately to take away any joy out of Empire's existence. They don't have to win this game. It changes very little for those 5 comrades.
It changes a lot for Empire.
It does.
They are still in contention to make it into the playoff bracket, which I think that you'd end up potentially even playing against teams coming down from the Immortal Division. Comrades, they're proving we do belong. We aren't going to be that team that you beat 8 times in a row.
That's right.
That's not us.
Just 7.
No.
7.5 maybe. But not 8! I gotta respect that.
Yeah, that's why we play Dota, right? It's not for the money. Money's overrated, doesn't make you happy. We play for pride.
This is when you're rich. You always hear the TI.
Yeah, you ever notice it's always rich people that say money doesn't make you happy?
Money's worthless. Well, no shit.
Yeah.
Mr. Monopoly.
My favorite was when the pandemic first started and all the celebrities were like, guys, just stay home. It's easy. Look, I just play tennis all day in my backyard. What's so bad about that?
Mm-hmm. I want it to be like the zombie apocalypse where we just start raiding them. Hey, who is that? Hey, look at a Philly. Philosopher's Stone coming out yet again.
Did you read World War Z?
I did.
Would have been
referencing that chapter with the Chihuahua.
Yes. Why did they remake it in the way that they did for film?
You know what?
Would have been so good.
I'm happy they didn't do it because it leaves room open for like a Netflix adaptation.
That's
would
true.
be amazing.
That would actually
Great
be really
book,
good.
by the way. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend reading it on paper because books are a dead medium. But audiobook, however.
What? Have you made an audiobook? That would actually be an interesting gig.
I read half of Zyori's book as an audiobook where I read it for the first time and reacted in real time, and it took hours. We did like a 12-hour stream of me going, what the fuck is this? What's wrong with Andrew? We actually stopped at the story called Sniff Sniff. When I read the chapter title Sniff Sniff, I said, I cannot go on. We were like halfway through the book.
What would be the most embarrassing story in your autobiography?
Jesus, I have a lot. Let's see. When I was super poor and I was in high school and I used to work in the cafeteria so I could eat. They gave you free food if you worked there.
It's like prison.
And yeah, and Bro, Sean goes down, by the way. And they had an event where the girls' cheerleading squad came in to do some stuff after that, and I was serving them pizzas. They got like free food. And when you're super poor, all your clothes are hand-me-downs. So I had a hand-me-down pair of pants, and I forgot my belt that day. No underwear, and I'm serving pizzas, and then my entire pants dropped completely. So I completely naked in front of the pizzas with the entire cheerleading squad there. Funnily enough, though, they were on their phones. They didn't even notice.
Really?
Yeah, so it was...
They had phones?
Yeah. This was back in the day, like the old Nokias.
You know, we used to use phones to talk to each other, and people were just on their phones all the time, like texting their friends. Now we're just pretending we have friends and looking at their photographs.
I mean, it's efficient. I have no problem. Everyone's always complaining, oh, we're always looking at screens. What do you want to look at? The fucking dirt? You want to look at the ground? Oh, look, a bug. Who cares a shit? I can read the most incredible, beautiful visages on my little screen.
That's true.
Who gives a shit about that rock you're staring at, Grandpa? Go back into the fields and read a book, stupid.
Speaking of going back into the fields.
Yeah.
Divide Llama.
Nice, there we go. That's a transition, baby. That's why Kyle is on every goddamn panel, every goddamn cast, because the man knows how to transist. In the middle lane, here we go. Quap jumping on top of that Earthshaker. He walks away like it's nothing. Meanwhile, trying to find Mr. Kitty. Mr. Kitty want a treat? Eat up some death, Mr. Kitty. But Mr. Kitty, he's looking like he's going to get out of there. Silencing down the orchid damage, Kyle. It means nothing to them. Venomancer, he knows he's dead. You're fucking out of here. Next up, out of here, TPing out, and it looks like this stranglehold from the 5 comrades is not going anywhere, Kyle.
Yeah, they're doing so good. I love the itemization so far. The Greaves up on the Timbersaw to help his team sustain. And Klink's just with the death pack damage, as we talked about, from the Ench creep. It's so much. Look at his HP. Look at that.
Look at it.
Look at it.
Look at it.
2,500 health.
Woo!
How's that fair?
He's freaking bigger than the Timbersaw. He's got more HP than the Timbersaw.
That's
Goodness gracious, this combo, Kyle, if it works in your pro games, it works in your pubs. I've seen it in my goddamn pubs.
Well, let's just keep our camera on the Klink.
Watch out, watch out, watch out! Here it comes. Look at the damage. The Orchid.
One more hit.
Okay.
2 more hits.
Hello, little
2,
one.
3. Oh! So close. The Sange coming on Courier, saving him with that bonus HP, just enough to get him to keep him alive.
Luck or skill, Kyle?
Both.
My goodness. Could it be? We will witness the first winning game of the 5 comrades here against all odds. Only T-Governor with the balls to say it.
Well, he has been studying these teams a lot more in depth than we have. It would make sense that he has that inside information.
Right.
But to be fair, had you known that Davai Lama was playing for 5 comrades, I think you might have been a little more biased in their favor.
Indeed. Indeed.
Whoa,
middle lane. Let's see some action here. Timbersaw getting hit up by some magic from the Phoenix. Not a big deal, though. Timbersaw will be able to get away and regen quickly as they look to be pushing that high ground. Now, they do need to get rid of some ults here. Got to get out the Venomancer. Venomancer ult is down already, but we got to get out an Echo Slam or an Egg. With all of this AoE, giant magical damage, if they're caught by all that, their uphill push will be a disaster. They've got to get a pick somehow here. As double damage has spawned, and Nature's Prophet taking their money, as Nature's Prophets do, in the back.
Yeah. If you're Empire, you got to get on top of the squishies. Either Ench, Quap, or Klinks has got to be your open. You want to try and kite the Timbersaw. He doesn't do too much damage. He's gone for this full defensive build, so you just kind of juke his spells, right? It's not so hard.
Just kind of there at the moment. Pia walking uphill into the blind darkness. What are you doing, buddy? Thank God for Earthshaker. Will he even die here? I mean, he's very close. That just blind uphill walk. Very risky stuff. Quapping a lot of damage here. Luckily, got the mech to be helping out.
Yep, going for that. Yules into Maelstrom build. I'm a big fan. Looks like BKB to follow, but having a Maelstrom early is so nice. As you can see, it just helps with the farm speed, but it'll also be able to Mjolnir buff up his Timbersaw later in the game.
So we're talking about embarrassing moments, Kyle. What was yours?
Oh, God, I didn't want to talk about it. There was a lot.
Well,
I did some really... Oh, man.
Oh, watch out here. We actually have a smoke attempt on top of the Klinks, and the old Klinks hunting trick. Smoke it immediately. Dust, you're guaranteed to get the invisible unit, and they will hunt down that Klinks. Able to break him very easily with 5 players.
So my junior year of high school, I had left a window open at my dad's house, and then...
Oh, watch out! Here we go, Kyle! An instant jump on top of the Earthshaker. That bird is running away like you ran out of your dad's house in junior year. Here we go. Netted up. PL in trouble. They're going to try to hit that bird.
The egg.
Oh my God, that blink coming out from ES in the middle of nowhere. You know, buys back, protects the egg. They're going to chase it down. Little Missy trying to make her way out there. She will, thanks to the Glimmer Cape.
Really nice plays.
Anyway, continue.
Oh, I left a window open at my dad's house, and I guess technically you could call it breaking in. So I did that, and then we threw a party. It went pretty well. It significantly increased my popularity. Started talking to one of the cool underclassmen.
Yeah.
Definitely interested. We were texting, got her number. And the last, I slowly tanked it, because I didn't really know how to talk to girls.
Sure.
The last line that I ever sent her, before she never responded to me ever again, was, "Hey, do you like poetry?"
Oh boy. Oh boy, that's rough.
Yes.
Watch out, here we go. Tiny in some serious trouble here. Nature's Prophet, for some reason, decides to cancel that out. I guess he's scared. Oh no, he's being killed. He's being murdered. That's why I canceled it out, Kyle. He got gone on. The Klinks popping a BKB. Attacking. Wow. What a god. ES able to stun that guy and get out of there. Impressive stuff. But this lead, they don't have a lot of time on these 5 comrades. The kitty is the strongest comrade of all. Come on, Klink.
Who's the kitty?
The PL.
How is that a kitty?
Oh, why is every single panelist so stupid? That's a cat, man.
It's not. It's a panther at best.
Is a panther not a cat? Are you
I
out of your
wouldn't call
mind?
a panther a cat. I wouldn't say, "Ooh, kitty," if I saw a mountain lion
You
ravaging.
wouldn't call a panther a cat.
I wouldn't call it a kitty.
What would you call it?
A panther.
So if you saw a panther coming towards you and you thought it was okay, what would you call a child panther? Just recently born. And you're saying, here, ... Here, panther! No.
Here, Panthy? Here, little Panthy?
Here, little Panthy, you're right. I'm stupid. Of course, why didn't I call him Little Panthy? That won't get me in trouble. Genius. Anyway, I'm sorry I got so upset by that.
It's fine, it's fine. You take your lore seriously.
It hit a nerve.
What kind of, is it really, he's really a cat?
Yes, he's a cat man.
Where? From what? How did that happen? He's bipedal.
How did it happen? He's a fantasy species. That is a Echo Slam on a Quap, by the way. I mean, how did the Khajiit happen? I mean, they just kind of happened. They're beast men. That's what happens.
Perhaps that's why this Quap is itemized as he did. He's, animal trainer playing against the cat army. He's gonna know the proper itemization, and yeah, BKB into Mjolnir. I think that's adequate.
Is that in a Yules?
The Yules, I think it can be hit or miss. We were talking about embarrassing moments. There was another one that I had involving this item, but it's not
really that big of a deal. That game was basically over.
It was pretty over. It was more the just the shame, because there's nothing to do for that entire death other than to just realize that your dreams were officially crushed, and yes, you're going to lose, and
I laugh about this kind of stuff, but honestly, one thing that I do really respect pros and ex-pros at is their ability to lose and get over it. I mean,
Who says I got over it?
I rage in my unranked pub games. I can't imagine what it's like losing on the big stage, and I mean, it takes a lot of,
The ones that are most frustrating aren't silly decisions like that. It's dumb mistakes like buying bad items or not hitting BKB. You hex you hit the wrong target, right? You win the fight if you just press BKB, but you didn't, so you lost.
Picked
out.
Feel
dumb.
Yet again, does have the Yules though to get around these bad situations,
nice
but
BKB.
with the BKB, the shortest blink I've ever seen. With the turnaround though, the Egg trying to cover their teammates. Egg doing everything that it can. Klink's trying to move his way in. Trees are blocking though. BKB under vision now. Klink's too deep in. After that, BKB straight into the PL's grasp, and they're going to turn everything they have on the PL. PL getting hit up. They've got the Phoenix. They want the big boy. Timbersaw, no mana. Thanks to the PL's Mantha. Bye-bye, run for your life, but PL is not going to give up on this bad boy, and that is a complete disaster.
Incredible. What a fight.
That was very, very poorly conceived by our boy Klink.
To our Phoenix player. We haven't really touched on him. His name just isn't quite as creative as most of the others in this game, but that was a four-man Sunray, Egg perfectly positioned, and this Venomancer of Shaklo. He's just constantly spamming out the vessels, gets the auto attacks off the healing, severely limited, along with the Veil damage, and as you see, PL in these long engagements just takes the hero's mana away.
Yeah. Very difficult now to fight as these 5 comrades.
It's getting harder and harder.
Oh, I always get nervous when I see my mid are walking around without any cosmetics. This Quap has 0 cosmetics. That is not good. Mid players, a lot of trust being put in you. Please at least put on a hairpiece or something. Make me think that you've at least played the hero once before. I'm sure he has. No Dota Plus though, so I can't tell. Meanwhile, here we go, battle time. Quap going in, trying to do that burst damage onto the Veno. Not the idealist target that you can pick off, but something's better than nothing at this point.
I think they have to be going for the Veno at the start of fights, though. The trouble is, if he gets his ultimate off, if they all in on him, they're going to have some serious problems. The fight continues. They have the Yules. Nice.
Nice catch there. All right, going to be able to potentially... Oh, the Sunray,
nice.
the Echo!
Not nice.
Sunray is just doing work. This Phoenix is everywhere, as you said. They're just desperately trying to get profit. They will be able to get him, but this BKB being used so many times defensively just makes it very hard for them to do anything. Timbersaw joining the fight, and here comes Big Daddy PL. Here comes the Egg. Leave the kitty alone as he gets out of there. Well done, Mr. PL, chasing up that llama. Divine Llama, run for your life. And the bird actually able to get another kill in the backline. Timbersaw without any mana, going to be completely worthless. Run, Mr. Kitty! He's chasing down that mechanism of pain and death. Leave the trees alone. He escapes with his life.
Smiley Knight proving he should be the true sword of the morning, and also demonstrating that, yes, it's true. House cats are the most deadly creatures on the face of the earth.
It's true. Deforestation. They claw the woods. They eat the birds.
No. That
They drink the water. Lap it up.
Sure.
The hairballs. They kill animals. The bears die from hairballs.
Haste.
Spade or neuter your cats? do it. Little skeleton men heading in there. I'm sure they'll be fine. Okay, they're all dead now.
Nice Fisher.
Yeah, blocking it up, making some room. Quap on the back end now, not really going on who she should be. Watch out. We do have all these ults down this time on Empire. It is a nice time to fight. Quap trying to do what she can against that. But the heals! Phoenix constantly with these heals. What are they supposed to do? They're supposed to freaking die.
Tiny takes so much damage from Sunray.
Good lord. Even without ults, Empire's just not afraid of the 5 comrades anymore.
The attrition is just gotten to them at this point.
The attrition!
All of their heroes are so powerful. The Phoenix significantly more influence than any of these supports on the Radiant side. In addition, they've just got summons. They've got Furion with the Orchid Spam, PL Illusions, wards. That Gale summoning more wards. Shacklo just so annoying to deal with. Even though Bloody Sky's got a Shivas, he just doesn't have the mana pool. He doesn't have that staying power inside the fight.
Jesus, the attrition! I can't get over it. Smoking near the Roche pit. Roche is dangling near death.
It's similar to the strategy the Roman Empire took when they were assaulting Constantinople. However,
the attrition! What does that mean? What does attrition mean? I have
attrition?
No idea.
It's like a siege. Like attrition is like slowly wearing down, erosion.
Oh, I've heard of a war of attrition.
Yes,
now that makes
exactly.
sense.
It's a tactic. But
I see. Well, here's a tactic. Run for your goddamn lives as the ultimates are nearly back online here. Phoenix Egg has been grabbed yet again. And meanwhile, in that pit, Timbersaw just taking up these. Okay.
Arcane Rune.
Now let's go. Grab it up. BKB popped on the quad, trying to find a target here. And Tiny with a great initiation. Can they do more with it?
Oh my god.
The egg is popped.
Gotta hit the egg.
Gotta hit the egg. Hit the egg.
Hit the egg.
Scramble it. Hell yeah. Scrambled egg. And here we go. Time to feast, baby. Mr. Kitty looking for some kills here. Timbersaw trying to chase out that Venomancer on the back line. And look out. The cat doesn't care. The Echo Slam is finally used as soon as it is up. And they are tearing these boys up. No mana, no hope, no problem. PL killing literally everyone in his wake. Goodness gracious. Oh, he's like an Egyptian god. Look at him go.
Yeah, Smiling Knight's nigh unstoppable now with the Scotty.
Oh, yeah.
Even more healing reduction. Natty Narwhal. What?
Yeah,
Did we
Natty
not
Narwhal.
Natty Narwhal. That's a name.
I mentioned it before. He's the escaped animal from the animal trainer. Natty Narwhal. Write it down in your Dota notebooks and then burn it. Look at this guy going. The nattiest narwhal.
That'd be a children's book.
Natty Narwhal? I'm pretty sure that can't be a children's book.
Be about a narwhal and his fascination with cheap beer.
Natty Ice. I'm pretty sure that's not a good children's book. Here's our cartoon character doing alcoholism. Do you like children?
Be educational.
Maybe in CIS. Too far?
Too far.
Well, you can make fun of me eating hamburgers all day, but I don't get to do any
Slacks,
work.
you had 75 grams of salt every day for a week.
I sure did. It made me stronger. All right. Well, this game doesn't exist anymore. PL is absolutely massive. I mean, don't get me wrong, kiddos at home. If they turn around and kill this PL, I'm going to have the time of my life, but don't believe in miracles, okay? Take your stocks out. Right. This guy's Tesla right now. Run. Meanwhile, there's a skeleton man. Prophet gonna TP on top of Skeleton Man. Klink's scared out of his mind, ran for his life. Saw that shit on the minimap. You don't even, whew. That's true fear. When you see the Prophet TPing upon you and he doesn't even know that you're there. Very scary.
Very scary stuff indeed. I love the itemization on Shacklo. Now the spider legs for the positioning. He's fed a little bit. Not fed, I suppose, but just died for his team.
Sure.
Tactically.
I mean, what is a Venomancer good for? Spitting the poo-poo and dying.
It's true.
All right, trying to find that Quap. They actually scan the jungle looking for her, and the money ping comes out. Not going to be able to grab her, though. Nice TP away, making that space, not getting stuck in her base, as you should, everyone. Even if you're losing, even though technically, they're not losing. They're still ahead a little bit.
It just feels kind of bad, right? They seem to be in such a good spot, whereas now suddenly they're trapped on their own side. It's the downside of this Timbersaw hero. You can get really far ahead, but it's very tough to just end a game.
But what does he do?
Yeah. Say that again?
What does he do, though?
What is it? Say it again, one more time.
What does he do? do?
That's the
I mean,
question.
against strength heroes, he does always have a use, right? I mean, you could cut down an axe and go in and take out a third of his health at
Yes,
any point in the game.
But they only have 2 strength heroes, and it's the supports.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
So in this game, indeed, what does he do? Look at that
baby.
Timber Saw. Mouths agape, drool flowing as they see him and try to put some damage on him. He is their tankiest guy. If he does go down here, that's going to be a real mental hit on this team. There we go. Divine Llama trying to save her buddy, and nice job. Like they got the Phoenix on the back line. Timber Saw healing back up. Now they're going on everybody else. Clinks did already use his BKB, so he's trying to run out of there.
Smiley Knight
in trouble. Oh, it's just an Aegis as they move on to the Venomancer, trying to get that Veno. Run away, little Spider Veno. They chase him, but they can't afford the TPs. Mr. PL left on his own. He's going to turn it around.
Oh, he's juking him.
Go get him. No, they find them. They kill him. That's what you get for going on a Timber Saw.
But why also? Why doesn't he just finish his Scotty? He's got the gold. At what point? It's so silly. He had the money. It just wasn't on him. That might have been a kill in the Timber. But also, why not have the item if you're going to go die behind tier 2 and look for a fight? You're in such a good position. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Nah, but I mean, that was kind of their fault. Team Empire, of course, going on the unarguably tankiest hero behind a tower.
Let's give credit as well to the Deer team.
Yes.
Deer squad was sick. The Exotic Deer showed up with that 4,000 health thanks to Divine Llama enchant creep into Death Pact, and then finds the Orchid on the Phoenix and takes him out before he's able to get off
Can we take a look at Enchantress here, Kyle? Can you explain this itemization from the Enchantress here of... Okay, she actually didn't have her headdress, so she could have 3 mangoes. So that's good. I mean, mangoes are good on Enchantress. No lie, no sarcasm. You need that mana out of nowhere sometimes. Here we go, Repair Kit hitting that tower. Completely balanced item as they push it. Could it be
They're so strong.
My boys, your boys, the 5 comrades, raise those sickles and those hammers because they're coming in, baby. Oh my goodness gracious.
Dude, Exotic, he's doing so much damage.
Look at
He
these.
has plus 418?
Woo!
How much of that is Death Pact?
You know how much it is, baby. Not a lot. Oh, wait, he ate another creep. Enchantress still helping him out.
Oh my god.
Gentlemen and ladies and Divine comrades at home.
And Deer.
And deer and animals. These guys might actually take their first game.
You know, there's enough people watching. There's probably a few pets at home.
I bet so. And dolphins, if you're out there. Here's a message to my dolphins.
Do you think a dolphin... Do you think you could train a dolphin to play Dota? We trained a monkey to go into space.
I guess. You probably could. It would get depressed, though.
Yeah, there's some really sad stories about dolphins. I don't think they should be kept in captivity.
Cool. How could you say something so brave? You don't think dolphins should be kept in captivity? You're a
there was this one.
You're a real
there was
fucking
this
hero.
Dolphin, there was this dolphin that, like, you know, fell in love with its trainer, and the trainer moved on. So the dolphin killed itself by choosing not to breathe.
Up, dude.
It chose not to breathe.
Chose not to breathe. That's some Romeo and Juliet.
It's a metal. That's insanely metal. That's just crazy.
My God, the dolphins know the capacity for love enough to be driven mad by it. Could have gotten over it, little guy. Anyway. Such a brave stance. Such a brave stance there. Dolphins should not be kept in cages. You're write a tweet longer about it. I can't wait to retweet it in the effort of support. That's the most fucking 2020 shit I've ever heard of. I think that people shouldn't die. Oh, bro, wonderful, wonderful. Retweet. Me as well, friend. Bottom lane. This game is hype. I'll be real with you. I told you it would be the hypest comeback ever if they beat the PL, and here we are. Team Empire just licking their wounds, trying to find a way to stop these guys. The tier 2 down in the bottom, and soon they will be going for that last Rax. The time has come, Kyle. The time to stand up. Will you be men? Will you defend? Or will you watch this victory be ripped away, this victory you need so much by the team who has never won a game in the series? T-Governor walks in, he gives us the middle finger and laughs as they push up here. Here we go, Timbersaw getting all the damage here as PL's trying to find him out, and we see the Phoenix doing what she can. Not able really to do much at all. The BKB popped on the PL. Oh, nice stun though, insta first hit basher stun, and they are able to scare him off now, looking for some more without the Quap, and no ult used by that Quap, by the way. A lot of damage missing.
They're bringing it back.
They're gonna back.
They're bringing it back.
Bringing it back.
They didn't get the positioning nor the double damage, but now they've secured the double damage. Quap will respawn 80 seconds. Has the buyback prepared, however. He could rejoin them if desired. Flicker available on the Tiny. Don't think that item is very good, but it could be good on the Tiny.
Ladies and gentlemen, at home, watching, waiting, reading about this match. History is being made.
Not reading, listening.
Reading about the match in your esports newspapers. This is a day of triumph for the underdog. Look, watch, and listen as the greatest comeback of all time is happening. That's an illusion for PL. Very good. Illusionist came for PL. A strong item. Even Ice Frog himself, watching right now, delivering these items on purpose, is trying to help Empire. But will it matter?
It might.
Do you think you should be able to ban out neutral items in the pick phase?
I think it'd be interesting. I feel like there should be more incentive to get them earlier. Like you can choose what drops, perhaps. Like you get the item and then you kind of like discover it, like a choose one card in Hearthstone.
I see, I see. What if... I'm just going to stop talking.
No.
Watch out, Clinks! This is a big moment right here. They do stun him, but with no detection. Oh, what? Nani? He did have detection? Perhaps it was in his backpack? Nani? But whatever. They're looking for Roche. Now nervous about their uphill thing. Barely able to escape that dust.
The Quap's problem is there's no armor. I disagree with the Satanic before at least a casual plate mail.
That's
because
Satanic,
you saw him blink in. He just popped because he's just dying to this PL. The physical damage is far too much.
Have they learned their lesson? Will they commit as 5 onto the Timbersaw and kill themselves all again? No, not this time. They've learned a lesson there. Timbersaw is separated. This could be an ideal opportunity to jump on somebody, but they don't really have the vision to know that they're there. So such things can't happen. Remember, position 5 players, vision.
Why
wins.
also there's a prism on the Fury, and I would have preferred that on the Nano, you would think.
Little Divine Llama hit up with some stuff there. Wow, running away, no problem. Those heals will come in as soon as that little spirit vessel is gone. But yeah, you know, you got the spell prism on the Prophet. Quicker TPs, perhaps, friend?
Good question.
More pushing? They do need push.
I just think spell damage amp on Venomancer is just imbalanced.
Yes, but cooldown reduction is
has
also
Veil
very
and
good.
Ags.
Sure.
Like, that's. I hope he buys it. I guess he wants the Minotaur Horn for the BKB. But yeah, I guess you need a method of self-purging the Orchid.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, be very afraid. This clinks with the Hex and the bonus damage.
We got
now
a nice,
Abyssal as well on the PL. So both big cores have a tool to solo kill somebody they find. But it's important that they open up on a support hero. The Phoenix Shaker, big targets for comrades. I imagine Divine Llama will be the one that Empire looks to Divine on.
Indeed. Literally trolling his team as they pop a smoke, and then he continues to hit creeps. Now he is inside of the Roche pit. Look at that roller coaster. Take me on that one. Whee! That looks fun as we're in the Roshan pit. Will anyone try to stop the Smiling Knight?
Radiant's bottom.
Yes, they don't know. Here we go. Prophet going in. The wards, they had one, but they missed that smoke. They just walked in there and took it. Could be the mistake that cost them the match. Tiny throws a tree in frustration. Fuck, he yells as he throws it. Oh no, you're in trouble now. The sun itself beats down upon him. Icarus too close as they go on top of the Timbersaw. He chains away, kills a tree for his own life.
No mana though. No mana on the Timber.
No mana.
Oh, but going in bottom. Clink's looking to back door.
Oh my god, Clink's trying to go for those racks, but his entire team is dying. Here we go, the Tiny slapping on that Earthshaker. Earthshaker not able to get his ult off before. He's going to be an instant buyback. Here we go. BKB on that guy. He's out of there too. Who was that guy? He looked like a butterfly? Oh.
No, still yet a caterpillar. Nice plays though. Clink's forcing the response, then they immediately collapse. Take a 5-on-3 in the meantime.
Okay. This is as tense as it gets. You could cut.
It could get tenser.
You could get tenser. Much like my heart after eating 70 ounces of salt. It could always get tenser. The hypertension is happening. Vision is blurring as the PL is being got on. Look out, PL. And he's going to back. They're going to go on this Timbersaw one more time. Have you learned nothing? You can't keep going on that big fat dimby. The rest of the team will kill you if you try this. And he will back.
He's going for the Bloodstone now. Wish he'd got that earlier for the mana loss reduction. In addition, it would have just allowed him to scale better. He'd be top net worth instead of right now where he's still just top 3.
I wish I owned the goddamn pony, but he had a rough time. You know, I guess he didn't
You had
really.
total free farm.
He could have, you know.
And a pony? I thought you wanted a camel.
A what?
You said they were less disagreeable.
True. I hate horses, honestly. As a man who rode and took care of many horses, hate them. Don't listen
why?
to Sheever's lies.
What's so bad about
They're
horses?
just eating shit, and if you, you know how many times I've been kicked by a horse? You know how much that shit hurts?
What were you doing? Why did they kick you?
Well, I was walking. We had an Arabian, the most cowardly of all the horses. I hated it. Stupid animal. Walked by it and started kicking. Watch out! Speaking of kicking, the llama now in trouble. Llama's fur, did you know, is invincible to fire, and this one as well is able to make it out alive. Timbersaw, they're going on him, no mana. He can't Timber Chain. He does pop the Lotus Orb. He will walk away from those illusions, but without mana, what does he do?
No.
It's just a walking circle. What are you doing here? Get the fuck out of there, dude! Okay, he's all right. Not a big deal, honestly. You got a little excited there.
Neither side. It's one of those. It's a standoff. One would say. You know, let's call it ceasefire. The teams declare. We've got creeps to kill. We've realized that we can only target the Timbersaw because he's the only one presenting himself, but Empire don't have the damage.
That's right.
So they're at a standoff. The 5 comrades, they're ready to push the button, but they just can't yet.
Somebody push that goddamn button. Here we go. Initiation. BKB popped on the Guap. She's going to be able to use herself out, get rid of that silence pod. A Hex on the back line. They took out the bird. Without the bird, do they have any damage? That's very good. Look at all the damage going out of this guy. He's a fucking crazy person. But the Suns do get him up. Mr. Klink's trying to make it out, but the bird. Oh no, the spider legs aren't enough.
He has 5,500 health.
The stuns, brother. The stuns. He does have buyback. He's not using it. Klinks, your friends are dying. The rocks are melting under the weight of the sun. The flicker, get out of there. They're trying to
He's got a flick.
No flick here today like a booger. He stays inside of the nose. Klink's still not buying back. Tiny buys back. Timbersaw now getting stunned up. Timbersaw's probably going to die here if they get one more stun.
No
nice
detection.
Glimmer Cape, though. No detection, you lazy, cheap bastards. Don't you want to win? Look out. Divide Llama. Divide yourself out of there. She's stunned up now. No Glimmer Cape. She used it to save her ally. 2 more seconds. She's going to be forced staffed down.
Toss
the stun comes out. Here we go. The turnaround. The egg. Somebody crack that egg. For the love of God. Daddy wants an omelet.
He's disarmed.
Oh, the cholesterol. No, it's not good. The egg is off. The teams are in trouble. The PL very low. However, they're going to burn down that llama. Look out, Quap. Finish him, Quap. She gets him. Oh, Jesus. On the back line. Tiny's dead as well. Clinks, bite back, you motherfucker. What are you doing? He chooses to save it.
He's saving a buyback. It's trying. Look, it's about ensuring his team stays alive. They have the Rax advantage. If you use buyback, you give away a win condition possibility. If Empire then were able to take him down once more, that's pretty much just GG. They can go straight for throne. At this point, Empire, you're not playing for Rax. You're playing for the end game. So you've got to ensure that you don't get caught out at this point. Tiny did die back there. Some really nice saves, though. He did keep Divide Llama alive. Really nice Force Staff. Had some E-Blade usages as well. But Smiling Knight's just become a big problem. You can't kill him. Klink's 5,500 HP. Still got taken out by the Phantom Lance because he just can't get away. It's too sticky. It's like stepping in gum. You're never going to get that off your shoe.
You ever stepped in cat shit before? That's what this guy's living right now. His entire world is a goddamn litter box, and this kitty is going doo-doo all over the goddamn place. Look out, Venomancer. Getting cut up here. Gambit is in trouble. Watch out. Uh-oh. PO, nice stuns. The stun lock, but it take a lot longer to kill that Venomancer than they were expecting here. Quap on the back line. She is poisoned up. She's going to get Glimmer Caped and a Gem of True Sight on the ground. Timbersaw looking worse for wear here. Not going to be able to save this time from Divide. Oh, the heals are coming out, though.
How is he alive?
Regens coming out there. Did he pop a Bloodstone? He
No,
did.
that was the, well, he did, yes, but that was the fight before. That was the Enshiel. The Wisps.
Trying to steal a Gem of True Sight, you naughty, naughty boy. But the regen is back. Looks like Mr. Kitty might be getting slapped here. Look out, Mr. Kitty. He's in trouble. He pops the illusion.
Oh, he got the right one.
What? There he's going in. Silenced. He's trying to make it out. They got everybody on him. This is your chance.
Oh, the
Echo Slam in the back. Get fucking wrecked. Look at him go! BKB on the Prophet, they're slicing their dice, and Mr. Kitty is out now. They've got to do something here, and he TP's out.
It's just insane watching Timbersaw. He just can't die.
He's
just not dying. He's just constantly moving forwards. If he gets man, he casts a spell. If not, he stands there and smacks the man in the face.
Oh, he's pinging. He wants another creep. He wants it. 5,000 HP on that final Rax. The cat is healing. The Phoenix is dead with no buyback. Venomancer, he doesn't want to buy back. He's a greedy boy. Here comes the nice glyph. They've got to stop Klinks. Do anything you can. The Smiling Knight is in trouble. The frowns are happening. Stop the Klinks. And there we go on the back line. They're trying to find the Earthshaker. They
No
do
buyback
find
on
him.
him. They got
Nice
him.
job. No buyback. This could be it, Kyle.
No Furion.
Kyle.
Furion's back.
Kyle!
Silent Knight ulti. Silent Knight's got to get away.
Kyle.
He's almost there. He's got a juke. Nice Manta.
Kyle, they're doing it. Dreams do come true. Oh my God, they took the Rex. It's Megas for Team 5 Comrades.
Gotta get out.
Oh, Comrades, we have done it.
But it's not quite over. It's
I mean, it's
still
pretty
anybody's game. Not quite. The thing is, this feels very OG-esque. Like, they just can't find kills on anybody. The Timbersaw staying alive. Even Divine Llama, isolated, 1-on-3, takes a solid 15 seconds to bring down, and that's almost a 6-slotted Phantom Lancer. Maybe I don't even know what you do. How do you get rid of Death Pact? Is there some way you can remove it of some sort?
Die. Kill him, dude. That's how you
Seems
do it.
very unfair. That's a very good item.
Can
very
you
good skill.
use off Death Pact?
No. It's undispellable.
I know, I'm not an idiot. Jesus. Using off Death Pact. That's a Divine Rapier from PL.
Damn, Kitty got claws now.
Damn, that was hype, Kyle. I'm gonna write that one down in my journal. Dear Diary, shut the fuck up, Kyle. Here we go.
I don't know. That seems a bit.
This is it. This is all in. This cat's got a goddamn Divine Rapier. Their boys have no buybacks. All the ults are up. This is the moment. Tell Grandma to get the hell out of the room.
Yep.
Shut off your blinds. Lock your doors.
go
Take
time.
off your headphones. Slam that monitor volume all the way up. I don't give a shit what time it is.
Papa's no buyback. They know it.
They know it.
They've got 40 seconds to go through here, but they've got to hustle. Is there a repair kit active? I don't think so.
Dude.
PL, gotta get that tier 3. Go straight for tier 4s.
Go. Go, you crazy son of a bitch. He's hitting the towers, Kyle.
Oh my God.
They're melting.
You gotta be careful. Where's this Timbersaw? He's gotta get here.
Timbersaw, get in there. Oh
Don't
my
go with
God,
the Rex.
the
Get over the
Smiling Knight.
throne.
Here we go. They're trying to do what they can. They take his HP down. He doesn't have that Divine. It's such a risky scenario. They've got to take him down, though. If they take down that PL, the heals come out. But
What's he doing?
He's running away like a coward. Truly, you can take the cat out of the man, but you can't take the pussy out of this PL. Get the fuck back in there. I'm so sorry, everyone. I hope the Twitch channel has been set to mature. I'm very excited. I need to calm down. This is not how you get invited to cast the TI finals. Look at that kitty run. Run home, kitty. Run back to the racks and hit them. Look at him sprinting. He cut off his own tail to get, more aerodynamics. Doesn't work. Cheetahs are actually very fast because of their tail. He's not a smart guy.
It's a counterbalancing measure.
Not good. People say cheetahs are the fastest animals in the
The thing
world.
is, PL is bipedal, two-legged, thus it's built more for endurance than speed.
Monkeys?
Which is why Empire are still looking to take these long engagements. The trouble is they're having an issue finding that final kill. They can get the quap if he's caught, but the Enchantress, the Clinks, and everyone else really are quite tanky.
Monkeys have tails? I'm so sorry, everyone. The Roshan is in danger. Look how Roshan. They're hitting him up. Gonna get this Aegis. If they get this Aegis with the Divine Rapier. Wait, wrong team. I've got tears in my eyes. I can't see anymore.
It's the other team.
Aegis is on the ground. Refresher Orb's on the ground. That's very big Aegis. Imagine a Phoenix double refresher. Imagine a double echo.
It's on the other team. And they really didn't use the double echo before.
I'm
This
saying it's important.
Ag's on the Timber. Now that is huge because it means the Illusion Army is going to be much easier to take out. PL suffering from the lack of Satanic. With no lifesteal, it's tough for him to stay at HP.
Oh.
Timber's just blinking in with combo and taking them all down to half HP.
What
plus
the
50
hell is
illusions.
this
Divine
shit
Llama.
doing?
Divine Llama, that's 2 Divine. What? Wait, on the back
Oh,
side.
on the back end, they kill the Venomancer with that turnaround. Maybe they'll be able to get Llama. They will be able to take Llama down.
It was a distraction. It was
Oh,
all
it was.
a ploy.
They got that Veno. Distract him by feeding your guy without any buyback. Here we go, trying to find that Quap. The Quap is going to become very low. On the back there, Mr. Kitty walking away. The back, BKB on the back line. Clinks, get out of there.
Found
Here
the
we go. Watch out.
The egg's out.
The egg is out. The flare. The timber side's
Just
gotta
throw
get
the
out of
flare.
there. The flare. They made it out alive.
Oh.
BKB now popped by that Quap, waiting for the Aegis to come by. The Mega Creeps, however, constantly making pressure for Team Dire. They've got to go back and deal with it. Luckily, they do have a PL.
Okay, now he's got the Paladin Sword. Thank goodness. You have a method of sustaining and fight. You can look. This is why you need lifesteal. It's like 150, 200 HP per smack. He's getting so much regen off that. Satanic Gaze queued up. Likely would replace the Diffusal for it, but then he won't be able to out these heroes. But ultimately, Timbersaw's probably got enough mana regen at this point that it doesn't even matter if the Diffusal attacks come in because the Illusion Army keeps getting cleared out by the double Aghanims.
Woo! That's some goddamn speed, analyst. Eat shit, Fogged. Let's see you do that. Anyway. Almost level 30 soon on that PL. If that PL gets level 30, that's huge.
Yes, because you get the Doppel talent plus the crit. So all of a sudden his damage increases by about 30%. In addition, the Quap, we didn't talk about it, but he's been 25 for some time. That AoE fear on the screen is sick very good against the Illusion Army because they all then sprint back in the direction of base. Sprint.
Like cowards they
Charge, technically, but...
Well, okay. Is running away a charge? It's a retreat.
That's a good point. Well, it's the trouble is, against their will, they're forced to charge backwards.
Yeah.
So it's an unplanned retreat.
That's true.
Oh, DD bot, that's huge. Also, love this E-Blade pickup on Tiny. It's so sick against the PL. Yeah, because they have this hard peel now. Somebody gets hexed up and it's just going to be A-okay.
Sure. Make sure you can't cast more illusions if you can't hit nothing, right? Or, I mean, I don't... Maybe that's one way you could use it, I guess. Okay. Well, anyway. Mega Creep still, as our boys. I mean, not to be biased, but clearly the guys we all want to win this game. 5 comrades still pushing. Trying to get those megas.
Got a shot. Look, they haven't won a game yet, thus this one is even more important. They got to make sure they play it slow, attack the base. Remember the words of Sun Tzu. If you have your enemy where you want them, let them stay there.
Remember the words of Sun Tzu. I'm dying. Help. Write down what I say. He's not alive anymore, everyone. So sorry, everyone. There's a lot of people out there that left that guy. I didn't mean to make light of it.
Not anymore.
True. Still, the awkward standoff continues. Like me and my wife on my anniversary, nobody's willing to make the first move. Waiting for something to happen, and then eventually they'll get too tired. As we wait to see who will make the most dangerous first move and have to be the one that works in these teams. Woo! Still waiting!
It continues. The merry-go-round, the ring around the rosy, so to speak, as 5 comrades push the creep waves, and Empire wait inside the base for them to arrive. Still anybody's game. Although certainly would favor the team with more of a base left, as the name of the game is, of course, Defense of the Ancient. At the moment, Empire, they've got about just that left in that little building right there, plus the towers, of course.
Look out. Here we go. Timbersaw getting a little bit out of his station here. He is going to try to get back, but the stuns are actually keeping him for a while. E-Blade, oh, they really want it, but they're wasting everything on a Timbersaw. What the hell are you doing?
Quap going in.
Here we go. Quap going in with the BKB. He's going to get screamed pain, but the stuns, the instant stuns, the egg is out. The heals are coming.
I thought he has no agency. He died.
Oh, no. They got the Quap, and now they're trying to move on to the Tiny. Everybody's getting stunned up. Where are you?
He's got buyback. The Aegis on the ground.
Okay, Clink's coming out here.
James, pick it up.
Get that Divine Rapier. Okay, triple kill coming out from your boy.
Base.
Could it be? The base is going down. The
Quap
double buyback.
He's on the way, but he's too late.
Timbersaw not buying back here.
Wait, PL? PL, no buyback.
PL, no.
He's what?
Nani? Could it be?
If they know that, they can just potentially go in the game. Who's got the rapier?
No.
They don't have the rapier?
I don't know where the rapier is. Someone find the rapier. Get it off of the screen. Earthshaker's got the rapier. Here we go. Pushing in now. They've got the buybacks on everybody. I think they know that he doesn't have a buyback. He would have buyback. Come
James?
back right now. Run for your life. The Divine Rapier almost going out here. Quap in trouble. The E-Blade, the TP 10 feet away from the fountain for some reason. That's a dieback. Here we go. It's a lot of guys back with no time. Just hit the goddamn buildings.
He's going to keep tossing it back. He's tossing it back with no target away from the base.
Hit the buildings. He runs away. Little skeleton man, you coward. Just finish the game. It's 25k net worth ahead. The Megas are hitting everybody. They're chopping them up. Nick, they're all dead. They're all...
Blink spies back. Kill the creep. You got to kill the creep. Phoenix is here.
No, there's too much happening.
You got Eknard. You got to defend the base. Poison smacking. It's so close. One more hit. The repair comes out, but it's too late.
Woo!
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness gracious. To tears they brought me, Kyle. Miracles happen. 5 comrades, victory. Absolutely incredible. Take a screenshot. There they are, winners.
That is an amazing logo.
Winners.
Well, that was certainly a ride. Big
you.
congratulations to 5 Comrades. That was a hell of a game they put on. Just too much, really, to break down.
The Vi comrades. Go. Take it back to the panel. They'll talk about it. Whatever, I don't give any. No pressure.
Gee, thanks. Great cast, Lex and Kyle. Oh, wow. I do not even know how to take it back from that cast to talk about the game, but we will try anyway. I think Tsunami is done for the day. His heart gave out. I think everybody's heart gave out. I think there are some people that not voted. I think there's some people that bet on 5 Comrades are going to be very, very happy.
We're back.
Did you even see the end of the game of that? No. It was too much.
I saw the dog in the winner thing. I never thought I was going to see that screen. I thought that screen was going to stay in the archives of the WePlay
first time
studios.
in the history of Dota 2.
My heart was actually racing watching that. I went
Palpitations.
yeah, around about 26 minutes when they took a really kind of questionable file. I was like, all right, Comrades are throwing it, whatever.
Yeah.
And then I was like, cool, kind of a bit reserved. And then bit by bit, it was like, this is hype. This is hype. And then the ending, I was like, they've done it! Yes! I was like, woo! Oh, great.
I mean, credit to both of those squads. They played their absolute hearts out. They played Tsunami's heart out, actually.
It's just a figment of my imagination at this point. There's something in there, but I'm going to need Slax's salt infusion to re-equalize here.
That is disturbing.
But what happens next? We just don't know what happens in a game 2 in this scenario.
Oh,
That's
we do.
true.
Oh, we do?
I mean, in this scenario, I guess we don't particularly.
Yeah.
But the game 2s of 5 Comrades haven't been good.
Yeah, but their game 1s also haven't been good.
And then
So,
But they have been closer, so maybe this time they break.
so this time they win in 20 minutes.
Maybe.
That's what happens.
Maybe.
I'm down for it. Why not?
I mean, they.
Are we?
I want to actually analyze this game a little
Please,
bit
thank
properly
you.
because they played really well. We're going to go to the first 20 minutes because you said at 26 minutes, you thought, okay, that was it for 5 Comrades. That was the good play. Now on to the throwing. But the first 20 minutes, they actually did good.
Yeah, so early on, they were able to pressure the PL and at least play on the dire side of the map and try and kind of force it into Empire's side. I'd say props to Empire. They had really good vision to allow the PL to kind of dodge away from this early aggression. And that's why you saw him at top net worth at that 20-25 minute mark, which kind of gave him that kind of breath of fresh air in those bigger fights. But overall, for Comrades, I think their biggest downfall and why the game went to heart palpitations and real kind of edginess was the fact that they kind of never took a fight or a pickoff that allowed them to go to tier 3s. They were always kind of chasing away into the Furion.
Oh, you mean charging away,
backwards. Moonwalking
Right,
backwards
right.
into the... Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Carl, for that one. So I think for Comrades, they played really well in the first 20, but lacking that 1 or 2 pickoffs to get into tier 3 eventually meant that Phoenix had enough levels that the lack of egg hitters was an issue. The fact that the PL had this Abyssal, Skadi, etc., very hard to play into.
Rapier.
But then luckily, Empire decided, you know what, they clearly had Slats cast on in the background, got a bit disorientated, and then they decided to dive at tier 2, Phoenix dies, Shaker dies, and then suddenly 2 racks for Comrades, which is pretty much what they needed as a lifeline to make the game as clowny as it was to eventually convert the win. But yeah, not too bad. I would have maybe argued that both teams could have easily won this game at certain timings, but the beauty of the Divine League is the roughness of these games, and yeah, props to Comrades for eventually converting the win and keeping themselves in it. Like, a lot of teams would have felt defeated at that 30-minute fight when they kind of died to that egg, or 26-minute. So yeah, props to them.
Yep, you calling it clowny, but Tsunami, I mean, that was just skirmishing, and I feel like, 5 Comrades knew exactly that their strength was skirmishing.
Sure. Both teams had their, advantages in terms of, for 5 Comrades, it was definitely skirmishes, and for Empire, it was more full 5-on-5 teamfight engagements. But the clowniness comes from the fact that, despite the fact that they know what they're good at, they're just not sure how to do what they're good at. They're like, all right, well, we can probably, if I get my egg off, we should be able to win a fight. And they're like, okay, but then should the Shaker start the fight, or is the Clink's going to initiate on me? And for 5 Comrades, it was like, our Timbersaw has no mana, but he's still alive, so we should probably still fight, but how do we do any damage without him not having any mana? So there were glimpses of greatness, but like T-Gov said, the amusement in the Divine League is seeing the stumbling along the way.
Yeah, and I really have to give props to Comrades just for the adjustment of when they made that like fatal mistake, which would have broken a lot of teams. They did kind of adjust themselves, which was, all right, Timber, you have to be up front. We're not going to ever play that. And all the other 4 heroes were like, okay, we're going to stay as far away from you as possible. You tank everything. And then eventually, we might try and take the fight and win it and have a comeback. So, got to give props to them for adjusting correctly and at least allowing themselves the potential chance for Empire to throw, which Empire happily jumped on. And then, again, game proceeds. But, yeah, props to them.
So I think the game was like, what, 50 minutes-ish?
It felt like a lifetime.
How much damage would you say is average Venomancer do in a game that is that long?
Ooh.
I have the answer.
Total average hero damage for a 50-minute game, I don't know, maybe like 70,000.
But I'm saying this game, I'm feeling like a 110 situation.
Oh, wow.
It was
Okay,
6
no, never mind. It
digits.
wasn't that high, guys. It was 80.
80, okay.
You're not.
I thought the Timbersaw was a big chunky boy, you know? He's like, ooh, Veno damage, yay. No?
To an extent, I guess, but he was also getting initiated on a lot.
That's true.
Venomancer
He was, yeah.
I feel that they weren't even prioritizing the Phoenix as much as most teams would, because they were like, we got Clink's attack speed. The Egg's not that big of a concern. I wanted to get rid of this Venomancer. I want to get rid of this Veil, all that stuff. Still, though, that's an impressive figure.
It is.
It is.
Pretty nice.
I also,
losers, though.
I do want to point out that I was a little bit disappointed by the frequency of the lack of detection.
Yes.
Slacks was screaming that multiple times.
Multiple times. And if Slacks is screaming it, you know it's bad. If he notices it, no, that's mean.
In a very aggressive fashion.
Yes.
That, I think we were getting his pub mic experience through the
A
casting.
little bit,
Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
Especially when the Clinks wasn't buying back. That was an emotional catharsis right
But
there.
it worked, though.
It
It
did.
did, but like when PL died in front of the tier 3s and then he lost the
Yeah.
Aegis, I was like, is he going to do it? Oh, he's not. Oh, okay,
Oh.
okay. And then Tiny dies without bio.
You
He's
know
not
what?
gonna do it?
I think a lot of teams would have been panicking at that point, but
Yeah.
they kept it cool, which is hard to do. I mean, you guys weren't able to keep it cool. but they did.
Assuming that they get the win, because if they lost, then we would be looking
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
exactly.
we would be
It's a-
criticizing the choice, but
right,
you know,
a TI9 Game 1 Spectre
it's one
True
of
Sight.
those things
Yeah, exactly.
that if you think back, it is they were playing to win rather than playing to not lose.
Right, which is
Yeah.
what Kyle said, that Clink's buying back suddenly puts a win condition on the table
Yeah.
where it's like, well, kill Clink's again, it's game over. But if you hold on to it, then it's just like, all right, maybe we'll go Megas versus Megas. We'll hang on in there. And ultimately, I think that's what we want from 5 Comrades, is just a little bit more of that in-game leadership.
Yeah, I remember when the Clinks was picked 4th, and you guys were like, simple. That's the expected
It's a
pick.
cheesy combination with
Yeah.
the Enchantress.
But you guys weren't sold on it. But
It was the
look at that,
Timbersaw.
man.
Yeah, it's because of the Timbersaw.
Okay.
In terms of like, look at how every fight the Clinks hated playing unless the Timbersaw had already soaked up the PL's kind of early rush or the the Venom spells, right? Then the Clinks can play. It's mainly that tier 2 fight bottom when they dive, and you see how Empire basically played as if they'd already won the game. Because that one egg where they caught out the Clinks because the BKB ran up, it's like, okay, now we've won the fight. We can't lose a fight now because egg just beats you. And then that tier 2, it kind of shows how Empire kind of forgot the construct of how to win a fight and just went, well, we're already going to win them because we have the better items, better spells. But then, again, the fundamentals of, living helps. So I think Empire got a bit, not cocky, because again, that's the worst word to use in these moments, but I got a little bit too blasé with their kind of plays.
Blasé.
That's a much better word. I mean, cocky, that's not an SAT word or whatever.
A little bit blasé.
A little bit of blasé.
And then with the blaséness, they died underneath the tier 2s and lost. You know what I mean?
Indeed, I absolutely agree.
Where's my cup of tea?
Production.
You got the clap down though.
Of course.
I want to know for you guys, who do you think is the MVP? Was it the Bloody Sky for his Timbersaw performance, or was it, anybody else? Because to be honest, the Timbersaw all he needed to do was be there.
Exist.
So was there anybody that you feel like, okay, you know what, this guy, because we talked about it, these guys, what are they playing for? We know that 5 Comrades cannot make it to the playoffs anymore. They're playing for a little bit of extra cash, but maybe more than anything, they're playing to be noticed, right? Is there anybody in particular that you would notice? Like you're a coach, you know, you're scouting for players, let's say.
Yep.
Who caught your eye?
I think the easiest answer again would be the Timbersaw, just for the fact he was.
Just that he was there.
Yeah, because he was there.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, buddy. No, but I think maybe you could give an argument to Davai Lama. In these type of games where they feel a bit carried away and a bit lost on like momentum, you can find yourself dying a little bit too much. And again, we saw him before, 20 deaths right in a 40-minute game. This game, he had like sub 5 deaths or something. The game felt a lot better for him, and he was always able to. It felt like the Ench always had impact. You know, moving around, had the Glimmer, the Lotus, tanking up. Several times he had the clutch saves on the Timbersaw when he was pretty low, comes in with the heal. So I think overall, this Enchantress, to me, was like the MVP for just having a solid game and not kind of getting too carried away like the rest of his team did at certain moments.
It's a great interpretation from a coaching perspective. And then from a fan perspective, obviously it's Davai Lama, because he has the best name. Dota players are terrible at branding. If you're just a casual fan watching a game, you hear Slack say Davai Lama. I mean, sure, Kyle and Slice can get into a big discussion about Smiling Knight and the literature background of it.
Come on, the animal trainer?
So?
That's a cool name.
Davai
like
Lama,
it?
though.
Really?
Davai
It's so long.
I would contend that half the reason why Arteezy was so brandable was because of too easy for Arteezy. You need to have something that just rolls off the tongue,
Davai
that people
Lama.
just love saying, Davai Lama. I'm automatically going to be looking for him from now on. I'm going to remember that name. I'm going to be like, oh man, it's not Natty Narwhal, which we couldn't even remember the first time.
Yeah, naughty Narwhal.
Naughty Normal. No one knows what that is.
Yeah.
So we have T Governor here looking at it from a coach perspective, and you're looking at it from a marketing perspective.
Exactly.
You're like, this guy, I'll put him on payroll because he can make me money.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
imagine like the llama hero fusions for the merch.
Give me the merch.
Drops.
Yeah.
You know, the Ench, but it's actually a llama
Ooh.
instead of the Ench.
I like it.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, you can even get sets, yeah.
Exactly.
Wow.
There's already a llama Curry in the game.
I remember branded sets in Dota. That
I remember when any sets were good.
Also
you know?
true.
Good
I
old
still have that
times.
Ice Timbersaw one. Oh, and then there was the Vici Tusk that no longer has the sigil because the sigil is not a spell
Oh,
anymore.
yeah. That's actually, that's
That was
very
actually
sad.
such a nice spell.
I know.
remember, they're the good days.
So we'll have to, for Llama, we'll have to get something that's a little bit more consistent that won't get removed from the game probably.
Yeah. I do like tag team a little better, though.
It's a better spell, but I miss the cosmetic.
Yes.
And I miss being able to get vision with the sigil also.
The vision was so nice.
Those were good times.
Yeah. It was like having to micro it sucked, though. But then again, I don't like microwaving anything, so.
Select all.
Yeah.
Proceed. Forward charge or
No,
backward
I
charge.
dragged them all.
Oh, you
The
dragged? Oh,
Warcraft
no.
3 like drag.
I do
style.
control unified commands.
Commands. No, I don't have those.
I don't do control groups, so
Okay.
I can't. If
Oh.
there are multiple different types of units, I can't handle it. But if it's just like visage birds, or they're the same thing, I can kind of.
I drag
make
and
my way
click.
around.
I'm a
Yeah,
simple
the easiest
person.
advice for that, if you don't want to micro, is simply have select unit, select all other units, and then select all. Because when you want to select other units,
Those
you
are
then use
3 different things.
yeah, but it's like in same order, and then you can tab to move between.
Wait,
right?
which buttons do you have for that? Because
I have
all my buttons on my fingers are already doing things. So we have
F keys.
What?
For me. So like for me to select
F
hero
keys?
is F1.
So I consider myself having long fingers.
Yep.
And like I have the 5, right? My 5 button is actually a button, but I cannot reach the F button.
Okay, so look at these little manlet hands, right? Okay, yeah. I use F key to select hero. Like
How
constantly.
much do you have to move your hand?
Little
I've got
manlet.
very
These-
tall fingers.
You
They're
gotta get one of those fancy like the 10 keyless keyboards where the F keys are like
Oh,
there's
yeah.
no gap in between the numbers and the F keys.
that's not possible because I sometimes use my pinky for coordination to find out where I am. To,
like,
put it on the
balance
side.
stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
You gotta calibrate your hand whenever you can't see it.
That's how that works. Yeah, look, use it on the escape key so it knows exactly where it is. Like this is my anchor.
You can reach the escape key with your pinky, but you can't reach the F keys with your
not the
longer
escape key, the
fingers.
thing-
Like, hold on,
the
yeah,
thing
like, look at
below
these.
that.
There's no way.
No, the thing below that, the little squiggly
Oh, the
thing.
tilde.
I don't know what the name is. What?
Tilde.
Yeah, that one. That's where I am. The one that's next to the one.
Oh, okay,
that's
fine.
That's where I'm hooked at. That's my anchor.
Interesting. So do you inadvertently open up the console at times?
No, because I don't press it.
Wait, what's
okay.
your console? Wait,
It's
you
tilde.
Yeah,
oh no, that's
that's
my
my
scoreboard. My console is like page
okay.
up. on
My
the other
console
side.
is that too, though. I think that's the normal console.
Like, why would you have console so close to the main part
So
of
I
the game?
can hack
Oh, it's
on
like
demand.
Link radius
Exactly.
1200.
Actually, for someone who tests a lot of stuff in a lobby, believe me, having easy access
that's
to
true.
the
Yeah, yeah,
console
that's
is very, very convenient. Give me that Dota _range_indicator. 1200, man, that used to be in the game before Admiral
Right.
Bulldog abused it with the leash on the lone druid. Simpler times.
Simpler
Damn.
times. When Lone Druid was good.
Also simpler times.
Also simpler times. All right, I want to talk to you guys about second game of the series because it is going to happen. And even though we were joking before, like I didn't watch all of the games. I'm going to be honest about that. 5 Comrades, though, in all of their second games, had at least 10 minutes shaved off their game time of the previous game that they played, and they lost them all. Like, and I'm telling you, they lost in 20-ish minutes in almost every single one of their second games of the series.
I think, in all seriousness, the way that Comrades won this game wasn't like from the get-go they were winning and they closed it out, right? So they were in a winning position, they then threw the game, and at that point, somewhat deserved to lose the game just because of what Empire had in their draft and what they bring to the table. But then Empire themselves also made such mistakes,
They
right?
also deserved to.
Exactly. So I think it's a very close game, but I think if you look at the game and go, okay, what were the true deciding points of winning? I think Empire had more chances to do it, or like the better chances. So I would argue Empire going into game 2 will most likely have again the favor because they're not going to make the same simpler mistakes, but Comrade made like the more bigger game losing mistakes.
It was also not an easy game to win, I think. Like, there were many opportunities in which 5 Comrades, like, based off their draft, you would think a Phantom Lancer would be the scariest hero after X number of minutes, probably 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But the fact that they kept isolating the Venomancer, getting rid of the magic damage, and then once the Timbersaw was out of mana, then Phantom Lancer just didn't do any damage. And as great as a Rapier is, your illusions don't benefit from it at all. So 5 Comrades having the stability despite the throws and still winning a late game situation with not a late game draft was pretty encouraging to me.
Encouraging for 5 man. I think that
Whoa,
Empire.
5
Don't
Comrades.
don't
What did I say?
appropriate his team.
Yeah, you said 5 men.
Oops. Well, they are.
There's
though.
no offense.
Oh,
There
there's
is
an ocean of difference between the two
But
here.
they are 5 men. 5 Comrades? Comrade?
Well, men is more like Comrades gives like a military kind of vibe, you
Men
know?
are more
does
like
it?
casual.
Yeah, it does.
Comrades?
What is Comrades? What
It's
do you
like
picture
mates.
with Comrades?
Comrades is like mates. If it's 5 men, they're like not really friends of each other. If it's 5 comrades, it's like compadre.
Okay, I can.
You know,
if,
they are actually friends.
if you're done for like 5 lads,
yeah.
something like that, 5 dudes,
I mean, they're all
chaps.
offspring
5
from
chaps.
5 Jungs anyway.
5 muchachos.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, 5 Jungs, the
Oh, that's true.
TI winning liquid.
5 Zoomers, maybe.
I think they're a little bit off. But they are also, if you say 5 Zoomers, I would also consider them, they're probably friends with each other. 5 men, I just consider a stack.
Also, I think
I mean, that's all they are to me, really.
they're just a stack.
They're just a stack.
They are a riffraff of men
I mean,
who have made it to the Immortal Division. By
We'll
the way.
see if they can do anything.
No. I'm
No,
joking,
yeah.
I'm joking. They've impressed me, actually.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
as 5 comrades in this game, one of this series.
They also impressed me.
yeah, but
correct.
I like how we have we do have a split, analyst section here because you got the 5 comrades fan now for game 2, and I'm swinging back to Empire. I think. Are you a fan?
Feel like you're putting
What?
some
You
words in my
jumped-
mouth here.
You jumped
Yet
on the
again.
bandwagon?
No, I'm just trying to make
And then
okay.
you jumped off?
So no, oh,
Yeah, I heard you were the loudest chair. You literally started a chair in the studio.
I thought you just said that you wanted. Okay.
You're under this bus on your own, my
Okay,
friend.
no, so
You did.
and going into
I
game
heard
1,
it.
big 5 comrades fan. Let's go, lads. But watching that game, I'm like, I think Empire, they need to make less tweaks to win the game compared to 5 comrades having to, cleanly win the game.
What about momentum?
I don't think it exists when Slacks had like several aneurysms and we also had heart palpitations. I don't think that type of momentum truly carries through. If they had a quick, clean game, then sure. But in such a back and forth, they're probably like,
I
How
think
do we
they
win?
enjoyed themselves.
I would love to hear the team comms. Like in one of the little videos about how did 5 comrades win their first game. Devi Lama just calmly talking to his team, going, "Do not fear, for Timber is here."
Yeah, I'm
Exactly.
just thinking about the merch ideas right now,
I mean, I can already imagine all the Dota quotes coming out from the Vi Lama. I'm
Yeah.
starting to be on board with.
I mean, one of
with
those
you.
that inspirational CD that they had for Team Liquid
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
where it was like a white cat that Mind Control said. You remember that one?
Yeah.
And the one that was like, "Give me the rampage, give me the XP." Fuck, I'm dead.
Davai Lama would be able to get a lot better quotes out of that.
I believe it. That's what if we get an interview, that's who I'm hoping for.
It's true. They need to win for that, though. So
They do.
There's still 2-1, many games left. I don't know. That game felt so long.
there could just be
I've
one
lost
game
all
left.
construct of time at this point.
No
When is the
construct.
game starting, Shiva?
The game starts very soon. We had some lobby issues. So.
Lobby issues.
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes Dota 2 just doesn't cooperate. It just
Sometimes
happens.
you need to step outside and have a smoke after a game like that. Who knows?
Or that. But I don't think Davai Lama would smoke.
No. Very zen.
Yeah. He seems very
He doesn't
zen.
even leave the PC.
Of course
He's
not.
like,
He's
spent-
wired
yeah,
in.
it's-
Yeah. No, I think Five Comrades, they got a good shot because I think momentum plays a big part. This is their first game they won. The first one.
Yeah.
Like they've played 4 series before this. They lost all series, but they lost them all 0-2. They didn't win a single game. Imagine the high these guys are on. Imagine. The question is, do you play better on that high, yes or no? That differs per people, I think, per person.
Chaos won a game at the group stage, right?
Yeah.
How many?
We beat Secret. Not going to flex or anything.
Oh. Oh, okay.
We were already eliminated when we did it. So, yeah.
Wait, was that a Techies game?
Hey, but Five
No.
Comrades is also already eliminated.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Right.
got the same
So-
spirit.
so
Nothing
There you
to
go.
do with
why-
it.
How'd you feel after
This is
that?
why I'm telling you that Empire's got game 2
Uh-oh.
because I've experienced this before.
Oh, you took a game, not a series.
The game 1 high is fleeting.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we had a really nice Matumba Man Lone Druid. We had like VT Faded on Tinker, really nice kind of like double TP and Bear strat, really cool.
Okay.
Smashed them out the park, and then we realized, why didn't we do cool things on day 1 of TI, or day 2, or day 3, or any of
Why?
the days?
Yeah.
Really,
Why did you not just win? You know, there's
No,
that.
Just win for
As
it.
I'm sure that the discussions are plenty on the Empire and Five Comrades sides as well. We are heading into the draft pantheon, and we are about to witness what will be the players of the battlefield for the game 2. I actually think that Empire also had a lot to think about after that game. So we can talk about how Five Comrades played well and could have done better, and you know, I think Empire should also get back to the drawing board. There's so much pressure on them for winning this series, because if they don't win this series, they do not even have a chance for a tiebreaker, and they will be joining Five Comrades in their fate to not make it out of the groups at all. We already have a first pick, and that is a Tiny coming out. This is very difficult for me to see. It's very far away, guys. And the light is just making it extra difficult. That's why I have.
What did you think it was? You were like, there are a few possibilities of what this gigantic gray hero is.
No. When we were further away, and the thing was also further away,
Yeah.
like the monitor's far away, I thought maybe it could be a Morphling.
Oh,
Because I didn't see the
whoa,
arm. No, I didn't see the arm because of the shadow. So I didn't see his rock hand.
Nice. Okay.
okay.
And then he
I would've
looked like he
expected,
was
like-
having one leg and a big thing on top.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And
So, like,
light-ish. I
it was
didn't
just
see
like
the
an
gray color
amorphous blob.
yet. Yeah, look at how far we zoom out now.
Okay.
You know,
I can
you
kind
can,
of see
you
it.
can kind of see it.
I'm more recognition off of colors.
But also, he could have used Ult or Morphling, therefore it just became that. So Shiva is also technically correct.
What?
Morphling just
correct?
Used, yeah, because
I take
Morphling
it.
could have used Ultimate.
True, I take it. This is very different, by the way, from the first game. We have an Elder Titan first phase, and a Fog somewhere is happy. Earth Spirit is there too. What are we thinking? And by the way, bans, we did have Enchantress and Veno from previous game banned by Team Empire. They didn't want to face that again, and they didn't want to play Veno again either.
So in regards to Empire's draft, again, they had first pick, snatching up the Tiny, taking that away. And this ET pick is interesting for strategy change because it shows that they want to be able to play a potentially slower game in which, if they allow Comrades to be the aggressors, ET is one of the best heroes at basically stopping that early aggression when they get to big objectives and then turning the fight around. And it's always scary to go high ground into this hero. And ET, naturally, you pair it with super hard carries that want to farm jungle because he can be the one that prevents that aggression from, setting up the stomps, being in front. So I like the change of style for Empire, knowing that Comrades want to play aggressive.
Yeah, because I would say that their previous game plan was also intended to be slow, right? For Empire. So this is the same.
Exactly.
Just different heroes. Okay.
And Cormorant's like, all right, guys, we know how to win. Here's Timbersaw, boys. What are we going to do? Pick it earlier, boys. Let's go.
It worked once, it will work again.
It's very preemptive. I mean, it's not bad against Elder Titan, seeing as how the natural order is only going to affect your base armor, but there's a lot of potential for magic damage still, with another 3 picks left on the table. Sure, the Venomancer is banned out. I don't know, Pugna is still available. As far as magic damage 1 positions, I'm not really that keen on like Radiance builders versus a Timbersaw, but still against lane, I don't know, Ursa maybe against the Timbersaw.
The good thing about this Timber pick is by the fact that they are second pick, which means they get to decide where it's going to go at the very end. Will it be mid? Will it be off lane? Which removes that flex potential of this Tiny. Because when you look at Empire's lineup with his ET Tiny, you're either looking at the 4-5 duo or the Tiny going mid to try and get a better laning phase to deal with the Timber. But because they don't have the last pick in the draft, Empire are going to have to decide this a little bit earlier and try and find a solution to the problem. Because ET doesn't really do anything to Timber in lane, nor would... Like, Tiny mid does do pretty well against the Timbersaw because he has the tree, he can just CS, he can kind of play away from the Timbersaw. But it's just the fact that Empire have to decide pretty early on, before they start picking more heroes, how they're actually going to slot this Tiny into the draft correctly. And that's the kind of the good thing of this Timber pick. It forces the draft a little bit.
Now, previously in this banning phase, we had 6 hard carries banned. You said Elder Titan wants to play with one of the hard carries, like one of the ones that was probably banned out previous game. Is there any in particular that you want to see?
I'd be down for a Morphling. I think Shotgun versus the Timbersaw could be pretty good. Won't really have that much trouble versus Timbersaw if the Timber opts to go in the off lane. And yeah, mainly I'm just thinking about high magic damage burst, because if that's what 5 Comrades really like about this Timbersaw is the consistency of having a tank for a long fight, then your best approach as Empire is just eliminating that possibility.
The anti-mage ban.
Also,
I'm imagining that Morph is probably going to get banned, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you're respecting that 5 Comrades even has the potential to flex this Timbersaw to the mid lane.
I would like to, give them the,
good. Yeah.
necessary...
The benefit of the doubt.
Right.
There we go. Now
the
they're
one.
winners. We've got to give winners the praise.
That's fair.
It's more about just trying to work out their angle. So yeah, like they're banning out Slark, they're banning out Ursa. This does very much indicate that it's going to be an offlane Timbersaw due to the bans. If you want to put the Timber mid, or if you can flex it mid, you'd probably ban out more game-orientated heroes, not lane, because then you're going to have, gotcha, we take away good heroes, and we're moving it away. So unfortunately, due to Comrade's bans, I'm now kind of going, all right, cool. Timber's going to be most likely side lane. We can start focusing on picking up some type of hero that can counter it. The other ways that you can deal with the Timbersaw is by trialing into it. ET is pretty good in like a dual lane scenario, or playing with an aggressive hero that has a stun plus carry that has a little bit of damage. So you might as well see Team Empire just pick up any hero that can just solo off lane. They'll tri-lane the Timbersaw for 2-3 minutes and then draw away that hero back into top. That's another way they can deal with it.
We got the Oracle to protect. What do you think about the Oracle Earth Spirit combination of this support duo? It's okay?
It definitely seems all in on this Timbersaw.
Yeah, generally it's pretty good. You've got when you pick Earth Spirit, it unlocks your 5s to be super defensive because you have all that team fight. In terms of the playstyle, again, they're mirroring playstyles from game 1 in terms of draft. Your Comrades, they've got their frontline now, they've got that save, first game Ench, now they've got Oracle, they've got that team fight on their 4, like the recipes of draft are very equal right now. The question is, how strong are your lanes going to be from Comrades? Because that was their saving grace in the first game, was they had this gotcha pick that enabled them to kind of catapult themselves into the game to play a strong game. And it's easy to play when you're already ahead from laning phase. The issue this time is an Oracle and Earth Spirit, they're not really like lane dominators. It's all about making the right moves. How do you make your timing? And Oracle naturally wants to sit very passive in lane, can be aggressive sometimes, but it's a lot of pressure on this Earth Spirit to make the right moves.
It's a lot of pressure on Empire to pick a hero. They only got 37 left in their bonus time.
Yeah.
If I can read this properly.
I think with the Oracle, they're trying to figure out which lane do we prefer to make stronger. Do we want our off lane to be strong against this Oracle that we'll be laning against some carry, or do we want to make our carry strong so that we can make sure that this Timbersaw doesn't become a problem?
This Weaver pick is an Empire classic for the offlane when they had Mastery in the team, but it does leave a bit of concern because are they going to try and put this Weaver solo bottom, just tank the Timbersaw lane, then they're going to pick up maybe an aggressive tri-lane to play into an Oracle lineup because Oracle doesn't really fare that well, especially with Esprit. Quite a lot of lack of damage level 1, level 3, they're stronger. It's just, what is the Weaver's role in this game right now? Is he going to be the Axe buyer? Does he buy Diffusal to play around with the Timbersaw? It's a couple question marks right now.
What do you want it to be?
Spirit.
I don't think as a damage core it's going to do very well. It does not solve the Timbersaw issue. If you want to go for an Ags buyer, then sure. I don't know, maybe like an Alchemist.
They could also...
But I don't want it to be like a damage dealing core.
Ooh, that's a nice pick. I like that. The
You
Invoker's
like
really
the
nice.
Invoker.
It's by far the best hero, and why we saw OG pick it a lot early. In terms of anti-aggression, you go Cause Wex. You can always have, Tornado EMP. These heroes on Comrade's side, Ember, Timber, Earthsplit, they all need to have that mana to have any type of impact in the fight. If they lose it, it's pretty much over. And I think they're setting themselves up to have either two options right now. An absolute boss core that's going to dominate the game. For example, maybe like a Medusa type hero. You've got ET save for it, you've got Weaver Ag save for it, and it's super hard to get onto. Or they're going to go all out early aggression, put the Weaver into the carry position and just try and roll over their opponent. But it's very scary when you have Ember and Timber and Earthsplit playing because they're super mobile, jump the back lines. There's a lot of disconnect in Empire's draft where Weaver wants to commit, Invoker, Empire's lineup doesn't play together the entire time.
What's your stance on the Earned Spirit Vessel build for Invoker? Is it dead now? Because I feel like that would be very, very irritating, the Cold Snap Earn for a Timbersaw to have to deal with, but I just don't see that build very commonly anymore.
Not really, because I think just the general play kind of goes against that. For example, in this game, you've got the Oracle Purge, so if you do get to those big team fights, naturally Timbersaw in front, he's always going to have that Purge coming through. I think the new age build of going Drum Ags feels very nice, or even just the Octarine in second or third slot. It's about being a nuisance in fights rather than trying to be the killer all the time, I think.
Then they have 4 utility heroes right now, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
So they really need to. Yeah, I'm with you that they need to go for opt for the boss core type situation where you just slap a bunch of buffs on them, make them unkillable, and just mash heads against the Timbersaw. Because so far it doesn't seem like any of these heroes are particularly capable at getting pickoffs. They're just better at enabling other heroes to get kills.
On the side of 5 Comrades, though, they went for the ban on the Underlord. That doesn't really fit your guys' description.
It's about, so the two options that the Empire have is by putting the Weaver carry and going for tempo, or by putting it into the offlane and picking up that core to kind of play into that boss core that we mentioned. For Comrades, they picked up this Ember to flex. Because they can't flex the Timber, they needed something to keep the draft in their favor. And now Empire have to decide what are they doing with this Weaver. I don't like the idea of Weaver being the carry, simply because you eventually fall victim to never being able to kill Timbersaw, and just the early aggression of Ember. Weaver doesn't really catch up and farm that well. So if a good Ember rotation or two, then it could be pretty hard for Weaver to find a game. So
Slaughter.
Okay, that does take away a little bit of tankiness from the Timbersaw. It unlocks Roshan, and it does again. Okay, it puts Weaver into that carry role, and they are just going to try and go for all-out aggression and just sweep the map and to outplay Comrades.
But there needs to be a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, this Oracle has a lot of pressure on him, because if he's able to stay out of the fight and he's able to not get blinked on, then you can just purge off the Corrosive Haze until Slaughter gets that talent, but that's way later on in the game. And so it's not a cleanse. Kyle is trying to tell me false information, and I won't hear it. It would be a dispel, and that's why Oracle will. I mean, I'm imagining we're going to see an Aeon Disc on him at some point, but there's a lot on his shoulders.
Is cleanse even a mechanic in Dota? Is there
it's
anything
in Heroes
active?
of New Earth.
I was going to say there's nothing actively called cleanse.
That is correct.
Kyle.
Can we just
You
stop
can call
using this
Purge,
word?
or
It's
you
a
can
bad
call
word,
Dispel.
okay?
Dispel or Purge.
Ooh.
That is also a Drow Ranger
Nice.
as it comes out
So-
from 5 Comrades.
The reason for this Drow is offlane Slaughter doesn't really apply much pressure to ranged heroes. Who's the best ranged hero to dominate a lane? Drow. So you're now going to have Drow in this lane, going to put a lot of pressure onto the Slardar, and they have themselves a very strong timing of Timber front lines, Ember catches back, Drow moves through towers. So I like Comrade's draft. It's not too shabby.
But I hear but coming. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it?
It's like, it's a Drow, you know? Like Drow, if you make a mistake, the game becomes pretty darn hard.
Unless the enemy team also makes mistakes, which is what happened previous game. What are you guys thinking? Tsunami, who has the better draft? If you don't look at the teams.
I honestly like the Comrades draft significantly better because even though it is a Drow draft with some fragility, and the fact that there's a Timbersaw and even Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit has like the second highest strength gain in the entire game after Centaur. So even if Timbersaw gets mitigated with Corrosive Haze and stuff like that, the Earth Spirit is still a pretty good way to insulate to initiation, and then you have an Oracle behind it. So I'm leaning Comrades on this one. And the drafts, the odds have equalized significantly after that 5 points something from the game one.
That one win.
That one win.
That's all it takes. No, I think this Invoker can cause enough havoc to disrupt Comrade's ability to like set themselves up for a fight in terms of positioning, and that alone will pick off the Oracle, pick off the Drow. And the fact that Ember and Earth Spirit want to play so far away from the team, Comrades will find it hard to always have the correct amount of numbers protecting these heroes. So I think Empire, even though the draft maybe looks a little bit less, overall their game plan, it feels easier going Roshan and getting these key pickoffs. So I think Empire have got game 2.
More shouting or less shouting from our commentary team?
More.
Oh, the throw potential is
I need
immense.
I need TI finals again, because that first series was like...
Either that or give me a full audiobook.
You ask, we deliver. It is time for our commentators to shine. Slacks and Kyle, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sheever. And we will take it away. We will take it away here for Game 2. My name is Sir Action Slacks, joined by the one and only Kyle Swindlemelons. Good to see you, my friend, again.
Just Kyle.
Why'd you ditch that name?
Just didn't feel me.
I like not the name, but I like the long form.
I didn't like the artificial separation between who I was in a person and who I was supposed to be on screen.
Damn, that's poetic.
I feel like I'm just me. So, and I didn't really like the name either. There's
Yeah,
a lot of negative
swindler?
connotations. Yeah, I'm a nice guy. You know, I try not to swindle people.
That's true.
So,
All right.
yeah. And I figured if you're gonna change your name, it's kind of pretentious to do it to something that isn't just your actual name. So.
I guess so. I was gonna. Oh, watch out. Weaver in trouble here down on the bottom lane.
Yeah.
What was that? Didn't stun, actually. Just went for...
Technically, it wouldn't stun. It would apply rooted.
Root? Technically...
Although it does not interrupt.
As my friends on our True Dota 2 would say, technically, that's a root.
Yes.
Anyway. Yeah, so laning is looking pretty normal here. We got your Invoker mid versus the Ember Spirit.
Why'd you call yourself Sir Action Slacks?
That's, I wish I had a story, but I really don't. It was just Halo 2, Xbox Live. Me and my friends all got together and had a list of names to name ourselves on Xbox Live. And that was it. I had 3 choices, and 2 of them were very not safe for work, which I will not get into. But, recently I just found out, I was looking at my credit card statements, and it turns out I've been paying for Xbox Live since 2007. I had no idea. So, shout out to Microsoft. You got me there. You son of a bitches.
Recurring subscriptions are
They'll get you.
very in vogue today.
Don't sign up for Hulu.
I just saw that the record for money made on OnlyFans in 1 hour was broken. Over
What?
$1 million.
By whom? Purge?
He's got it on Patreon. It's a different website.
All right. Who broke the OnlyFans?
I think Bella Thorne, the actress.
Who the hell is that?
You'll have to subscribe to find out.
I would rather not. I believe my wife doesn't know what an OnlyFans is, and I don't want her to ever know. So we're going to just... She'll tell me to get one for more money.
What do you think about making one with me? Though?
Bro, real talk, I've thought about making like a ironic gyrocopter OnlyFans and stuff like that before. I really think there's a lot of money to be made in like adult phone call service with Dota. So you call up and then, somebody's like, "Hey there! What are you doing? What do you want to talk about, big guy? I mean, it would be funny, but you just do like a bunch of, you know, they don't ever talk about anything not safe for work. Be like, sorry, you didn't buy any tangos. It's like, you know, it's a Vice line. I'll stop talking now. Anyway, back to the cast here. 0-0. Much different game than we saw from the last time. A little toss in. Don't go too far, Mr. Oracle.
Got Gimli'd. What's he doing? Divine Llama is a little too aggressive.
I mean, this just is not a Divine hero right there, unfortunately. Yeah. Wow, actually going to be able to survive that.
Yeah, he hasn't paid attention to his history. I understand that he preaches a doctrine of peace, but the Roman Empire typically was very aggressive.
Oh, you think that it's Dalai Lama? Oh my God! Look at this lane. It is a disaster lane. How do you survive this, Kyle? You get tossed back and die.
Well, you don't. That's unfortunate.
Just leave.
I think they had to position a little better. Like, there's a huge creep wave coming. You just shouldn't get tossed on, and that was an ole. Back to the tower, though.
Woo! Nice stun there, trying to get out of there and turn it around on the ES.
Hell?
Whoa! That is some damage there. Nice job from the Titan.
Bashed in with the briefcase. Fogged's favorite hero.
Oh, my God. That's a deny from the Tiny.
And I just want to throw that out there that Sumel once told Fogged he had the best Elder Titan in the world.
Oh, my God.
That was 3.5 years ago. Fogged still reminds me every time that we play.
Sumail once told me he thought I was funny just to try to get out of an interview. Did not work. Sorry, my friend. Can't fool me. Anyway, nice purging off of that Flame Guard, I believe it's called.
Yes.
The animal trainer.
You gotta be really careful as Natty, though, because if the Ember is able to juke one of those tornadoes, it gets real scary because you can no longer remove the Flame Guard. And you can play very offensive on you. But ultimately, you're just gonna regen through. Look at that, 11.7 HP regen.
Woo!
That means every 10 seconds you would regen 117 health.
Damn, give that guy an Arcana. Just kidding.
You mean Persona? Because he already has one of those.
No, it's a vote for the Arcana is what I was referencing in the fight against
Witch Doctor. Look at it go.
Gotta love people that interrupt your joke to say the incorrect reference. That's always good.
Don't apologize.
Oh boy, who do you hope wins the Arcana vote? Let's call it out here.
Who is still in the running?
You got Spectre, Void,
No.
Sniper,
Ew.
and a Witch Doctor.
All right, Witch Doctor. That's easy. If you're at home, remember to use the hashtag WePlayOmega if you want to interact with us and throw your tweet up on screen. And while you do that, remember, if you also include a picture of you voting in the Arcana vote for Witch Doctor, it's more likely
we'll give you one. We will literally, every single person that tweets.
That's true. So Action Slacks will give
no.
everyone that tweets
no, not this.
$1,000.
Oh my God. That's more than I'm making at the event, please. All right, Animal Trainer getting hit up here, but I mean, gotta say, pretty even, 21-21 here on last hits. Invoker, of course, 10-9.
James.
Watch out. Nice toss back, potentially. Moving back on Slardard. Ready with that hit.
Did you ever watch James and the Giant Peach?
Yeah, horrific movie.
That's so bad.
The stop motion claymation scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. That spider? I don't care if she's French and supposed to be like cool. It was fucking terrifying.
Look at that. I like he's trying to juke out the tornado there. 90 Narwhal's just holding it. How do you juke what I do not use, he says.
Hold.
Bloody Sky, bottom, pushing so hard. Even though they've died a couple times, doesn't matter. He's a Timbersaw.
This is badass. A lot of aggression on this ES, making sure that he can't do anything.
Wow.
Gonna cost his life, though, now at level 6.
How does Timbersaw kill a Weaver? How is that even a thing?
If Weaver is out of position, my friend, replay time bound at the top lane. We've
seen this a lot.
Drow. I feel like I didn't really need a replay. I could kind of guess what happened here. It was a disaster up here.
I just can't believe, like, it's not even like there's a stun needed. A nice juke back to make sure we caught that other kill. Good job, Observer. The trouble is, they're just getting ran at. Like, does Drow have boots or, like, no boots or something? Because Tiny's just walking at him and he's being tossed back in.
Sure, but you're Drow. That's your entire life. People walk at you and attack you, and then you pray. You know. Oh, watch out. In the top lane, looks like we got some action indeed as people are TPing in here. Look out. Well, you know, there they go. Stun him up. No stun here today.
They brought Timbersaw up top. I like this move. He's just following the Weaver. They already got bot tier 1.
Oh, my God. He just decked that Drow.
Nice
Goodness
roll.
gracious. Now trying to get this. Oh, misses that hook here. Tiny tossing his own Sladar, unfortunately.
This is an Invoker. There's 5 heroes here.
Hello, guys. Who wants to kill a Timbersaw? These guys apparently. Nice tornado on the back line, heading out that ES. The small target is taken. Do they have the gusto to take down that Timbersaw? Looks like not, though. Gonna try to maybe see what they could do for that Oracle, actually.
These tossbacks.
Tossing back potentially. He's gonna be tough. Gonna be tough.
Trying.
He got that one. Good on him.
What's
they gotta take out
happening up
Oracle.
here?
I mean, they're just focusing up. These boys are ready for blood. They're 5 mana here at 7 minutes.
Animal Trainer just did one of those Matador passes.
What's
and
that?
sprinted straight into the stands. So it's where like the bull charged, he juked it once and then ran away.
Oh.
Unrelated, but you know, every year a bunch of people just like get together in the street, and the big activity is that you let loose a ton of bulls, and then the bulls actively try to kill people, and they run away, and that's it. That's the event.
Mm-hmm. I agree with it. I'm an animal rights guy. Oh, watch out! Timbersaw going on by literally the entire team here. We'll see if this works out. Nice damage coming out from Slardar, one of the only heroes that has so much damage. He can just burst through that heals, and the Timbersaw doesn't get down.
James is single-handedly keeping his squad ahead here. These tosses are very appropriate. Every time he just sort of runs at someone and then picks them up from the location that they're in and then places them in the midst of his own allies.
That's right. All right, so check this out.
Check it out.
What if
I like how
we
it starts.
not able to eat food unless it was able to battle in an arena? Every single creature is able to fight for its life. That would help the economy so much. It would give us like Colosseum-like battles for gladiators to, like, you know, take it out. Oh, watch out, Timbersaw in trouble again. Wow! Trying to get that damage Oracle this time with that help. They will try to get this Oracle, but meanwhile, they're going to go on Tiny. Tiny getting blown up by all the heroes. You guys want a 5-man? We want a 5-man too! Still on that Oracle in the back line, Mr. Weaver popping that one, getting all that HP. They're going to be able to take out Weaver, and now they'll go for more supports. Timbersaw running around doing as much damage as he possibly can. Invoker here into that sentry. Nice stun to save that Invoker. It will cost him his life, but Invoker is alive, and maybe what Weaver can do even more. Double damage, though, on your Animal Trainer looking for... Oh, no! Not him! He had nothing to do with it, you animal! Team Empire, how could you do this?
Animal Trainer with the courier going down. Most unfortunate.
Very sad. That's one animal.
Just to clarify real quick, you're saying that what again exactly?
I think we should bring back gladiatorial Colosseum combat. And instead of just eating animals like normal, where they're all in pens and stuff, each one gets to fight for their life. I mean, you get to employ people to fight them. You get a spectator sport, and, you know, sometimes the animals win, and if they win, they're free. They have a life, a happy life on an island of free animals.
Do they get to eat the human they defeated?
Sure. That's part of the gig. And, you know, you take, like, prisoners and stuff, like violent offenders, and you just put them in the arena to fight the fucking animals. And, of course, you know, they're going to have to fight 15 chickens at a time, and they're not usually going to lose, but when they do, it's going to be like a real sport. I mean, I'm sure the cows don't want to fight for their lives, but the ones that win, you know, they'll be legends. Is this fucked up?
I don't know.
Life is struggle, baby. Just like the wilds.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Anyway, tough lane.
I don't even know where to go.
Watch out, Mr. Briefcase coming in trying to save his lane there. And Oracle going for what Owen would call a cheeky move there. Drops the sentry automatically, and they're going to see if they can't take him out. Wow. Got a little bit out of your britches there, Mr. Weaver, going into that sentry, and the tip comes out. What a shit talker. I love it. As we're pushing in yet again, Mr. Titan gets that stun out, and the boys are ready to jump on top of him. He is a tanky boy, though. It'll take a lot more. Okay, but maybe not. Forgot about Timbersaw's big ability. Slicing them down. Meanwhile, in the back line, they do get the Drow, which overall is kind of the best target.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Empire's just not really farming too much. If you look at the net worths, the Slardar's on in a good spot, but the 3 cores of 5 comrades are doing quite well. And if any of the comrades are doing well, you know, they are.
They are all well.
Exactly.
Yes. 1 comrade dies and the 4 get stronger. Kind of. Watch out! Toss there from the...
What? What?
He just killed him! The man just
Holy
killed
shit.
it. Defensively, he's going to make it out alive. This Tiny's a goddamn hero. Here comes Slardar on the back line, trying to make this even better for them. A lot of damage. The nice stun there. Diving the tower. A little too scared to stop that, though. Meanwhile, on the back line, the Elder Titan. What? These guys love each other. Empire giving each other as much as they possibly can. Timbersaw, however, sawing that dude in half in the back line. They've got to help our boy Oracle. Nice.
Oh my goodness, he
save.
almost got himself killed.
Look out! Oh, very weak, but Tiny, leave him alone. The time is over, boys.
Well played, man. I will say the support duo for both sides is doing quite well.
Watch out,
here.
Tiny now in trouble. The turnaround, they caught him out on the back line, and they're going to slice and dice.
How much HP does Animal Trainer have? Because he just got like comboed to death by Tiny. That was wild.
Yeah.
You'd think he'd survive that, but yeah, level 7. James has done so well. He's pretty much just been there for every kill.
And may I remind you guys, we have a level 25 Earth Spirit here.
Whoa.
This guy has been grinding. You know what he's doing. Highest up is a...
Hitting rocks?
He's in rocks. Okay? Kicking rocks, hitting rocks, eating rocks. My boy. Gotta say, though, these teams are playing around each other a lot, which is kind of fun. Because last time we saw a lot more playing around each other from the non-PL team. You know, and luckily for us, it's not 5 guys playing around each other, but these guys, you know.
It's 5 men.
What
the Immortal Division.
Well, there are 5 men now. But no, these 5 comrades, they share everything. Even each other's safety.
We'll see, can they keep Animal Trainer safe?
Nice jump there from the Ember. Meanwhile, in the back, they're trying to make something out of this. Oh, the AMP. He just walks into the center. He says, I'm not going to make it. I'm just going to tank it like a god. Timbersaw now looking to harass a little bit, and they're still just waiting for this fight. Now that ult was used by the Ember, so it's a little scary position. Oh, my God.
What a juke.
Great juke there as they take down the Oracle. Exactly what you need to do in these team fights, and now they're looking for more. Can they take it? Timbersaw, nice job. Animal Trainer picking it up. Kyle, I can't believe this.
I can't believe it either. The chain's going in, but a double tornado. The MP to follow up as well. Looks like both Timbersaw and Ember Spirit are going to take it in James with a sick combination.
Yes.
Once again, he's going to take out the Ember Spirit. Now Slaughter in a little bit of trouble, but it looks like Bloody Sky's just going to go deep. Doesn't care. Rip off the scab, he says. I'll bleed all over the apartment.
Don't share that information. Meanwhile, we are still looking like it's an even Stevens game, but that's not that great for Empire. I mean, their carries don't really compare to a Drow Ranger and an Ember Spirit in my personal... What? Look at that. That's a dagger in the heart of that team. Gracious. Mr. Kyle.
Man, Drow's stats or talents are so cool. I love that you can just get raw stats with a Gust Blind. Not very valuable in this game, although in theory it might be better than they expect just because there's not going to be a BKB on this Weaver for a little bit of time.
That's a big goddamn camp right there.
What?
That is a large boy camp. Oh, watch out there in bottom lane. Looking for the rune. Going to grab the rune. Mr. Tiny getting a little too aggressive now. You were a strong boy before, not so much now.
Oh, my God.
Nice stunts coming out, but can they chase down the
Hell yeah, they can. Hell yeah, they can.
You're healing him.
Hello.
Stop, Oracle. You're healing him. Okay, there you go.
Animal Trainer is just on point right now. He has mastered the Pokemon.
That's kicking ass. And meanwhile, in the top lane, a nice juke out from that ES. However, they did reveal the location of the world's largest stack. It will be taken, which will not be good for Team 5 Camarados. They will be in danger. Apparently, they're not going to take it, though, for now. Maybe they're making it even larger.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Okay, middle lane, go down, toodaloo. And Mr. Weaver still farming. Oh, they found the stack. They are going to start farming that soon. Careful with the giant stack.
Which stack?
It's top left of the mini map.
Oh, true.
Look at it. No, not that one.
Further left.
Close. Little left.
Little left.
Little left.
Down.
Down. Close. There it is.
It's a triple stack.
That is the biggest stack I've ever seen.
I think that. Wait, you really think that's a big stack?
I don't stack, so more than 2 is a lot.
I got you. It's all about proportions.
Yes. Oh, nice tornado here, followed up by the Elder Titan going in, hitting it up, take them down. Looks like Empire's not going out of this game without a fight, and they are fighting hard. Mr. Timbersaw now in some serious trouble as well, and he is cutting, get out of there! Gonna find the Drow on the back line. Drow should have never shown her face here, as now they will completely ignore Timber and just go full in on her. Tried to catch him with the Chakram. Not able to to slow him down, but luckily he will be okay here. Drow Ranger trying to put some damage now on top of him. Oracle trying to save himself, but Drow, what do you keep doing into these fights? You know you can't live.
What is going on?
And they're just going now on everybody. Drow, you lived. You were safe.
Yeah, they learned their lesson from the previous game. Just ignore the Timber Saw. Just don't even mess with them. Just find his allies and kill them instead.
What's he gonna do? I really hope that this is not what we've seen before from the 5 comrades. That 20-minute loss in game 2, almost every game. But they did win the first game, and that is new for them.
The Vessel with 6 charges, though, it's so threatening.
Oh, boy.
And look at this, the Wex Exort build. I haven't seen this in so long. Got some points in Quas, but that means he's going to do some serious damage as this game continues. Haven't seen anybody utilize this since Miracle 2017 or Smash 2015.
Oh, a completed Yule's literally taken out of the game.
Ouch.
On that courier.
It's not good.
Never seen that one before, Kyle.
Neither have I.
As we see, nothing. The boot picked up by the Oracle. There's the giant stack. Look at the XP gain. Everyone, look at that 12 right now and see how insane this gets.
It's going to get him to at least 3 o'clock.
Here, what? Whoa.
Wow, all the way to 445.
Almost a half of a level on that stack. Stack at home, kids. Don't be like me. The clumsy net Gaben provides. Fine item against this Mr. Ember Spirit. More net, more root, less problems there.
Speaking of problems.
Yeah?
What?
Continue.
I was just taking a moment to gather my thoughts.
Gather away.
You're going to have big issues. This Elder Titan and Invoker are going to scale so well. Poison's very dead.
Watch out!
The thing about it is James is doing pure damage with these combos because the Spirit's got that maxed out aura, just throws the Spirit on top, and suddenly they have no magic resist. And now with one hero dead, hey, let's go find some Roach. We got hella minus armor. Let's do it. Let's get it done.
So, all things equal, who has the better late game carries, Kyle?
That would probably be, it's pretty even, but I would actually favor Radiant. I think the minus armor, the ET is just too strong.
That's a great point. Looks like they know that the Roach is being done, but they don't know how quick it is. They're going to have to ignore it, apparently. They're pinging relentlessly for the love of God.
Just
get in there.
It.
Oh,
Go.
no! If they didn't get so divided in their decision-making, they would have definitely been able to fight against that Roshan, but it just didn't happen. Here comes the ET, though. Boom, shakalaka, Drow. You just can't show up to this shit. Drow taking out yet again. There's that net that we're talking about, grabbing those Spirit Brothers. And Timber Saw late to this fight, trying to pick something up here. There's a 3 for 3 for now. They will be able to make it a little bit better. Watch out.
No ult. No ult.
Go get him.
Again, James.
James. Trying to find a Timber. Oh my God, double damage, but he's got to be careful. We've seen this Tiny just rip this guy up before. Nice slide of fist there.
James.
And somehow they come out ahead.
Fired and back to the fountain. There goes James. He thought he would come back in for a quick surprise, but shut down immediately.
That's right. Very sad to be shut down with your dreams. Now he knows how it feels after a lifetime of being a Chad. He peaked early game, and now what is his life? He doesn't know what it is anymore. He's not strong enough to solo people.
Odds haven't changed too much. Oracle's got to be a little more cautious with his positioning.
Clumsy net!
Divai Llama needs to be a little more Delay because he ends up just straight up in the middle of the enemy team and dies first because they ignore this Timber Saw, who unfortunately still doesn't have his Yul's Scepter, which you said died on Courier.
Why would you save the Timber Saw? He can't die. Now they're going to kill you, little one. Ember Spirit trying to make something out of that death. A very...
No armor. Yep, he just explodes. As soon as he's in melee range of Eknar with the amp up, he goes to negative armor, starts taking more than pure damage. It's insanity.
More than pure?
More than pure. Take pure, add, and multiply it by something.
No! This can't be how the mechanics are.
Goes to about negative 15 at the moment. A big boy, maxed out natural order. Not quite sure why more people don't pick it up. Fogged has been telling you for years.
Look out, Timber Saw. Yet again, they're going on the Timby. He is so hard to kill, but it looks like they have the damage to do it with the negative armor. What? Oracle with the world's greatest save? Well done. Timber Saw lives. Doesn't have a lot of mana, but he's looking to turn it around. He's got the regen now.
Didn't even need to ult him. Was able to conserve it. Blink up on Slaughter. It's going to be tough for them to escape now. We were also getting a little frightening, but the Ember Spirit is still doing just fine. And as we can see, the Timber Saw is still tough to take out. But this minus armor stacking, it's just, he's dead.
Goodbye.
He's just dead.
Oh, no. Well, this is looking pretty grim for these points
They're
here with
so
all this
deep.
negative armor. Yeah, get out of there. Now tossing the Slardar
Gusted
in.
out of the air.
Oh my God.
Skeet.
Incredible. Barely making it out here. Drow Ranger now slowing and trying to get a kill. She will be able to get it now. They're on the back end here. Drow Ranger slowed up by that Elder Titan, put to sleep. Invoker setting himself up for something here. He is silent still from that very long duration on the Gust. And look at Mr. Titan going down as well. And that is a little bit too much of an extension. Exotic Deer has got some horns.
That first toss is good. I like tossing back. I think tossing allies in is oftentimes a bad move.
No, Tiny Airlines, bad?
It's very good for the return flights, but I would book a different airline on your departure.
Indeed. You're going to end up in some seedy-ass place, my friends. Do not.
Have you ever noticed that, where sometimes the flights to a location are significantly better than the flights out? Like, you fly in to, like, Katowice, as an example. You get a nice tunnel, you get off the plane, it's all good. And then to leave in the middle of winter as it snows, you're shepherded onto a bus and then walking onto a propeller plane, and you're thinking to yourself, why? How? Has that ever happened to you?
Absolutely, Kyle. Has this ever happened to you? Cutting up some sushi. This freaking Slardar just got sliced and diced. Now they're looking for somebody else. They're going to see if they can find him. Elder Titan trying to get the boys off of him here. Drow's positioning nice in the back. They do see the Weaver. Nice Gust to stun up that Weaver. Do they have enough damage? The net! I told you net was going to be a big-ass item this game.
No, you didn't.
Clumsy net on both teams, Kyle. This is the MVP. The root is so strong against Weaver, but it's so strong against these. Oh my God, is that Mount Everest? Am I climbing that mountain after this? Look at that.
No, that's a double top pattern.
Is that a Kilimanjaro I see here?
It's a descending bear flag.
A whoa. And there's that mountain range. Very beautiful. A vista of which you will hardly ever see. And then there's that.
Well, hey, the win percentage is still anybody's guess. Still very even in net worth, and while I think we might just be underrating Drow a little bit, the hero is always going to be solid. My trouble is that he's against so much Shamanist armor, specifically this ET, that you basically get your base armor through just agility. So with Drow, he'll be at like 20, 25 armor, but none of that will be plus. That'll all be innate, thus removed immediately by the Elder
picked
Titan.
up. As you said, this Tiny everywhere and being backed up by pretty much everybody. Going on that Oracle, which is great. Not a big team fight, though, so it is just a pick. They won't be able to get too much out of it. Here comes the Ember Spirit checking out this Slardar. Slardar knows he's being watched. He dances home. Doesn't give a hoot. Kyle, you're a man of many principles, many, stand for what's right. If you could fix one thing in this world, one global problem, what would it be? Only one.
It's a really tough question.
Only one. Will it be world hunger, deforestation? Will it be updates to Dota Plus? What is the issue? Here's an issue for Timbersaw. He's going to fucking die. Anyway.
Just got exploded. I honestly don't know. I think it's tough.
Only one!
I think that's the trouble with trying to find out like your purpose in life, right? Because there's a lot of causes and a lot of things you could do. The trouble is you can only do the one thing.
Greedy trying to take those Ancients with her ability there, but she'll make it out. Only one Kyle.
Yeah, but that's impossible.
What will it be?
It depends on what you're feeling about. I think more people should read sci-fi.
That's your problem?
I think that we should discuss the usage and investment in nuclear energy.
Why?
Because it is the safest for humans. Kilowatt hour.
Nukes are safest for humans?
Per kilowatt hour, yeah. It's the same way like airline travel has like a bad rap, but it's significantly safer on a per mile basis.
Wow, that's just the statistics lying to you. Watch out. Oh, here we go. Drow Ranger in trouble. Boom, shakalaka, she's dead. Everything on that Drow. Nice vision here. Can they actually turn around here? The Earth Spirit going in. Ember Spirit hitting up that Slardar, trying to take out their biggest source of crowd control here on the backlines, though. Literally ignoring the Oracle. He will die. He will not die. It will take out the Tiny. Big sleep there with his last ounce of strength. Look at them go. They're able to clean that up. Meanwhile, though, top tower is getting real messed up here thanks to the alacrity. Anyway, statistics are lies. Don't believe that shit. Planes are more safe than cars? Yeah, well, if there were as many planes as there were as cars, I'm sure it'd be quite the same, actually. In fact, if the sky was as full as many cars as there were planes, you would probably find planes to be just as dangerous.
Technically, humans do more traveling on planes per year, though, because they go so much further. That's
What are you
the thing.
talking about?
Like they travel more miles
No.
or kilometers.
I mean, that's another failed statistic.
That's not a statistic. I'm literally just making that up. So that is very possibly untrue.
I'm telling you, it's all bullshit. Okay, what do they say? You should be more afraid of coconuts than sharks. Let me
Yeah,
put a
that's true.
situation.
Ladders,
There's a beach.
actually.
You can walk under 15 coconut trees, or you can walk past 15 sharks. Which one do you want to do?
The thing is that you're making a false equivalency because the sharks wouldn't be there. That's why it's so much rarer to be bitten by a shark, because there aren't 15 just waiting in the wings.
Yeah. But that in itself is a false equivalency. You should be afraid of a shark. If you see a fucking shark swimming up, you shouldn't be like, oh, well, at least it's not 15 coconuts. I mean,
Well,
it's bullshit.
it depends on the shark.
Statistics are lies.
The thing is, the proper defense against a shark would be to punch it in the nose. So if you were afraid, you'd be less likely to survive.
What if you punch a coconut in the nose? You break your hand. Watch out, here comes this team fight going in on the back line, trying to find that spirit, and they do. Nice EMP there. Going to try to take out that mana. He will slide a fist, dodge it. Looking for that Slardar, looking for that Oracle, not able to find anything, and another kill here. Sneaky, sneaky, as they get the Oracle on the back line. It will cost Tiny his life, and now they really want to get that freaking Invoker, but he does pop a BKB. This is like the fourth double damage this Ember has gotten. Look at the lucky ducky this game. This is his game.
What if you could bottle a double damage until later, and then eventually get all the way up to like quadruple damage?
Oh my god, permanent bottle?
But instead of changing the color, it just gave you like a Dragon Ball Z haircut.
Fucking flask, dude? Upgrade your bottle into flask and hold runes forever?
That's a good idea. And if you could pass it on, that'd be even better.
Oh, sip of the flask? Runes are divided in
What if we could bottle runes and then give the effects like we did bottle charges? Wouldn't that be cool? Instead of having to pass
Watch
it.
out, Ember Spirit. He's just absolutely
dead.
decimated
No, he's
from
alive.
the damage. He's able to dodge out of
What?
it and gets out. Weaver having to use that ultimate. Elder Titan sleeping the Drow in the back. The Drow is located, but the Timbersaw is standing. You want her? You come through me! As he runs towards the team. Very scary.
I think they might just win this game.
No.
Slacks, they are feeling themselves.
Kyle.
They have double cleanse up, or sorry, double defensive dispel available on the Timbersaw, and of course the Oracle always able to purge off something as well, offensive or defensive. They're going straight for James. They're in. Animal trainer's out. He went into the tiger enclosure.
What have
He
you
was
done?
covered in blood.
What have you done? He's like the Tiger King. They got him. Damn you, Carol Baskins. Anywho. I like the idea of Flask. I think that's good.
I like it.
Watch out, the double net's coming out here, trying to get that Weaver, BKB on the Weaver, and trying to chase down that Mr. Rockman. BKB expunged on the Weaver. Now he is very sensitive. You could go and fight him if you choose. They're thinking about going in to that Roche pit. They know that they're in there. Buyback from Ember. Now they know that they know. Now that they know that they know, they're not going to let them know, and they're going to get out of there.
Or are they? They're going to
The
smoke
turnaround.
up.
You don't want to
Yeah.
fight
Another DD
in a
bottom.
pit with a freaking Elder Titan. He's got everything he needs. Watch out, watch out! Timbersaw sitting at a precarious half health. He's just going to lay into that poor Timby. Roshan, be careful. Double damage in the bottom. I believe the 15th one this game. If Ember Spirit finds it, I will be upset. Ice Frog, you need to stop. There we go.
Yul's up on the Elder Titan. Maelstrom. I hate the Maelstrom in this case. I would have loved to see him just go for the raw damage output or just straight up survivability. Maelstrom is just, I think, only great if you're using it to accelerate. As a mid-game DPS item, it's a little weak, especially against all this minus armor. He needs something a little more defensive. I think a Shiva's build could do him well.
They have located the double damage. We were going to sprint towards it. Not this time, Mr. Spirit. And this is time to fight. Weaver's got the DD. His BKB off cooldown. His ultimate up. It is go time. Will they be able to find somebody and then immediately make that into a Roshan? They also lose both of their bounties, you sneaky little bug. Scurrying around taking all that stuff. And they will smoke. Looking for the Roche. They don't. They see the Spirit fly back. They know that the boys are there. They're actually going to attack the Roshan as if they are Roshing. They were not. Weaver on the back line now. Biggest spells being used. Gust is used. Careful now. A bounty has been set. Okay, this is getting weird. Someone has just left. Ember has left to farm. He does have a remnant, most likely, though. Spider legs coming out. What if for Flask, now don't laugh, what if for Flask you could take a sip of the flask and it would only take half of the rune? Woo!
It's interesting.
Oh, interesting.
What if you could get special powers if you were to refill your flask from the enemy fountain, where all where the liquid is generated? Similar to like
Smoke in
Frodo
the
having to go to
fountain?
Mordor, you know?
Wow. What if there was an item?
What about an everlasting tango? Like an enchanted tango that you could just always eat a tree with forever.
Yeah, that sounds like an actual neutral item. Enchanted Tango.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like nothing, I think it's just like an everlasting tango. Like you just always can eat a tree with it.
What if there was a neutral item, and when you found it, you gained the ability to vote kick someone off of your team? Would you use it?
What, well, maybe. So would you divide his 4 abilities across the 4 teammates remaining in the game?
Yes, it would simply be called vote. And then it would be called the democracy staff.
Well, 5 comrades wouldn't want to.
5 comrades would not like that item. They delete it. Here we go. Looking for something here. They find Mr. Weaver. Mr. Weaver finds them. Negative armor. Now with the Scotty, not going to be doing as much, thankfully.
Oh, wow. They changed that interaction. It used to be that bug would give Timber armor stacks. It doesn't anymore. That's very interesting.
Wow. Yule Scepter to make sure he doesn't get hit by the Oracle, and they will try to go on this backline as soon as possible. Tiny taking a lot of damage here, and he's going to be taken out. BKB's out. Elder Titan with a nice ultimate on everybody, but will it matter that much?
No stacks on this Timber.
Oh boy, Timber Star trying to make his way out of there and finding that backline Drow. Drow left to her own devices here. BKB, find the Drow, kill the Drow, mission accomplished, and now they'll see if they can't clean up the rest of the team. Weaver getting low, no more silences on this team though, and it's going to be hard to take him down. Timbersaw trying to make his way out, 2 little hits, boop, boop. He will make it.
Sunstrike off the mark.
No Sunstrike there. A buyback from the Oracle. Really think there's going to be more happening here, huh, Oracle? You really think so, huh? I guess they want to rotate into Roshan. Finally, potentially, or they'll fight again. Ember Spirit finding that Invoker, tearing him up. Here come the chains, here come the gangs. Double Yules at the same exact time is beautiful. Net coming out, does get the Weaver, but they don't have enough to get him. And Mr. Titan, he's trying to go put him a Betty bye, put the babies to sleep, but no sleep tonight. Actual good buyback then. A buyback coming out from the the Titan. To defend.
Indeed. He's getting a little old to fight on the battlefields.
Getting a little old. One of the founders of the universe, Sage, is finally catching up to him.
Yeah. Others say, of course, that he should have retired long ago.
The Titan himself? The man who split the Earth and caused the original chaos?
Is that really what happened? I thought he was the one shaped like a turtle that held the universe up on his shoulders.
No, that is the wrong mythology. They're going to go on that bot-back Titan, who might just feed himself a life here, but he makes a tasty treat. It looks like the buyback Oracle is now the target. Even his courier will not be able to survive his stupidity. As Oracle.
Oh, he's fine for now. Well.
Yeah, he's good. Looks like the Roshan, the hotly contested Roche, will finally go to Team Empire.
Yeah, there's so much minus under the Haze talent for the Slardar of Shaklo means that this Roshan will die very rapidly.
In the name of God was that? He messed up the timing there. Tried to grab them after the fist, and Timbersaw will suffer.
What?
That was not great, as Timbersaw
He's gotta run.
will be chased
He's
down.
gotta run.
Oh, a tree!
What a
As
bash.
ironic as it gets. Good Lord.
What does Exotic Deer even have? I feel like we haven't seen this Drow. He's 4-0. Okay, no, sorry, that's an 8. He's 4-8 and 12. Having worse of a game than I expected when I thought that was a 0. And a Blink Dagger on the Slardar. We saw that just before.
I did see that.
I thought
Watch
it was on
out.
the ground.
Yule Scepter heading out there. More
For an
couriers
animal
dying.
trainer, he's certainly not keeping an eye on his little fluffy creatures.
Yep.
It's the
He's
third
only
barrier
there
in
to
2
train them.
games. That's true.
His name is an animal doctor, okay? He trained them to come out and die for him, and they're doing it. Drow Ranger has a very hard job here. So many heroes able to pierce that back line and get on top of her. Really needs the Oracle to live. Really needs the Timbersaw to live. And when these two are down, Drow Ranger doesn't live for more than a couple seconds. Things are getting quite spooky here as they are going on the Oh, he's going to land right in the middle of that Slardar. Great timing by Slardar, and they're going to try to turn it around with the meatball combo. So many BKBs. And Timbersaw holding onto that buyback. Poison your boy. Take it out. Drow Ranger now popping her BKB, trying to get this Slardar. Very tanky boy, though. Hard to take. She won't be able to get him, but now she's wildly out of position here. We'll see if they can turn it around. Of course, they're going to go for the Oracle first. Take out the support. Here comes the Yules.
Is she outside? She is.
Bye-bye.
Dude, when she goes to 0 armor, she just straight up dies. No plus armor items on the Drow, so she's just going to 0 when she's near the ET.
Terrifying stuff there. They will be able to buy back and silence that. Weaver able to take him out.
God.
Very impressive with that insta buyback turnaround. Dust on top of that Invoker. He will BKB. She's trying to hit him. Gotta stay on top of Invoker. Gotta get that range. The spider legs coming out. Spider legs. Oh, the Yules is just ready to go.
Spider-Man.
Yes.
He's whatever. Sorry.
A buyback, but a turnaround. 1K now only.
Well, very worth. But see, Drow, 37 armor. Do you know what armor she has when ET stands on top of her?
0.
3.
3?
3.
That's not a lot.
No, it's not. That's actually not very much at all, and that's the trouble.
No.
Drow cannot be near Eknard, and if I'm a member of 5 Comrades, I've got to be thinking about taking out this Elder Titan. It is the primary objective.
That's a cool little sneak. Top lane getting pushed in now. Drow Ranger doing what Drow Ranger do. Push towers, use spider legs, hit crepes. And another double damage coming out here. Is there a bug? Are there runes besides double damage? Good lord, as we see another toss back there. Trying to get this Timbersaw away from the tower. Drow just hitting it up, and they know that their initiation is followed up by that Invoker, and their damage is that Weaver. So they do have 10 more seconds to cause chaos. They're actually going to get a very nice pick there, trying to force out that tiny buyback as they will glyph. Boys are coming back to town, though. Will they stay and be scary? I mean, they have the Oracle alive, Kyle.
They do. There's no Tiny. Ember Spirit's still dead, but it doesn't matter. They can't get through the Timbersaw.
Go, Drow, go,
Yeah.
as she started to hit buildings.
Just very important. Bloody Sky's got to maintain those stacks. If they jump on him when he's still at 0, it's going to be big troubles for him.
He has got to make something out of this buyback. He will blink right on top of him there,
they
and
got
he
him.
will make something out of it. Drow Ranger, no BKB.
No buyback either.
Oh, not great. Great
What
buyback
happened?
by the Tiny.
How did they just kill everyone like
I mean,
that?
Invoker just came back, and they instantly ran at him. That was the goal, and they made it happen. There you go. Ember Spirit on vacation, unfortunately. Write us a postcard as he is bottom lane. Pushing. Okay. Double damage going back on Weaver. Talk about Tower Taker now. They know that they can push.
And they know that there's no buyback on the Drow. Timber's got his. Oracle will be live in time. But this is very problematic now. The repair kit's also dead, so I'd like to see Timbersaw either drop it or go use it right now. I suppose he's bought back, so it's all good. They have to do it quick because they know there's no Drows. They've got to try and defend base, otherwise Empire might just go for the throne.
Scary stuff here coming out from Mr. Double Damage Buggy. They do have some tools. Oh, on the back line, it's what you love to see. A Slardar just going in and melting somebody. This is the danger.
The Blade Mail.
Woo! Look at that damage there. Weaver barely able to come back, and they will use that repair kit. No buyback still
3 on
Drow.
5.
Very scary here. The initiation was used, but no more double damage. Repair kit doing its job. However, they're just going to keep on diving that toss back onto that Spirit Brother. He will use out, but I can't imagine. Oh my god, they used the false promise on him?
They're just playing this so strangely. Empire, it's 5 on 3, lads. Just
go.
Initiate, toss them out.
You don't have to dive past.
Okay, Shackle's doing it for us. Oh, well, just kidding. Dude, these tornadoes, it's Twister season.
Yes, the Yule Scepter truly coming out here very well, and the push on the mid. Almost back with that Drow. Boys, you only have 20 more seconds. Watch out here. Tiny going in. He's very low, and if they can get this Ember, that's a big deal. Okay, they get the Ember. He does that buyback, insta buyback on top of the team. Will they be able to turn around? Here comes the Drow in 10 seconds. Get that work done, Ember, or you will lose it all. Scary stuff as they keep going back, healing and going back in. Ember.
What an insane game. Ember Spirit level 25 now as well. You gotta be a little cautious. The levels are big. Which town did he go for? I think that's the
What? What?
No, the Ember. The Ember.
Yeah, the Ember.
What's the Ember got?
I don't know.
Yeah, the Remnant. Okay.
Oh.
I didn't know. I didn't remember which side the Sleight of Fist charges were on. I didn't want to be wrong.
Well, we would never want that.
No. I try very hard to be correct at all times.
Yes. The most important part of being an analyst, always being correct. If you are incorrect, we give you a little slap on the hand in the back. Say, no, bad, not good. Now, not able to take a tower with that push from Empire, and I have to say they had all the advantage there. Drow did not have a buyback. They had a double damage. They had a lot. All they were missing was an Aegis. And now we're back in even Steven here. I'm getting worried for Empire. We've been in this situation before. I guess who came out ahead? It was the 5 comrades.
It's true. Because of the power of friendship.
Friendship is life. Movement is life.
Tier 4 items coming out could be a big boost to the side of 5 comrades. They got to be cautious, and they've got to kill this Elder Titan, man. They got to take out Eknart. He is a big problem for them. The Tiny as well of James, still quite squishy even with that high HP pool, but they need to make sure they're not initiated on.
Wrong target to find, unfortunately. Timbersaw.
Got 0 stacks.
He is going to be able to be saved here by the Oracle. Oracle now, they know that False Promise is down though, so it could be fight time. Find that Drow, find yourself a kill. Try to pick up what they can now that they've used their big spells. Oh my god, that guy just went the hell in a handbasket. Out goes Mr. Rock. BKBs are popped out. Whiffed ass ultimate from Titan.
Spells are just being thrown with willy-nilly.
Woo! Trying to find this Oracle. They will be able to get on the back line the Earth Spirit. Oracle does not have any spells yet, so killing him is good, but it ain't the best thing in the world. Drow Ranger silences, forces a BKB out, and it looks like they're going to have to back. I mean, so many BKBs are used. Elder Titan's ult's down.
These fights are crazy. You just see just stuff everywhere. I mean, it just, you remember in 2012, you ever watched that movie? Tornadoes, earthquakes, random characters making unforeseen movements. Like, this is just all that.
It is. 2012, a documentary about the future of 2020. Careful, everyone.
Yes, the Earth. Never mind.
I do know what that was, and we will leave it.
I think if there ever was an apocalypse, it would quite likely start with me casting with you, at least from my perspective.
That's right. Oh, Titan, come on now. Finish the job, Sweet Pea. There you go. Good boy.
Imagine...
Truly a herald of the end times.
Somebody had to code every single hero doing a whole summoning ritual.
I mean, it's pretty easy. They all usually have summons. It's the same ritual for TP, typically.
Oh, true. I thought they would do something unique, but that's a good point. Can't sell that.
Whoa, that's not true. If you could unlock custom TP taunts, I'm sure they would sell. Here we go. If they get this pick, it's a huge deal. Sheep to start off, and we're looking for the... Oh, nice job by the Oracle, though, making sure that nothing can happen. He's actually thinking about going back in. Down the back lines, they find the Oracle. False Promise already down. BKB popped by that Invoker. They're trying to melt as many as they can. Invoker's BKB is up, but Weaver is now in the front, and they still got to deal with his BKB, trying to chase that guy through the back. The Buggy providing that negative armor, and now Drow in the front. BKB up. Ulting, getting slam dunked, though. Drow's positioning is just so aggressive in these fights. If she's down, it's over.
Timbersaw.
She is down. It is over.
Nice W from the Oracle, prevents the whole magical damage from the combo of James.
Oh, Ember Spirit healed up, trying to get back on that Invoker. They are able to pick him, but they still have this huge problem. The Weaver melting.
How is he doing so much damage? Daedalus, no wonder.
Daedalus, Slardar, all that negative armor. And a buyback finally happens from the Drow. She did get enough money to do it. Wow.
Wait, what?
Beautiful pick off there.
Void Spirit? Wait, that's an Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit
just killed
Weaver.
That's not supposed to happen.
Well, you know, he was backed up.
Yeah, I agree, James.
Did get backed up by that Drow, actually. So he went on, and then a little silences and gusts. The BKB was used to kill the Drow in the first place, but very lucky that that Drow got that money to buy back.
You might be the perfect man to make sense of this game, Slacks.
Me?
Yeah, please break it down. It's 52-48, 100 kills in just under 46 minutes.
That's a hell of a game, boys.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. You ain't gonna see this.
2 kills a minute is pretty much my barometer for hell of a good dotes.
Hell yeah, man. You're not gonna see this in a team secret game. Oh,
No.
we're too good. We only die once. You wanna watch that shit? Show me the kills, dude. Look at this creep army pushing down double catapults. This is a freaking armada. Oh my god! 2 are taken out. Oh, Tiny is tearing them up. The life of creeps. They think they're so strong, but they're not at all. It's a false sense of security by those little guys. No!
Are scanning.
Tell me why that tree should be targeted. That doesn't make any sense. It should require a skill shot.
Skill shot?
How did, like, Marana arrows, if it just tracked onto a hero? That wouldn't be fair.
That'd be pretty shit.
Yeah. Why is it that Tiny can throw a literal log? You're telling me that's easier to aim? That should have a homing missile feature?
I don't
when an
think
arrow
it
doesn't?
stuns. I mean, there's
Gyro
big
shoots a missile. That has homing potential. That makes
and it
sense.
stuns.
the tree should stun. And it should be targeted. If you get hit in the face by a tree, when we play Aghanim's Lair, you have to go up against that big, tiny boss. Storega! I get killed all the time when she throws a rock. I just
doesn't
die.
throw a tree, does he? You're misproving your own
actually a
argument.
really
The
good
rocks
point.
do stun.
That's a good point.
You can't make the tree stun. That literally is homing missile then. You've just created homing missile, friend.
But it would be targeted. So you'd have to get...
Homing missile is targeted.
No, like ground targets. So you'd have to actually be physically hit by the tree. Whereas right now, it just throws the tree and it follows you. And then
That legitimately sounds stronger. Tiny having a 0 target stun to hit invisible hero sounds real good.
Yeah.
What is the argument? I thought you said the tree was too good.
Because you got to be keeping continuity with your lore and with your hero archetypes.
The fuck are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Anywho, this massacre of a game, more than 100 kills in this game. League of Legends has about 100 kills per season of the LCS. We're doing it right here, right now. And we are seeing a near level 30 Drow. That essential level 27. When you start thinking about...
You're so far from 30 when you're 27.
Are you?
Well, it doesn't feel that way. In fact, I'm in the midst of my own midlife crisis. But, I mean, you do have a lot of time. It takes longer to get there.
Yeah. Tiny going to be instantly melted here. No buyback on the...
I lied.
He does have buyback. So we continue. Trying to find the Elder Titan. They get this Titan. It's a big goddamn deal.
That's a gem.
Yules all over the place. It's a windy city today. And they will be able to pick him. Double buybacks could be forced here. Trem of True Sight on the ground.
They took the lead back.
They did.
They just walked at them. The Weaver was all the way top just trying to split push. He is going to threaten the tier 3 top, though. You got to be cautious over here.
Be careful.
He's got a leveler, which will assist him in leveling the enemy building.
Hey! Holy shit! Don't look at that. Avert your eyes, kids, as we go to the mid lane now. They will have to send back Ember to try to stop this push.
Yeah, they got the Hex. You got to be cautious here.
He does have a Remnant ready to go, I believe, on that mid push when the time comes. Alacrity Weave. Oh, my fucking God. That was the... Oh! Oh! Get away from him! The explosion of the tower.
Dire's going for throne.
Dire going for throne?
I meant the bottom racks, but they could go for throne. It's a potential. They don't have the buybacks forced yet, but you got to expect they will soon. Weaver's just trading.
Jesus Christ!
Smiling Knight versus the world. The Timbersaw's DPS is not enough to match the Weaver.
No, surprisingly, this Weaver is absolutely... Oh my God! He is leveling! They are going in!
Back!
Go for the throne for the love of God!
He might kill the Weaver. The Weaver's in so much trouble if he gets the stun off. 100 HP. No ulti available. One more roll. Poison going for it.
Go. No. Okay, Weaver is actually going to make it out.
Or is he?
Wait. Oh my God! Sweet bubblegum Jesus! That is a level 25 Earth Spirit. Take out that bump. Take him to trash, but he is able to buy back. He bought back, sir. Now he can defend. Perhaps his plan all along. Timbersaw is tanking the entire team.
Still alive. Full HP.
Go, Timbersaw, go. BKB
no buyback on time.
Popped on the Ember. No buyback on time.
There is a buyback.
Stop saying that, Kyle. As we get another Cataclysm, the first one of the game. In fact, they're hitting up that Invoker. Invoker running for his life. The racks, last racks
top.
Go, Drow, go. Use all of your icy powers. They focus on Drow. They throw her up. Goodbye. The Aegis is popped. And here we go.
No buyback Weaver. For real.
Go, Drow! Drow hitting the entire team alone. She manages to Manta. No, they're going down.
The whole team is alive. Where are they?
Team. Will they do it? The 5 comrades. No buyback on so many of their heroes. The Tiny in such a precarious situation. The Drow, oh my God, Kyle. They freaking do it.
2-on-5.
They freaking do it.
They got the Megas.
Kyle. They have robbed everything from Team Empire.
They'll be eliminated now. Empire will have no hope of making it onto the playoff stage because the 5 comrades have pulled the upset of the tournament. They're going to take this 2-0. They're going to kill all 5.
5 comrades.
GG's come out.
They had no victory. It meant nothing if they won this game. It meant nothing to them, and they rob Empire.
Maybe that's
2-0.
It just demonstrates, Slacks, all this time in their heart of hearts, they knew they could do it. They had to get out of their own way. They had to clear their mind and use the force of sorts.
Kyle, there is a dark deity that helped us have this happen here today. Evil triumphs as 5 comrades who gained nothing from winning this series 2-0 Empire, and it meant the world to Empire. Absolutely unbelievable, and shout out to those boys. I have to say, it didn't look like Empire threw those games. They played well, Kyle. They played well.
I mean, that was just kind of insanity. Like,
It
I
was
don't even
insanity.
know that there wasn't much time to strategize, it felt, because people were just smashing their buttons. Like, it was just go. Tornadoes, cyclones, whirlpools, earthquakes, solar flares.
Yes.
Just colors everywhere.
It was 2020 in a nutshell in Dota 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's break that one down like my spirit, or Empire's spirit, has been broken with the panel. Send it over.
Thank you, Flex, Kyle. I'm sorry to report we have a loss here on the panel. We've lost him. Oh, he's alive. Welcome back to now. It's a miracle. I don't think you're gonna believe what happened, even if we told you. To be honest, at what point did you pass out? That's the first question, because there were quite a few moments that could have cost this.
It was all a blur.
This is all blur.
I saw puppies on vases. I saw an image of comrades, 5 of them even.
5 men, you say?
How dare you say such things?
Wow. Let's talk about this game.
Woo.
First of all,
Thank you.
I mean, 5 men, 5 comrades. Absolutely amazing. I can't believe they won that game. That was thoroughly enjoyable to watch. I don't think we've had this many kills in any of the games we've seen so far in the Omega League. And what for me was the most impressive is the amount of kills, but they kept it even, and they kept the net worth even, and it was so close all the time.
Yeah, I've seen
No expenses spared.
F10K first to 10 kills all the time. You show me
F100,
first to
baby.
100
Yeah.
kills.
Yes.
That's the real
the money,
spread.
that.
That's right. That was the most bloodthirsty game I've seen outside of SEA. SEA will sometimes hit that benchmark, but for a showdown like this was leaps above what I'm used to.
And it's great, because Comrades took away Empire's hopes in being able to actually...
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's great. So now not only has Comrades potentially can get a little bit extra money for winning that game, Empire, they're also eliminated now. So, sorry lads.
Nothing more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose.
Exactly. They are the scariest.
Yes. I do want to point out that for bait, it's still tiebreaker possible, right? They're still playing.
Yes, if Bait
Yes.
can win both their next
So
series.
yeah, and one of them is Empire. So even though Empire is eliminated, they still have a chance to ruin someone else's future as
Yeah.
well. So they can
There we go.
repay the favor in kind to Bait if they're good enough. This game though, they were so close to taking it multiple times. And
Both teams. Both teams were close to taking
Both
it multiple
teams.
times.
But like I don't the use of buybacks from these teams is at times questionable. But it worked out for 5 comrades anyway.
Yeah.
I mean I will just analyze that game. Like good luck.
Yeah.
I'll just sit here and just recover.
Sure. I think it was a beautiful demonstration of how a bloodbath in this type of game can, have, any outcome. I think Empire were able to punish the fact that the disconnect of Ember and Earth Spirit in the draft did allow them to jump on the Oracle Drow multiple times. Drow having, I believe, more than 8 or 9 deaths, I think, going towards the end of that game. But fundamentally, I think Comrades showed over this series that for some reason it clicked now that they, even when they're behind, their ability to stay on the same page and at least provide themselves an opportunity to mount some type of comeback, or at least put their opponent in a position where they can throw the game. Again, this is not, to be clear, this is not a winning strategy, guys. All right. If you ever talk to a team and go, right, you know what you should do, guys? You should, have a little bit of a squabble and then eventually kind of come back in the game. No. But Comrades have shown that they, in this series at least, have the ability to take some fun fights and then just make that decisive play. Run it down mid, lads.
I like that you pointed out that the kill score was basically neck and neck the entire time, because oftentimes whenever I see games go back and forth, it's because there are different power spikes. Like one carry hits this level 20 town, one carry hits an item timing or something like that. Here, it seemed completely plateaued the entire time. Both teams were getting their BKBs at the same time. They were getting similar initiations on core targets. Unsurprisingly, for me, as I said in the draft, Oracle had an incredibly complicated and stressful game to play with the level of burst damage that was coming out from the Tiny, but it was still competitive all the way down to the last few seconds.
This was actually a really sad fight, this highlight, because at the start we saw Slardar die dead for 2 minutes. He actually blinked in to the Invoker Tornado, was unable to get his stun off because the Ember automatically used him after. Him dying there then basically gave them the equal numbers going 4v4, and then Comrades were able to turn it around. So again, it was very much Comrades in the very smallest of moments. They could have easily just lost the game there. But with one quick play, turn it around, and then suddenly they're in the driving seat again and back in their base. So yeah, very close game, but Comrades in 2 or 3 fights just making some nice plays due to Empire's over-aggression. I think that was the story of this game so far, is Empire, they are way too aggressive. They are playing a little bit too fast, and they're trying to be a little bit too much for what the caliber of their team, and they just fall victim to it.
No, you're saying, Tsunami, that Oracle had the most stressful job,
I did,
but
yeah.
you're forgetting. The person playing Oracle was Dalai Lama. He is Zen itself.
That's right.
He will choose the right targets at the right time.
That's why I had faith from the very beginning.
And so you should have.
I pray to the Dalai Lama.
Anyway?
Yeah. Overall, I'm with Tigov that it was. I think Empire were panicky.
Yeah.
This is their last chance, and they were like, "Yeah, it's gonna be a freebie," and then they lose game 1, and they're like, "I don't know about this one," and then come into game 2, and it's just like there was minimal structure.
Yeah.
It was just like, well, hopefully we can kill them, and then we can take towers, and then maybe win the game. Ah.
I mean, going into the series, even before we saw them play, we also thought this was going to be Empire taking the series. So
Yeah.
Empire coming into this, knowing that they were going to face in their final series a team that had not, or second to final series, face a team that hadn't won even a single game, let alone series.
I think the good thing for Comrades, though, is they played their first 4 series within the first portion of the Divine Bracket, right before there was that break.
Yeah.
So they played 4 games, 4 series, lost them all. Then they had like an 8-day break to play this one best of 3. So they've had it's not like they've kind of gone, oh, we're 0-4 now, guys, got to play in 2 days' time, right? They've had such a long time to get over the fact that they're out, that, again, they're clearly practicing still together, still trying. So I think that did show where Empire come into this series going, we're playing an eliminated team. Compared to Comrades, they've had 8 days to kind of slap themselves in the face, go, right, we're going to win this, we're going to try and at least not come last, we're going to try and make something from this, and it can prove, you have to always respect your opponent.
Yep. It really does prove that. I mean, this series was definitely proof that the squad has some magic in there.
Yeah.
Don't laugh at that.
No, I am agreeing. I'm like, damn, they do have magic. Yeah, it's good. No faults here. Let's go, Comrades. Woo!
Especially because even though they had that long gap, it wasn't necessarily like them being like, well, let's see what other teams are doing.
Yeah.
This was not like any other team. This was a very... It was a 5 Comrades game of Dota.
Yeah.
It was also the Bloody Sky Timbersaw 2 games in a row that... I mean, once they realized that in the last pick of the first game, they're like, hey, wait a second.
First phase of baby, let's go. Yeah. Very
protect
smart.
him with all the other picks.
Mm-hmm.
It worked out.
Good on them.
How far do you think they can go? What's the potential here?
You tell me if the DPC is going to come back, and then I'll tell you what their potential is to see if they can actually play
I
in
thought
anything.
you said they were going to play in a tournament not too long.
Oh, that's
now.
right.
Oh, no, I mean, it's a couple of the players. I mean, let me check the roster, make sure I know which ones are playing. I think Dalai Lama is playing in a UK tournament.
Is he what country was he from?
He's
Belgium?
from Belgium.
Belgium.
So he's going to play in the UK national tournament on a different team
Okay.
against my team.
Oh.
So I wish him all the best.
Wait,
but he's
but-
going down.
But are you playing, or do you mean your team is in 5-man?
No, my team as in like my UK mixed stack of lads. So you know Radix from Voldemort and then Noob from Tempo? Sure, they're on my team.
Yeah, I remember.
Yep.
I don't know who it was, but I think it was Owen casting the game with Noob, and he really used his name a lot.
Yeah, Noob's a great little lad. So yeah, they're my guys, and then Divine Lama's playing on a different team. So yeah, they didn't find success in the Divine League, and unfortunately Divine Lama won't find success in the UK League either, because I'm going to dumpster him.
What? How many teams are in that league?
It's like 8.
cutthroat competition.
Yeah, really, yes. More pride than anything else.
Is this like how many years has this been going on?
It literally just started this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we had
so
one
that's not
se-
even
we
like
had-
a grudge
I
match
thought
or
that I
anything.
thought the
We had one
UK tournaments have been around for a while because I know that's how Mind Control got adopted.
Yeah, whatever happened
by
with the
UK land.
Insomnia tournament.
Yeah.
So basically, all our lands got kind of collapsed about 2 years ago, and then since then we've had like another national league just start up. So we had one season so far. You know. I
Did you
won it.
play in it?
Yeah, I won it.
We didn't hear about that.
Nah, it doesn't
at
matter.
all.
It's fine.
Well, of course
Sparkling
not.
water,
He's,
boys.
he's a humble guy.
Yeah,
no
like,
need to
please.
talk about your
But if you go
achievements
to like
that.
Wikipedia and go to like,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it says on Sparkling what
Okay.
we won, got
Sure.
some money.
Are
yeah.
you a trash talker in game?
I use my chat wall and
Okay.
I tip when necessary. I'll tip like the guy that I think will tilt. I tip for the win, you know.
Well, I think that you don't need to tip or try to tilt Davai Lama because I think he
He's up
seems
one.
to be untiltable
That is
after those
true.
2 games. And he's also the person that we have for
Oh,
a
yes.
post-match interview. Hello, Davai Lama. Congratulations, first of all.
Hello, can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. We can hear you.
Great.
And we could see you play too. That was a fantastic series.
Yeah, think so.
I-
too. It's very fun to play.
I can only imagine. I want to know. Your name is Davai Lama. How
Yes.
zen are you in games like that?
It's hard for me though because I'm only focused on the game. I think if a game is that close, you're just in the zone, and I find it very easy to just focus on the game itself. And if a game is that close, and once you're in the zone, yeah,
All
just
right, it
playing,
worked out.
it's easy to focus.
So, what was your reaction after having not so great of a initial group stage? Because I can't imagine it would be sure in the game you can stay zoned in, but in a post-series, post-mortem kind of thing, was your team like, oh God, what's going on here? Or were you just happy to compete? What was the reaction coming into the series versus Empire?
Well, even the qualifier, we hadn't won very many matches. We hadn't won any big matches in the qualifier and in this in the group stage here. We haven't won any matches, but yeah, we were a new team. As a new team, it's very difficult, to find a footing because we had never played even in scrims, we'd never played any tier 2 teams before. It's really like the first actual high level games that we played as a team. So it was rough going into that, and the morale wasn't great after losing every single game, of course. Yeah, we went through some roster changes this week. People left voluntarily, mainly.
Mainly.
Nobody really got kicked in a nasty way, I would say.
Okay.
But we were just happy to play the game. I mean, yeah, this was the last series, so we were just like renewing our roster. It was like, one more game to play. Let's give it our best. No pressure, and it worked out, I guess.
Yeah, it was nice to watch.
We just made. Yeah,
No, I was just going to say, mate, it was nice to see the bounce back, during that 8-day break, and the fact that you were able to actually mount a solid series going, because like most teams when they're 0-4 in the group, they kind of feel a little bit defeated going into the last series, but like you said, it's good to see that you guys actually really pushed for that last series and kept trying even with the roster changes. Yeah, it was good to see.
You're being very mannered. This is not what I was expecting.
All right, you got to go down in the UK tournament, man. All right, you're going down, kid. Sorry,
You're
there you
the
go.
ones going down.
All right, man. We're gonna throw a fist. No, sorry. Yeah. You're gonna crush.
It's
This,
on,
is the-
man.
this is the worst argument in history. I'm gonna throw fists. I'm gonna crush you. Huzzah! Fight me, llama. Fight me. Sorry, this is great. No one understands the context of this
We'll
other than
see.
me and him.
We'll see,
There's only
Zen.
one way to find out.
My man lets his gameplay do the talking for him. He doesn't need to do it on these.
I have one final question, Davai Lama. I know you were already eliminated. How much was it on you guys' mind that you winning this series against Empire would also eliminate Empire from the tournament?
I only figured out after the game, but it's fun, I guess.
Does that
Don't
make
really
you
like any
extra
games.
happy? Like, is that something that you're taking pride in?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, I am
one of
gonna.
my games.
So it's
Brief is
personal.
tournament, yeah.
Game yesterday. So
There we go. You gotta have maybe that's why you got the win because you had that little bit of a vendetta. You were like,
The
I have
revenge
something.
was
There's
had.
something on the line now.
Yeah, I he griefed my game yesterday. Piss him back. Yeah.
All right, Dalai Lama. I know you've gained a lot of fans through your play, also through your name, which is great. And I hope to see the squad in the future, but apparently I have to first watch some UK Dota to be able to watch you play first again. But yeah, hope to talk to you again at some point in the future.
I hope so too. Pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And that, of course,
my
was...
pleasure. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you. That was Dalai Lama from 5 Comrades, who's going to destroy you, by the way. And you don't get to say anything in response to that, because time for me to kick you off the panel for us to get ready for our next series. It's going to be Omega Lil, and they are going to face Extremum in a Group A match for the Divine portion of the Omega League. We'll be right back.
It's in the bag.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
By all means, get on your farming hero. If you find a good support, you'll be happy. If not, you'll become an offlaner. And if everything fails, there's always jungle.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Hello, welcome back. The Divine League continues here with actually a draft straight up. You got to see us for only a split second, and if you looked closely, you could have seen Tsunami and myself being joined by Slacks this time around as we jump into the draft of the last match for the Group A of the Divine portion of the Omega League, which means that we have Extremum versus Omega Lil, and this game is a very, 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 very important. If Extremum does not win, it means they have a 3-way tie.
Whoa!
And if they do win, they are into the top 3 portion. Omega Lil is already in. Cyber Legacy is already into the playoffs.
Jesus.
But yeah, for Extremum, this is them avoiding tiebreakers if they win. Also, we are into the draft. 2 picks in. Before we talk, though, I need to tell you guys something that people at home might not have known. If you have watched Omega Lil for the last couple of days, you've seen a player called John Doe. That was actually Lil. He changed his name and pretended he wasn't there to avoid scrutiny from the Russian broadcasters who have been traditionally very harsh on his performance, and he wanted to be judged solely by his performance and not by the person who he was / is.
Wow, I can see that influencing stuff. I know whenever so I used to be in orchestra. And we were all pretty sure our conductor had favorites and stuff like that. So we forced him to turn around whenever we were doing like our like to determine the seats, like who would be first chair or second chair and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We made him turn around so he couldn't see who was playing, and completely
What
changed.
a difference?
Everything was upside down after that.
Oh, wow, I can't believe he agreed to that. What an idiot.
He had more confidence than.
Surely I am not biased. Oh, no. Well, that's interesting. I actually didn't know. I figured Lil was on that team, but it was a secret thing, huh?
Yeah, so they made the team and Lil was on it, Omega Lil, you know what's in the name. And then for this tournament, Lil actually, or the story came out that Lil went to a resort to spend a holiday at a resort instead of playing in the tournament. But then
it was a lie.
That was a lie.
Wow.
I don't know if he's tagged now as Lil or as John Doe, actually.
I'm not quite sure that's legal either. I don't think. Not sure you're just
he's
allowed
tagged
to.
as Lil again at the moment.
Okay, whatever.
Well, I mean, Liquipedia gave the jig up anyway, so nothing gets past those guys.
Not at all, except for 5 men's profile.
Logo.
That got past them.
No, that's why nothing gets past them. You know, you can't let just some random stack upload images. Come on,
boy. All right, so we got some drafts here, Mr. Nami. Of course, you got that Darkseer coming out, which has been pretty great this tournament, and in conjunction with the Clockwork, which has seen some pretty fruitful stuff, but we've seen the Clockwork lose a lot of games too, a decent amount. Then we have on the other side of the coin another great balls to the walls combo. You got Grimstroke, Inkswell, and Tiny, who are both good at jumping on people. So looks like we're in for a real aggressive game no matter what happens already.
More so than the 100+ kill game that you did?
Probably not.
Okay.
I think these teams both know how to play Dota. So we probably won't make it to 100 kills this time.
Well, that's no fun.
That's no fun.
Give me the clumsier ones.
I like the tier 2 scene. Don't get me wrong. I say these things not out of fear or hatred, but out of the most immense love. I would rather watch that series than Secret versus, it's EG any day. So boring.
That's my boy.
Give me the monster kills.
Hell yeah.
Please.
Not the monster energy.
Anyway, a couple bands out. Nothing too crazy. What do you think?
I don't know. I would love to see them.
Go nuts, man. If you get that thing working. Oh, my pink. He grabbed it.
I will tell you what is banned.
Yeah.
In the second phase, we got Morph, Sven, Mag on the side of Extremum, and Lifestealer, Juggernaut, and Ember Spirit banned on the side of Omega Lil. And yeah, we're waiting for the next pick. Traditionally, it has been cores being picked around this time.
Cores,
they get banned.
And what happened to old Juggernaut, you know? A guy that loves...
Just got banned.
Okay.
What does he love?
What
Tell
does
me
he
what
love?
Loves both. He loves the meta right now.
Loves the
He's
meta.
great with Grimstroke for the ball. He's great with Darkseer for the ball. That's the most classic combo.
What is the ball in reference to here? What is
Ion Shell in the
trees.
Inkswell.
Oh, okay.
You know, put that shit on him, and then Juggernaut's little spin that's pretty bad early. I mean, pretty good early game at dealing damage now becomes an unstoppable nightmare if it catches anybody.
I'm with you.
So we're gonna see Prophet picked up. That's hype. Mr. Teleport around, and that's more aggression, I have to say, Tsunami.
Yeah, I fear the amount of burst damage coming out from Omega Lil. I don't really know, seeing as how so many of the tanky cores have been banned out, the Lifestealer, the Morphling, the Sven. Yeah, they're kind of... It's up to this Darkseer and this Clockwork to somehow tank the initiation, but I don't know, like you said, the ball... The
balls.
Ball.
B-A-W-L-Z.
Ball.
The balls!
Gets just cuts right past them. You don't need to worry about it with that move speed buff.
That's right. What about Yaki? Oh, Yaki. There's a lot of stuns, there's a lot of slows, a lot of AoE. Might slow down our Tiny.
Just think of the wombo combo potential. I think that's the only thing I'm going to look forward to seeing in this game so far.
Holy shit.
Vacuum into Macropyre into Ice Path.
And trapped in the cogs, Sheever.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking Clockwork kind of doesn't fit because he's going to mess everything up.
Jesus!
Because the Vacuum is going to put everybody together, and then Clockwork is going to use his cogs at probably just the wrong time and push everybody out of the Ice Path and Macropyre.
Defeatist attitude.
It just feels
I think you can only have like
disconnecting.
3 units inside of cogs before people start slipping out. And actually, there is an interesting interaction with Sprout and cogs. If you ever Sprout, whoever you target inside of cogs with Sprout will immediately pop out.
What?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's so you can target the Clockwork, you can target whoever he cogged in, and then there's get right out.
Huh?
It's quite peculiar.
That's pretty good. Oh, hey, look at this combo. You remember this bad boy from TI? Grimstroke throws the Phantom on, and then Pugna hits them, and they can't hit it off. That's how you keep somebody super silenced in this game. We're going to be seeing that picked out here from Omega Lil. Very exciting.
Did Lil and G used to be on the same team together?
Probably.
Probably.
CIS it's just
boys.
interesting to see that they're up against each other this time around. I also thought it was interesting to see G actually finally move into a support role as he moved away from mid. We used to always see him in the middle lane. But
well,
he's position 5.
Question is, Tsunami, are we going to see more Wombo combo here? We got a bunch of big boys that still have been knocked out, and we're seeing, like, you know, Magnus banned out, other big Wombo combo boys.
Yeah, one positions that would be able to contribute to team fight is probably nice, but I under normal circumstances I'd be like, oh hey, IO gyrocopter or something like that. But instead, whoa,
nobody saw that.
We'll go for a Spectre instead. A tanky hero who won't be as susceptible to the burst damage that I was initially fearful of from Omega Lil, so they're starting to have some reliability in terms of just not being terrified whenever Tiny's off the map and Nature's Prophet's off the map.
Gotta love guys like Pugna, who rely so much on not being focused, right, and letting them do their stuff, and then a Spectre just jumps in on the back line and just ruins all that. I mean, it's a little scary if you're a Spectre, of course, if you don't have the farm needed, but it really breaks the kind of cohesion from this team. Great pick in this patch. Pretty good pick in this game, I think, but they got so much burst, though. If they do well in the early game, Spectre gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, especially since this Furion's looking to be offlane, I would guess that this Pugna's going to go mid, and Omega Lil are looking for their own one position to go up against the Spectre. So not really that great of a support if they decide to send the Jakiro as a 5. So laning phase, not great, but it's okay.
I'm surprised to see Extreme banning out only cores. They are, I guess between all these, there has to be 2 supports on the side of Omega Lil still. But they're banning out a lot of cores, but they're not banning out the hero that we saw banned out the whole series previously, Terrorblade.
Terrorblade?
Terrorblade.
Oh, I think that both teams gotta have ways to deal with Terrorblade, right? They have a bunch of AoE magical damage. It'd be pretty tough. I guess if Omega Lil wanted to pick it up, that'd be better. But yeah, ignored for this series. A big difference in playstyle, of course. No Arteezy in this match, so Terrorblade is a little less scary. The only guy who can actually make that hero sing. And there is a Night Stalker.
Ooh.
Talk about get on top of the Pugna. Talk about get on top of everybody. A pretty aggressive pick there. That is a run-at-you squad. 4 guys making room for Spectre.
Who is their mid laner?
Ooh, that's Jakiro.
I think Night
Oh,
Stalker
now
would-
that I would be on board
I
with.
think Night Stalker would be their mid laner.
Okay, I
I mean,
guess
it's
you
the
can-
only scenario.
Well, I mean, it could be Mijikiro. That's not wild.
We are assuming Nature's Prophet is the mid on the side of Omega Lil.
I was thinking Pugna's going to be the mid, but I don't really think the matchup
Viper.
matters too much.
Viper. Oh my god, this is a lore fight right here, man.
What the hell is this?
Why is this a lore fight?
Oh, Viper used to be Pugna's pet as confirmed. It used to be a theory, but now it's confirmed that Viper was the one who spat into Pugna's old life and killed him. He melted his fucking face
But
off.
they're on the same team. How's this?
Yeah, Pugna is a Dalai Lama. So old Pugna wizard died and then they reincarnated into a baby. That's a little kid up there that's got the soul of an angry dead wizard.
Is he still upset with Viper or?
No, he thought it was funny. His lines were like, "Ha ha, you rascal, get out of here."
You know, it's also pretty funny. The odds being somewhat in favor of Omega Lil. I am curious if you guys agree with these odds.
It's hilarious.
Now that you see the draft.
Those
I
odds
said
are a real knee
somewhat
slapper
funny.
right
I said
there,
somewhat
Shiver.
funny.
Laugh at
I
them.
had to find a segue, Tsunami. Please. Appreciate it.
I mean, I
do.
do consider that to be reasonable, although these two teams would be the closest matched. Seeing as how it's the very last game in Group A, we know where pretty much everyone stays.
Yep.
Cyber Legacy is crushing it, Voldemort's sucking it. And
Whoa!
somewhere in
They
between.
have not won.
Voldy?
They're out. They're
Yeah.
eliminated. You're not
Oh,
going to see
my
them again.
boy. Rest in pickles.
Between Tempo, Khan, and Extremum, and this is where it all comes down to. Based off the draft, I'm favoring Omega Lil mainly because I have no idea how Extremum are supposed to lane this. I don't like any of their mid lane situations, and they now have to deal with Spectre getting broken by Viper, which is
All
pretty
right.
much the go-to ban. So
Any final words?
I agree. Viper was a great ban. Hard to run at a Viper and live,
Okay.
must say.
just
Well,
spit in his
let's
face.
find out what our commentary team thinks about this draft. It is Cap and Lizard for you.
That's right, it could be the last match of this group unless Extremum lose, right? In which case they end up in that 2-3 three-way tiebreaker situation. It'd be a little weird. We'd have a lot more matches underway. And who the hell knows what would happen with the broadcast. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Lizard.
What do you think? What would happen? Would they force us to work until the morning, 6 in the morning, just good old CIS boys battling it out?
My contract says only 2 series a day, so
Wait, you
you're
have a
gonna
contract?
Have to solo cast this.
What? Contract?
They only saved that for tier 1 casters. Sorry, Lizard.
Dude, I've been hit by tier 3 analyst from Slacks. Now you're destroying me as well.
You know what's really awful is that
can you-
Lizard doesn't deserve any of this abuse because he has the worst schedule out of all of us. Every single time I come into work here, Lizard's working first series and last series. Every single time. Lizard, why do you take it? I see you. You're like, it's fine. I'll take first and last.
So I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I work with Kyle a lot.
Yeah.
And usually my girlfriend is here in Kiev, right? If we work from Kiev.
Sure.
And because of that, I always ask to be first, second, or second and last, so I have more time to spend with her. But now she's not around, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take it, you know.
Okay. So this is payback for all those times.
For all the
I
past
see.
times. In my point of view, at least in my eyes. But I think Kyle is just sadistic. He's just enjoying this quite a lot.
Absolutely. He would never do that to himself, only to others. Hey, called it. Melojula is going to be playing Darkseer mid because, you know, you're not going to put Night Stalker in that mid lane matchup. There's just no way I could see that as a winning possibility.
That's horrible, man. That would be horrible. Night Stalker on the mid lane. By the way, my boy Non Grata playing for Extremum. He wasn't here before. Very interested to see what he will change in this team. Well, how do you feel about this draft so far?
Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see if Malik dies first, because they do have a lot of slows to be able to chase him down, but it looks like he will live. Just one hit left. They almost got a kill on Malik, who used to be a part of Extremum.
Yeah, that's actually very important for them that he survives, because Tiny was creep skipping, and now he is going to have a free wave under the tower. Usually what they do is they counter that creep skip by going on the offlaner, who's usually a little bit too greedy, trying to snatch some experience without his position for it.
Okay, so my initial thoughts are this could be a really good Night Stalker game if he actually has a good lane, which is always kind of the struggle with Night Stalker. Is like you have to have a good start to your laning phase, and then you also must have your like first rotations go well. Whether that's in the first night or the second night, you know, that is some people choose to farm a little bit more, but
damn,
Nefrit does go down.
Lil with the first blood, finally not hiding behind his John or Jane Doe or whatever.
Was he playing on a different account or something? Because I saw he played on the last series with them, but then on this account he hadn't played a series for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, so look, the same way we in the West like to bash on Weeha whenever he loses, right?
Yeah.
It's the same in the CIS towards Lil, even harder.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a little different though, because Weeha has at least seen some good success.
That's I mean, Lil was a part of that good Virtus Pro run, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, and then what?
And then nothing.
Yeah.
Then nothing at all, but he thinks that he's pressured quite a lot, and because of that he changed the nickname. He tried to fake vacation or whatnot. It didn't really change too much. I saw the chat just flaming him regardless.
Yeah, that's, you know, I have to say, Kellett, he has to cut his way through the trees or something here. He actually plants a tree to be able to block Nangrata out, pops a healing salve from Happy, and will be able to survive. Gets back to the base and will TP back in. So nicely played. That was a very close call, though. Now he's going to be TP right back onto Nangrata, and they sandwich him. Beautiful stuff from Omega Lil.
Did they completely sandwich him? Wasn't he able to just... I think he decided to stand and fight there.
I guess. I don't know.
But
Thanks, well.
Well, oh my...
Extremum is just feeding. What's going on? Extremum is just feeding. What's going on?
5 kills, 3 minutes in. All right, are we going to see the repeat of that last game in which Slacks was talking about sharks and coconuts?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I heard it.
I must have missed that part.
I heard that. It was a long discussion between him and Kyle.
To be fair, I usually try and tune out when either one of them is talking, so, you know, like, both of them at the same time, it's just like white noise to me, you know?
I see your point. This mid lane, Darkseer, so far is doing well. All right, Viper does have 17 dies, which is, quite rough. But you're finding CS, and you really didn't have an answer for this Viper in your draft. Putting this Darkseer mid lane is the best case scenario for you.
It's the best of a bad situation overall. They didn't have a better answer to it, so we'll have to see as the lanes break down. Maybe things will start getting a little bit better. After all, they do have some like really big rotating ganking heroes. Night Stalker, Clockwork. I think one thing that also stood out to me, not going to be the most fun Pugna game in the world, right? He's got Ice Path, Night Stalker gets on top of you, Clockwork gets on top of you, Spectre instantly on top of you, and then Darkseer can surge to bring people out of the life train on top of just having another decent range disabled.
It's one of those games in which one defensive item doesn't look good enough. You need 2 or 3, and your teammates need to play really well around you for you to really utilize this Pugna. But one good thing that Omega Lil have got going for themselves is they do have the Viper versus Spectre matchup, and they have a lot of pushing power.
Yeah. You've seen that that Viper versus Spectre matchup just destroy the Spectre in a lot of previous games, so we'll see if it comes true in this game as well. Just going straight up for the drums, apparently.
We have drums, couple of raid bands, that's what we are pretty much used to be seeing right now. Then you go Manta, Skadi. I think in this kind of a game, the Manta is really good, but you need a BKB as well versus Viper at some point, so we'll see what he opts to go for.
Am I crazy? Wouldn't you want boots?
Boots are usually, yeah, they're
yeah,
fine
you
as
know,
well.
like that hero that life drains you and does the infinite amount of damage if you don't move away fast enough.
Boots are a solid option for many heroes nowadays, I heard.
I just wanted to double check that I didn't actually see Boots in that list at all, but who knows? Maybe he's just doing that thing where he queues it up. Darkseer with the Surge, allowing them to get on top of Kellen. Kellen, who is definitely going to die here, but they're actually going to try and fight underneath this Tier 1 tower. Velor is definitely dead. Sunlight, though, he's going to find his rotation. Not really allowing him to get a kill anywhere. G. Good old G, man. It's a decade of playing competitive Dota. Oh, TP away. The Night Stalker, it's a close call, but he's going to die before the TP completes.
That's non grata, my dude. This isn't how you want to die. You're a Night Stalker, you're dying during the first night, and you're dying to a Viper. You saw him TP there.
Yeah.
There were other options. Other much better options for you.
Yeah, we didn't see it, but it looked like maybe there was like a stick situation. Velor, okay, the Cogs is decent, and he won't tick out, so he has a chance to live here. See if Grimstroke spots him happy.
He has no mana on Grimstroke, right? So you should be fine with Clockwork. You have Tranquils as well. I love Tranquils so much on position 4 clock. On offlane, I think getting a Hood with Power Treads is just much better, but on position 4, if you have Tranquils, it just allows you to stay on the map.
Yeah.
Bottom tier 1.
Oh, you said a lot of pushing power. That comes from these two heroes, Nature's Prophet plus Pugna. There's not a whole lot that Extreme can do to stop that. What they can do is run around and try and get kills. Happy is going to be able to get an Inkswell off and is hoping to kill the Clockwork. Of course, he cannot do enough physical damage with just his attacks. Malik, though, is still looking to defend this tower.
And remember, it's the same Clock that was on 5% HP just a minute ago. He moved back because of the Tranquils and he made a kill without going base.
It's diving time. Is anybody going to TP in here? They're going to try. They're going to pop the glyph, TP in. Non-Grata does not have his level 6, so he's going to have to cut down the tree in order to get away.
I really want to see Extremum on the responding side of these pushes from Omega Lil. They really have the heroes that can punish all the aggression. But Omega Lil as well aren't really pushing that hard right now. They took the tier 1 on the bottom lane, but I don't see the Viper plus Pugna combo doing a whole lot. Nature's Prophet as well. They're kind of happy with just taking one tier 1 so far.
It's a good thing they have, I like the fact they're giving the Jakiro a little bit of space to get some levels, because he is one of the better tower defenders that they have in this game, right? Pretty much the only good one.
The thing is, yeah, he's the only good one. I think how you set up defenses around your towers is just by sheer mobility and team fight, right? You can stop these pushes, you just need to be all there.
Yeah.
Which is not happening for this mid lane.
Yeah, they're being a little bit slow to rotate right now. They're just going to throw out the wall, get a Viper illusion, try and push back Omega Lil. You could see they really want to keep this mid tower alive, but they're going to have to pull a lot more heroes if they want to do so, because it looks like Omega Lil, they're going to double down. It's still nighttime, though, for another 30 seconds. Lil sees his opportunity, may be able to catch the Clockwork, but he gets off the Cogs first. They're going to toss him over now. The Viper is on the wrong side of that Cogs, but there's nobody there to really punish him. So they're just going to keep it up, take that mid tower. Extremum, even at nighttime, cannot seem to fight.
Yep, so I did say that I would like to see them S5 trying to defend, and that's what happened there. They did bring in the forces, but your supports are severely underleveled, mainly this Clockwork. He was level 3, he's not going to fight.
They're a little bit split right now. They're trying to go for this kill. If they can stop that TP, they do. Kellen's going to go down, but at the same time, Sunlight getting some free damage onto this Night Stalker. Ice Path, Macropyre, that's going to do a lot, though. And Sunlight, he's going to fall as well. A nice double kill for Mellow Jewel.
This Darkseer from the mid lane coming in clutch. Overall, the Darkseer on mid lane isn't that bad. You can match up versus almost anything with the Iron Shell and farm. Plus, you can always stack medium camps, or even the hard one if you want. You'll always find farm.
Yeah.
And remember, Darkseer, as long as he has a mediocre game early on, he will be impactful. And so far, he's been just that.
Yeah, if he can get like a fast level 15, it's one of the more impactful. Like when he's got all of his abilities maxed out, he gets that 15 talent, and you've got a lot of heroes that take advantage of Ion Shell and Surge.
You got some pretty decent combos with the Jakiro as well, right? So overall, it's a good Darkseer game.
Pull people into Ice Path. You could even pull them into Cogs as well. Ifrit, he's going to be caught. Man, Tiny is just an insane hero. I just want to say that. Every single time I see these support Tinies and they like have the power to bring down cores. It was that series that we were watching earlier today, that Ember Spirits, man.
Yep.
He just kept on dying to the support Tiny.
Especially this new build with the Blink Dagger and Veil, right?
Yeah.
It's just such a versatile hero.
See if they can kill Happy before the Inkswell goes off. They do. No extra damage there. Mellow Jewel's just going to... No, he is actually going to turn around, see if he can save the Clockwork before he TPs out, and both of them do survive as a result.
Oh, nice Surge. He had an option there to use Hookshot to get out, but if Pugna uses his ward, that could actually kill him, right, because of the mana.
G gives up his life to be able to kill that Observer ward.
Double damage.
You know, I was checking because I hadn't seen G a little bit. And I was checking to see if he'd been playing on teams consistently over the last like 2 years, and apparently he has been. Small breaks here and there. I just hadn't really seen him around.
He has been. He has been. I believe he played for Old But Gold as well, right?
Yes, he did.
They came second in the minor last year. Overall, he has been around. He has been playing, but not on position 5. However, so far he's looking really good on post 5.
Nice catch. Clockwork getting on top of Malik. This is what we're talking about. Pugna just kind of getting wasted, and I'm not sure if that Decrepify really saves you too much. Velar, unfortunately, is going to be found by the creeps. Unfortunate timing there.
Yeah. It's one of the things when I was still playing that I practiced it, memorizing where the creeps are exactly on the lane so that you can make those joke plays. But yeah, unfortunate for him. Sometimes you're just... The problem is usually when you're doing that, you're chased by 3 heroes and you don't have time to check.
Yeah. There's the combination. An Ion Shell, Surged, Nighttime, Night Stalker. That's definitely going to get a kill on anybody who's isolated, in which case both the Viper and the Tiny certainly are. Now, there is going to be some TPs coming in. The Ice Pass still lands, and there's going to be the save there from Malik. Nangrata, a little bit low on mana here. Can't really commit too much, but Omega Lil, they've made some pretty hefty rotations, and if they don't actually save this tower or anything, that's going to be a great trade for Extrema.
And you also see this Viper, he's on top of net worth, but he is dying, and he's dying on his side of the map, which means you aren't taking objectives, which means Spectre is farming, which means eventually you will fall off, and this Spectre will not care about your Nether Toxin if you just die in the first few seconds of the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel like Omega Lil maybe should have been able to just kind of roll over Extremum and start taking, maybe not the tier 2 towers just yet, but at least controlling a larger share of the map. But things have been kind of going wrong. Nice use of the vacuum right as the life drain goes off. They're pinging Malik pretty heavily here and are going to be able to land the hook shot. So Malik puts himself so far forward and looks like he may end up dying unless this Clockwork goes down quickly. Malik is not going to burn out just yet. He needs a little bit more, and they do get it. Melojewel is going to use that Surge, which he thought was needed to kill Pugna. Now try and run away. Does he have a Quelling Blade to be able to get out of this Sprout when it goes down? It doesn't even have a chance to go down. He's too far away.
Yeah, that's a really good response from Omega Lil. They're recognizing that this Pugna will be the main target of Omega Lil, and then they just follow him up.
Yeah.
Hookshot is used, but instant follow-up from the Soulbind into double Viper Strike, which kills off 2 heroes on Extremum.
Very key timing for Extremum now. This is a second nighttime. Good job getting off the Inkswell before he could get the silence around Happy. Does a decent amount of damage, but will die eventually here. Nangrata, there he goes. Look at the boy. He's running, he's keeping some vision on him, but he doesn't have mana, and Sunlight, I think, is a bit too tanky for them, but they're going to go for it anyway. Velor, he tries to get him into a position. He's tossed back into Kellen here, but Sunlight underneath the Macro Pyre, he's going to get burned out.
if you're Extremum, you're happy with this. Like even if you are losing these fights, if you're trading evenly, you're happy with this because you understand that late game is yours. And if you're not fighting on your side of the map under their terms, that's good for you. You're forcing them in these engagements in which they aren't threatening your objectives, which is keeping the map open for you. And like, we're all saying, okay, Omega Lil have this draft that's really easy to push with, but Extremum, they're no pushover. Like, you can definitely set up a good defense.
What a kill.
Yeah. Lil boy.
Catching Nefrit while he's farming, while he's low.
Really well played by him. Tiny is crazy. Like you said before, this hero, like, he's been nerfed, and then everyone stopped playing him on the mid lane. Right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly, okay, but position 4 is just as strong.
Yeah.
It's maybe even better now.
It came back in a support, and then we had the that extreme toss range, level 1, it was 1200 range or something like that, right? And then they're like, okay, we need to nerf that, and people are like, well, Tiny's still good. I don't have to rely only on the cheese of tossing people. Tossing is still really good, even at level 1, but this hero still outputs shit tons of damage.
The Tiny Airlines.
Yeah.
It's the fact that he's just good later on in the game, right? Because of that Veil build, you can pretty much blow up a core like he did earlier. And you get that talent with Tossback that it doesn't require a target, right? That one is just pretty sick.
Yeah, it's like you hit this beautiful timing right now where you're able to like one-shot cores as a support. It's pretty insane. But then later on, maybe you don't have that anymore, but you have the Blink Tossback. You're also extremely tanky, so you're really good at being able to... You're basically a better version of Vengeful Spirit, right? You put yourself in danger and put one of the enemy into your team, except for you're super tanky. Vengeful Spirit will die in just like 2 nukes. A Tiny... You have to lay down a ton of spells to be able to bring him down.
At least he doesn't spawn another rock after he dies. So, so there's that.
Like the neutral golems. Night Stalker caught during nighttime. This is one of the worst case scenarios.
Imagine if one derp golem spawns after Tiny dies, or the 2 small ones, you know.
Yeah.
After Tiny dies, he should spawn two small derp golems. Why not?
Yeah, that's what you need. A little bit more nuking power for Tiny.
So far, Extremum, they on the big cores they have itemized properly versus Tiny, which is something that you should copy in your pubs as well. By raindrops. Like raindrop is the most valuable item versus a position 4 Tiny. It breaks his combo and you will be able most of the time to survive.
Yeah, if you can get a value cloak right now too, which is a cheap item, you get that in raindrops and you'll be decently prepared. Bonus points if you can get a bracer or something as well. $7,000 net worth lead for Omega Lil. They're baiting Sunlight right now.
He does have a pike, so if you do manage to use that hookshot on top of him, he should be able to get out. The problem is, what if they use Ice Bat instantly after?
Sitting on the high ground. They do manage to get the silence on top of the Tiny here. The hook shot forward to be able to make sure the Pugna is not going to be able to get that good drain off. They see a better target in him, but he's surviving for a little bit. Finally gets nuked down from the Void. What a beautiful vacuum wall, though, from Melajewel. Sunlight barely managed to force staff himself up the cliff there to be able to stay alive. It's just the 1 and 2 position of Omega Lil right now, and Kellen is challenging anybody to be able to fight him mano a mano, but looks like he's going to be slowly but surely poked at by Extremum. They don't want to overcommit. Look at even the healing salve being popped on Nefrit. They're thinking about going back in, but they choose not to, and it's probably for the best right now. That's a good fight.
Yeah, they circled around him like wolves, but you have another Toxin follow-up from Viper. It's easier to just let him go. You just want a big team fight for Extremum. And it all started with a bad reaction from Omega Lil. When Tiny is caught like that, I think you just let him go. Just accept that. They initiated with so many heroes, and then you waste 2 of your biggest utilities on saving Lil. You use Force Staff and the Decrepify. Then everyone else is kind of vulnerable and in a bad spot for that great vacuum wall, like you mentioned.
Hey, one more thing that makes Tiny OP, free courier killing.
Yep.
You see a courier, toss a tree at it, easy one shot. Looks like he's going to be getting Force Staff as Force Staff's very value item in this game against Clockwork and the Night Stalker.
Yeah, I'm wondering what non-Grata is going to buy even. Oh,
toss him over to Kellen, and Kellen, with that assist, takes the kill.
That was one of those hook shots when you're literally on top of the target,
yeah,
and then you don't hook on top of him, but somewhere to the side. A little awkward.
A little awkward, as is this ice path thrown out from G. He knows he's dead, so he just throws out a macro pyre, but just not the greatest reaction there from G, and not the greatest reaction from Nefrit, putting himself in that exact position. I feel like that part of the map is the most likely place to get caught when you have a Viper hitting your tier 2. He's obviously not doing it alone. He didn't dive your tier 2 for a Jakiro kill because he was by himself. He's obviously has some backup.
The thought process was, okay, they just killed Clockwork. They couldn't have gotten here so fast, but they smoked up and instantly ran over there. And he also has a ward there on a cliff, so but you could see the way he's moving up those stairs, he's kind of hesitant. He's not really rushing it. He's kind of moving back and forward. So he knew that he was in danger. He just risked it.
Gotta trust your instincts. Now we're getting to what is beginning to be a bit of an insurmountable lead here. 11,000 net worth for Omega Lil. No doubt they're supposed to be ahead. They're the lineup that has the tower pressure. They have a Nature's Prophet on their team, which farms really well, but this gold lead is beginning to get a bit excessive, Lizard.
Yeah, you can see that they took most towers on the map. Meanwhile, they only lost one. That's where some of this gold advantage is coming from.
They're going to pop this darkness here, try and get it to the back line. Sunlight trying to make himself a target. Oh no, the Spectre illusion blocking as Velor tries to get on top of Happy. They do manage to kill him eventually here, but they got the Soulbind out. Malik is going to go for the double drain, double Decrepify, the toss back over. That's going to finish off the Clockwork. They activate the BKB, and Omega Lil will stand strong against Extremum, trading 1-for-1 here. But that was with Darkness used, the Spectre ult used as well, and looks like they're going to be able to get a secondary kill on top of that. Honestly, that was a great fight for Omega Lil, and now that things have been expended from Extremum, you've got free reign of the map.
Yeah, that was a perfect fight for Omega Lil. Is it rush time? It looks like it is. You just lost your Grimstroke, who's already up. You know that they have absolutely no way of fighting here. No hookshot, no darkness, no haunt, no vacuum wall.
And Kellen still has his extra damage as well, so...
It was just such a sad fight for Extremum. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
Yeah. I always feel like that's one of those classic mistakes of Spectre Clockwork. Just let your Clockwork cook first, and then pop your ult. Because then your illusion, even if you don't jump to that person that he hookshot, at least your illusion's going to get in some good swing time, right?
Maybe what they were waiting for is some vision from the haunt, right? So you know exactly where you're going from, because usually haunt isn't only used for just getting there as Spectre, but to give your team the vision.
Nice. Look at that. He forced Staff forward to try and get vision for the Wrath of Nature to deal that killing blow.
Wrath of Nature. What, 700 damage on the last target, level 1?
Yeah, I think it's something like 680 damage, and obviously you're going to have some intelligence that buffs that up to being over 700.
Yeah, some null tally here and there if possible.
Yeah.
It's
pretty insane. Darkseer, not caught by the Sprout. He's just too damn fast.
They're also struggling against this BKB that just came on Nature's Prophet. He kind of becomes not a target for you anymore. This Spectre does not have the damage to deal with him. And on the side of Extremum, you also need your BKBs. Oh, Lil. He's got him, but... Nah, just kidding.
Smart TP away. Has Callan died yet?
I was
just thinking, he's done a really good job.
Yeah, 15k on top of network charts. I don't believe he died even.
Yeah. What a beast. Man, formerly known as Arc, was one of those CIS players that... It was just such a weird time where the CIS players were going down to Southeast Asia. Remember that? Arc joined MAG, in going down to Southeast Asia and playing for Mineski back in 2017.
I think it all started with Yol. He went there.
Yeah.
He went there for I can't remember what the team was. He literally stopped playing with me and went to CA afterwards. He's a part of Voldemort right now, not really doing that great, so it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, his loss. He missed out on a great future with you.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely not.
He could be talent.
Yeah, he definitely could. He could be a talent. He was he was funny, if nothing else. I love him.
14-26, 16,000 net worth lead for Omega Lil. And, well, at this point in time, you just kind of have to group up and make sure you don't get caught out by the nighttime.
Like, Extremum are so far behind on this Spectre. He died just a few too many times in this game that he doesn't even have that Manta completed. And if he does, it's coming like online right now. There.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. But it's not an item that allows you to fight in this game. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You're still far behind. The only thing that's really keeping them in this game and giving them a opportunity is Jakiro plus Vacuum combo. This is always significant.
So it all comes down to that high ground defense. And Omega Lil, I'm not sure if they're going to risk trying to go high ground while it's still nighttime.
Yeah, you don't have to. You can wait it out a little bit. You do have this Aegis. Maybe that might push you a little bit forward, make an aggressive move with that Aegis, right? But you don't have to force yourself. I don't think that they're in this spot in which they're worried that Spectre will take over.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially since they have some pretty good answers to the Spectre already, thanks to the Viper. A little bit surprised they gave the Aegis to the Pugna, but I guess they feel like everybody else can't really die, and they'd probably be right. Nice vacuum wall. Helps saving Nefrit here. Unfortunately, they can't really respond and actually try and get aggressive, even though it's nighttime, even though they got that vacuum wall, they're still too scared of fighting into Omega Lil.
Omega Lil, they look like they're really good at responding to any aggression and being there in time. But what's really happening is their teammates are so fat that you can't shoot through them as the enemy team before a response comes.
Yeah, just seems like you're just gonna run out of damage or maybe just not put the damage out fast enough. I mean, this is the sad point of Night Stalker where he's just like, I can't really commit. Like, all I can do is void people from a distance, you know, which means you're not getting one of the best uses of Core Night Stalker, which is all that right-click damage when you pop Darkness. Jump in. Velor, they jump right as the Aegis explodes, and there it is! The Vacuum Ice Wall combination beautifully set up, and that's going to take down two members of Megalo, and the two cores, they're going to be falling in this backline pretty quickly here. They see on the high ground, this Pugna tried to TP away. Fortunately, Void was still on cooldown, but Extremum. Lizard, you tried to warn Omega Lil. You said this is the combo that could potentially be their downfall, and they pull it off perfectly.
Yeah, but what happens there? Lil, we were praising him throughout the game, but he jumps in with Tinkswell with that smoke on nothing.
Yeah, it's a blind blink avalanche. I don't know sure what that was.
Completely blind. And then the follow-up comes from Pok, and they're sitting on stairs on that position in which it's so easy to follow up with the vacuum ice bat, and it was beautiful, man. Extremum, well played.
And now it's going to get even harder to avoid that combination with Meljul picking up a blink dagger.
All these so Blink Dagger on Darkseer is sick. Night Stalker also getting that BKB was huge for him because it allows him to stay on top of targets during these fights. The only problem still is Viper Strike, obviously, but what you really want to use that Viper Strike on is Spectre. You really want to save that for her.
Yeah, now we can actually use that damage like we were talking about as the Night Stalker, right? Now he can actually use that Ion Shell and all that right-click damage he gets out of Darkness to fully commit, going on to somebody.
You mentioned that really well. It's the BKB that activates him. It's his item That was definitely required at this point in the game, but hey, on the side of Omega Lil, now you have AC on Kellen, and he'll just stand his ground. He'll fight you back. He's not that scared. Just need to use those BKBs.
Smoked up, trying to catch somebody while they're lingering outside the base. Now, the Jakiro is not that bad of a target, honestly, just because now you don't have to worry about that macro pyre stopping your high ground push, especially with Siege Wagon on the way.
You can't have Vacuum Ice Bat without Jakiro. You can only have Vacuum.
Yeah. Look how quickly this damage gets pumped out. Even the Glyph, that's only going to be able to really remove some of the treants, as this next wave is going to stand strong.
What a massive kill.
They're going to pop BKB on the Spectre. There goes the vacuum wall combination with the Spectre coming in off the BKB, going straight for the supports, but he actually got soulbound to his own illusion. Oh no! He couldn't actually chase down the Grimstroke, and now the BKB is just being kited around. Pops a Manta and does not get tossed. So really great heads-up reaction from him there, but even better by Happy that saved his own life thanks to that soulbind.
They didn't take the side. That's pretty huge for Extremum, considering what was happening there. I actually thought that they're losing this side for sure, but they decided to fight without G, without that Jakiro, and they defended. Pretty sick. They did lose some big spells in that fight, and Omega Lil most likely will come again in the next minute.
Especially since it's daytime, even better that you've got double damage. And the cherry on top would be getting a kill on Nangrata, even after he pops his BKB. Beautiful stuff. And apparently our Pugna, who I believe had queued up a Scythe of Ice, is like, nah, what about double Dagon though? I can almost get a Scythe, or I can get a Dagon too.
Is it shipped out to him?
Yeah, it's flying out on the courier now. Nice toss back there from Lil. Catching G out of position again. He's going to come back down to Earth and head straight to his grave. And that's going to probably be 2 lanes of barracks.
That's 2 lanes, I believe. There's no way. You don't have any ultis. You have hookshot, but that ain't going to stop them. The only thing that will stop them from taking top lane is the tier 2 that's still standing. Unless they won't go for Throne. They'll be disciplined enough. I can respect this.
Yeah, after all, that World's their oyster at this point, because we're in that potential Roshan spawning time, so they'll probably just throw a courier in there, wait till it spawns, take that Roshan before they head for the Megas.
I really like how Omega Lil, they noticed that this Jakiro is the biggest problem that they have in this game. And they just focused him. They killed him twice in a row, and it literally resulted in 2 sides for them. It's crazy, right? Position 5, but it means so much. Sometimes, if you're a position 5 and you die, you can say, okay, I'm just a 5. But this really isn't that kind of a game.
No, not at all. You've actually got to be a lot more careful if you're at the 5 position in this. As Omega Lil. Roshan's up. And it's pretty much Extremum, it's do or die. They kind of have to smoke up and play for that Roche area. I don't think they can give up Aegis and Cheese and have a chance of winning this game, but we'll see.
Full Satanic now as well on Aegis Prophet. Some extra sustain for him. Meanwhile,
it's a rough part, right? They just don't have any disables to stop BKB Satanic from going off. They just don't have a chance of being able to burst him down, I think. It is almost nighttime.
And they did smoke, so you could pop that ulti right now.
Yeah, if they pop Darkness, it'll perfectly chain up with nighttime. And they could have a nice long drawn-out fight here, but they're going straight into a high ground. This is a little dangerous. They try and go for the wall combination, but it only catches Sunlight here. Still, though, they do already take out the Grimstroke, and it looks like Sunlight is going to be dealt with by his own illusion plus Nefrit. And now, with the Furion, they do manage to get that hookshot onto him, but they need to deal with Malik, who's given him that extra HP. That's where Vela's going to try and play around. Kellen pops his BKB, turning and fighting. Nefrit's just playing in and out at this point in time. Oh, Nangrata! He got a little too close to Kellen, did not respect that damage. They could have left it any time, Lizard, but they decided to try and finish off the rest of Omega Lil.
They weren't sure what to do. There wasn't really a true call in that whole engagement. After they killed off the Viper and Grimstroke, do we kill Nature's Prophet? Do we not? Do we kill him? Do we not? Meanwhile, he's just attacking you and he's killing you.
Blink away, Melojewel. He's going to give that surge to Nefrit. Malik thinks that Glimmer Cape will get a little distance away until he's pulled back in by the vacuum. Lil tries to come in, deal out his combination. The sound stops him, but Nongrata still has to run himself away. Melojewel low on mana here. Velor is going to be able to climb over the walls of the Roshan pit thanks to his spider legs. But there's a decent amount of mobility here, and Malik had the vision, is able to get the Decrepify long range. That'll slow him down long enough for the rest of his team to arrive.
Yeah. Also remember, Lil went for this crit and Echo Saber build, so he's dealing quite a lot of damage even after that combination. He's not only your nuke potential. I thought that he bought it for Silver Edge, that's where he's going, but it seems like he didn't. He's buying Ags after.
Yeah, he's just... That is planning for the late game, for sure, is going basically those two items to be able to build an Aghanim Scepter and get your full combo out.
He's playing for himself. That's what it is. You know, when you go when you go for this kind of a build, you just want to be the star of the show, and that's it.
And that does fit the personality that Lil has put forth on social media. To date, still one of the better heals of Dota 2. If only he had remained in the Tier 1 scene longer, you know.
Yep.
Like, who are better heals? PPD, easily, right? One of the... Easily the best heal you could ask for, right?
PPD, Lil. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Is there anyone else? Yes, you can.
There's definitely some others, but
not as consistent. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, like very few people on the Tier 1 scene are willing to make that kind of play. Spectre ult going out, already missing their initiation. They do get the vacuum in the back, going straight for the Pugna, trying to deal with him, but honestly, it's taking so long for them to just kill the Pugna because he keeps on juking all these 4 stats, his own and then somebody else's, helps get him away. Happy, okay, he's gonna get ripped apart. The cores are still doing fine though on the side of Omega Lil, and you could see they're dealing with the supports just as well as this Spectre is. As they spot him, do they have a disable? They don't. Nefrit will manage to get away. Nongrata, they're trying to TP that one. That tree's gonna hurt, and it slows him down just enough for Kellen to clean up that kill. Dieback for him now.
They don't have buybacks on Night Stalker any longer, on Jakiro. GG. Yep. GG by Extremum. They did put up a pretty decent fight in my opinion.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah,
like, it's just, they put up a good fight for a team that never reached that timing that they were looking at before, you know, where it was supposed to be like 15 minutes, they were supposed to kind of take over the game. They never really happened.
They looked all right at the beginning. They were putting up some really sick defenses, that Jakiro as well with the clockwork, with the vacuum walls, it looked really nice, but Jakiro dies twice in a row. I think that's what broke the game for them.
Yeah.
However, what I really like the most about this series is that even this game right now looked much different than the other series that we watched today with 5 comrades, because it looked sensible. It looked like the teams know what their strengths are and they try to play towards them.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to game number 2, just because it felt like in this, like, I appreciate the maybe innovation of the drafting. You know, like the Darkseer mid was like a nice adjustment that they made and such, and they tried to do a big combination. You know, Night Stalker surged up and everything. Didn't quite work though. Viper, I think, was a big problem for them, and I think that was the last pick as well.
If you're picking Spectre, man, you need to ban Viper.
Yeah.
That's like Spectre 101. Ban Viper. Don't play against that.
Yeah, even Slacks knows that. Speaking of, let's head to the panel.
The panel is more than just Slacks, Cap. Thank you.
Yeah.
But, yeah, sorry. My, you know, I need to see the thing.
I was ready.
I was not ready.
Oh, no.
But neither was Extremum, so I don't feel left out here. I think that they had this brilliant wombo combo idea, and I think we saw it once properly.
Yeah.
And it was too little too late at that point. So where do you guys want to start with breaking this one down?
Viper.
Yeah,
Viper.
I think we have to. I mean, it was that last pick, and it not only countered Spectre, but it countered like their entire strat of let's run at them and fight and get that like victory from that prolonged battle. Just doesn't work against Viper. Viper loves fights. He loves early fights, mid fights, late fights, and that was their whole strategy. Was this full committal team? You surge in, you clock in. And what do? You don't kill somebody, you're in some serious trouble, Tsunami.
Even the final pick of the Night Stalker, I don't know what they were trying to answer. I don't know what they were like, this is what Night Stalker fixes. Because it didn't fix their lanes, because they ended up having to send the Darkseer mid to go up against the Viper, which is also pretty unsatisfactory. It didn't really fix their team fight issues, because while they had some initiation, Tiny was just bursting everyone anytime they got anywhere close. It didn't really help their Wombo combo situation with the Vacuum into Ice Path. I don't really know what the purpose of the Night Stalker was in that game.
Maybe they needed a playmaker or something like that. That's the only thing I could come up with.
I mean, yeah, it's the standard Spectre, right? Let's get 4 guys to be super aggressive and make some room, but again, that only works if you actually kill the guys you're going towards. If you're 4 guys running towards Viper in the early game, you're making a huge mistake. So, and that's not even about Viper's big counter for Spectre, right? I mean, turning off all of her stuff with his abilities, his stuff. It even works in Agnum Sanctum. Look it up. Very good in there.
Very
that's true. Yeah, those Spectres that have the little
the blade mail. You see, they say Valve doesn't care about the new player experience, but if you play Agnum Sanctum, you would know this.
You learn little
Agnum
intricate things.
Is an artifact card.
Agnum Sanctum is an artifact card? Oh my god, it's called Agnum's Labyrinth. Sorry.
I was wondering, it's like, I guess we found a new name for the lab.
No, that's an artifact card. I get it switched up. It's like a dream.
A fever dream.
A fever
that just won't end.
Indeed. Anyway, so we kind of all predicted that this is the way that it would go, but I mean, what else do you want to say? I mean, we were right. We're fucking god.
No, this game was really tough for Extreme. I was, happy for them that they still got to do their combo at least a couple times. Had some moments of hope, but at some point, you're 2 Siders of Rex down, and you're one big hope, like, oh, maybe if we stretch long enough, Spectre will carry us. It doesn't work because of the Viper. And we heard our commentator say at the end of the game, is like, when you pick Spectre, there's just the rule of thumb, you have to ban Viper or you pick Rubik. You can at least turn it around so you can break Viper in return. Rubik was untouched. Viper was last pick. It seems like a big oversight in the draft on the side of Extremum, and they paid for it. It's literally that simple. The game got slowly out of control for Extremum. It was just it was domination by Omega Lil, but not like hard domination that they just destroyed everything. It was just, they got their edge, they got more and more ahead, and at some point, if you go for too long, you will eventually reach the, the tier 3 towers of the enemy base, and that happened, and then that's it. I don't understand why Lizard made the comment about the previous series. He said that he liked this better. I like the other series better.
Well,
this was more like strategic. Yes, we know who's going to win. Thank you. The previous, at least, was blood and sweat and tears and people tearing each other up.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's what we're about.
Yeah.
Lizard works out so much because he's such a weak nerd.
Yeah.
So he got afraid, and now he can beat up anybody that would attack him. But he's like, oh, look at the stacking and pulling, and this is very good counter pick.
That's what the glasses are for. It balances it out.
But he can't do it anymore. He'll kill you if you come at him now. Absolutely. But back in the day, I would have wedged Lizard, for God's sake. Wizard. That's a cool name if he ever wants to get rid of Lizard. I am now Wizard.
The name change.
The new Lizard.
Because name changes in Dota 2 history have been so successful.
I know, they really have been. I mean, I would admit that Kyle is a better name than Swindles, for sure.
Yeah. I would agree, too.
That was a smart
partially
move.
Because it is his name.
Yes.
And that is always, I think a nice thing to have, just your own name.
And then, Trent from Mott Packs, another good one.
That was the best one.
That was, Mott Packs was awful.
It was terrible. For a long time, I thought it was just Mott.
Me too. I thought they were the same people. Okay. And I was like, man, Mott is just on and off. Some games, he just kills it. And then other times, I don't know what's going on with this guy. He's crazy.
Which one is which?
Doesn't matter. Sheever, that's how I protect myself.
Because you don't know. You thought it was the same person.
Plausible deniability.
That's right. Name changes are they're important.
Yeah.
To surviving. Kyle's right, though. The going to just the name, it's okay. But
I don't know. I don't like people relinquishing their gamer roots.
Yes, yes.
Half the appeal of esports is that you have names like Swindles, You go to the NBA,
like
it's not gonna
Dalai
happen.
Lama.
Yeah, Dalai Lama.
Dalai
Exactly.
Lama.
Right now, the NBA is trying to do that. They're letting people put like messages on their jersey instead of just their last names and stuff like that.
Like a quote?
Yeah, or like a motivational thing. But
Pass. Pass me ball is what I would put on there on my jersey.
kick me.
Pass.
Lose.
I would put all the jerseys on my team would say the same thing, so people had no idea who was who.
There you go.
Yeah, and you kind of also, if you make the sentence too long, you can't see it anymore
Also true.
because you can't read it from that far away, nor if it gets, if you're moving by and passing, people are very fast.
I think there's like a limit. It's like 3 words or something, but still, like it's not as catchy as gamer names.
It's definitely not. They're just jealous of the tag.
Yeah.
You know who also changed his name? Lil.
Yeah, we did know that. You told us that.
Yeah, I did. And he changed it back to his normal name.
Oh, the secret's out and then he got scared.
What?
Oh, wait. I thought you said that he changed it back after he changed it back.
What?
Nothing. You're doing a very good job. Continue.
Very.
Very
Great.
impressed.
I was going to ask.
do you know what so John Doe is used for men. Do you know what women use?
I thought it was Mary or Jane something. Mary Jane.
Yeah, Jane Doe. I didn't know if that was like an American reference.
It is an American
okay.
reference because I don't think people that are unidentified in the Netherlands would be called John Doe.
So then what's the name that they use?
I don't know. We don't really have those that much.
Really?
No one
Normally
dies in the
people go
Netherlands.
missing first, and then so when someone normally because it's very grim here. Normally people die in water in the Netherlands.
Ah.
So when
What
people,
the fuck?
Because people go out swimming when they don't know the currents. It's really stupid.
I mean,
It has been a real problem
I'm not
for us in the
doubting
last
it. It's
month.
just, that's scary.
Or we have a lot of canals. When people are shit-faced, they are
Right
falling
shits.
into the
Pardon my
water,
French.
into canals, and it's very difficult to get back up, especially when you get such a cold water thing, shock. So then people wash up at places,
Ooh.
and normally the person goes missing first, so we know who's missing when someone gets found.
So they don't get names?
So they normally have already got names. It's just checking which one's which.
I see.
Yeah.
Did you know the Kappa's origin?
What?
The Kappa, the Kappa monster?
Kappa, you use it in chat and you think it's fun, but a Kappa is a monster from ancient Japan. And what it used to do is grab children and,
Like a troll. a
and
bridge
drown
troll.
them. That was its whole thing. Its head is
Wow.
a lily pad to trick them, and the children would go, "Oh, lily pad," and then it would ah! So that's what you're doing.
That's very grim.
When you
Yeah.
spam Kappa, you're wishing drowning upon children. Don't
Do you think the
it.
sports brand knew that when they chose their name?
Absolutely. It's become like a meme now.
That is terrifying.
Like that little duck. You know, there's like the green duck, and then it has like the lily pad on the top. That's a Kappa. It's
I
in
thought
like
it was a turtle.
maybe it is a turtle, but whatever.
It's some kind of aquatic
Yeah.
monster.
They just got a bald head, and it's like fun for them now. They're just like, "Hi guys, don't worry about all that shit I used to do." Oh man, Kappas are scary.
you heard the word bald head.
No, I
you
mean,
moved to the side.
I don't know.
I love swimming. You're small, like a child. Sorry. Just kidding. But yes, be careful. Don't spread the word of the Kappa. They're evil little demons. Little duck turtles, I believe they
Well,
are.
I wasn't spreading the word the Kappa. You started that.
I'm just saying.
I just thought was talking about drowning people.
What's going on in the Netherlands? Kappa
Yeah,
attack?
why is all these mystery people drowning?
Because there were extra strong currents, and there was like.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was sure.
Have you ever seen a turtle on the beach?
No, we don't get turtles on the beach.
So you think.
So we think.
As far as you know,
They're Kappas.
they're
No,
lurking.
it's the current.
Anyway, speaking of drowning, these
Oh,
my
what?
God.
That's terrifying.
There it is. That's a Kappa.
Oh,
those
there
claws.
you go. Yeah, it's more turtley. It has like
Yeah.
a shell thing.
Yeah, it's
But
a
it's got
turtle
a beak
duck,
like a
though.
bird.
Yeah,
Turtle duck.
turtle duck.
So yeah, you go and rub its bald little head, and
That's
then
not a duck beak. That's a turtle hawk.
It's a what now?
With
What?
hawk. That's a hawk beak or chicken beak.
Yeah, chickens aren't birds. Got me there.
No, you said duck.
Okay, whatever, man. I mean, there's,
true,
it's
she's
a
right.
mythical
It's-
creature for
it's
fuck's
not-
sake.
it's not like
There's
a-
not a.
And he's not bald. He's got hair on the sides,
He's
like
like a
a nutty
toupee.
professor.
I'm eyeballed, Sheever.
Not at the moment, from where I can.
Trick question.
Trick question. Going into other topics now. Anyway,
Anyway,
Drowning.
you know what's great?
transition it, baby. That's why you're the best.
No. So I'm the host of this panel, obvious.
Oh.
But Slacks is kind of panelist that if I stop speaking for too long, he will fail. So this panel, I could just sit back. That's what I was saying was great because you constantly just. I mean, it's throw a different topic. You know what kappas are?
I'm trained. I've been trained for a year, almost a decade.
Right.
We've been doing like dream leagues and shit.
I
It's
know.
my job while you compose yourself to just say outlandish shit until you're ready.
But when I'm quiet more often, do you just think that she must have nothing to say?
No.
Or she might have done a bad job preparing?
No. Shiver's always calculating. She's always. This isn't a fucking
Definitely
rich
not
tale.
trying to usurp you at any given moment. Of course not.
Of course
Shiver's
not.
a friggin' machine. She's a calculator. She's always thinking about the next thing. I've literally never met in a Dota 2, out of all the talent, out of all the hosts, someone that actually fills out a notebook.
Oh, yeah.
Other hosts bring out notebooks and they like pretend that shit, but Shiver actually look at it. It looks like homework.
I still
Half the damn thing's filled in for
I
one
can tell
game.
you the draft.
God damn.
Let's see which tournament this was.
I still have your TI9
the
PDF.
Starladder Minor Season 3.
God damn.
When Boom and Alliance faced each other.
Wow.
I
Nobody
know
else preps
Nico
like
Baby
this.
got a rapier and won the game for his team.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shiver is one of the
They
only
won.
talent that has just skyrocketed in ability. No offense.
So
Just garbage when she came out, but
Oh.
really 115% better over the years. That's something to be proud of.
I'll take it. I'll
I
take it.
plateau. I was garbage when I started, garbage now.
You can't peak too soon.
Tsunami didn't
Ah,
exist.
see-
I
Yet?
was irrelevant. Still am, marginally so.
Pretty much.
I'm just clinging on.
At least your jewelry looks really good.
Yeah.
does.
Well, I mean, once I reach this point, then, I mean, God knows what's going to happen.
Blingin'. But no, your rise to power has been quite a journey. I've enjoyed
Don't
watching
say
it.
word power. What do you mean? I don't have any power. No
You're
power
standing in front of
here.
us like a
Goddamn
goddess.
host. You
You're
told me to stop talking. We both stopped.
dressed like royalty over here. How could we not?
That's not on me. That's
Literally
amazing
power.
WePlay production.
Literal power.
Literal power.
At any time, we must follow your thing.
This is
My liege.
If we had to fight a Kappa, I would send Shiver first.
that is literally not going to happen because if I were in power, I would send other people to fight for me.
Well, I would suggest maybe Shiver should go first. And then
There-
she said, send Tsunami.
Those are two types of leaders. There are ones that are in the front lines commanding their forces, and there are ones that are sitting in the back trying to give orders. Which one are you?
You know what my no, you know what a saying is that I know for my family. A good manager only opens his mouth to yawn. It's a Dutch saying.
What
Okay.
the hell?
Can you say it in
Because
Dutch?
when you have delegated it, like your tasks properly, you don't need to boss people around because everybody knows what they're doing and what they're supposed to
Oh.
be doing. And you're basically, there if they need help rather than there to command the people.
That's a great saying. I thought of it the other way, where it's like
Ah.
you're working, someone's like, "Hey, boss, I did this." Great work.
No, so I would try to probably delegate most of my tasks.
Okay.
You fight the demon Kappa.
Gotta know your
Please,
strengths.
I would say please.
Please.
And also, I would try to phrase it in a way that Tsunami would come up with the idea.
Why am
himself.
I?
Wow.
He would think it was his own idea to go for
You're
the
gonna
fight.
gaslight me into being your military? Is that
Well,
what's
he
going-
already said it should be you.
You think
so-
I'm going to be able to fight a Kappa? Do I look like I can swim at all? I go to fight that, I'm going to drown on the way.
Wait, why would you fight a Kappa in the water? I would also strongly suggest to fight him
why
in
you're
the
the boss.
Lure it out of the. That's why you're the king.
You
We both
can.
are thinking about how we're going to fight in the
Our
water. You're
military
thinking ahead,
strategy
Chief.
pales in comparison.
You get a little kid.
You can't say this stuff.
This is the true art of
I
war.
thought that was what Kappas wanted.
We're not arguing with you that you're incorrect. We're arguing with you that you're sicko.
Or we get someone that looks like a little kid.
Oh, okay.
You can have any short person.
What is CC&C doing these days?
I think he's to the sack.
Well, not for long.
He also went to a real name. He went to Quinn.
Quinn, that's right.
Yeah.
People
yeah.
just shedding their gamer tags.
Shame.
They
shame.
defile it with toxic behavior, and then they're like, "That's not me anymore."
Whoa,
that was a
no.
different person.
That was CC&C.
That
dude.
was swindle mouth.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not telling anyone to delete their lies and apologize. That was someone
I'm a
else.
good boy.
What would you change your name into Tsunami?
It
Would it
wouldn't
just be Neil?
I would not do Neil.
Why
I would
not?
because the attachment that I have to the culture is too strong.
Wow.
I can't go to Neil. That's my real life. Kyle said that he wanted to merge his internet life and his personal life. No. I like keeping the two separate.
Hell yeah.
Two categories.
So, if you have Tsunami, you have now numbers behind it. 436.
6-4-3.
Close enough. Close
I'll give you
enough.
partial credit.
As we go to the draft of the second game.
Finish your question.
Would you still have numbers with it? And what would you change your name to? Let's say someone said, Tsunami, that name cannot fly anymore. We've had too many natural disasters that are tsunamis. We can't have the name Tsunami on the broadcast anymore.
A new hero
and you
comes
would
out.
be forced to change your name. What would it be?
You said the natural disaster thing because originally what happened was the tag came whenever I made my AOL Instant Messenger account, and I accidentally revealed that I was under 13 years old when I made it. And so they were like, you can't use that username anymore, you're underage. And so I had to go with Typhoon 643 because I was like, oh, well, it's kind of similar.
Would you go for Typhoon?
I would not now.
If you are not allowed to go for a natural disaster.
That's hard.
That's a hard
That's
one.
tough.
What I would do is I would do something like that's 2 words put together into 1 word, because my mistake was going for a very common word and putting numbers at the end of it.
Yeah.
It's terrible for SEO. People aren't going to be able to find you on the Googs. What you got to do is just merge 2 random words, like action slacks. No one knows what the hell those 2 words are, but you put them together, boom, top of YouTube.
Boom. That's where I sit.
And then you
top of YouTube.
then get knighted as well.
PewDiePie.
You got knighted?
I mean, he's a sir, isn't he?
I did get knighted. I sent C-Land $20 online. Real talk before it burned down.
Congratulations.
The
Thank
last.
you, Cheever.
So you are the best of our military might. Then.
Unfortunately, the Cheever army, I am the best of the military. Sad.
That is very sad.
Hey, shut up, Cheever. Doom first pick, hello. You guys remember when everyone used to do that? Rubik first pick, hello.
I love the Rubik pick. I was just complaining about how we never saw it. I said it in the green room earlier, but you both were looking at a different screen, so you did not pay any attention.
Sell
to
us
me.
out, jeez. We're
The only
loyal
one
to
who
you.
saw me was a little boy was also in the green room, and he just saw me talking to myself.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You were.
But I was talking about why we didn't see Rubik, especially when there's Vipers and Spectres being picked up, mostly Vipers in this case. But yeah, looking forward to seeing this Rubik in action, and a Doom to steal already.
That's right. Now, are we going to see the classic Doom Grimstroke combo?
No, we see Doom Lich. Doom Lich Grimstroke. Double Doom.
Oh,
double Kane Fog.
Unlimited
Shit,
team
ban
fights.
it, ban
Love it.
boys.
Love it.
If even we know it's coming, run.
This is true, actually.
No, but legitimately, just a great pick. We've seen the double Dooms before, and more strong with the Lich, though, as you said. That Lich combo. There's a Void Spirit picked relatively early. I do love the Void Spirit. It is great for this meta of getting on top of people, blowing them up in these early team fights, but you gotta be a little careful, Tsunami. I mean, the spirits are countered by a few heroes. You got some nice roots, some nice stuns. It ain't so bad.
Well, Shiva and I had a game with Owen, which had a Void Spirit. He was playing the Void Spirit.
Owen tweeted about that.
And the enemy
Don't look at
team had a Doom. Let me tell you what the best build for that situation is.
What is that?
It's 5 rapiers. Space.
Excuse me?
5
We were
rapiers.
in a game with Jenkins was in that, and at some point, he's like, Owen, what do you got? No, that was just his first
Yeah,
one.
you're saying some point. That was like 18 minutes into
Yeah,
the game. Was some
18
point.
minutes.
Was
23
rapier number
minutes.
1.
He had his first rapier done and dusted.
No.
Yep.
True facts.
He only lost a rapier once,
And not
and
to
we
the
were
enemy
able
team.
to recover it.
Oh my god.
So what I'm saying is,
And we won after that. After he had 5 rapiers. It was
5 rapiers?
I mean, the enemy
Rapiers.
sniper died in 2 hits. That was great.
he used both steps to go in. It was not
Yes.
one step in.
It
one
was
step
very
out.
confident. No ages.
No
2
ages.
steps going into the enemy base.
What in the name of God?
Followed
what do you
by
do against
some
that?
panicky, help me everyone, help me!
Every time.
Jesus Christ. Well, I hope they don't do that this game.
I
They
hope
need
they
to
do
win.
that.
Maybe they looked at Owen's Twitter and they're like,
This kid's on to something.
and they won.
My God, I hope not.
I mean, for Omega Lil, this will be their final game if they win.
Dun, dun, dun.
It would be their final. Well, I say that
Final
they're
group
still going
stage.
to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So they're actually, they're fine. They will be the final game in the group stages.
Yes.
And so they might just, want to build 5 rapiers to see if it works.
I hope not. Don't do that, guys. Real talk. Not a good idea.
Turn into this lizard nerd over here. You don't want to see stuff that's
No,
spicy.
I want to see the good Dota. Shut up. Shut the hell up.
5 rapiers, let's go. But yes, to answer your original question,
Yes, please.
the Void Spirit is very susceptible to stuff, but that's why I think a lot of teams have not been making him the primary damage source. They're not going for damage builds. They're more likely to go for utility-oriented stuff. The Aghanim Scepter for the silences, the Yule Scepter occasionally for the setup into the Spirit, or the Remnant. It's more utility-oriented than being like the be-all, end-all damage-dealing core.
I guess I would explain why they're picking it early, so great analysis there. And our ban. Beautiful
Four
ban.
bans again.
Set this up again.
Can you even see the bans from there?
I'll put it
I couldn't.
together.
I will tell you, just in case you couldn't either.
I can.
Okay, never mind.
Do you have 20/20 eyesight? Or do you just like not like wearing glasses?
I have contacts.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen you wear glasses.
I have not had a pair of glasses since I was 9 years old.
I have a pair of glasses.
Yes.
Do you also wear contacts?
No.
have
I only
nothing
thought
at
I
night.
needed glasses when I didn't.
You had contacts at 9 years old? That's not good for your eyes.
I don't give a shit. Neither are glasses.
You know how many tomatoes you're going to have to eat to correct all the
What?
damage you've done?
Who cares?
Are tomatoes good for eyes?
Yeah, they got
I
like
thought it was
that.
carrots.
It's carrots.
That's a lie,
Oh, really?
if I may.
Please.
True
please do.
talk. True talk.
Uh-huh.
So in World War II, Britain was trying to hide the fact that they created something called radar, which was detecting airplanes in the nighttime.
Okay.
And they had this gigantic, this is real, counterintelligence propaganda telling their troops to eat carrots. Eat carrots to see the planes, boys. Go and eat those carrots. Carrots do jack shit for your eyes. It's a fucking lie perpetuated by the government.
Why did they want their troops to eat carrots? Like
So that
it
the
was a
enemies
trick.
would be like, oh my god, they've been eating so many carrots, that's why they can see our planes.
Yeah, they're like, oh, well, the British Army just eats carrots, and they don't have this radar thing. That doesn't exist. It's just the carrots.
I think it's brilliant.
Brilliant, except that they never stopped the propaganda. And then
I mean-
Big Carrot came and said, we're going to perpetuate this lie and have people eat disgusting carrots.
I mean, you also have the
They snagged the Grim, boys.
the bunnies.
They snagged the goddamn Grim. Genius.
Bunnies.
Genius idea.
Bunnies eat carrots.
Actually,
And
carrots are
have you
very
ever
bad
seen
for
a
bunnies.
bunny with glasses?
They're very bad for bunnies. I've seen a lot of dead bunnies thanks to eating carrots. That's another lie spread by Big Carrot.
I thought bunnies really liked carrots.
Yeah, they do, and then they die.
I've seen Watership Down.
You've seen Watership Down? That's a
Isn't that the name of
effed up movie, yeah.
I know, but they eat carrots.
Is that
in
what your
it.
parents used to make you watch on loop? Is that
No,
why
it's
the way
on
you are?
Netflix. Also, I really like the potential of Rubik stealing Doom or Chain Frost and Grimstroke getting still the double Doom or the double Chain
Oh,
Frost.
the counter.
Like
That's
it. Yeah.
a couple steps, but I like it. What do you think about that deny pick of Grimstroke there? Neil, you think? Oh, excuse me, Tsunami. You think that that's worth it?
Dare you use my God-given name like that
Oh, sorry.
in public? I'm kind of more interested in this carrot thing, but sure. The Grimstroke is a denial pick. I don't really think that
Hey!
they needed to
there
go
he
for
is.
it, though, because the Extremum went in on the Wombo combo last game, and then they just got split pushed to death and got counterpicked by a Viper. So if they went all in on Teamfight again, I feel like Omega Lil would have been able to piece it apart. But it's fine. They deny it. There is the steal potential into more Soulbind combinations, like Shiver mentioned. Juggernaut cannot take advantage of Soulbind. It is not
Wait,
a double
what?
Omni Slash.
But he can take advantage of the laning stage with
Sure,
the Inkswell.
that's true. The ball.
The ball.
The
We talked
ball.
about it last
We
time.
talked
We were
about
waiting
the
for that
ball.
jug pick with all these ball heroes, and there you go. So that will legitimately change this laning phase, I think. Juggernaut typically has to wait until the mid-game, typically level 6, to pull off a nice Omni Slash. Then he starts snowballing. With somebody like Grimstroke in the lane, if anyone's ever out of position, they're going to die, especially with these squishy heroes, right? Only Doom could possibly survive such an onslaught.
And even in the laning phase, I'm not too encouraged with Doom being able to get away because most of the time it's his Scorched Earth move speed that gets him out of sticky situations. But between Blade Fury damage and the Inkswell move speed, and even like Stroke of Fate being a move speed slow, I find it unlikely that this Doom will be able to get out of most things unless
And he has super low armor still, right?
Yeah, but most of this will be magic damage, so I guess like once the stun triggers, then yeah, the Jug with his crits would also be able to cut through the Doom.
The
Oh
mysteries
no! I
cannot
mean,
protect
hey,
themselves.
Templars, cool.
Wait,
You
why don't you
also-
like it?
Cool.
This is BSJ look-alike doing on my panel.
I mean, I'm just saying, I've seen a lot of Templar losing. And most of the time that we've seen Templar winning, it's with a high negative armor team that she can bounce off of that and get like early decils and just melt people. But in this meta, it's like, if you catch somebody, yeah, you might be able to melt them, but how is Templar going to approach these peeps unless she just dominates that mid? And who she's going to dominate against?
Void Spirit.
I guess. You think she is good against Void Spirit?
I think that's actually the only reason why they picked it, is just because it's a pretty favorable mid lane matchup, because otherwise there's a ton of ways to burn through a Refraction, Inkswell being multiple damage instances, the Blade Fury being multiple damage instances. They can't really turn this Void Spirit into a 3. I haven't seen that in a very long time, so...
I mean, it could happen.
It could happen.
I think they could make a much stronger mid push on Templar than what does their team even do. If Templar loses mid, they are in some serious trouble right here.
It's true. I mean, I'd be down for a Viper yet again.
Yeah,
just got banned.
Good.
Batrider got banned as well.
Batrider too. So, yeah, so they really want to protect this TA.
So they've opened themselves up. The Death Star has opened the air vent. Get a better mid than TA. Destroy her with a damage over time ability, and you have won this game. Imio, of course.
A what?
How would you, because I know exactly what you mean, but how would you say that? Imio?
Imio?
I-M-O.
Oh.
I-M-H-O.
Imo.
Imio.
In my honest
That's
opinion.
Imho.
Yeah, that's an imho.
What did you want to say?
That's just I'm ho.
Imio.
What is it?
I don't need to say it. I've said
Go for it.
I've said it several times.
What is...
Carrot! Big carrots coming in here. Listen to me, people. Anyway. Last pick coming out here. What are they missing?
The Ursa Bear.
The bear? A risky pixie.
It is really risky, but it can go toe-to-toe with the Juggernaut if he just stands still and hit them. If he gets an Abyssal Blade, he has a good shot. I think it is still pretty tricky.
It is,
though.
especially on guys like, he's got to get a Basher to even hope to kill the Spirit Man.
Yeah.
He's got to get a Basher to try to kill the Juggernaut. I mean, he has got to have a good game.
There's a lot of things that can kite this Ursa.
Right.
And
Rubik in general makes his life a living hell on the stage.
So really, they don't even know. I guess they're assuming that Void Spirit might become the offlaner, because if they banned out a bunch of mid laners like the Viper and the Batrider, which also does protect the Ursa, but whatever the case, like they're expecting someone melee to show up in the offlane, which is likely. But I think that it's better for Omega Lil to target the TA rather than the Ursa. I think the Ursa will have his hands full with the supports, and as long as the TA can't pop off in the mid lane, then you should be able to handle her.
So is there something still left that the Templar Assassin could face against that would be really good other than the Void Spirit? Like Razor. Totally was going to say Razor. I absolutely thought, just like everybody in this room, that Razor was going to be the last pick. I heard Watts from Cap and Lizard, and you see your faces. Where does that come from?
It's true.
Okay, well, they just hate the Ursa then. They're like, okay, whatever, Templar Assassin, you can do your thing. Instead, let's just make this Ursa's life a living hell, because the first 4 heroes were already fulfilling that. And yeah, even the odds, actually, those are pretty even odds. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, slightly favored for Omega Lil, which is only natural considering their track record. But yeah, Extreme I'm not doing too bad.
I ain't a smart guy, but is Razor good against TA? I mean,
no, that's why I think it's purely for the Ursa matchup, which I still don't know who they're going to send mid. Maybe they might even send Razor offlane, and then just like make the mid lane a wash, which I mean Void Spirit doesn't do like terribly. It's just as hard as any other melee without DOT versus a Templar Assassin. But yeah, wow, that's this is some.
I ain't a fan of that pick.
Some Lil flavor.
I like to think of TA as what I call rock paper scissors hero, right? If you don't counter her, she is going to win that game. But she is a hero that has extreme counters.
Yeah.
So you're leaving yourselves open for rock here. You just picked the one that. Well, I don't know.
Razor?
I guess that'd be scissors as a razor, but that would be crushed by the rock, and that's not really...
All right. I will save you. I will save you.
Thank you.
We are ready to get this second game on the way. Let's find out how things are going to play out. And let's head over to commentary team of Cap and Lizard.
The worst last pick Ursa that has ever been in the history of Dota. That's what I was hearing from my analysts. And then on top of that, they got Razored as well. Lizard, what is the point of this Ursa? Because according to them, it's just awful. Just plain garbage.
It's a...
Nerd.
Why am I a nerd all of a sudden? What's happening here?
Why are they calling us nerds?
I don't know, man. I'll take off my glasses.
Oh, shit. What did you say? Damn.
All right, what the point of this?
Go on. Don't let the clowns over there distract you.
I don't know really what the point of the Ursa is, but you can play a little bit on a faster pace than you could with the Spectre, and that's something that they have got going for themselves in this game. They have the TA, they have the Ursa, and they have to play faster. So maybe it's a quick change of pace, quick change of strategy, something that might actually benefit Extremum, but we'll see.
And what about this Razor pick? This is definitely a hero that we have not seen hardly any of.
So it's a hero that can pick and choose his lane in this game, and he will dominate any lane that he goes to. It looks like they have decided to put him mid, and I have to say though that I'm not the biggest fan of that decision, because TA will farm the jungle. You will maybe crush her first few levels, she'll get 1 or 2 raid bans, level 3, and then she's off to the jungle. She'll have farm, and then suddenly you have this Razor pick that hasn't been picked for quite a long time. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say that maybe it's a hidden hero that works, but I really haven't seen Razor work in a really, really long time.
Razor has been picked up 3 times here at the Omega League, twice in Southeast Asia and once in South America. It's won 2 out of 3 of its matches. By the way, did you know we have only had 1 hero that's been unplayed? And I'm actually quite surprised.
Which hero is it?
It's Sniper.
Sniper hasn't been played?
Yeah, according to Dota Buff anyway. I'm very surprised by that.
I'm surprised no one even tried a position for Yaps or Sniper, you know, that's at least fun. That's something you can try in your enclosed qualifiers, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, people even tried the new Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
There was a team that picked that hero. Granted, they obviously lost.
Yeah, you don't pick that. We don't talk about that hero. Blood what?
Yeah. I swear to God, though, Lizard, that hero just needs number changes. At some point in time, it'll become overpowered. Give it 6 months. It'll get enough number changes, and then it'll
plus
just be
one
broken.
armor, plus one armor.
Yeah.
It is one of those heroes, definitely, that's a little bit hard to balance out, and it feels just utterly broken or utterly useless, and now he's on the bad side of that. Razor has been buffed, actually. Like, if you remember his static link after the change, now you can, I believe, attack a target of your choosing again.
Yep. So if you don't attack anybody, it'll still automatically hit the person that you are static linked to, but you can now choose to target somebody else, which, you know, I was actually a big fan of the initial change where you just automatically hit the person. Granted, Razor became really strong during that small little mini meta, but now you've got really good options and don't have to worry about that pesky attack animation.
Talking about other lanes, here on top we have Earth Spirit versus Grim and Jug. Grim and Jug, it's one of those old school combos, and
G goes down. Wonder how many times G has died in his lifetime career, because I was looking at his matches and apparently he's closing in on almost 2,000 matches.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, he's played a lot of...
Isn't it sad that you have like this very good stat coming from a mid lane or carry, and then you transition into a position 5 and suddenly you die 10 times as much?
Yeah. Was that a taunt? What was that taunt?
Is it the new one from TA? I think so.
Oh God.
It's oh God. That's how it is.
All I heard was a sound effect and did not recognize that sound effect, and it sounded terrible.
It looks pretty much the same.
You know what I appreciate about Mega League is that they skip past the first like 20 seconds of the match, and we get to avoid the chat wheel spam that starts where it just literally everyone spams a line at the very start, and it's just this rare cacophonous noise.
Yeah, you can't hear yourself, you can't hear your thoughts even. Yeah,
That's a courier. Go get it! Filler, roll after it! Oh.
Yeah, 2 games in a row, Valior isn't playing his signature Tiny. I'm a bit sad. Speaking about G and his old teams and that old but gold, Valior was in it as well. He used to be very sick on that Tiny.
Oh, see that back dancing there from Sunlight? That was smooth. Kept his healing salve alive.
Well, that was really well played, Malik.
Nifrit. Classic combinations here. The Lich, ever since he was given that Frost armor, change, put him with any sort of hero, Juggernaut, Ursa, any hero that can that just needs to be able to get on top of somebody. Velor is going to be able to cut his way through the trees here, and Kellen will miss out on a whole heap of damage.
Yeah, that lane on bottom, however, isn't that easy for Ursa and Lich because you have Lift to disengage and you also have Malik with built-in evasion abilities, right? So
even early on, the harassment war, talking about Fade Bolt plus him having a physical damage shield, you're going to feel like initially those first 2 hits aren't doing anything.
And that's reflected in CS as well, right? You have Void Spirit almost even with the Ursa. He is even pretty much.
They're going to go for the dive. They will. The spin, as long as you don't mess this up, you've got a kill on your hands, and sure enough.
Did he pop Salve there as well on Ursa? I believe, Doom. I believe he did.
Yeah, I think he might have.
Yeah, in the end, no, he still has it. He still has it. All right, so.
Maybe it was Happy or somebody, since they were diving the tower already. Maybe he preemptively popped the Salve, tank some tower hits.
Yeah, Nefrit is actually being beaten here, however. There. That's it. Like, you can't, right? You can't make this aggressive move. They need to... The only way you kill on this lane, Rubik or Malik, is if they're over-aggressive and they use all their spells offensively. Then you can maybe make a counterplay.
It gets even harder, because probably level 4, he's going to pick up the Simulate.
Yep.
Kellen spinning, and Ink Swelling gets the stun on it too and picks up the bounty rune. Now he's got to get out, though.
What's
Velor. Can he still roll forward? 2 seconds. Happy's going to try and put a stop to that. Sounds quickly removed. A nice kick forward. And Kellen does not dodge it in time. Happy tries to go for the kill, but instead it's the double for Velor.
Yeah, that wasn't the play. You just run. With that Inkswell, you just get away, because if you turn and go for that bounty, one thing why Scorched Earth is so broken is the duration. That spell just lasts forever.
Yeah.
And you just can't. You just eat all that damage. It's a level 2 Scorched Earth already. Plus Velhur, obviously, with all his spells coming in clutch.
Up by 10 CS and 15 denies. Razor lane going very well against the Templar Assassin. But as you said, Templar Assassin does have a way to be able to recover. At some point in time, she's just going to start jungling. Nangrata. As long as they don't miss the stroke of fate, they should be able to get the kill. Oh, missed it. The healing salve goes off for a few more seconds, and he will survive. Still, though, he's pushed out of lane. Not the worst thing in the world. Rotation. Velor gonna land right onto Sunlight. Sunlight still copping a couple of tower hits. That last one is not enough. But they have the TA slow, and Velor. Now, too long until his spells are back up. Malik. Uh-oh. This might have been one of those times he got too aggressive. Killed by the Aftershock.
Yeah, he went there to try and contest with the small camp pull. Meanwhile, his Rubik isn't around. He went to help out mid. It was a good play from Lil. Sadly, Malik didn't really respond in a good fashion. He played too aggressively.
Yeah.
And you said that they zoned him out of the lane, but it's not only Scorched Earth that's so broken, it's also Devour, which gives you extra regions. So
yeah, he doesn't even have the second level of Devour either. Which goes from like, what, 2 to 6 regen or something like that?
I'm actually surprised he isn't maxing out Devour at all. Usually, I guess he's playing versus Jug Grim combo, and he's thinking, okay, I need the Scorched Earth maxed out as much as possible. Plus he took 1 level of Infernal Blade. It does slow you down significantly when it comes to farming. You really want the Devourer maxed out as early as possible.
Apparently playing a lot more for the lanes. Maybe he feels like he needs to do that just because TA is obviously going to need some recovery time, so maybe he feels like he needs to be more active in that regard. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the last time I saw him play this Doom is back in his Fly to Moon days even.
Yeah.
When they were pretty much on the brink of being a tier 1 team. And that used to be the build. Maybe he wasn't really following the trends as much, but this also works. Like you said, he needs to be active. He maxed out Scorched Earth and that Infernal Blade.
They had that incredible run at Epicenter, right?
Yep.
They went through the lower bracket. I think they got top 4.
Yeah, they did extremely really well. It's the same year that they qualified for TI. Yeah. The original Windstrike pickup.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nangrata doing a good job pulling the creeps off of the towers. The Juggernaut tries to pressure.
Also keep in mind that his build is really good. He went for Boots plus Windlace, so he has that extra mobility to outrun Jug and Grim on the top lane. But almost anyone buys Windlace right now.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer item.
Don't run into the... don't run into the Remnant. He was going to say, they still got the kill anyway. Lil does go down, and Malik, he does have to simulate here, but I'm not sure how far away he's going to get. Gets the wrong direction. Malik quickly shifts downwards, but you're going to keep the vision on him. He's going to have to go into the tower. The Aftershock doesn't get him a whole lot closer, but he still hit the damage and the slowdown. And a silence stun onto Kellen. Kellen almost dies. It's going to be hard for Nongrata to be able to chase him down. They really wanted that. Valor tries to cape in the trees, but Kellen's already cut through those trees and gotten out of that trap, and now Nongrata is going to die into the rotation from Sunlight. Kellen survives, and he's beginning to heal off of his ward.
All right, so Omega Lil, they catch a break after a really unfortunate series of events on the bottom lane. If you noticed, that Void Spirit, he needed 1 experience for level 6, and he's out of there. That's why he remained in the lane.
I'm not sure why Valor tried to chase down that healing ward, because it's really fast, but that was a nice roll upwards.
Faded Brooch for Razor. That feels good, man.
Yeah. They really got to remove their movement speed from that item or something.
Windlace plus Faded Brooch.
Kick away, Valor gets the bounty rune and gets out. Smooth moves from the 4 position of Extremum.
Years of my delight, gold and sweet.
Sunlight, though, will find G, who could have tried to TP out, but instead he's going to try and stall up the Razor's retreat here as his 2 cores close in, and the trap is sprung. Gets the kill back over the top lane. We're happy. He's going to fall as well. Omega Lil, as soon as they got a break, they got way too aggressive and start losing heroes again.
So if you're playing with this Razor, you need to understand that this is a hero that has to constantly be slowly snowballing. It's these tiny items that he gets to get ahead. Power Threads, a couple of Braid Bands, perhaps the drums right now, Yules, whatever you want to go for. However, if you feed a couple of times, you don't really have that space to farm up and come back, so they should really play around him.
And they haven't been playing around him. Instead, they've been playing bottom lane, where they will get the tower traded out, though, because Ursa was already on the other side of the map doing the same.
Well, here, good smoke from him. He is noticing the movements of Malik, but
I think G was trying to bait, see if the Void Spirit would actually use his jump, kick into a Doom. And as long as the Infernal Blade is there, they should be able to get this kill, stay on top of him with the Scorched Earth. You could see Malik's trying to slow him down. No! No way! He got the deny off of the easy camp creeps. Insane. Malik, nice job there with the dissimulate. Moves to the left, away from the Earth Spirits rolling. Ritz, Aftershock, he can try and jump, but he can't outrun the lightning of Sunlight.
He had Magnetize and Doom on top of him, and he dies to a neutral creep. Like, what the shit, please? That's not real. That didn't happen.
Very unfortunate for Extremum. But that's nice. Double damage with an early Blink Dagger, so didn't go for the Deso build first. Wants to get active, and active he will be, getting the kill onto Happy. Nice. Look at those side play hits. Very nicely played by Melojul.
I need to say Melojul has been impressing me overall from this mid lane. He's been playing really, really well. A player that we haven't really seen before too many times.
Ooh, that was such a close call. The pullback, though, they only need a couple of shots to be able to kill Malik. He doesn't have any more jumps away, so if he gets caught here, he's dead. But a cut through the trees opens up a secret pathway, and he is able to get away. And now Kellen is looking for that Omni-Slash. Melojul, you could see he's kind of laying out a trap. Oh, no! Jumped over the golems, and Velor tips him on his way out.
Damn, this game is a series of unfortunate events for both of these sides.
G will die as he just kept on diving in deeper and deeper.
He tried to use that TP to get away from Sunlight. Didn't work.
This one was always mine.
Yeah, but I was just gonna say, TA, once he bought that Blink, I wanted to justify it. Like, it doesn't matter. You can still farm with the Blink. You move faster, and then he goes and gets 2 kills. All right.
Inkswell, Void Remnant pull back into the Inkswell stun, but Beller's going to be able to get here with a nice stun sounds combination. Lil gets taken out. The Doom proves to be too tanky. Now he can kind of run in. Got to be careful of Sunlight, though. Sunlight does successfully TP away from a nasty engagement. Extrema take a number of kills, and they've got Ursa TA Lizard, a lineup that can blitz Roshan super early.
I think you give the Sages to TA, right? Mellow is on fire. He's playing constantly on the aggressive note. He's constantly jumping the enemy lines.
Yeah.
Just give him the Aegis so he can continue doing that. Meanwhile, Ursa, it doesn't look like he's... he wants to do the same. He went drums into BKB, so this guy wants to fight just as much.
Yeah, it seems like everyone from Extremum's like, nah, not about that farming thing, you know?
I like the Yules quite a lot. It's probably the best item you can buy versus Ursa.
Yeah.
As well.
Gives you a bit of movement speed for the Razor. Nice combo with the static link. A lot of good options for a Razor. Gives him a disable so to make sure people just can't TP away from you. Velar kicks him away. Sunlight is immediately going to get doomed up as well. Now, expecting them to just retreat, but he's still trying to get the kill onto Velar. Meanwhile, Nefrit happened to catch Happy.
It's probably the most useless target to Doom after he popped his ulti. You still don't want to run into him. He has a healing ward next to him. Just a wasted Doom there.
G is in deep here. He does manage to get off the Chain Frost, though. Melojul's going to wait for Sunlight to come back down. Fortunately, he is given the Frost Armor. A lot of damage is negated. Melojul will lose his Aegis here, and he may be losing his life. They have Omni Slash up. They get a disable. Looks like no Void Remnants. No, okay, that Omni Slash attempted there. Quickly gets removed by Melds. Didn't have enough space, though, to be able to get away. Mega kill streak given to Kellen. That's 456 gold, and I like this. Omega Lil immediately smoke up. They see they've got an advantage.
This is something that they've been doing in that first game as well. The moment they get a couple of kills on their side of the map, instant smoke into the enemy side. If they get a kill, great. If not, at least we're playing now on their side. We're threatening an objective. And I can respect that quite a lot. You don't see it way too much from tier 2 teams.
Yeah, it's a play that maybe they copied off of like a team like OG, who really makes that play quite a bit. Sunlight, Self-Fuel Scepter. Malik's going to come in with the Inkswell. It's going to be able to stun on both. What a beautiful turn. The Self-Fuel's coming in clutch there as it gives the rest of his team time to come in. They're going to be able to take this tier 1 tower mid as a result, and everyone can go back to farming happy and healthy thanks to the healing ward.
You mentioned the disable factor from the Yules and the movement speed, but resetting the fights and buying yourself enough time for your teammates to come in clutch like they did right there is also a very significant part of that Yule Scepter.
A regen? Well, nobody's really missing a whole lot. Refill the mana from Kellen.
Yeah, when everyone is missing like a little bit of mana, you see who your priority in the draft is.
Yeah,
that target takes it.
The funny part is like Juggernaut, he hardly needs any mana when his Omni Slash is down.
It doesn't matter, man. He's the main guy.
He's got a blink. He's good.
Yeah, he's the main boss. Like that's what it is.
So you're saying it's more of a psychological thing? It's more about the dominance?
Man, that's completely a dominant move right there. You know, there are players, they come to region and they're like, okay, can I have this? Does anyone need this? Okay, no one needs it. I guess I'll take it. Will I take it? Can I take it?
That's a beta move, Blizzard. Don't ask, just take.
That's it.
14-10. 1,000 net worth lead for Extremum as they smoke up, and they're moving in the right direction. They're going to run right into Sunlight here. They need to be able to get a disable onto him, though. Fortunately, the TA trap with Doom is probably going to be enough.
That's a pretty good pick off for them. Razor's dying, but look at this. Omega Lil, they're not moving back. They're actually about to fight, it looks like. They know there's no Doom.
Kellen, is he going to pop the Omni Slash? Not right now. The stun comes in. A nice two-man silence. Chain Frost, though. They're kind of kicked away, and the Dissimulate will allow Malik. Malik actually stays in. Two-man telekinesis are going to land back down on the ground, stunning each other with the Inkswell stun on top. Malik just perfectly set up to be able to get the double kill. Lil still being chased by this Ursa, and they will manage to kill him, but they've got to help out Melojul right now, as he does manage to blink away. Malik just shy of being able to get the damage in there, and now he's a bit stranded. He's got an astral step coming up in 10 seconds. Dissimulate right now. It's going to be up to Valor. Does manage to get the silence, turn around, a little bit of slow. Finally, Dissimulate being used here. Astral step up in 1 second, but he can't get it off. That was so greedy from Malik, man. He'd been playing really well.
He could have gotten away there.
Yeah,
100%. You dissimulate away, then you astral step, but instead he tried to be too cheeky.
Apparently, Sunlight judges this as a good time to go in. Valor, nice kick though, up into the high ground. Makes it so the Razor can't get anywhere close. They just keep on playing around this ward. They're not gonna let the supports deward it.
I was talking about that first game as more strategical and better than the first series, but yeah, we're going back to some good old CIS Tier 2 Dota right here. 30 deaths, 20 minutes in. Feels good.
Yeah, not quite as good as that that first series, Game 2, where we had something like 60 kills at 20 minutes. That was something else.
It was covered by Kyle and Slacks just talking about random things. And it's like, I was watching that game and I was like, okay, I actually like this. It's not like you can analyze what's happening on the screen.
Mean, they're just running into each other over and over. They just keep on bashing their heads together. Like, what else? You can't provide any analysis to that. They're just running into each other, casting spells, trying to, Lil gets the telekinesis off, and this, okay, he does manage to get away. No Remnant out in time. They do have that Soulbind, locking down the two of them. Sunlight's right in the position to be able to steal up all this damage. Gotta be careful, though, with the Doom on him. Looks like he's just gonna be run down by the Ursa as Nefrit trying to chase after Malik here. Malik playing around the cliff areas nicely. Everyone just TPing here is Kellen. He's in deep. He's got a spin coming up. He can spin and he can TP if he wants, but he's got to get away from Melojul. He knows that physical damage is going to be too much. He's just trying to cut through the trees right now. Silenced up. Valor ends up getting stuck for a second, but there's just nowhere for Kellen to run. I think maybe he just had to try.
Yeah, the minus armor and TA hitting him, he probably just dies there, right? That's what he was thinking. And also, he has Essence Ring, plus Omni Slash coming off cooldown, so maybe he was attempting some 5-head play there.
Yeah.
It didn't really work out, but it looks like Omega Lil, if they use the Soulbind combos properly, their teamfights are good. And when I say Soulbind combos, I mostly mean Rubik, like double Fade Ball, double Lift. It looks all right for them. But if one of these two gets initiated first, then they just fall apart in these teamfights.
Yeah, Telekinesis is such a powerful stun with Soulbind, right? Because when they come down, the landing stun of Telekinesis hits the two of them most of the time.
It's an earthquake. Valor.
Malik, he'll stay on top of Valor here, not give him any room to breathe. No chance of being able to make a roll away. Even as he tries, there's still the Yule Scepter.
Remember, he did buyback, so because of that, he's dead for a minute. It gives you a little bit of time to do whatever you want on the map.
Yeah, certainly. In Sunlight, his invisibility. He's got a Yule Scepter. I think all he's really scared of is if there's any heroes nearby.
There is a tier 1, so if you make this move,
they're going to try for it now. The TP is immediately going to come in. Nangrata missing yet another Centaur stun and will die. There is going to be some heroes just kind of running at them right now. Are they playing it safe? Oh, they're going to hide in the trees here.
There's a lot of damage on Sunlight.
Okay. This is a curious play. The rest of the team is cutting through from behind, so they can pop out soon as they got the silence onto the Templar Assassin with the Omni Slash. What a big kill. And Sunlight and Lil pop out just predicted. They go for Nefrit here. He's slowed down by the Astral Step, allowing Sunlight to keep right in time with him. The Chain Frost looking to be able to help out Nefrit. The Soulbind attaches to the two of them. Here comes the double silence. Kellen, he's almost there with the Inkswell. He needs a little bit more movement speed, and he gets it. That's enough to be able to catch the Ursa. He used his BKB, he used Enrage, and he still died, Blizzard.
Man, I just love Omega Lil's aggression.
Yeah.
The way they're playing, they're literally making their weaknesses their biggest strengths, right? Like when you get that kill, you use a lot on that Doom, and you know that they're rotating in. They don't fall back. They don't TP away. Even though you understand that there's a tier 1 standing there, there will be a lot of heroes. No, they stand. They even just cut from behind and get a full team wipe almost.
A team that got convincingly 2-0'd by Cyber Legacy, but is really proving that they are the second best team in this Group A. And maybe forcing Extremen into that 3-way tiebreaker.
Perfect play so far from Omega Lil. A couple of hiccups here and there, but I'm really enjoying this game so far. Yules as well on Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit's just so crazy mobile, man.
Yeah. And with talents as well, it's just crazy strong. Not really picked up that often. I guess with Resurgence of Darkseer, he is being picked a bit more. Man, can you land a stun, please? Like, can you? I was building him up in that game once, saying good things about him.
You started the cast off, my boy, non grata.
My boy, non grata. Yeah, like, just land a stun once. It is a small radius. Centaur Stomp isn't really the biggest stun ever, but still,
no doubt.
It's not that hard when you have Scorched Earth, Drums, Phase Boots, and Blink. Like.
Yeah. Almost had BKB on him as well. Blink Deso BKB on Mellowjewel. They're up by 3,000 net worth. I would say they've got to be feeling pretty good about their lineup because I think they do outscale Omega Low. Would you agree with that?
I'm not quite sure. I think they scale very well. You do have Doom at one point, which will eliminate one of the targets, right? So
yeah,
it's hard to play against that later on in the game.
Ward on the high ground, Sentry immediately placed by Omega Low. So they successfully break this smoke and do not give Extremum the quarter to control around this Roshan pit.
Then again, on Omega Lil, you have this Jug that can scale really well, plus Sunlight can just make a couple of these heroes disappear.
Trying to go in as the bounty spawn, it's going to be able to catch the Doom. Immediately taking him out. Velor, oh, what?
Oh.
What happened to his roll?
Did he connect on Happy?
I don't think so. Happy was a little bit far. He was down the staircase, right?
I didn't really catch when he was rolling in. I just noticed that he was left alone on that cliff.
Yeah. Well, alone on the cliff, that is where he will die. Omega Lil. Nice bit of aggression. Breaking the smoke and then smoking themselves, knowing Extremum's positioning was kind of awkward, and they could kind of get into the Radiant high ground without being immediately having their smoke breaking or anything like that. It was just a really nice move by them.
And they're really playing at a really fast pace, Omega Lil that is, and I like that a lot. The same thing was happening in the first game with those smokes. Even though they lack a hero or two, they still smoke up and make an aggressive move. It's very commendable.
Yeah, if Omega Lil loses this game, I'd be tempted to say that it has more to do with the fact that they chose a Razor, and like maybe this hero just doesn't prove to be as good right now.
Stomp?
Because I think their play is fantastic.
Yep, I completely agree. I wonder, Razor so far was quite alright. He's fourth on the net worth, almost evened with Ursa, right? So he's doing well. Let's see.
Here it is. He's gonna roll. What? There's no way that Happy is the one. He's so far away, and he doesn't get stunned by it either. What stopped that?
Chat, help.
I think like, whatever that was, I can't think of a reason why his boulder stops there. He should have been away. He would have rolled so far through the river and stuff.
He definitely should have. He had Soulbind on him.
Oh, a kick up into the high ground. That's nasty. And then G brings him back down. Oh, Nagrata, he hits the stomp and gets the Doom onto the Void Spirit. That's a good target, too. Does manage to follow up with the Earth Spirit in Extremum. They just punish Omega Lil for being a bit out of position around a nice defensive high ground ward.
Yeah, maybe they were talking about that roll as well. Weren't really sure what happened there, got confused a little bit, and then caught by the first stomp of Non Grata.
He finally hit it, Lizard. He listened to you.
And it was a big one.
Yeah.
Pretty much in this game, Void Spirit and Rubik are your main Doom targets. They're so good if you do them. Obviously, Jug is nice too, but you'll settle for Rubik or Void Spirit. Basher completed on the Ursa, going for that Abyssal. And some big items are coming online on Extremum, but it doesn't feel like this game is completely in their favor.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. It feels like this game is still very even. As we've seen, team fights can go either way just based off of the initiation.
Completely agree.
Especially with that big damage upgrade for the Juggernaut. They catch the TA before he gets off Refraction, or they manage to control the Ursa and not let him get off Enrage, then either one is just going to get one shot by an Omni Slash.
Kellen, he doesn't have a TP on this bottom lane.
They are attempting to deward that same high ground that got them caught up, and it's going to be the same story potentially here. Kellen is going to pop the Manta, turn around, Omni Slash onto the Ursa. Without the Enrage, he just dies immediately.
This time around, they were ready. They were waiting for that aggressive move. They did lose the Grimstroke, but hey, he just buybacks and comes back into the fight. I'm just surprised they didn't take... do they have any tier 2s? They don't have yet, right? So alright, that's the reason.
This will be the first one, so they can quickly take this. You could see you've got Grimstroke already in position to claim that that shrine, that outpost rather.
Yeah, that's the 30-minute mark. 2 outposts going the way of Omega Lil. There is no way to take that top one because no tier 2s on Dire have fallen.
And there's no way they can play into this jungle area while their Ursa is dead, so this will be a very nice experience lead for Omega Lil. Okay.
I love Spider Legs on Razor too. Just allows you to transpass over the cliffs, stay on top of your targets.
Do you like his choice of BKB? I would almost have preferred an armor, like a plate mail into whatever.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not the biggest fan. It was on Razor, right? That's what you're...
Yeah.
It's like you can never truly hate on BKB too much.
For sure.
Because it's just a solid item, no matter what. But in a game such as this one, getting a bit tankier would do just as much.
Yeah. He does pick up that BKB at the same time as he gets his level 20 talent, which I think is, I don't know, 10, 8 armor? Something like that.
I think it's 8, you're right. I'm sure production will show us the talent on Razor.
Playing on the far left-hand side here. They have that ward on the high ground for Omega Lil, and Nagrata just goes for it. Centaur stunned into a Doom, immediately soul bound up with the Earth Spirit, though. They're double silenced. The Omni Slash is bouncing around, but it's not doing quite enough. But Sunlight's laying in some good damage onto this Doom. Nefrit getting kited around is not able to stay on top of a target, neither is Melojewel. Both of them find their single target damage is just being completely eliminated, whether it's through Halberds, whether through Nagrata going back in with another Centaur stun, slowing down Sunlight. But at this point in time, okay, maybe with this buyback, they can actually turn. They're going to go on to Sunlight while his BKB's down. He gets popped so quickly when the Ursa and TA combo up their powers. A Force Staff getting the Ursa away, but it's cut down. And now another jump in from our Juggernaut. Fortunately, the Refraction blocked the damage and allowed him to be able to blink away. Void, Remnant, they really need to be able to win this fight. And it looks like Nefrit, they might be able to. Kellen pops his cheese, hoping to be able to skedaddle out of here. But Nagrata stays on top of it. Infernal Blade to slow him down just a little bit. Nefrit, if he hits him with the Aftershock, Infernal Blade after Infernal Blade, they do manage to get those kills. It cost them
3 buybacks.
So many buybacks.
3 buybacks. You bought back from Grata, Velthor, and Nefrit. Your Ursa, position 1 pretty much, was forced to buy back in that whole engagement. Meanwhile, on Omega, they'll only Void Spirit. So if they manage, I don't see why they would be even forced to buy back. All your tier 2s are standing, so this overall, yeah, if you're Omega Lil, you lost a couple of heroes, but you don't care, you're fine.
Yeah.
You just forced 3 buybacks. That's a huge opportunity for you to take a big objective off of 1 or 2 pickoffs.
Yeah, it's not like Extremum are actually, like, maybe they get a tier 2 out of this, but ultimately they won't gain map control. Because as soon as Omega Lil's back, they're going to have to play defensive.
And it looked good for Extremum. They initiated first, like you said before. It's all about this initiation, and they did it. Doom jumps into the trees, finds a Stomp and the Doom, but it just wasn't good enough to objectively just win them the fight outright there.
See how scared they are. TA has to back away from a aggressive Rubik TP. Refraction. Nope. TA traps, even better.
Perfect. Gives you that vision. Yeah, it's so good to steal on Rubik. You just keep map control after that for a really long time. Oh,
Nagrata picks up an Invis rune and finds the Void Spirit again.
That's dieback.
Malik is not happy with being targeted by these Dooms over and over again. And as you said, that's a dieback. So 4 versus 5 for a minute and a half. Now, Extremum can take over the map. Now, they can go for some objectives.
I wouldn't be surprised if Omega Lil still put on a fight because there is no Doom on side of Extremum. There's no Doom spell, right? So
yeah,
they did use to fight 4v5 before, so.
And they may catch Extremum by surprise if any of them get out of position, like potentially this. Now, I don't think they can really confidently go towards that high ground area. You could see Omega Lil, they want to play on this left-hand side, the area that they already control.
That was literally, he popped Scorched Earth and he moved in not to make initiation, but to take the creeps away. He's just creep skipping. So you see where they're standing, literally on this triangle. They want to stay there as long as possible to control it until there's Rosh potential spawn time.
Smoke is not going to break. They know that's an illusion. They know that Juggernaut is moving over to this area. They have a nice ward that has spotted some of these heroes, so they're going to be able to get on top of the Rubik here. Rubik's dead. Juggernaut is going to move down. Spin TP?
He's still thinking about it.
My man's hanging around. That's wild.
He doesn't care. He has those illusions. Yeah. And some traps have scouted him out, so he's fine.
Dude, he might get... I wonder if Doom walks into him, he just Omni-Slash kills him, and...
What's he doing there? Is he waiting for a bounty? He's waiting for bounties.
I think
he's going to kill Korea. No,
like, either it's bounties or somebody's going to come up to get the bounty, in which case it's a free Omni-Slash, right?
He has to be careful, though. They carry a punch right now. They could kill him even through that spin after Omni-Slash.
Yeah, Kellen is plays a little back right now. They do manage to get Roshan before Omega Lil can actually
he's
get
still
everybody
there.
Up.
Okay, he did that. I'm sorry.
Dude, Kellen is crazy, man. He's going to Lincoln's next. AC instead of Shiva's for the Razor. I wasn't sure which one of the armor items would be the preference, but...
Both of them are fine.
Yeah.
AC buffs up your jug a little bit more, right? It's solid. I think Shiva would do just as much or be just as good. This time around he decides to go for that AC, which will make him a little bit stronger too overall.
Got the level 25 with the Meld Bash. So now Templar Assassin can actually start a team fight for them. Almost has an MKB complete as, or excuse me, Daedalus.
That's a sick talent. That's such a good talent on TA. I love it. It's like, for me, TA level 25 talent, the stun one, and Queen of Pain's Fear talent just changed the way you can play the hero.
Yeah. Those were considered like mid, maybe a little bit of late game power, but they were supposed to drop off, and then now they get their 25 talents and they get revitalization and power spikes. Gonna just jump in, go for it. Immediately tries to go for the bash onto Kellen. Kellen looking to be able to follow it up, hits the Centaur stun, throws out the Doom. Oh, our Razor's trying to get away from that Doom with the damage already coming out, but eventually he's gonna be caught by a bash from Nefrit. They've already lost their Templar Assassin though. Second line pulled in by the Void Remnant. Meanwhile, we're having a support battle on the right-hand side. Melojul goes for one bash, BKB, TP out, and there is no basher on the side of Omega Lil, so he's good.
It's Kellen, right? If he has a basher in that situation, there's a chance that you stop it if he's going for that Abyssal or basher, but he went for Lincoln's, which is also pretty solid. You are playing versus a Doom, it's understandable, but man, they made a small mistake there because I'm not sure if Lil used his trap on TA or TA activated the wrong trap and then waited a second before jumping on top of Grimstroke, which gave him enough time to Glimmer Cape.
Yeah.
You don't Glimmer in any other situation there because TA just kills you in one hit.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
As a result, he has to hit Kellen. Oh, look at this. The Mel trap set up. I believe Omega Lil, they kind of knew that was a potential play.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Glyph's gonna go off, still another 45 seconds for the Doom. Can Extremum hold this off? A nice hit, long range hit there from the Quiver, but they've already caught him thanks to the Soulblind Telekinesis and no buyback for the Templar Assassin. Now it's up to Nefrit. A Chain Frost coming in. It's gonna bounce around, do some damage to the backline, and they manage to pull in the Juggernaut, killing him. Malik does bounce away from the Chain Frost, luckily, so it's only one casualty. But Omega Lil just lost their primary damage dealer in their assault of this high ground. And it's going to become even harder. Lil blinking in with the Telekinesis, looking to follow that up with a Void Remnant, pulling him back in. Nefrit, Okay, they get the Force Staff away, so G will not die. And if G stays alive, it's way too risky for them to push high ground like this.
Doom was about to spawn. He also has his Doom, right? And you can't really push versus the Lich that fast. You don't have your Jug, who is your main DPS at the moment. So they fall back. This is the right decision to make for sure. Overall, Omega Lil, they take these small mistakes from Extremum and they just use them so well. They maximize their potential, like that TA blink. And then they also realize we can't really push without killing heroes. So they kill heroes first. Very good, very good.
Yeah, Lil just getting like super aggressive with that blink dagger, finding those initiations.
Also finding trap constantly.
Yeah.
Stealing trap from TA is so important for him because it gives him vision so that he can blink in, lift, and set up a good pick off.
Extremum still up by 8,000 net worth. Are there buybacks? Can we see the buybacks? I feel like they've got to be coming back up soon here. And yeah. So the Ursa and the TA both have their buyback from the timer earlier.
They just need some gold on Doom and TA, and then they should have it.
So now it's Sunlight who is the primary target of Extremum. If they can put him on a dieback, maybe they would be the ones to get that first lane of barracks.
Is that AC completed on Sunlight or on the Razor? Is it being shipped to him or did he just switch up to Lincolns? I think he just switched up, right?
Yeah, I think so. Which, as you were talking about, it's like, it's not the best Doom target in the world if he gets off all of his abilities first, right?
You can always use it on someone else as well. You can put it. You can put double Lincolns on Jug. You also have one on Malik. Triple Lincolns, sure. Why? Okay, so all jokes aside, this can also come back to bite him in the ass because you're itemizing so much against this Doom that it just might mean that you don't have enough damage in these next couple of fights.
It is going to be a really interesting dynamic because I think the Lincoln is really cool because it blocks the Doom initiation and the Ursa's Abyssal Blade initiation. But if they ever get caught by like the TA Meld Bash and then Ursa just getting on top of you, then like you're going to be like, why don't I have more armor?
Yeah.
Why don't I have more stats?
He doesn't block bashes, so he'll still be locked down.
Yeah.
With a little bit of luck for Nefrit.
And the Ursa's not going to be missing anymore as he's got his MKB complete, but he does completely buy out.
Non Grata being very careful there, using that Lotus before heading down to eat a creep.
What's your favorite tier 4 item?
Tier 4. Illusion Escape is pretty solid. It's not my favorite. Minotaur Horn is also good. Not that.
I think my favorite is the hammer. It's not the best, by far, but it is my favorite. Non-Grata, out of position, caught the telekinesis, Omni Slash down. Melt Bash going out onto Sunlight. They're going to Eul Scepter up this TA and kite away from him because the buyback of the Doom, they just wanted to try and make a clean escape here, but the chase is occurring here. The TA traps are slowing down some of these supports. A Minotaur Horn going out by Lil, so we can remove that, slow and keep going. A Soulblind going out to BKB, activated by the Templar Assassin, so he's not controlled up. They do manage to bring down, looks like the 2 supports and the offlaner here. Can Extremum catch any more? Beller certainly trying. He's got vision of Kellen right now, and he's got another roll forward. He reads that Kellen was going to juke down, but doesn't quite hit him perfectly. But now he catches up to him. Non-Grata, not sure what to do, though, against these Lincolns. He plays the Lotus Orb, but they have to back away.
That was a pretty solid fight from Extremum, even though they forced the buyback out of Doom. They're a little bit unlucky that Rosh isn't about to spawn. It can perhaps spawn in a minute, most likely will not. They would be extremely lucky if that happened. But Velhur, man, as well, coming in clutch. He has that Hex now completed on the Earth Spirit, so cash potential from him is huge. He only has to be careful when it comes to those Lincolns.
Yeah, maybe they can overpower some of these Lincolns with enough single target abilities. That was part of the problem before, right? Is that they have Doom, but no single target abilities to actually proc Lincolns. It's like Lich, you know, like, homie, get up there and use Sinister Gaze for me. Like, that's not going to work.
So G does have Force Staff. As a Doom, you can usually eat a creep. Like, okay, right now he's still...
Still banking on the Centaur.
Yeah, he's still... I wouldn't. It didn't really work for him the majority of the game, but it's still solid. You could take any creep that breaks Lincolns and work off of that.
Happy. pops out of the base and immediately pops back into the grave that he's been visiting so many times in this game. He's gone for 60 seconds, 12,000 net worth lead for Extremum now. And they do feel pretty good about their game, but they still have that Doom buyback that was used.
Oh.
Really? Happy's gonna buy back?
I think they're...
and they're gonna go for a smoke play, but I feel like this smoke is not very well disguised.
They were afraid of Rosh. You can see where they're running right now. They're running straight into the pit. They were afraid that Rosh might spawn, which it actually did. Was that the lowest counter?
It was a minute.
Okay.
Void Remnant pulling him back in, and Nefrit quickly gets on top of Lil, takes him out, now needs to be able to break that static link. Not Grata, right there in the middle of everybody is going to be Omni Slash. Looks like he tried to go for Kellen, but instead Kellen turns around and kills him. Velor tries to roll out of here, but he's not going to make it out. 2 heroes dead with no buyback. A fast move from Omega Lil once again catches Extremum with their pants down.
It looked like Extremum wanted to fight there because they must have noticed the buyback. If nothing, not the buyback, the smoke. If nothing else, because of the buyback. And they went to this high ground. This is usually where you wait this aggressive move. You wait for them to come to you, you break the smoke, and then you fight. But TA just got demolished in a second. He didn't die, but he was rendered useless. He popped the BKB and ran away with 5% HP. And now Rosh, who cares if your smoke isn't that disguised?
Yeah.
If you just run into them.
Just run at him. Now you've got Aegis Cheese and a Refresher Shard and an Aghanim Scepter. So now they've got... Oh, Swift Slash. Swift Strike, something. Yeah.
Swift Slash. It's another mini Omni Slash. Mini Omni Slash, put it that way. It's good enough.
I'm going to call it Swift Slash and hope that it's right. It sounds right.
That Aghanim is actually crazy good on Kellen as well. It's exactly what he needed. Buys him some extra time, some mobility.
Okay, the tier 2's down. They still got 35 seconds. Can they get Megas during this downtime of the Doom? Slowed down by the Glyph. That's going to buy them a lot of time here. Extremum looking to slow them down with the Lich as well. That actually helps quite a lot. The Scythe catching the Juggernaut here, slowing him down. They look for the Telekinesis pullback of the Void Ren. This combination they're pulling off every single time. It looks so good.
What does Lil have when it comes to neutral item? Because that looks like he doesn't have a telescope, but that lift was from the parking lot, man. He caught him from the stairs. He wasn't even on the high ground.
And Earthsphere didn't have buybacks, so he needs 50 gold for it.
Is there anything you can do to give him that? You can't really. There's no bounties.
No bounties or anything.
Yeah. Just look at how far away G is. He does not dare to approach them at all. Oh, that
1600 crit thanks to the Magic Quiver meld hit. I believe that's what that was. And this tier 3 will eventually die. 10 gold until the Earth Spirit has the buyback. Will it even be worth at that point in time? Though, oh no, the Ursa! He got Telekinesis, and the Glimmer Cape actually saves him. They'll bounce back over, though. This is the Omni Slash before. It was just a Swift Slash, and now they turn around. They do manage to get the bash onto Sunlight with the Abyssal Blade Self-Fuel Scepter, trying to remove as much damage away from Nefrit as possible, but eventually does go down. Malik with a Dissimulate, bounced over to the left, away from everybody else, but they don't care about him. They want Kellen. They want him bad. He turns around, another Twist Slash, looking to be able to bring down the Earth Spirit. That's going to be good enough, but now he's been doomed up. He's so speedy, though. They need vision of their turnaround Doom, a Lotus Orb Doom, bounces back on a Lil, and it looks like Nefrit with the Rubik's Doom on him may actually, if the Juggernaut gets close enough, he could actually die here. The Glimmer Cape going down, Kellen by himself. Challenging anybody. Turned around, Manta Dodge onto the Meld Strike and looks to hunt down anybody on this left-hand side. They had a successful scan there, I think, for a second, so he thought maybe somebody was over there.
Rapier on Melojoule. He hurts bad. You need to be careful here. They take the melee racks and they move back. There's still one side standing for Extremum, but Omega Lil are making some curious plays here and there, diving the fountain a little bit. It was a nice bait though, right? They moved in with the fake Omni Slash, then they follow up with the real one. But I think they didn't expect that Ursa to heal in 1 single second and turn on them.
Yeah.
And also Razor, he had the shard, but not the cheese in his inventory. So he's on 5% HP and he pops that refresher shard. It doesn't really do anything for him.
Yeah, that would have been a massive difference.
If he just stayed alive during that first burst of damage, like you said, huge difference.
Yeah, Nefrid at that point in time would have had to run back to the fountain to break the static link that was on him instead of committing for the Razor kill. Or even worse, he commits for the Razor kill, but he gets off the cheese, and then Razor steals all of his damage. And who knows what happens from there. This is a, feels like a pretty even game still, even with 1.5 lanes of barracks down for Extremum. They've shown that they can win fights.
Aghanim's on Lich.
Oh, he's got the AoE Sinister Gaze. That is a big upgrade.
The AoE Gaze, man, that's gonna be huge if he manages to use it.
Yeah, against all these Lincolns too. Like, this is something that Omega Lil may not be expecting.
Mini black hole, they call it.
Smoke up though, Omega Lil. True to the characteristics they've shown us in this series, they will take this potentially last fight on their own ground. They're going to smoke up themselves, and they're going to immediately run at Extremum and see what Extremum does in response.
But just check the buybacks from these two teams. This is extremely dangerous coming from Omega Lil. 3 of their heroes do not have buybacks at the moment.
Yeah, they could just easily reset and be like, okay, we're just going to play inside our base for a bit, but no. The smoke has worn out. They're up on this high ground, though. Don't think they've been spotted by any TA traps or anything like that. That's 1,600 damage from that Divine Rapier, plus the Quiver. It's a really good way to poke at Omega Lil.
To poke? Yeah, if you're a support, that's not poking.
It's like one of those kung fu films where, you know, it's like the full-on, like, liver stab with the...
From distance somehow. It doesn't even touch you, you know, it stops in front of your face and then you just fall down.
Shiva's could be completed by Nangrata. He wants his buyback though. Nangrata, the only one showing on the map right now, while the rest of the team plays somewhat nearby. Seems like in a way they're trying to bait that buyback. Scythe next for Mellow Jewel after the Divine Rapier he picked up.
This game still really comes down to initiation.
Yeah.
Which one of these two teams gets on top of the other first and faster?
I'm beginning to think that they almost have to get that Doom onto the Juggernaut, just because of Swift Slash, plus the fact that he's got Omni Slash as well.
And it's not an easy thing to do, because you have to break the Lincolns, and he doesn't have to use that Omni Slash. He can just follow up with Swift Slash, which will allow him to, you know, juke it out a little bit, perhaps spin afterwards, maybe even kill you in that one single spell. So, a reminder that Rubik is going for that Aghanims, so he'll have a blast in these next couple of fights if he gets it. It's like he's actually just 800 gold short. He might save for buyback too.
I'm gonna make sure it's actually called Swift Slash. Whatever I keep.
We are rebranding.
Swift Slash.
We are rebranding.
It is Swift Slash, and it's one word too.
If it wasn't called Swift Slash, it is now. This cast has rebranded the skill.
Timeless Relic for Velor.
Oh yeah, Timeless Relic is something that I love. That's it was on Doom, I believe, before, but now they're giving the Illusionist Cape, so they bait with it. I think you called that earlier, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Found the initiation on the Lil. This is a free pickoff. He's not going anywhere. He has the Force Staff, but I can't imagine he lives for long.
An attempt was made.
Yeah.
Ghost into Force, into having those Spidey legs, move him back downhill.
My question is, what was he doing so far away from his team there?
Little things, probably tweeting something.
Oh,
I love the guy, by the way. It's just
no,
low-hanging fruit all the time.
It really is. It really is.
Radiant
41 to 33. Extremum Trying to push forward while Lil is dead. Swiss Slash bounces over to the neutral creeps. Nefrit, he's so close to catching up to Kellen there. They take over a bit of this high ground, but they don't really commit to it. Nefrit sitting up here, the rest of his team not so much, playing more around the Roshan pit.
This is extremely important.
Managed to break the Lincolns, get the Scythe onto him, and the Abyss of Play follow-up. Can they actually bring down the Juggernaut fast enough? They get a bash? No bashes. Kellen, he gets out the Healing Ward and jumps away. Now Soulbind onto 2. Kellen, he sees his opportunity. He gets right in the face and throws off the Omni Slash. That'll bring down the Ursa. That's all it does, though. He ends the Omni Slash, turns around, Swiss Slash to be able to bring down the Lich, and the rest of the team will join him in bringing down Melajewel. And Nangrata is left for second last. Velor will be the last, and that is looking like it might just be the end of the game. Only the cores have buybacks.
Rapier on Jug. Yeah, it's completely in Omega Lil style once again, right? They fight 4 versus 5. Rubik does buyback, but he's there a little bit too late to make any big difference. It didn't matter, however. They still took a fight off of them and took that Rapier, maybe even the game right here.
With that Divine Rapier, they're going to immediately go for the tier 4s. Not going for Roshan. Not going for the extra life. They're going to challenge Extremum here, and Extremum going to have to fight 3 versus 5. Immediately going for the supports first. Happy survives a little bit longer. Ghost Scepter getting off with the Soulbind. On to 2. They have to bounce away. Oh no, the TA in trouble. Gets bashed up, and he gets out with a fraction. The rest do not, though. The Ursa immediately gets Abyssal Bladed, and Nangrata will fall. The Templar Assassin stays alive through all of that. But his throne dies. A 2-0 for Omega Lil as they force Extremum down into the 3-way tiebreaker. And we have 1 slot available left in Group A to head to playoffs, and 3 teams, Lizard.
3-way tiebreaker. I'm afraid. What's going to happen to us? What's happening? I wouldn't worry, but man, what a great game. I have to say, on the side of Omega Lil, everyone was playing really well. I have to give shout out to the cores that have been playing flashy, have been very fast paced overall throughout the game. They've been doing so many big moves. Also, big shout out to my boy Happy Durara. He was just not really my boy. I don't really know him that well or at all, but whatever. You know,
you gotta claim him when they're doing well.
I'm claiming him. Shout out to him.
I mean, you should like Nangrata, like no longer my boy. Now Happy Durara.
Happy Durara. He pressed that R button really well. That Soulbind is such an amazing spell in this game because you have TA and Ursa against you, and it always somehow finds itself hitting on both of them that they can't move in and out of ice the way they usually want to.
And it works so well with Lil being able to get those telekinesises, which he also comboed really well with the Void Spirit so many different times. It just like seems like as a whole, Omega Lil looking really on point, and I would love to see more of them, which we will see more of them in the playoffs. But for now, you're going to see more of our beautiful, lovely panel.
That's a way nicer way of throwing. Thank you, Cap. Thank you, Lizard. And of course, also, us seeing more of Omega Lil in the playoffs also means that we're going to see more of Extremum, even though this was their last series. For now on the group stages, there will be a 3-way tie in Group A. So there's a lot more Dota. By the way, do you know that they're going to play infinite loops of 1v1s? Because it's a 3-way tie, right? They're going to do best of ones, and they're going to keep playing until there's a winner. And there's only 1 slot for the teams.
Best of ones, and they play till there's a winner.
Yes.
So one team
3
beats
games?
2 opponents.
As long as one team beats beats everybody else, and everybody else loses. If there's a 3-way tie again after the 3 best of ones,
cycle repeats.
They'll continue on.
Well, that'll be a fun day.
We don't. There is no there's no limit.
Great.
Survival of the fittest, baby.
Survival of the fittest.
Now that's
Let's talk about this game.
Sure.
Because if you're talking about survival of the fittest, Omega Lil was definitely the fittest today here in the series. I must say, though, this game didn't start to look that great for them at the start of the game. We can start there.
Well, the mid lane was doing far better than I was not expecting the Razor TA lane to be as one-sided as it was. And so initially I was like, well, okay, this is just another Omega Lil victory in the bag. TA started coming back. The Ursa was proving to be a much more difficult matchup for the Juggernaut than he was ready for. But then, yet again, it kind of came down to team fight coordination.
Absolutely. In these replays, make sure that you're keeping an eye open for when TA throws the game. It happens a few times. So always be watching for that. But no, you were right. It was a very up and down match. Razor dominating that early game, and as we predicted from the Juggernaut and the Grimstrokey kind of combos that came through once in a while, but they sure became a threat when TA got her items again. But I mean, look at that. Okay, that play right there. Where did that Lich ult come from? That was a sniper Lich ult, the likes of which I've never seen in my life. I don't understand. He wasn't even in the camera shot. I've played the Lich. That ain't how that hero works. But whatever. Cheating allegations aside, they still lost, so I guess they were pretty bad at cheating.
Maybe he had telescope Aether lens.
I mean, he had something. It was like an alien coming out there. But anyway, yeah, it was a very topsy-turvy game. It came down to every team fight, as Tsunami said. And in the end, I think that Ags on Juggernaut really made the difference on everything, you know, as is in the pub games. I tell Jugs every day, just get the Ags. It doesn't matter.
Well, he didn't even buy it. He just got it from the Roche.
I know. He could have won a lot earlier if he got the damn Ags instead of waiting. The stolen Lich ult there. Very good.
Very nice.
Didn't get to see as many Rubik steals in the soulbind combinations you were hoping for.
I mean, yes.
But you got the one that mattered.
Yeah, normally we saw Happy throw out his ultimate before anything big was stolen.
Right.
Even if it was stolen, the ultimate would already have been out.
Yeah, because just against an Ursa, the leash itself is very irritating. Same thing with the TA. There were so many opportunities, which we were criticizing in the draft, that there were not very many ways to burn through a fraction. And she was blinking out of a lot of situations that should have been certain death against other drafts, but weren't able to burn through it. She was able to blink out and stall out the game, but she's still a very, very glass cannon hero.
Yeah, that move right there is when things got the most questionable for Jug, walking back in there with an Aegis after his team was dead. Very scary.
I think he played the psychological warfare there.
I mean,
like, if I run at the enemy heroes, they're going to believe I have an army behind me.
There was a buyback.
Just by himself.
But then he believed his own hype.
Yes.
I mean, hell yeah. I do that all the time. Listen, real talk, psychology is a big thing. If they're pushing a tower, just TP in the middle of 5 heroes as the position 5.
I sometimes do that. They never see it coming. They're like, oh shit, here we go. We gotta back out, guys.
As a Nature's Prophet, even if I have like 10 HP, I'll start teleporting, bringing the tree sprouts on top of them. And they're like, there's an enemy coming.
At least a cancel chance.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's the
I mean, that's
the full command.
That's true.
Let's go! I mean, when you see a position 5 Witch Doctor TPing on a double damaged Juggernaut, you know something's wrong.
Something's coming. Or something is very wrong.
Right? But at any rate, a very up and down match there that was more akin to our first series of the day.
Yeah.
Things got crazy, things got hype, and things got done.
I also think things got little thrown. This series, of course, was... it makes me feel a little better for Extreme... Well, it doesn't make me feel good about Extreme, but it makes me feel like this was a deserved win for Megalil.
Yeah.
I think Extreme, if anything, they lost to themselves. They, their blood is in their own hands, right? The fact that they have to play in tiebreakers, they have nobody to blame but themselves. And we're going to see them again.
I mean, game 1 was pretty obviously a draft loss. And so if they had lost both games as draft losses, then I would have been very discouraged. But here, seeing as how Omega Lil not only outdrafted them but outplayed them, I think they definitely deserve to move forward in the playoffs. And Extremum, I can't say that they performed dramatically better than Khan or Tempo either, so it seems fitting that they should have to play a tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. Khan and Tempo are ending at the same scores. It's all 2 and 3, I believe. Like, it's not a terrible score either. It's, you know, you won 2, you lost 3.
Well, I think they just all beat each other the first time.
Yes, they did.
But the gods demand excellence. Yes. Let them squabble in the tiebreakers, for only on the mountain will we have the champions.
Well, Voldemort's lying face down in the dirt, but, you know.
Who? Ooh, I don't remember losing.
Someone had to be. I wasn't there always a jester also at the start of any kind of gladiator style thing. No,
I think it was just a guy they fed to a lion.
Yeah.
That was Voldemort.
Well, Voldemort.
Sorry, guys. Like that team though. Hype.
The name was hype.
Voldy.
Very, very much potential for
copyright infringement suing.
Yes, that.
Very much potential for that.
For puns. For puns.
True.
Wordplays, analogies, you know, all that jazz. True. All right. It is also time for another analogy.
Oh.
Though it's not my greatest one, but we can speak to a light of ray, a sunlight. Yay!
Hey,
hey Sunlight, how you doing?
Hey guys.
Hey.
I'm fine.
Good. Congratulations on your series.
Thank you.
I have a very important question regarding the second game. Because you guys didn't look too hot at the start of that game, and it definitely felt a little of a battle for you to still make that a win at the end of the day. Did you guys feel like it was always in the bag, or you kind of were a little worried there as well?
I feel like we were fine this game. No minus moral, we are just trying our best, and this game was, I think it was on our side, so we were in.
All right. As champions, now you don't have to worry about being in the tiebreaker. You can let those animals fight alone. Who do you think's going to make it out? You've faced all of them before.
For real, I don't really know who is playing tiebreakers.
I will tell you.
I was sure
it is
that
Khan,
Okay.
Tempo, and Extremum.
You might know Extremum. You just kicked the shit out of them.
I think all teams look good. I mean, at this skill performance right now, for me, 3 teams are just the same. But I have more friends playing for Extremum, so I'll just cheer for them.
Oh,
Okay.
very good team. Didn't mean to insult your friend. Continue.
How was
This
it
just happens.
having your deep cover espionage with Lil on your team? Do you also feel the pressure and the scrutiny of the Russian casters and the Russian talent watching your games, or you feel that this was more for show and just trying to put on some entertainment for everyone, being like, who is this mysterious player playing on Omega Lil, which is a team named after someone which we don't know?
I don't know really what to say about this situation, because I was the first guy who contacted Lil and asked him to play with us again, because he wasn't sure if he want to play after the break. He went on the SIA and just chilling. So when he said that he want to play under the no name name, sorry for the tautology, I wasn't sure if it's a good idea, and several times I told him that don't do that, dude, because we might be just disqualified. But
We
this is
got
what
your
just
back.
happened.
Don't worry.
Thank you, guys.
No disqualification because of that. You guys played great today. I'm looking forward to seeing you play in the playoffs, and congratulations
Thank
once
you.
again. And thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you. Yeah, no
Thank
problem,
you, too.
guys.
Bye.
All right, see you. And of course, was Sunlight, the Razor from the previous game, from Omega Lil, and I think Viper first game, right?
Yeah.
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 Yes.
Exactly.
Very good.
Very good indeed. Now, earlier today we had a series with Empire, and Empire lost their series, meaning Empire is out of a potential tiebreaker. There is still one more team in Group B that has a chance for a tiebreaker. It is Bait.
Oh, wow.
That's right. Bait is going to face up against HellRaisers.
Oh, wow.
Now, if HellRaisers beat Bait, then there is no tiebreakers in Group B. But we're going to find out what's going to happen after the break.
You think you're the best support ever, and then you see Puppy plate shit.
It's in the bag.
Dodges it again. He dodges both the arrow and the fissure. So, well, at least he gets out of there. If he had been scouting arrow, hits him again.
Darkness.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
Not only time can heal the wounds of a fallen gladiator. Buyback, boys. Farm buyback.
Down, it's causing real trouble right now. RTW is going to get caught up by the Reaper's side, but the Weaver's going to save him, but he's already dead. Nick's going to go down as well, though. RTW and Nick's both taking out the fight, and the death are getting so low as well, but helped out jumping away. It's actually...
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
127, 9, and 29 now 30, 30, 30, 31. Down to the bill, 1, 2. Get that way to prevail is 2, 2, 2, now 3.
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
Will they find somebody down in the bottom lane? We got 4 people down in the bottom lane. Now I'm going to do an OD pixel cast. Here comes the Rap. Got himself in. They're going to find somebody and they're going to attack him. Nice.
The only true knowledge is the knowledge that you know nothing. Until you put your scope into something.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top of Mount Olympus once again for the grandest battle you will ever see. Today, we have for our final series a grudge match among grudge matches, ladies and gentlemen. It is Bait versus HellRaisers. Who shall win? Bait, who doesn't win often, or HellRaisers, who has much writing on this game. Only 2 men in the entire universe have those answers, and those men are sitting here on Mount Olympus. Fogged, the glorious, and Lizard, the gloriouser. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to the panel.
Well, thank you, kind senator.
We're not doing it again.
I wish that you would say my name when you were introducing so Greek and appropriate.
What? You're fogged.
Oh, yeah.
Giannis.
Giannis. You know, you're saying Olympus. You know, mine fits very well.
What's your last name, Fogged?
Lucas. Which used to be, I think, Lovakis before they changed it on Ellis Island.
Ellis
a very
Island.
Greek last name. Yeah.
That is cool.
Yes.
Wow. My Ellis Island name was actually a Canusher, which means a donkey herder.
Was it actually?
Yeah, so that's not cool.
Wow.
And just called us donkey herders, but
Where's your heritage?
Who fucking cares?
I care. That's why I
Europe
asked.
or something. As soon as we went to
Europe.
America, we cut all that garbage out.
Garbage? Excuse me,
great
sir.
countries, great continents. I love it.
Excuse me, sir.
No, I don't know. We don't know our history. It was all lost on Ellis
Geography,
Island.
history, all this stuff.
Yes.
That's all
hard,
I know, by
I
the
heard.
way. It might sound impressive, but that's all I knew about mine.
Yeah,
I got
it's
nothing
Greek,
else.
Greek
It's Greek, and
heritage.
they changed it, as they did with many, and that's about it.
We're bastardized over here in the Kanner clan. No,
No, there's a lot of last names that have remained the same, like Kovac, right?
That's cool.
That's literally a blacksmith in the Eastern Europe. That's where that word comes from.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was it like like amount of letters that they did? Because I think like 6 letters was the cutoff, and then they're like, yeah, there's way too many letters going on there.
Yeah. Let's change that. Actually, fun fact: my mother's side is Native American. Actually.
Really?
Yeah, Nez Perce tribes. What up? Tried to take advantage of that for college. That didn't work out. But
you tried.
I did try. What up? They wanted to do a blood test. No, thank you.
I love those.
Yes.
An attempt was made.
True American bastardization of everything. But anyway, speaking of bastards, we got some here today. These 2 teams, scrappy young teams, a lot on the line for one, and glory for the other. What do you feel about both these boys?
It looks like David versus the Goliath kind of a thing. HellRaisers looked very dominant in the last half of a year or so, even with some changes, like losing Roger, getting some different position 4s. They still look pretty solid. Bait, however, looked abysmal at the beginning of their run with this squad, with the last squad, actually. And then with this one, they looked a little bit better. They improved, so perhaps they're on an upward trajectory.
I mean, that's the only place they can really go from down there. So.
That's right. Could it be? Are we on our way to the land
Let's be honest.
Coliseum
It's
of
true.
war?
It's true.
Gentlemen, perhaps a draft is on our way.
Oh,
we
really?
shall take it
Where
our walk to the Coliseum. Now, before we make it to the Coliseum, it's a long road, we do have an announcement.
Oh, my.
We have a replacement in for Bait. One of their players had internet issues, and we will be having the one, the only, drum roll, please, Ghost Stick!
Yay!
Will be standing in Ghost himself.
And he's replacing Last Hero.
That's
believe,
right.
who is having some internet difficulties.
Okay, so hear me out. That run, 0-22 for bait.
Was it actually 22? I thought it was like 19.
Like, who cares?
Okay.
Every week we add one.
That's true, yeah.
Let's say it was 22. Rough. Ghostic was a part of that run.
Oh, well, we're back.
Rougher.
He was with them, so
Perhaps he's gone to new lands to bring his knowledge home.
hopefully. It's sad for Last Hero. I believe he doesn't have internet because of the situation right now that's in Belarus. It's rough.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
He was locked down for a couple of days.
Gee whiz, that was a crazy story you posted.
Yeah.
Beaten by police.
Yeah, that's crazy.
God, that's nuts. In America, the police would just shoot you. They don't beat you. That's a joke. That was a joke.
Oh
everybody.
my God.
Okay. Switching to draft, guys, Void is highly contested by both of these teams in all of their games.
I can't see the bans. I can't. I see Veno on one side. I cannot see
Tiny Rubik on the other, and with Veno, there's a Doom band.
It's Doom.
Wow. Wee little technology magic.
I actually should. Wait,
mirror there,
I could see it the other day. Is my vision getting worse by the day?
Getting older, Fog.
We changed
31 this year.
We changed the overlay a little bit. Like this overlay that we
Yeah,
have for heroes, so bands are a little bit smaller. That's why it's a bit.
It looks. I mean, I just have to pull it away. I love this setup.
It does look-
It has like the two windows of like either when it's the two captains versing each other too. It's pretty dank.
What are the benefits of remote teams?
Oh,
Get
what do
together
I
like
click here? Huh?
Very good. Yes.
Disruptor.
I think, Fog, that you're the #1 analyst in the #1 tournament.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic.
Teach me what to do.
Hey, look at that! It's Disruptor.
Yep.
Disruptor versus Void. Why pick out a Disruptor?
So far, we have one. All right, I like this. Snapfire plus Void. I was
old school.
Yeah, I was looking at these two teams, and they would both pick Void, but usually without a lot of combos with it. And usually they would lose with Void. So I'm happy that they pick something really good with him, such as Snapfire. Not only is it good in that Chronosphere, you also have a hero that can potentially deal well with the egg. Is a strong laner if this Phoenix is offlane, which I would actually like more.
Cookie out of Kinetic.
Yeah, that's also.
There's a couple pretty cool things actually. I feel like it ticked a couple boxes that they were looking for, and I don't know. I'm a fan of this hero. Still a little weird because your ulti cooldown is so long, but it matches Void's, right? So, yeah.
One thing that I dislike about HellRaisers so far, even though Phoenix is a really good pick overall for anyone, is this duo, Phoenix plus Disruptor. I just want to see this Phoenix now rotated into offlane, because you are playing versus Void, it's good, and you get something like a Clockwork perhaps to help you out, to stay alive, because position 4 Phoenix, position 4 Phoenix, position 5 Disruptor, not a fan.
I mean, I kind of like it though. I mean, a Chrono comes out and he
Like
doesn't catch
anything.
Phoenix, then he just ults and then he gets rid of that.
You don't have like a lockdown form for the Phoenix though on either support now, right? So it can be a little weird. Like you can glimpse someone away, I guess, or something. But then it's like kind of counterintuitive.
Sure. But we did see a couple of good Disruptor games, especially that one with the Agnum Scepter.
Yep.
That was picked out, but I don't think they won that game, so maybe it wasn't that good after all. Who cares?
It's pretty good versus Void overall, right? Getting that Agnums eventually, even if you put Disruptor on position 4, which some teams have been doing, it's solid in a game such as this one.
Oh yeah, you remind. That was the Ace game when Ace jumped into the Disruptor ulti and they lost. That's right. FNG predicted him.
Something like a Treant as well would be pretty sick for HellRaisers.
Yeah.
It's something that the CIS teams like to pick quite a lot. It gives you that root versus Void. It gives you armor in the Chrono. And it's really sick with Phoenix. No stuns though. Like
no stuns.
That's what they're lacking.
That's tough. Yeah.
I like. I mean, I feel like every time I see Miposhka play, it's Disruptor. So I feel like that's just why they picked it. You know, Miposhka's like, yeah, we're picking Disruptor because that's.
What's that ban on side of bait?
I see a Magnus and then I see a.
No, on side of bait. What is that?
Yes.
Yes.
My magical thing is not working.
Let me use it.
I tried to. Like,
way to call out production, you idiot.
It's my fault. I didn't say it was there.
That is Magnus.
Fix it.
It was Magnus.
Yes.
But the other one on the other side.
Yeah, it's Magnus. Let's just keep it with that. I believe
that
that dark thing that I can't really see what it is. I think it's Spectre. Yeah, right. It has to be Spectre.
Could be Darkseer.
Darkseer has.
Can you see?
Darkseer is banned out on the side of HellRaisers.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
Yeah.
I'm checking.
Yeah.
Very good. Walk on up there, Fog.
Dude, I still can't see it. I'm like very
closer
close.
to
even
the
closer,
altar.
Wait, what the hell is that? Is that Slardar?
What's wrong with you?
Slardar and Spectre, I think it is?
Yeah,
I'm
Spectre
blind.
definitely, but that looks
blind.
like I guess, most resembling to Slardar, I suppose.
Very well.
Wasn't- yes.
Well, after all of this, what was the point of your demanding to know who was banned?
I think just because of what we were talking about, the lockdown and seeing who's going to be off lane or not. I think that's what they're trying to look for.
I just wanted to know.
And I feel like Slardar is actually a pretty annoying hero when you're playing like any melee heroes. I've just
Yeah,
been seeing that hero kind of.
it's definitely Slardar. It's Slardar.
Yeah, that's Slardar.
Yes, that is Slardar. Continue the pattern.
It looks
very
it
good.
looks strange from here. I'm sorry.
There
we're
it
blind.
is.
We're blind.
HellRaisers, they banned out the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Some more heroes that have been played by both of these teams. On both sides, we have seen this Nature's Prophet played on offlane, on mid, safe lane even. It's just a solid pickup. Nothing really too extraordinary coming from that ban. It's not like he combos extremely well with the Void and the Snapfire. And let's see, what's the last ban? Dragon.
DK. All right.
DK
So
ban.
long duration stun, annoying frontliner. That's kind of something that blocks out for Phoenix and shit. So
we have the
Voids?
two Voids.
2 Voids on one team. We've been seeing some success from. I feel like we've been seeing a decent amount of success from Void Spirit.
We need to come up with a name for that.
The double Void.
The double void strat, you know? The flying V's?
Ooh, the flying V's is good. We also have like there's lots of like circular abilities right now going on. We've got Void Spirit, and we've Disruptor. There's gonna be all these like Venn diagrams all over the place.
Yeah.
Not
there you
bad.
go. That's the lockdown that we needed.
Yeah.
That's lockdown
That's
and
the
a
off
half.
lane. So
Yeah.
that means they've already their roles are set. So right now they can't really be flexible with how they change things around on HellRaisers. Like Beastmaster's your off lane, Phoenix is your 4, and Disruptor's your 5. Set.
But when you look at bait, it's not like they can maneuver way too much when it comes to setting up their lanes. This Void Spirit is going to be your core. This Void will be the safe lane together with Ench or with... Okay, Enchantress is a little bit more flexible. There are still some teams that experiment with the offlane Ench.
But he wants to lane versus Beastmaster.
Yeah, you want to just lane versus Beast. That's the reason why you picked it up here.
Yeah, you just take the boar, and Beastmaster feels really sad.
What are your thoughts on mid Snapfire? Have you seen it?
We have seen offlane Snapfire. That's something.
Don't think it's good. No, I don't think it's good. I think when it first got added, sure, because every hero that gets added immediately is broken. But
True.
Afterwards, I don't think so.
I've seen it.
It's weird because whenever you pick like these things that can work as core, you put too much attention on yourself, and then they start focusing more, and then you're like, oh wait, this hero's not good when you're just getting focus fire. But when I can sit in the back and no one thinks about me,
true.
Then you
Yeah. Remember that SCA finals that we did 496? They played versus Execration. They put the offlane Snapfire, and it didn't really work that well. It's just a hero that.
Ooh.
Wow.
Drow. Interesting pick there. Of course, we talk so much about how you got to be able to pierce that back line to get to the Drow, and I got to say, they've got a few run at you heroes.
They do.
They got a bunch
Drow
of them, yeah.
in a chrono, Drow jumped up by a Void Spirit.
It's for speed. I think they're just trying to set tempo in the game. Drow Beastmaster, they don't want this game to go late game versus Void. They want to just take the buildings, take advantage.
Overall, you have a pretty solid team fight as well around that egg and Disruptor's ulti. You can catch that Void if he tries to use a chrono and run away from a team fight. Drow is also pretty sick versus Void early on. As long as he doesn't have that Manta, you have Gust. That's a long duration of a silence in which you can just kill him off. So overall, it's a solid pick, and it's highly contested carry right now.
Right.
I think the Gust talent is actually something that's underrated right now. It's 50% miss rate at 10.
That's
if you
nuts.
go for it. With Phoenix, 50% miss applied on these heroes. They might not be able to kill the Ag. It's also pushing back versus Void.
And when you think about heroes that kill egg on the side of bait, yeah, they do have the Snapfire, but besides that, they're not extremely good at that, especially if one Fire Spirit connects onto them. You don't have any built-in BKBs or anything like that.
I mean, but
no
Snapfire
rage,
is
no
pretty
spin.
good, though.
Snapfire is pretty good, yeah.
Snapfire is really good.
But then you have to be right in the front lines, and then you're a point of focus.
Yeah, the thing is, it usually doesn't work out that way.
Yeah.
When this Snapfire was first picked against Phoenix as a counter, it worked for a couple of weeks. And then Phoenix they adapted. They're sneaky. They just started using that egg a little bit further away. And that's
Sneaky burbs.
Sneaky burbs.
Centaur ban. They don't want the Drow to get collapsed on. That would make sense. And then we see
Kunkka, right?
and Storm ban from B8. Okay.
Yep, Storm and Kunkka gives you some more catch. Kunkka overall is just very good against Void because of that. Both into the Chrono, you would have just so much damage mitigation. Storm Spirit, however, is more on the offensive side. You would have a hero that deals well with the Void Spirit and the Void in one go, right? Like you can just get on top of them if you have a decent laning stage. But Ember, man, it's
he does kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
I feel like they were trying to find, like B8 was trying to ban heroes that can catch them. Because right now I was looking at the side of HellRaisers, their catch was a little bit weak with Phoenix Disruptor and Beastmaster. It's a little awkward. They don't have those stuns. Ember, that's a great way to be able to set up and keep people inside of the egg. Good versus Void, good versus mobility heroes.
Yeah, the question now remains, is this Void Spirit going to be played by Dendi mid? Or is this a Ghostic hero? Like, which one of these two? Are we last picking mid Dendi? Because I would assume he's drafting, and it's his team, and he has a last pick, he's taking that.
I feel like he's going to pick himself Lina.
I hope not.
Lina? I just feel like he's going to do it because that's what I've seen them do so often, and he's versus Egg, and he probably feels like he can do well in the lane.
What about Quap, the Dendi special?
Whoa, I did not see that coming.
That's a Ghostic.
So then it's Ghostic, Brewmaster, and then Dendi is playing the Void Spirit.
So he definitely called the Lina well, and I could also see it coming, but usually they pick this Lina with the Void and it doesn't work out. She's just so squishy. You get one hero on top of her in the mid game and it's gone.
Those are some odds coming out here. Not surprisingly, not the biggest odds difference that we saw today. Pretty damn close. Looks like Bait is doesn't have the faith of our boys.
I don't think Brewmaster is a very good hero at the moment, unfortunately. However, Ghostic does play it a bit. I can see him like getting into the backlines onto these supports, but I also just think Drow kills your Brewlings with the multi-shot mid-game very easily.
There it is.
I'm just a big question mark on Brewmaster in general, and he's playing versus double silences.
And it's a position 4 Snapfire with a position 5 Enchantress. These two supports on one side, and when you look at Phoenix Disruptor, at first I flamed Phoenix Disruptor as a support combo a little bit, but now when I see Enchantress Snapfire on the other side, I actually favor HellRaisers more.
And I don't see any... I feel like I have this happen a lot often in these type of games, but there's like no D-push on the side of B8, and they're playing into a push lineup with Beastmaster Drow. They have to just... they have to literally just fight around buildings with Drow, or with Void and Brewmaster ult every single time that they're up. They have to constantly be fighting around those towers, or they're just... I feel like their map's just going to shrink real fast.
Well, boys, it is time to stop talking and time to start watching. We have a trick for you here today, a little treat for you. 2 of your favorite Monopoly pieces. It is the capitalist himself, the man with the top hat, and the banana. Banana, Slammer, Jammer. Take it over.
I don't think that's a Monopoly piece.
I don't remember there being a banana.
Not a Monopoly piece.
You know better than I for sure. I didn't have the confidence to say it wasn't, but now that you're making me feel better.
A race car, top hat. That's me.
I remember those, yeah.
What else is there? And the banana, apparently.
Yes.
That's the piece
That's
I was forgetting, of course. Brian, we've got another match for the Divine Division where there is one team that really needs a win here to be able to force a tie that could get them into playoffs. And that, of course, is Bait, who needs to be able to not only bring down HellRaisers, but also beat Empire, I believe, in order to have a chance to be able to tie up. It would be a 3-way tiebreaker with 2 spots.
Yeah, they're going to be... It reminds me of a horror film where you see, like, the walls of the hotel room, like, shrinking in on you, and you got to, like, push them out. I feel like that's what Bait's doing in this game, right? Because they have all this low cooldown push that, like Fox said, they're going to have to keep pushing against these walls, otherwise the area of the map's going to collapse on them really quickly. I like their pick of, like, the Enchantress trying to shut down the Beastmaster in lane, because he's a very pace-setting-esque type of hero, but... Unless I feel like if they mess 1 or 2 team fights up on the side of Bait, they're going to be in for some hurting. And I already saw the Beastmaster. I like his adjustment to the counter pick of the Enchantress. He went for those level 1 axes, ignoring the board, because if you level the board, it just gets enchanted, and you're effectively giving the opponent a stronger lane. So already a small adjustment there from HellRaisers. I'm favoring their game plan for sure. It's just easier to execute. But if Bait can ever get the fights they want where they're allowed to wait for Chrono, they're allowed to wait for the Brew Split, then they should be just fine, but that's easier said than done.
Of course, Bait being well known for having Dendi on their team, of an organization built around Dendi. They recently picked up some new players such as Crystallis, Last Hero, 5UP, Fishman, all of them like very little time on the professional scene. And while I would love to be able to give them the time to be able to formulate as a squad, Bait in general has just been struggling to be able to pick up victories, and I'm pretty sure if they don't make it into playoffs of the Divine Division, they're going to consider that yet another failure for this roster. Or this organization, I should say.
Yeah, where do you draw the line, you know? Yeah, I've been in this spot before. Too many times more than I'd like to admit, at least, where where do you give up? You know, like, how much losing is too much? And Bait definitely on the brink of being at that spot right now. And this series, like you said, is quite pivotal in them moving forward in the Divine League here.
I do appreciate the fact that they're willing to take a risk on a bunch of new blood. Initially, many of the Bait rosters that they had always had, you know, somebody really notable, such as the very first one, had LeBron on it. But this one, just full of a bunch of young up-and-comers, and we'll see who really stands out. As kind of been seeing it from before, Ghostic obviously being the one name that doesn't really need much of an introduction. He's playing with them over Last Hero.
Can I just say that Drow is definitely my least favorite hero of the patch right now? Because as an offlaner, it's like, there's really no hero that feels good to pick into Drow. You know, Fogger's giving all these reasons why Brewmaster didn't feel all that great against Drow. If I see a Drow pick on the opponent team, maybe Batrider in like a game plan-esque situation, but if we're talking just the lane, no hero really feels like, hey, I'm going to counter Drow.
Okay, but how do you feel about the game overall? Because I feel that way too, but I'm like, it's okay, my lane's going to suck, but I'm probably going to win this game.
So you don't think very highly of Drow as a hero?
I don't love it right now.
Okay. I feel like you need at least 2 or 3 heroes that she's afraid of. At least 2, where in the fight she has to position around them, maybe have to itemize early around them, play scared of them on the map while she's farming. I don't think it can be done with like 1 hero. I think the concept of your game plan has to counter Drow, as Maposhka narrowly escapes there. But basically what I'm saying is if our draft looks prepared for Drow, I feel okay. But if we're like lacking gap close and they pick Drow, I actually feel like it's impossible to beat right now.
So do you think Bait has enough? Because they've got a little. I feel like they're not overwhelmingly good against the Drow, but maybe they have enough.
It's long cooldowns, right? In this case, that's my concern, is that their way of catching the Drow is based on cooldowns. They're, you know, Brewmaster splittable 1's 140, Chrono at all levels is 160. Without those skills, I fear for them ever being able to bring down this Drow. Yes, the Void Spear can get on top of him, but then what, right? Yeah. Who's following that up? What kind of damage is going to prevent him from Hurricane Piking or BKBing or Mantaing? And once he Mantas, for instance, in this game, he's pretty survivable. I don't think much really, like if I'm itemizing from Drow's perspective, I think with those 1 or 2 survivability items, which is really all Drow has to go, she doesn't really need to go damage. Her kick kind of just shits out damage, honestly.
Yeah.
With her pretty decent stat gains nowadays and the multi-shot, he should be in a good spot. With Drow, the games that feel hard to me is when I feel like no matter how many items I have, they're going to catch up to me anyways. They're going to threaten me in fights. I have to always play scared, because as long as Drow is actually hitting people, the damage is insane. So the damage limitation is her ability to actually attack.
Meanwhile, on the offensive side, like the Gus is incredibly strong in this game, right? Even if you do try and get on top of him, Brewmaster, Void, the Void Spirit as well, like that Gus could just debilitate the entirety of Bait. So
yeah, Void's certainly going to have to go for a Manta this game. Denny's probably going to go for a Yules. It's an ability from a carry, right, that you have to itemize for on almost every core, which is super annoying. And I think in and of itself is innately broken. You know, there's a lot of skills in Dota, heroes in general, that the concept of it is broken. So there's very few skills in Dota as a carry that are such low cooldown the opponent has to itemize against, Gust being one of them. So as we see a contest for the 5-minute bounties,
getting in some good damage, but nice cookie going out. 5UP is going to be able to pick up that bounty rune, but it's probably going to cost him his life. The question is whether or not Ghostic can stick on the Drow Ranger, and he can't. He doesn't feel like he can win that fight, and he's just going to be slowed down by these Frost Arrows to a point that he does not escape. A ward drop into a glimpse. Beautiful play by Maposhka. That is a professional disruptor move right there.
Yeah, that was sick. I really like to see the the niche situation versions of, or use of wards from supports, like very specific supports. We saw, I think it was like 3 or 4 days ago, a Doom that was trying to snipe the Medusa, and he planted a ward just to see the Medusa's jungle path that he knew he was going to take one of the 2 directions, and he just wanted to preemptively snipe him as he was retreating. And those are the kind of plays that I think really define the best supports.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As you were saying, the Enchantress ruining Beastmaster's game.
That was the entire intent of the pick, as it was a Beastmaster 3rd, Enchantress 4th. I think when you have Void, it's a really hard matchup for Void once Beastmaster gets even just one summoning item.
Yeah.
At that point, usually he goes for Boar anyways. Like at this point, the Beastmaster is 2-0-2. The Boar is super annoying in team fights as well as just in laning. But in this game, since he's going to have to wait for the Necro Book to have any summons at all, or he's not even going the Necro Book, he's got the Basilius. Void should be pretty good in this matchup, honestly. That's the only reason the matchup's kind of rough for Void. So
every single time. All right, finally, he gets a bash. I'm just like, every single time he hits the Beastmaster, I'm expecting a bash, and it never comes. Kasani, he will manage to get away. Dendy's doing pretty well for himself in the mid lane matchup. Is that supposed to be slightly Void Spirit favored? I thought it was slightly Ember.
I believe it is slightly favored for Ember. I'm under that impression, and I also know it's a very skill-based matchup. I've seen it go both ways, but I think it's like 60-40 Ember.
Eco Jam! They managed to pick up 2 kills in the bottom lane.
That's
that off lane continues to be extremely rough. A level 6 draw with that.
And Disruptor's most notably like a pretty weak lane support. He's not terrible, but you wouldn't like look at Disruptor as this lane dominating 5 position as he salves the Enchantress during mid-chrono. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen that before. He's like, okay, wait, one last hit, quick, coming right back.
That's literally a meme, isn't that the Slosher meme? Chronosphere into a bunch of healing cells?
The Chronosphere into the mech. That's it. Wait till he time walks in and mechs you, then you'll be laughing. That was the meme from like 4 years ago. I don't think I've seen something like that in a long time. That was pretty funny. But does get the kill. Beastmaster certainly struggling. The only concern I had for this Radiant lineup is that Disruptor plays terribly from behind. Beastmaster plays terribly from behind. Phoenix, honestly, plays pretty terribly from behind this game because of the nature of Snapfire, just killing the egg from the support position. So if HR struggles too much in the laning phase, that could result in their game plan not even being executable, but bottom lane has been going heavily their way, as Drow, as you said, was already level 6, and Ghostic, as well as 5-Up, are getting to 2-on-1 Miposhka for, what, a solid 30 seconds? That's space right there.
Yeah.
They might even be able to collapse on this with the Drow. He's just walking over. He's already level 7. This Brute just can't lane. That's the problem. Beastmaster, even though his lane's not great, he can still lane. It's not great, but he can be in that vicinity. The thing about Drow that's so hard as an offlaner is when you're behind, if you walk up to even, like, deny a creep or get a single last hit, you get Frost Arrowed once. You're going to get Frost Arrowed like 5 times. And then you're losing half your health, so you don't even want to be there anymore. Super frustrating.
And thanks to the skill build change, Drow, when a lane does go well, now it feels like she just starts spiraling out of control because of the farming opportunities offered by multi-shot. You can quickly bounce over, clear through some neutral camps. Smoke up. They are going to put a priority in shutting down this Drow Ranger.
This is really important because, like I said, it's not only if you're killing the carry, but you're also opening up so much space for your Brewmaster. They know he's there because of the split shot they saw.
Oh, are they going to get him right now? Go, 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 go,
oh,
go!
My God, the hesitation.
Dendy had to get that Void Remnant out faster.
They knew he was there, too, because they saw the multi-shot. At that point, even though you don't know he's TPing, I feel like you just got to go for it because you know he's there, and if you catch him, you know he's dead. So a little bit of lack of sense of urgency, I think, from Dendy there. Ego narrowly escaped.
Does make his rotation into mid. Should know about that rotation from some of the heroes like the Drow Ranger, because after all, he was not TPing home with that kind of play, so.
Yeah, it's really important that Crystallis leaves top there because he knows his team just showed bottom. So if the opponent's going to make a move, it's towards his own safe lane. And he also knows the Drow just TP'd away.
Okay, the Brewmaster is going to look to defend that safe lane tower. Does manage to get out with the stun. It looks like the Beast is going to go down. So they
nice radio casting of the
Thank you.
engagement there.
So they do that thing. They take the enemy safe lane tower, but still manage to keep their own for now.
That's really good. It's important because the Radiant the Radiant lineup snowballs tower taking so quickly. So that first one is really preventing that domino effect from even initiating.
I'm also a big fan of like the early use of these long cooldowns.
Yeah.
You know, like once you start getting like 15, 20 minutes, it feels like you can't use it, otherwise you'll be punished. But the first time you get level 6, if you can pop it, get a quick kill, I feel like, especially in the tier 2 area, you're less likely to be punished by big moves.
So the thing that's really great about them holding top there is usually the best opportunity for the opponent team to take your own tier 1 is when you're making the move on theirs, right? Because you can't have enough resources to do both. As we see a Chrono mid, will it be enough damage? Remnant to follow up, and it will not.
Oh no!
Brutal.
The Remnant.
Why did he Remnant so quickly? I think he could have waited till the end of the Chronosphere.
You could have waited. You definitely could have gotten at least another half second in
and
there.
That would have
still
made the
been
difference.
safe.
Yeah, that would have made the difference for sure. So
another half second timing that could have resulted in a core kill.
Those are game changing.
Yeah, just think if they had killed a Drow Ranger right now and they'd killed the Ember Spirit, they'd be looking pretty good.
He has no
but
chrono.
This is kind of wild. No Chronosphere. Funny's going to pop out, and he's still got his ultimate, and he sees it a good opportunity to be able to lay some damage onto Crystallis. Crystallis doesn't have the time walk up yet, so he's dead, and so is Fishman. That was the weirdest gank I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm sensing frustration from the Bay lineup after those 2 narrow escapes on their huge smoke gank to the bottom lane, as well as that Chronosphere and Snapfire ulti commitment in the middle lane, because that's a play I feel like if you're in the right state of mind, you just don't make. You just blew 2 ultimates for nothing. The last thing you want to do is try to make up for what went wrong, right? That's the worst you can do. You now turned a missed gank opportunity in the mid lane into your own death in the safe lane, which in this case, Drow, now 1,200 net worth ahead of the Void, and they're going to look to take mid-tier 1 as Kasani feels pretty invincible here with no Chronosphere.
Nice jump away, not getting caught by the Remnant. The silence goes out onto the Brewlings, but they still manage to get the stun. The kinetic field protects against the cookie follow-up there. They're going to toss the Drow Ranger up in the air, then knock him back down. Looks like the Remnant should be there. Really tanky, though. Ego's still surviving through all of this one. They do have the Supernova, and they're going to have to retreat. Kasani is picking up kills on the supports in the meantime. The Drow Ranger and the heavy stats build is going to result in not only her surviving, but baiting 3 bait members into death.
Yeah, it's all falling apart so quickly. This is the exact worry I had with Bates' lineup is 1 or 2 missteps and your map's just gone. They've already lost top tier 1. Now, it looks so good. They took bottom tier 1, defended top tier 1. I was giving them praise about how that's like the one vulnerability you have for your own safe lane tower while you're taking the opponent's safe lane tower. And then they just kind of honestly chucked everything away into 1 mis-execution, 1 questionable decision. As Dindy playing the dead lane top here, Funnick looking to punish. He's alone though, so he won't be able to take him down alone. But the Drow is rotating, so if Dindy stays too much longer, he will be in for some trouble, but he looks to be content to leave.
I cannot get over that gank attempt at top. Like, who thinks the Drow Ranger is alone there? Anyway, like, nobody was really showing mid from HellRaisers, so...
Where do you think the Beastmaster is?
Yeah, like...
Well,
where else could he be?
How many Beastmasters do you play against that like leave the opponent safe lane before they take the tower, right?
Yeah.
Like that's where they're just going to sit there with their aura pushing the wave until the tower dies. Like that's pretty much every Beastmaster game ever. So a bit. That's what I mean by these players know that they're good enough to know that they've played these matchups before and.
They have to be tilted to make a decision.
It has
like
to
that.
be, right? It has to be frustration, tilt, it's like panic, whatever you want to call it. But those are the decisions when I make them myself. I'm like, God, what am I doing? I wasn't thinking logically. I know this stuff. And then you beat yourself up even more. So it's important for them at this point. I don't think they have any more room for error on bait. They're already down by 4K. And it's going to become exponentially worse every time they mess up.
Setup. I love this. Ward on the high ground with the smoke. They're baiting out the bounty rune. They've got Static Storm. So Dendy... he leads out with a Remnant, but they still catch him with the Static Storm, and they're going to use the Beastmaster Roar just to make sure he doesn't get away. And immediately, Kasani jumps forward as the Ember Spirit, thinking, if I can just get the vision, we can get the glimpse kill on another one, and that's going to be the Void. Pull back in. He may have to use his Chronosphere here just to protect himself. No silence in time, though. Crystallis does get out.
Not gonna lie, I'm not a huge fan of Void taking his talent to 10 because if you take that point in time dilation, your time walk is only gonna be level 3 for that extra time. And Top, it actually got him killed because his time walk was like 3 seconds cooldown when he was trying to live. So the cooldown from level 3 to 4 time walk goes from 12 to 6. Pretty drastic there. So small things add up in professional level Dota, no matter if it's tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 Dota. As this game really has been a game of inches.
This is greedy. Oh, he does have his team following up behind him with the smoke, though. So he checks for the bounty rune, sees if he can steal it. He cannot.
Invis rune. King R is going to see that he picked that up.
Okay.
They're not going to get caught off guard. This Meteor Hammer Phoenix, by the way, have you seen it at all in your games?
Yeah, multiple
It's crazy, man. You can use it while you're diving, so you can like, Meteor Hammer a creep wave or a tower from effectively 1,200 range away.
You know what's funny, Brian? It's like when Meteor Hammer came out, that was like one of the first things I tried. I was like, oh, you can do this while channeling, huh? And I was like, okay, I could see Phoenix doing this. And then I remember saying this. I was like, yeah, but then you've got a Meteor Hammer on Phoenix. Now it's the preferred item. Chronosphere into the Sapphire Ultimate is going to guarantee the kill onto the Ember Spirit. They want more out of this, certainly. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything more.
At least a tower, maybe?
Maybe they'll try for the tower, but Funnick, he's going to show up, see if they can kill Dendy real quick. Drop the Sentry, drop the Static Storm. They've caught the Void in there as well. This might be 2 kills as he is going to be silenced to death here. A nice reprisal there from HellRaisers. They turn around and get some good kills in. And they still might be able to get a third here as Ghostic's going to come back into his regular form. He's trying to kill Miposhka before he dies. He's stuck inside that kinetic field, so he's not getting out, that's for certain.
That's why I was so surprised about the Brewmaster pick against the Drow. I understand they wanted a hero to kind of go in fights and just tank all the crap, but outside of your ult, your only way to survive is your evasion from your third spell. And Drow's ult gives True Strike on the procs, and her multi-shot can't miss. So you saw him in his third skill active there, and he just died, like really fast. So you're seeing the weakness of the pick, but I would definitely not blame the problems that Bait is having this game on that pick itself. But definitely does not feel good when you die that quickly as an offlaner 17 minutes in. But that's kind of just Drow for you. Hero's damage output is pretty insane. Seems like the build has become the Dragonlance Yasha into the Hurricane Pike. And then from there you decide like BKB, Manta. I've seen a lot of Lincoln Spheres. None of these items are damaged, Cap. They're all just straight stats.
Don't need that damage.
Seems like they've overbuffed her stat gain a bit too much, if that's the way she's getting played. Because they've given her some strength gain buffs, some agi gain buffs, some base armor buffs. All these like quality of life changes that make the hero just not need to itemize that extra thing. As it looks like HellRaisers looking to invade Bait's jungle, take over, claim this side of the map for their own, while Bait is mirroring them bottom.
The only damage I see on Drow Ranger is the sometimes the Crystal Estatalus build.
Yeah.
You know, where you just start like 3-shotting some people.
It's insane value with your ult procs, right? If you crit an ult, you just half someone's health.
Okay, they don't have enough disables. Kasani is just going to be able to get away from that kind of gank every single time, and he still had an Aegis to work with.
That's why I was so surprised when they picked Brew, because up until the last pick, how did they kill Ember without Chrono?
What other gap closers would you have preferred over Brew? Is there something that stood out to you, or?
At the current moment in the draft, the only thing I really thought was they need a hero that is like a low cooldown killer of Ember. But to me, like that would mean you'd have to pick like a Puck, and that's really bad for his Drow. So nothing really stood out to me as the perfect pick. As Void
back
gets
here,
flipped in.
silence into silence, and they do have the hop away. The Cookie, can he get the time walk? He does get it off. A little bit of a heal, but Kasani can certainly still chase him down. If he gets the shackles, that will probably be the kill. He does manage to get him, even through the bashes. Ghostic and his Brewlings, they were out, and they did absolutely nothing, it felt like. Maybe they slowed down some heroes, but he certainly wasn't able to put any damage onto anybody because that's a level 1 Brewmaster ultimate. Godlike for the Drow Ranger.
This game would look so different if that 1-kill bottom worked and the Drow, this endless snowball was halted just a bit as the hype, give him that, there you go. Can't kill him while he's trying to high-five you and not oblige. So Drow's at the point where he's chosen to go for the BKB. pretty... Oh, no, Blink. He just queued that up now.
Okay. I mean, if he's fast enough on it, right? Dodging Chronosphere
They have
would be
no
massive.
instant disables. Like, if he's positioned correctly, he'll see the person that's trying to get on top of him before they get on top of him, and he'll be able to reactionarily blink away, which is the dream time to buy a blink on heroes like Drow. If they were to have something like a Lion or a Puck with an instant silence, you know, those are the games where blink doesn't feel that great. As game is getting, I would say slowly but surely worse, but it's actually very quickly for
yeah.
here. Grove Bow for Drow. Is he going to keep that? That's a pretty nice item.
And just an extra bit of distance. The Veil build up there for the Beastmaster.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
At least Ghostix enjoying himself.
Yeah.
First person I ever saw to do that was Zai.
Are fortified.
I don't know if you if you remember who you saw do that first. But
When he was like on the side outpost when they were on the side of the
Yeah,
map.
yeah.
I remember that.
That's the kind of stuff Zai comes up with for sure. He's just too bored of being too good at Dota that he figures out all the ways he can troll the mechanics of the game. As Kasani once again shows no fear of death, and if he shows no fear of death, he's going to be up in your face all game. You're seeing the difference between the two mid laners. Void Spirit threatened by the Drow Silence has to go for the Yules, while Kasani gets to go whatever the hell he wants. And in this case, it's a Desolator for the raw damage.
Yeah, so he's pumping out some good damage. He's allowing the Drow Ranger to look even better when she starts hitting people. And they just traded a tier 3 for a tier 1 tower, and still Dendy's gonna get caught. Primal Roar into the sounds. He's managing to get off the Yule Scepter. Let's see. Nope, Static Storm is there to stop him from dissimulating. And Kasani's still inside your base. They're smoking up because they know they have to get more than just Kasani in this Chronosphere. They're going to manage to get 2. That's not too bad. They're going to try and go for the Brewmaster here with a Sapphire Ultimate raining in. They should manage to get him, but at the same time, Void still had Kasani as well as the Drow Ranger targeting him. Supernova into the back line prevents Bait from getting too aggressive for a minute. Now they're going to keep going onto this Drow Ranger. See if they can lock him down with a nice cookie to chain that stun up. It looks like Ego is going to fall here.
Oh, the 3-man meter hammer.
The beautiful hitting all 3 of them. Does manage to help bring down Snapfire. Kasani's still going at it, but it's unable to kill the Void as he was able to time walk away last second. They're chase down Kingar, bring him down. Kasani still working with it and does manage to, with a big sleight of fist, take down one core and then the other. Dendy and Ghostig are both falling, and a pull back onto Crystallis. The Faceless Void time walks up the high ground, but he's kinetic fueled. All he can do is hope to bash and slow down this damage, but it's not going to be good enough. And Fishman, half your health is gone as soon as you TP in. That's an ultra kill for Kasani. Who needs the Drow Ranger? Kasani goes ignored and punishes Bait.
So you were talking about how you don't think Drow's all that scary in the game. For me, the biggest problem I've noticed when facing Drow Ranger is that she does so much damage that you have no option other than to commit everything to killing her. Like, she has to die. And so heroes like Ember just get to wreck face while your entire team's desperately trying to bring down the Drow in the back. So many team fights with Drow in the game are just Drow dying and the rest of her team just killing you all while you're killing the Drow, because she's not as squishy as she used to be. She's not that glass cannon that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, we certainly saw that from the top lane, where Drow Ranger manages to survive through so much, and that'll be 2 lanes of barracks, maybe full-out megas. I guess we'll have to see. But yeah, this is certainly a game where it felt like Drow Ranger had some pretty big free reign.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like, the reason why Drow's such a good 4th carry pick is, I mentioned in the lane, a lot of carries, they have offlane counters that make their game slower. You know, the pace of the game is going to be slowed down. And at this point, if you can pick a carry 4th, and they haven't revealed their offlaner yet, and the guy that's this flex pick, the Void Spirit, let me tell you, that is an awful matchup to play in a Drow. If you can't put him off lane, your absolute last pick is not even shutting down its lane opponent.
Yeah.
So that's like a really powerful tool you can use in the draft that it just seemed to be the difference maker here, because they were struggling with the Beastmaster top. Mid lane actually went in favor of Dendy for the first 8 minutes or so, but the Drow was level 7 when Brew was level 4. And when the Radiant lineup was all about that pace setting, snowballing, pushing, that was a big component of what made them successful.
Ember Spirit, he is going to be able to catch the Snapfire, who is chilling out there underneath a Radiant Ward.
Yeah, Ember, BKB, I'm sure Drow has one too. Both of them are 10-1. Okay, Ember, you got to let... Okay, Drow, you got to let Ember get an assist without you in the picture.
Something tells me that's not going to happen.
Come on. Ego, just drop your ego for a second, buddy.
Snapfire has a buyback. He's going to buy back now. Where's the big Chronosphere? It's going to lead off with Ghost Stick getting off his split.
Purges the Ghost Scepter, or the Glimmer Cape.
He's trying to make things as chaotic as possible so the Void can actually come in. They tornado up the Drow Ranger, trying to remove him from the fight. At the same time, the Beastmaster managed to get the control onto the Faceless Void. He dies before Chronosphere goes off. So there goes their fight. It's just over like that. A 20,000 net worth lead is what HellRaisers will end on. And there you have it.
21k net worth lead, 21 more kills than the opponent.
Yeah.
Couldn't have scripted it better myself.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And Bait looking worse for wear here because this was a must-win series for them in order to just force a tiebreaker to have a chance into the playoffs. And they're already down 1 game. So this is going to be a bit rough time.
Yeah, first game of the day.
On.
Bounce back. It's a 3-game series for a reason. It's not how you start, it's how you finish, Cap.
Okay.
At least that's what I'd be saying.
Do you believe that they will finish with a victory in this series?
No.
No.
But MMR is just a number, Cap.
Can they get a victory in the second game, though, BSJ, to make it interesting?
I'll let you know after the draft. This one made me a bit nervous, but I think the overall strategy aspect for them is what they need to be worried about rather than the one-to-one lane counters going forward.
Do our analysts have more faith in Bait going into game 2? I guess we'll have to see.
And see you will. Right now, capitalists. No commercial break, no waiting. Analysts, what do you think? Answer the man's question immediately. Don't take any time to think
Get
about
Ghostic out.
No.
No.
Oh, no. Please, a little more in depth.
I mean, that was... I like what Brian, how he finished up at the end there, actually. I think that was the way that he said about the last pick and the way that they had Void Spirit and then their last pick is a Brewmaster. You already know you're going to get a good matchup as this Drow Ranger when they picked it.
And you're
and this Drow, it's the best lane ever.
Yep. And you're picking it into like Disruptor, Drow, Brewmaster. They have catch. They're gonna catch you. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna disable you. They're gonna disable you. I actually like Disruptor versus Brew as well.
A lot.
Overall, I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's just some player preference. Ghostic was, forcing them to pick it. It looks like old Bait. I can't, man. I have PTSD. I had to like cast and panel 20 games of theirs in that Pushka League. I don't want the same thing again, please. No.
Yeah, no, that one. I mean, it was a rough one. I like level 7 Drow, level 4 Brewmaster. They got destroyed bottom. Top, Funny goes for the Axes build. He did okay. Didn't do great, but it's good enough versus a Void. Mid goes even, and then the team play comes together. Your Drow and Ranger is enormous. You're lacking your offlane hero. Their first chrono that they landed on the Ember Spirit. This was a pretty crucial one because if they get this kill, they can maybe start to get some time on the map. Ember lives. They committed Chrono and Fire ult, and they committed Aether Remnant everything. He lived. Yeah, so that was like a big fight for them, and they start snowballing the crazy big towers.
Yeah, the problem is he lived.
He did live. He lived.
He texted us from the hospital. He said, "I'm alive."
He did. That's
the game
actually what happened. That's actually what happened.
Oh,
back.
No, because then their fast-paced lineup. You guys are terrible people.
We like it. We like your analytics.
No, it's true. Like their first Chrono and Snapfire ult is so important in this game because you're versus Drow Beastmaster. If you don't get these kills, then you don't have ults to defend towers. And we were mentioning they don't have deep push. They have to fight around those towers. Drow Beastmaster, take over the map, take all the buildings. There's no Chrono, no Snapfire ult in early fights. Your lineup falls apart.
Literally, you had to run when you don't have these ultis, and every time you had these ultis, you're supposed to get a kill or two and stop these pushes. But if you fail and getting any good team fights during those ultimates, suddenly they're constantly playing. They're constantly aggressing you. And then they built up this massive lead that even when you do have your ultis, they don't really matter because you don't have the firepower to take them down.
The magic mirror
way too strong.
shows us the match yet again. Honestly, I gotta admit, if this was an actual magical mirror and it just showed you what happened like 15 minutes ago, that would be a pretty worthless magical mirror. It'd feel pretty bad.
That would be.
But whatever. Not if it could show you 15 minutes in the past of anything you wanted. But for us, it's just Dota games. And
they can show us anything. They're pretty good there in the production.
True, they are.
Those are called cameras nowadays.
Yes. But surprised I got highlights from this game. No offense, but
they snowballed. They picked a snowball lineup. B8 picked a very slow draft with long cooldown ultis. Like we said, they messed up the first of their couple ultis, and it really just...
He lived.
He lived. It just went too fast.
And your void is going Midas Maelstrom. Sometimes it's a good
control.
Yeah, it's sometimes a good build, but in this game, they'll kill you. Anything they cast on you, any disable, they'll follow up and they'll kill you. You won't survive that. No Manta, no BKB, nothing like that. But it is 22 minutes in the game.
It's so early.
Yeah, it's so early. He didn't. The boy was never given a chance.
No, not
wasn't given a chance to live.
Yeah.
Just went out there and got slaughtered. It was so sad.
But Ember
He
lived.
Ember lived, and he did a lot of killing as well. He had 10 kills. I hate you guys. He did live.
He did. No one's debating that. Stop saying it.
I don't know. You guys kept saying it.
No, we're just confirming you.
Okay. Well,
anyway, when it comes to the Spirit Brothers, sibling rivalry, a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, Dandy did kind of all right on the mid lane, right?
I mean, yeah, he
won the lane.
Yeah, he won the lane, but after the laning stage, what happened didn't really go their way.
Ooh.
And that's something that I have to say Bait has improved on from that big losing streak that they had. Because in that big losing streak, even when they would win the lanes, you would never see a general idea about what you're supposed to be doing after the fact. However, in this new squad, at least it looked better during last Hero's off-lane performances. Maybe he's the one doing some calls because, okay, this game is hard to tell. They just got
this game they got run
down.
over.
Yeah.
I think the one thing though is like you saw the Drow Ranger pick. You saw that this was going to be the safe lane. Nobody really puts. I mean, people do put Drow mid, but it's very rare. It's only in like specific situations. And you picked Brewmaster into it. You gave Drow a winning lane in a snowballing draft.
Yep.
I just think they set themselves up for total failure in this game.
I mean, this is typically what you'd see in like a game 2. After a big loss from a game 1, you'd pick those like comfortable heroes that you know are like, all right, we got screwed. Let's pick the nice ones. What do you do now? I mean, you picked your comfortable heroes that you thought would do well. Now you just go back to meta? I mean, I'm scared for the Bait. I don't know if they have any fight left in them after that first game.
So Panda is pretty much the only hero that's straying off the meta by quite a big margin. The rest of them are still meta heroes. Just that how they work together and how they work against HellRaisers draft is something that literally is awful for Bait. So
yeah. I think you have to open with strong. I think the Void opening is fine. I think picking Snapfire might be a bit forced and rushed. I think you might want to, like, the combo might be cool. You see the Phoenix, you know, we've seen it a couple of times. I feel like that hero has actually lost the majority of games we're seeing. So, and then I feel like they kind of forced themselves because then they're like, oh, we see Beastmaster. Nice, we can pick Enchantress. Fantastic. Now their duo supports is Enchantress, Snapfire.
Yeah.
Which is not the greatest. Enchantress, sure, you're good in lane, but you fall off pretty hard mid-game, and then Snapfire is it's just a weird form.
You're not even that good in the lane if he just doesn't skill boars.
Exactly.
You still get some creeps, from the jungle, but if he blocks them, then suddenly you're just a weak position 5. It's not even that great for you. So
back to the drawing board.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah. Throw out the drawing board. Get a Ouija board or something. Find some sort of board that would allow you to win after that one.
Yeah,
but it wasn't the worst game in the world that we've seen. In fact, I think we're all very comfortable with each other. What is the worst game you've ever seen, boys? Not, or just a cast that was, wasn't even the game. It was more you. Worst cast ever, from your opinion.
Oof. I don't know. I've casted so many games. I actually don't even.
And they're all bad, honestly.
There's been a
pick and choose from my history.
I mean, I've had some awful games that I've casted, not because the game was awful, because I did. I always think about DAC, the All-Star match. I don't know, I spurged, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of games where even like pro teams. That's the thing. Like the EG 22-0 versus IG or whatever it was. Like a couple of these series where you just wouldn't expect that. So it happens to everybody. They got to find a way to punch back, but it's gonna be hard.
It happens to Bait more often than not.
Yeah,
but they have to find a way to punch back.
I mean,
they're playing with the stand-in. They look much better with last hero. That's something. But it's always like that. You get a stand-in. Even though you played with him before, it was literally only Dandy that played with him before. The rest of them were not in that team because Dandy's literally, like you said, he threw away the board. He got all new members. He forgot all his previous plans. Started drafting completely differently as well for this squad.
Yeah.
And Ghostic is the blast from the past once again coming
Yes,
back.
the ghost
The
of
ghost.
losses past returned.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Poor Ghostic. Don't do it.
He's okay. He's okay. Speaking of that stuff, I mentioned Ouija boards earlier. You guys ever use one of those?
No.
You ever into that
No.
occult shit?
I don't
Lizard?
believe it. I don't care about that. Danielle loves that.
Yeah?
My girlfriend loves that stuff, and I just can't. She's like, let's watch Insidious. I'm like, I don't care. Sorry, Daniela.
You don't think of these ghost sticks in real life coming out and attacking you, you know?
No.
The evil spirits? Lizard?
Do you believe in any of that? You don't,
No.
right? I don't as well.
Why?
Surprisingly, I have a lot of very intelligent friends that after
Oh, is that what you're saying? I see.
Bringing in brain capacity for
Gracious.
this one.
I have many intelligent friends, so I don't believe in stupid bullshit.
No, that
I don't think
wasn't
that's
where
where he
I
was going with
Okay,
that.
go ahead, go ahead.
That after facing some troubles in their life, some defeats, have started believing in some weird shit. So
I see.
I hope I never fall into that.
Do you
trap.
believe in it?
Me?
He does. Look at him.
Maybe. I believe in Bigfoots. That one I do.
What does
Because
that have to do with...
he's,
That's not an evil ghost.
Yeah,
That's
ghost?
a thing.
Yeah, wait, what?
it's paranormal. You know?
Why? Why is Bigfoot paranormal?
Because
it's really some beast that lives out there somewhere.
There's a lot of Bigfoots around the world, you know.
And what?
They've got the swamp Bigfoot in the south of Americas. They've got the brown Bigfoots in the north of America.
That
They've got the
sounds just like
Yeti.
America, pretty much.
They've got the Himalayan Yetis.
This sounds like an Owen conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy theory, I'm telling you. You know, it's cryptozoology. All right.
Oh.
You can't believe there's a giant monkey walking around.
Oh, for sure. Does that make him Bigfoot?
Look, some blast from my region at least. We have this dude that was on History Channel, right? And he was in one of those space aliens, like history aliens that made pyramids and
ancient
whatnot.
aliens, yeah.
Ancient aliens, yeah. And he actually brought a lot of tourism to my poor little country by claiming that we have pyramids. They're yet to discover them. They're buried under the ground.
Well, I'm sure they're there.
But dude, you would be surprised by how many people came. They literally made the city rich just by pouring in all the tourism to coming to scout out
players
these
in
pyramids.
Dota.
Yeah, wait a minute. This is a
We
good
need to
plan here.
convince people that Dota's haunted. It is
Just convince
paranormal.
people. If you have a platform, you just use it like that. Easy.
This is ideas here.
Oh my God. Listen, guys. If anyone's planning to run away from home and purge your identity, say that you're a Dota player and say you got trapped in the game, you know? We could get some paranormal shit going. That could be our way in for the mainstream. You know, they make a new hero called David, and he's just in there, just a lost soul.
It's just a person.
Just a human being wearing Crocs and sweatpants. Help, he says. That is
Why
his
did it have to be
ultimate is-
David?
I don't know.
What are David's
Poor David.
skills?
Pound on the screen
What
and
can he
scream
do?
for help. Help me. It's his ultimate.
Help me.
Help! I'm trapped. That's his cue. Anyway, just saying, there's some creative ways that we could attract new players besides making new player experiences. We can do other things as a community, you know?
Yes, Ghost Stick.
We can spread ghost sticks. Ghost stories. Anyway.
Well then, that was an interesting monologue.
Yeah, oh my God, our boy's back. Ghost Stick
He's gone.
has been kicked
And Last Hero's back?
in between games, and Last
right.
Hero has returned for the victory. Now the question
I mean,
is...
they'll need it. They'll need him.
Where did Ghost go?
Well, we back to hell. The Ouija board ran out. His dark golem... They summoned him like a chaotic offering, and he went, "Nah!" He returned to the nether. And now our boy has returned. This poses a question, in fact. What happens in Game 3? Should Bait
Game 2, you
win? Yes. Well, I'm assuming should Bait win.
You're actually...
Oh, you're jumping ahead of it, huh?
Yeah,
was
I
expecting
believe
the
that they're
Game
back.
3 already.
The Dark Pact has been done. Ghost Stick has been sucked upon them, and now with him going, the true game may begin.
Maybe now that they have felt how bad it was before when they were on that loss streak,
Yeah,
they're going to embrace
remember
Last
this?
Hero. It's going to be...
Remember this? Well, I mean, it's now their team that they've actually played with more.
Right.
It should be. I mean, it should be a lot better. Hopefully, they don't force any like heroes like they did last time. I mean, it really just feels like that Brewmaster was so forced. So
Yeah. Real talk, if I was at TI in a best of 5, I would totally do this in Game 1. I just bring in, like, I don't know, Owen and just have them play on OG, play them on my team, be like, what the fuck's going on? And then go back to the normal stuff because, you get in their heads.
I mean, make them think you're worse than you really are.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, let's just put one thing straight. Ghostic is actually a pretty decent player.
He's a very good player.
Yeah, he's a good player.
8K or something.
Yeah, we're talking so much trash about him, but he's actually legit.
The thing is, we're not shit talking him, right? It's like it's the brew that was forced, and you can feel that it kind of pulled their like idea and strategy of the game. Like someone had to have been asking, right? It's probably like, what do you feel is best? This is like a couple options, and that's the one he chose. So it happens.
Yeah, it's a team game. You take the best player in the world right now. I don't even know who that is. A miracle, if you will. Put him on bait. Is he going to win? No, they don't have team synergy. They don't know how to play with each other. So it's not Ghostic.
Some teams have been carried to TI by some tier 1 carries. Sure. Like Matumba Man, perhaps, playing for some team, gets them there. Like there have been.
That happens once in a while.
Yeah, everyone once in a while.
I mean, also what? Ghostic used to play a lot with Miposhka also, right, too? So Miposhka's probably in his brain. He's probably like, I know exactly how this guy plays off lane, so he knew exactly how to play against him in that game as Disruptor. So, yeah, not last year.
And as you said, King Gar as well has played with bait quite a lot. Now he's on the enemy side, and he knows them inside out. He knows how it is to lose with them, so he probably knows what works against them very well.
It is fun to CIS in particular for those reasons, because everyone's always played with each other. They know their strengths, their weaknesses, what tilts them. I mean, it's hilarious.
Yep.
So,
because, you don't even understand that there's so many regional LANs that they play every now and then between tournaments. At least they used to be played before the Corona times, right?
Yeah.
And these teams would match.
Back in my day.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Some stacks there. It wouldn't even be under the legit organization. So.
Yeah. There's even like the EU like scrim houses and stuff like that are happening all the time. Yeah, these guys play against each other so much. So.
It is a shame, There are a lot of communities like Southeast Asia. I don't even know what they're doing. They had a LAN cafe like esport, and they would just go to LAN cafes and play there. And it's like, what do you do in times of Corona for that? I mean, it's a blow to the region.
It really. I mean, I've heard a lot of like the stories there. It does not seem like it's going very well there with all this, with all it's just rampant, right? So yeah, difficult.
Goodness. Welcome to the ancient Greek LAN cafe, the Colosseum, as they used to call it, as we enter the realm of heroes, the Hall of Heroes, to see Game 2 with the full strength of Bait returned. What fate shall await us? What heroes will be summoned? Will we make it down the path for the 100th time, or will this be the time that we slip? Time to find out. Don't look at the birds.
We made it.
We made it.
We made it!
Yay.
Hooray!
Yay.
Fantastic. Great job today.
Thank you
for leading us the right way, not leading us astray.
Close one. The draft has begun, ladies and germs, for Game 2. So we talked a lot about that Brewmaster, that kind of strange draft against that Drow. You guys think that they'll be modifying this draft here this time?
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Brewmaster. However, Void might be banned out or picked up once again in the first stage. I like this here. No, it's not even about my personal preference. It's these two teams. They pick Void quite a lot.
Yeah.
They like it. Another strategy that I have seen from HellRaisers is something like a Warlock Spectre. And they like the Venomancer quite a lot, but Bait have studied them as well. Depending how that
I've been informed that this is called a Pantheon.
This is a Pantheon.
Interesting. A Parthenon.
Yeah, wait, Pantheon. Pantheon's something else, right?
Interesting.
Well, Pantheon is pretty much that as well.
Yes, a Partheon.
Yeah.
Now he's just making up words.
It's definitely not Colosseum.
Well,
most definitely not. This could be a Colosseum right here.
This is a Parthenon.
This is a Parthenon as well. Right?
Very nice Parthenon we have here. Very good. The Venomancer is banned down, of course.
Yep. Venodoom.
Venodoom. Every game, except for Spectre. Where's the Spectre ban too? Screw it.
Wait,
get it out there.
Is ban time not moving? It says 30 seconds. It just stopped.
We did have this. Maybe it's your. No, it's not your screen.
No.
We did have Spectre banned out last game, but not in the first stage. So if one of these teams want to be cheeky around it, like you can pick it up in the first 2 picks.
Indeed. One thing I would like production to do is when one of the heroes is banned in the Parthenon, if they could be brutally slain as it used to be in the Colosseums, just waddle out Venomancer.
It's not Colosseum.
Just appears in the middle.
Have him come out and then horrifically slain, and then cut to us and we laugh.
But this isn't the Colosseum.
What is the Parthenon? Where they
does look like a crypt a little bit for some reason to me.
I mean,
those do look like urns. They
yeah.
look like urns on the side.
Those are magical urns. Where do you think they keep the heroes?
They are shiny.
Yes.
They do shine.
That's how the heroes are summoned. It's all of their ashes combined, and then it's taken out by the powers.
I get it.
It's true.
That's
I
the
think
lore.
they paused. I'm pretty sure they paused because that ban time was not moving.
Maybe his internet is out again.
No,
Oh,
please.
no.
Sweet boy.
Ghostic coming back.
Get the Ouija board out one more time, Ghostic. I beg you. Well, what can you do? We'll wait. No problem. So you're telling me neither of you have had a paranormal experience in your entire lives?
Tell us yours.
I mean, I
first.
guess I have, but I figured out what it was afterwards. At first, I thought it was. I heard the baby crying in the middle of the night thing, and I was really scared, and it was like when I was 15 years old or something, and I was freaking out. I heard it coming from my cellar.
Really?
So I went all the way to the cellar. I go down, open it. I keep hearing the noise. Keep hearing it. I get closer and closer. I didn't turn the lights off. I don't know why. I didn't turn the lights on. I don't know why. So it's in the dark, in the middle of the night. And it turns to be a little baby kitten.
A kitten. That
yeah,
sounded
making
like
the
a human.
It was the baby. It's like the. I don't know if it's like in heat or something. I don't know if it was a baby kitten, but it was a small cat, and I guess it was in heat, and it was doing the like.
You scared me a little bit, Tony.
I got the chills listening to your
I had
story
one as
about-
well. Like when I was a kid, like 12 or so as well. My mom called me. She was living upstairs. She called me, and as I was climbing the stairs back, she tells me from her bedroom that's downstairs. She's like, "That's not me. Don't go upstairs."
That was not true. That's an internet story.
It's definitely an internet story.
I was gonna say, wait, what?
A 5-second horror story that Lizard just tried to steal for no reason. Thank you, Lizard.
That was messed up.
Why? Why would you do this?
I used to scare like kids when I was 12 with that. It was fun.
I mean, real talk, I
tried
did the
it
same
again.
thing. But when I was a resident advisor in college, they wanted to do a ghost tour.
Oh, you would have been an RA.
And I had to be. I was too poor.
Oh, geez, now I feel bad.
I mean, being RA, you pay for half your college.
That's actually true.
Tuition's half off, so it's a hell of a job and a lot of fun.
It's very true.
But yeah, so they wanted to do a ghost tour, so I did them, and I just made shit up the whole night. It's extremely easy. You go out at like 1 a.m. with a bunch of college kids, and you just make crap up. You're like, in this river, a woman drowned her unborn child because she was hiding it from an affair, and people were like, oh my god, it was great.
This is what one of my RAs did.
Yeah.
In my school at Stony Brook, they took us underneath the like the student activity center. They call it the SAC. And we went under there in the middle of the night, and they were telling us about ghost stories. And then one of them flipped the fire alarm when we were down there.
Okay.
And it was
Wait,
horrifying.
how old were you guys? Like you're talking about college?
This was when it was college.
Yeah.
What's happening?
What do you
like,
mean?
in the US? What's
It was scary.
It was scary. It was pitch black down there. They were telling us ghost
You're like
stories. I don't know. I believe it.
18, 19, 20 years old. What?
I mean, I was just listening to the story. The guy
I do
just took us
have
for
an
a tour.
announcement. We will get back to our ghost stories, but we do have a small delay. It appears that Dota is down, and we will be returning in just a bit, but I am interested in our spooky tales. All right?
Yeah, that was all I had, though.
Okay, well, great. There goes that, you idiot.
I mean, the guy pulled the fire alarm. I don't know what you want me to do. The cops came, and some of the guys in the back got in trouble. I got away very quickly. I got away, but
I was a good RA. All right, I wasn't a narc. I wasn't a snitch. In fact, I ran
That's what the
psychological.
snitches say, by the way.
Yeah, always.
No,
They
it's true.
always say the same thing.
I ran psychological experiments on them.
Uh-huh.
Have I ever told you guys the story of the Tigger suit?
you probably have.
All right, so back in the day, I had a full-body Tigger suit that my sister's boyfriend used
Wait,
to wear.
what's a ticker suit?
A Tigger from Pooh.
From Pooh, the tiger.
Oh,
It's like a giant furry suit.
I see.
Before furries
Yeah,
were a
I
thing.
get it.
Back when it was
Back when it was
not weird.
Back
No
when it was
offense.
okay.
Anyway, back when it was okay.
Oh God.
So, this guy, basically, he put it on every time he got shit-faced, and he would run around in this Tigger suit and get drunk and, like, throw up and stuff. And I told my kids in my halls that, yo, you ever get in trouble, you get two options. You know, we go through the penalty process, I'll do whatever, write you up, all that stuff. Or you can simply wear the Tigger suit, walk around the quad, and scream out what you did wrong. No big deal. Now, a lot of people go for Tigger suit at the beginning of the year, but two things they don't realize. One, I had not washed it in 8 years. It reeks like drunk and sweat. Number two is that I make them march through the girls' dorms. So, 8 o'clock at night, the biggest, burliest Chad that you can think of, completely drunk, walking around going, I play my music too loud. All the girls come out, laugh, take pictures, put it on Instagram, start making Facebook groups, Tigger convicts and shit. You see, it was the fear of each other's peer pressure that made them go in line. They began to fear the Tigger suit more than any punishment that the administration can do. And soon the Tigger suit spread to the entire quad. And they were all falling in line. That's how you do it. You make the peers turn against each other.
That's amazing.
You know, you can't tell if he's lying or telling the
Not
truth.
lying
But he's
at all.
absolutely telling the truth.
In fact,
I think it's true as well.
I still have it right here.
Oh, whoa, well, there's a quote on this. Silence is better than unmeaning words. That's not particularly true.
Come on, man.
Never casted a Dota game,
Yeah.
I see. But
Never worked on a panel.
there's some other great stories from my days back then. This Tale of Mufasa, the world's biggest bong. Now, bongs, of course, illegal in the dorms. And there was a legend that someone had bought a $2,000 gigantic bong, yay high, and everyone would share it and hide it. One day we're doing a typical rotation. It was Halloween. I didn't want to do any work. I knock on the door, got a noise complaint. Guys, you're being loud. You shut the hell up in here. And they said, yeah, no problem. And I'm like, great. That's it. Just be quiet. No problems. And then he goes, you're not going to bust us for the weed? And I say, the weed? What are you talking about? I don't want to do any work. And then he goes, guys, he caught us for the weed. And they start bringing out the weed. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
What?
So these dudes are blazed out of their minds. They're lined up. There's like 17 kids in there. And I'm like, guys, I literally do not want to work anymore. Can you guys go home, please? And they're like, yeah, take the weed, but don't bust us for the drugs. And I'm like, what are you doing? Stop. Stop. So then they start giving me the drugs and the weed. And one of them opens the door and he goes, no, bro, Mufasa. And he opens up the bathroom door, and there's Mufasa right there. So sad. The biggest bong I've ever goddamn seen. This thing was a legend, passed down. We had to destroy it. However, this was a great learning opportunity. So what we did was we made an event next week. We took all the kids out for a hall meeting on all the quads. I took out Mufasa, and I gave the guy a hammer, the guy who bought it, $2,000, and I said, break it. Break Mufasa, and I will never report any of this happened. But you must kill it. And he cried, but he broke it.
Oh my God.
That was the last bong I ever found in my fucking dorms. Okay?
What movie was this from?
This is not from a movie.
This is definitely true. This is a movie,
This is
man.
a psychology student using what he learned in practice. You see, you just have to spread fear. Punishment, that's worthless. Fear and social pressures, that's how you control.
But the school couldn't enforce anything, so the things that they did and they destroyed this thing was for no reason.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we could have confiscated it. And usually we sold it.
Yeah, that's what I
or,
mean.
You know,
You were actually
bakeries.
just evil.
Well, no, I mean, what's
evil
the point
/
of
hilarious.
confiscating it when you could have someone destroy it?
I mean,
their
that's
own
fair.
baby. A quote: "There's nothing permanent except change." Clinks. What the hell does that mean? Clinks.
I don't know.
Nothing permanent except change. That's not even.
See, does
true.
he actually say this?
No,
Are
they
these
don't
some-
say any of these lines.
Yeah, these are some made
Wow.
up lines.
I think someone just said, I think so. I just heard I think he says it. I've heard him say it one time.
Not
Yeah,
at
I
all.
think so. He says it, doesn't he?
I'm not here to spread bad
no idea.
lore. Well,
I
speaking
got no
about getting in trouble, you guys ever been in trouble with the law? Ever done any naughty things?
Plead the fifth.
Plead the fifth on this one.
Plead the fifth.
Tax evasion. Go ahead, Lizard.
Same.
Same.
Not tax evasion. Plead the
Jesus. Oh my God.
Is the draft saving us?
I believe the Pathenon is ready.
Oh,
the
you say it wrong
teams
every time.
have begun their draft. Take us one more time to the Pathenon, down that hidden path.
I want to hear some more stories from his
You
university.
don't
Yeah,
sometimes, though.
There's
some really awful ones. It's like,
There's some good ones.
the
too.
cheese one is my
Oh!
That one can't be said on stream, I don't
one
think.
Cannot be said to many.
Let's get over with this draft, please. I want to hear this one.
I mean, there's a lot of not safe for work stories too.
Yes.
A lot of kids bumping ugly in those dorms. You got some real problems. Yeah. Anyway, back to the Pathenon.
Back to Dota, please.
Ah.
What a good story.
Do we have
You're a
Ghost
hell of a
back?
storyteller, I do have to say.
Me? No. I just have bad things happen to me, and I
But
make.
you know what they say?
What?
You learn through those experiences.
They give
An age as well.
stories, if nothing else. That's two pretty damn good stories that you
True.
shared with us right there.
All right, I'll tell one more. Now this comes with. I actually can't tell this one. I forgot, but. Okay, so this is a story.
The draft is
The draft is back.
Thank God.
Uh-huh.
Of the girl who jumped out the window. 3 a.m. Get a call. Say, hey, we hear some girl in her room. She's screaming that she's gonna off herself. I'm like, oh my God! I grab the walkie-talkie, grab the skeleton key. I run to this room. I'm pounding on the door. Hey, open the door! She's screaming, no, no, no! I open the door with the skeleton key. There she is, sitting in the window. Makes eye contact with me. Says goodbye, and falls out the window. about half a foot to the first floor. She was high on mushrooms, and she thought she was jumping off the balcony. She was laying on the ground screaming,
Oh, no.
"Ah!" We were all out there laughing at her.
Oh, no.
For the rest of the time, they called her the girl that jumped off the building. Never let that one down. Good for her. I mean, not good for her. Don't do mushrooms, kids, or you'll look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Disruptor and Doom. I mean, excuse me, that's Darkseer.
here.
That could have been much worse, man, that story. But
I mean,
If you expected horrible
Yeah.
things, right?
No, it was hilarious.
yeah, we have a very good opening from Bait. However, we have Doom and Darkseer. Both of these
Whoa!
heroes, amazing meta heroes.
Very meta.
Also, comfort zone. You have the Darkseer, you have the
Happy
Doom.
about it. This looks good.
All good. I actually love this because both of these will eventually be rich. Darkseer, yeah, you can shut him down in the lane. Eventually, he gets his farm one way or another. And Doom, yeah, he might not be the strongest position 4 if he's played on position 4 here, but he'll get his farm. You max out that Devour. It's good.
And you save yourself. You protect yourself, right? Because if you did have the Doom, or if you had the Dark, I mean, well, the other way around, I guess. If you wanted Darkseer and they picked Doom, you're sad.
But
instead, yeah, they're gonna get Oracle versus the Darkseer anyway. So they found their own solution.
I mean, that is just the insta counter for both of those heroes. Great job to save someone from Doom. Good to purge off the walls. And I mean, Doom and Darkseer are meta. They're both strong heroes, but they don't. What's the synergy there? You know, how are they playing off each other?
It's like a Surge Doom can actually be pretty, really strong and stuff. Like in the lane, it's
good
in the mid game. Sorry, in the lane though, it can be pretty weak. Darkseer, I feel overall has shown weak laner, but in the mid game he pops off.
Vacuum plus Centaur Stomp from.
Whoa!
I mean, they've got potential.
Next level.
Not really.
It's all right. Like in the mid game, yeah, this Oracle will shut you down in the laning stage, which can be problematic. As long as you find some farm Darkseer in the mid game, you just become such a beast hero.
Sure.
You get your talents, you get Vacuum Wall, and you pop that Iron Shell, that big boy on anyone, plus 400 HP.
Yep.
It's a stupid, strong spell at the moment.
Chances that's getting nerfed?
Mm-hmm.
It's. I think like the talents might get changed and stuff. Like you can't touch the Ion Shell too much because the thing is, you look at Darkseer, most of the lanes he's losing.
Yeah.
Unless he's paired with like your Spirit Breaker and your Verse is just a really good matchup. He's usually not doing great in the laning phase. It's just mid game. You're like, my God, this hero is just online. Like he's just going crazy. So, delicate hero. He disappears if he gets nerfed.
One of my favorite heroes. Yeah, go ahead.
We did see Darkseer played mid today already.
Right?
Yeah, versus that Viper, and he did fairly well. He was actually he had the same CS like Viper, maybe not as many denies, but he found his farm and he impacted the game quite a bit. So you could perhaps do the same thing here. And remember, Doom and Darkseer, both of these heroes can just move mid. They can be very flexible.
Yeah.
The problem is, are they dandy heroes? Because I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Not so much. That's not the stuff that he likes to play. He usually plays like the Death Prophets, the Lenas, the Queen of Pains, these type of heroes more so. I feel like they're going to probably still just go for like that range carry. I feel like they still have a bunch of options, like the Drow, these Lunas, these kind of things work really well versus the Darkseer anyway. I see the bans coming up from BA, and they don't want to play versus a range carry.
Is that the Sven banned out from HellRaisers?
Yeah, because of the Sven Darkseer, right?
Yeah, that's surprising because Sven for them would also be pretty good, right? But maybe not the best combo with the Oracle. There are some other heroes, like you said, the Death Prophet on one side could be good on the other as well. Something like a TB with, well, you have a lot of magic damage to deal against already, but something with TB Oracle, Troll Oracle, usually
AM
is pretty strong. AM!
There's a Darkseer, right? I mean, you can still pick the anti
and Doom. Like you do,
you're good versus both.
Yeah, you're extremely strong versus both of them. For Doom, you have that counter spell. From Darkseer, you're just strong in the lane. He has enough problems already versus an Oracle. I don't think you have to really counter the Darkseer any longer.
Agreed. That's like kind of overkill, but it can work because you always have a target to mana void in the fights. They're gonna ban out. Okay, they're gonna ban out Magnus anyway here. Just a little bit afraid of that one.
Yeah, and Spectre on the other side. So HellRaisers right now really aiming at those big carries, the Sven and the Spectre right now. I would say like top 2 in the meta. What do you think? Anything else that's creeping up there? Perhaps Terrorblade? Anti-Mage as well, of course.
It's just game specific, right? Like I think Arc Warden has his arguments too in some games where it just looks insane. It's I think it all just depends. I still think like I see that Spectre ban and then I'm like Spectre Darkseer. It's saying like Drow Ranger still to me, right? Like this ranged carry that doesn't want to get jumped on.
The only problem for me in this Drow Ranger pick would be the fact that you are playing versus Surge, right? So it's going to enable any hero to get on top of her, but they just might go. It worked so well in the first game. If they played a similar playstyle, I don't think one teammate can make such a big difference. Like last hero coming in, it's.
I mean, I feel like when you're up against an Oracle or something, you kind of need someone with a blink and ability to get backline, silence the Oracle, make sure that he can't do anything in the team fights, and kind of instantly take him out. But we're going to see an Ember picked up here.
Okay.
What is the way you deal with Oracle?
Heroes that get on top of him with high reach instantly. So your Storm Spirits, or heroes that are invis and get on top of him, such as Ricky, like anything that Clock perhaps, just getting on top of him, isolating him, and killing him off first. But like you said, you called the Drow Ranger before. Now with that Lycan ban, it makes even more sense, right? Like it definitely is an option.
Some type of range carry that pairs with Oracle, or I mean, like we said, they still might do anti-mage. Ember pick, I think it's elusive carry. Or elusive kind of pseudo carry in a way. They're already playing versus Doom. You can play around that one really nicely. You got good absorb and catch. I mean, they just owned with it last game too, so roll with the punches. They're already drafting like fast-paced draft that I'm looking at from just like last time, right? Ember, Tiny, Oracle, not really cooldown reliant so much.
All right, some Grimstroke coming from Bait. That's pretty much your combo with the Doom, right? You can false promise one target, you can't false promise two. So maybe with that Soulbind plus double Doom.
Picking it into Oracle, though. But, I mean, you're not going to lane versus the Oracle. But there's still potential for those Dispels all the time.
It's kind of difficult, right? Later on in the game, you usually pop the Inkswell on the target, then you wait a little bit, blink in, with that Inkswell just instantly stunning. So you won't really be able to deal with him later on in the game. But like you said, if he is against him in the laning stage, it's really strong.
It's like the super buff carry is what we see. We've seen this one, like the Darkseer Grimstroke, right? You're surged, you're Ion Shelled, you're Inkswelled, you're zooming at people. They have the Dispel, which is going to be really strong versus it. So I want some hero that can get on top of people fast. Your PAs, your Rickies, these type of heroes that can just get on in the backline. And Ricky, right, versus Oracle and stuff like that. I think that one actually sounds pretty good if they do want to go for something
Pretty
like
sick
that.
versus Ember, really good in the laning stage as well with the Grimstroke, has high armor. That Inkswell setup with the Blink Strike is really solid.
Looks pretty good.
Overall, it just depends on what...
There he is.
Again.
Force their hand to now ban Drow, and then they can just pick like a Luna, and they're gonna. I think they're gonna do some same thing, like same super fast-paced kind of draft.
They go for
Terrorblade.
It's a hero that so there are some positives, some negatives, like always in drafts. And Terrorblade here, it's good that he's versus the Beastmaster in the laning stage. That's pretty solid for him.
Sure.
He has the buff with the Iron Shell if he reaches that point as well, which is pretty solid. Bad things are he's playing versus this Ember Spirit, which can itemize really well against TB. And if Tiny has a good game, he's a constant threat to you. Jumps on top of you and blows you up. You have a lot of armor, but your health bar doesn't really grow until you get a couple of really big items.
Yeah, they ban the Drow, right? So with that TB picked, you have to kind of ban the Drow because the armor negation for marksmanship.
This is a sick Arc Warden game for HellRaisers as well. Like you called it before,
absolutely.
And if they wanted to, they could definitely pick it. Now, I did say before that Surge makes his life also a little bit complicated, but like you can't be afraid of that. Like you just have to draft for your thing and hope to outplay the Surge initiations.
Okay, yeah, and they ban the Zeus because they have the Terrorblade. They want to cover themselves.
Yeah.
Speaking of that,
when you look at HellRaisers, they definitely do have tower taking capabilities already in Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So this last pick can be something that's very similar to Ember. You don't need that's why the Zeus is banned. You don't need your true position 1 win condition, right?
One of my favorite things about this game is Beastmaster's default cosmetic. 0 armor on his entire body, except for this gigantic codpiece. What an absolute unit. The guy has literally nothing on him except for what appears to be a gravestone covering his crotch. He knows how to protect himself from these dangers.
It's the war paint as well, right? He has the war paint.
He's got paint
He's ready
and a
to go.
gigantic thing to protect the crotch.
Okay,
Good for him, and there's a Void.
The Void Spirit again.
Just covering his weak spots. Void Spirit picked up by Bait, and we'll see a similar matchup on that mid. The same matchup, actually.
Same
Void Spirit
matchup,
versus Ember. Same players playing both of them as well.
He's got a lot of things to enable him too. He's got Ion Shell, he's got that Inkswell, he's got the Surge, so should be an easier time for him to access the back lines
This
in
looks
particular, right? That's the hero that jumps in the back,
That's
literally,
right.
like Astral Step. Super easy to get on those backline heroes.
Got the double walls too. Darkseer on his innate ball ability.
Yep.
It's very scary for the Void, but continue, Blizzard.
Looks like a sick.
Whoa!
Ooh, all right.
Who is that hero?
I don't know if this hero does this hero even exist anymore,
Hello?
right? I mean,
what is that?
That's a
He has
Huskar.
a spear.
So that is a hero that used to be amazing versus Darkseer. Darkseer hates laning versus Huskar.
Why
Oh
is
man, it looks like it looks like a very kind of similar style to what they were going for last game. It's just super fast paced, run at you, take buildings, take every fight, and it's an Oracle Huskar. I mean, this stuff used to just win games straight up.
Let's take a look at those odds here. It appears things have slid a little bit out of Bates' favor, but still pretty much where we have been so far. After that draft, boys, do you agree? It's been so long since we've seen a Huskar. I don't know if it's a good hero anymore.
Yeah, I'm
don't know either,
the same. We don't know. We haven't seen him in competitive for a really long time, and pubs obviously don't matter. So, coming from our limited experience, I actually like Bates' draft.
I do
quite a bit.
Yeah, I like it as long as the TB can get online. Right? Like if the TB has a horrible game and he just gets shut down, I think they can probably just lose this game in 20 minutes. But if the game gets stalled out at all, BA, I mean, it's a TB versus Huskar matchup. I think you can do pretty damn well in that one if you're farmed.
Sure. All right, gentlemen, well, our time is nearly up. The teams are getting into the games. What will it be? The Huskar Oracle combo that people play in your 3K pubs? Or will it be the team with the good heroes? Soon we shall find out. Let us go on over to the BSJ and Dota's Capitalist.
You gotta work on your filler there, Slags. It's not good filler if they tell you to toss in like 10 seconds and you just speak very slowly before it gets into the game.
I feel like it wasn't that obvious that he was doing that until, brought it to everyone's attention. There were at least
but I like throwing Slacks under the bus as often as possible. I got to make sure he doesn't take my job. Did you see his play-by-play earlier?
That's true. I also saw the replay of his play-by-play when he was mimicking OD Pixel Rap God.
Yeah, I'm already getting beat out by OD Pixel Rap God. I don't need to get beat out by
the guy dancing over there.
Rap God who's dancing like a goon.
You guys don't even know what you're missing out there.
Yeah, you really don't, and maybe it's best that you do miss it, as hopefully we're going to be cutting into this game too. BSJ, do you agree this is a garbage pick?
Yeah, with my experience thus far in pubs, Huskar, I haven't seen this hero at all. So I don't know anything.
Well, I could say that it's been picked up twice in Omega League. None of the good teams are drafting it, let's say. I think we had one match in South America and one match in Europe.
What are you trying to say about South America?
But it was the lesser teams of both regions. I think in the CIS scene, it was Evil Corporation, who didn't even qualify. And then the other one, I think might have been Gorilla Pride or somebody else.
Well, this is, Fogg was talking about it being in the safe lane, but that's obviously not going to happen. I think the worst thing to play against Darkseer is to get dove as by the Darkseer +1. And so any hero without innate wave clear, you don't really want to put them in the safe lane. So it's going to be a Huskar mid completely under the pretense that he's going to dominate this melee versus Huskar matchup. They did need a carry,
I like how you call me out, by the way, for throwing Slacks under the bus, but then you immediately throw Yanni's under the bus.
Yeah. I mean, when I heard that, I was like...
It's a little hypocritical of you, Brian.
Well, when it comes to Dota strategy, I guess for you casting, for me, mechanics or laning and stuff, it's like, come on, he's not going to put the Huskar safe lane. Yanni's, you're better than
Jesus, that. Fogg. Get your shit together.
Yeah, what are you doing,
Brian's calling you a total scrub. You better beat his ass.
He only carries me in party queue. He doesn't know what he's actually talking about on panel. But yeah, this Huskar pick, I've always thought of him recently as a lane-winning, game-losing hero. And with this Ember safe lane, you did need a win condition if you're going to leave the Ember in the safe lane, right? So I don't mind what they're going for here. This might be the most reasonable Huskar pick I've ever seen. that's comparing to the other Huskar picks that I have not seen, because I have not seen any. So, but at the same time,
it's the best pickup of nothing.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
just like
okay.
when my mom tells me I'm her favorite son and I only have a sister. You know, it's the same concept there. But at the end of the day, if this were bait with the Huskar, I'd probably be like GG. You know.
Well, my parents tell me that I'm their second favorite child, and I'm the only child.
Damn. Well, that you know about. just
I was just gonna let that one go. See what happened.
You're letting it simmer a little bit there. I understand. I think the biggest problem with Huskar is map mobility and lane shoving. That's really what he struggles against, is when the opponent can just separate and ignore him. Yeah. And I do think the other two cores of HellRaisers do alleviate that weakness a lot between the Beastmaster and Ember. So with all that in mind, believing that HellRaisers is the better team, for me, I'm in for an interesting game at least, because Bait's got all the broken heroes this patch, and HellRaisers has a Huskar. Pretty much what the panel said. I'm just re-quoting the one thing I actually agreed with.
Fair enough. Dendy is doing really well in the mid lane. I will give him shout-outs. I was watching him.
What the hell? Wait, what?
He was blowing through all of his mana to get like these individual kills. He would Void Remnant a range creep. He was using his E. I don't remember the name now.
Resonant Pulse.
Yes. And then he has Dissimulate leveled up early on. He went 1-1-1. So he can try and get away from the Huskar when needed and maybe get another CS.
Huskar is like Viper, except for his level 1 and 2 is really bad. That's the problem with Huskar, I think, is I am shocked he's losing mid lane this badly. I think it's a bit skewed because Void Spirit will have to invest a lot in regen in order to compensate for all the harass he takes from Flaming Spears, but does just immediately purge the Ion Shell. I don't exactly know what they're trying to accomplish here.
They get the first blood.
What are they doing back here? I don't think this works against Oracle. I think you can drag the creeps just the direct path, but to be playing that aggressively behind the tower, kind of just asking for trouble. I do like the Ember in that regard. Oracle's nice for removing the Ion Shell, but Ember is a carry that can actually capitalize and punish on them trying to just cut like this.
Yeah. He's got that. Oh, again. Damn. Okay. It seems like having Last Hero come back into the team is not working out for them any better than Ghostic could.
Yeah, I think the reason why this Huskar even makes more sense is because top lane's supposed to be so dominant with the Oracle Ember versus the Doom Darkseer, that their goal was all in this just crush all 3 lanes scenario.
Yeah.
And it seems to not be going according to plan with Kasani in the mid lane here. But Dendy, like I said, is going to have to invest a lot in regen, as he might just die here. I actually think he's just dead. I don't see how
he's trying to bottle charge so he can dissimulate, but it's not going to work.
It is a war of attrition with Huskar, and even though you're winning the early levels, eventually Huskar is just going to keep clicking W on you. I think Dendy's just a bit unfamiliar with this matchup, as I'm sure he hasn't laid against too many Huskars. At this point, most melee heroes just have to leave. The problem with Void Spirit is he's not like Ember, where Flame Guard's a pretty good jungling spell at level 2-ish, while Void Spirit, Resonant Pulse, and Dissimulate are pretty underwhelming this early on in the game to hit jungle creeps with. So he doesn't really have a backup game plan there.
Yeah.
Crystallis is farming pretty well bottom. That's the nature of the Beastmaster Terrorblade matchup. Beastmaster's just a pretty strong laner in general, so it always goes okay for him. It used to be really bad back in the day, but Terrorblade should absolutely free farm just due to the nature of having 11 base armor against Beastmaster, who's all physical damage.
Look at how active this Ember's being. I love it. He's being part of kills and he even tries to secure the bounty rune. Last Hero does snatch it away from him. Refills up his bottle. Get the other one at least.
Never refuse.
Takes it away from Dendy, who definitely needed that refill on his bottle.
That's a really good move by him there. He knows he's more of the mid laner here, right? The Huskar is going to be playing like a 1, just playing for his own game, farming as fast as he can to hit those timings. Ember's just an enabler from the safe lane. And so what I define as the 1 and the 2 is just how high of a priority are you when it comes to making decisions for yourself in the game. Are you making your decisions solely for yourself, or are you factoring in anyone else on your team? And in this case, he's perfectly fine to make these aggressive moves at the expense of his own efficiency in order to take bounties from the opponent mid laner and such. So oddly enough, the Oracle going down behind tower. Ember is already level 6, so he might just elect to leave on Oracle. He's only going to go back if he thinks there's kills to be had, because Ember definitely does not need his help anymore. It looks like he's going to immediately go back as I say that. So Kasani does have to keep in mind if they try to like 3-man gank him right now that his Oracle just TP'd top. So he's not going to have any backup coming in from support TPs. DED for Huskar, will he be able to push pressure with this 5-minute catapult, which at 6 minutes and 20 seconds is still alive. So that looming threat is still there, as Surprise 5-Up hasn't considered
running mid,
yeah,
eating it.
Yeah, devouring it.
Well, he might not. Okay, last hero runs the opposite direction here. Oh, mid lane. Looks like they are going to be able to punish Kasani. Didn't have the Oracle TP, Brian.
I'm actually flaming Oracle right now.
Yeah.
I've had limited experience as a support, but I've tried to make myself a more well-rounded Dota player, and I've realized whenever I die as support that I have to think really hard about whether or not my TP to the safe lane screws somebody else.
Yes.
And I hate to be like that Oracle of the game, but I said he TP's top. You got to be careful about his Huskar now, and what do you know? It's just... It's Bait doing a good job of capitalizing on it. They're going to communicate that. They're going to say, okay, Oracle TP top, keep that in mind. And that's going to affect the ganks they have, the decision-making, all that kind of stuff. So punishing the Huskar, I think it's even bigger of a deal because the Huskar wants to pressure with that catapult. He knows that if they don't bring multiple heroes, he's going to be able to do that. So just a bit of a misstep by Miposhka, so...
Yeah, I would blame him less if he didn't have boots. If he had to make that long walk without boots and just feels like a lot of time out of lane, but he already had it.
It's also like Ember doesn't need you there. That's the thing. Is if Ember immediately needed his assistance, that's different. But Tiny King R misses the avalanche. But
that's a little awkward, but nice body blocking. Last hero tries to pull him off with the vacuum, but it looks like he's going to be overwhelmed. Last nukes don't even need it.
He could have just TP'd out after the missed avalanche, but his TP was 5-second cooldown, so a bit unfortunate for him there. Almost armlet done on Kasani. #1 net worth is Ember in the game. Top 3 net worths are all on HellRaisers. This is their game plan, though. They do have stronger lanes all around. Funnick is going for the Necrobook build this game, as this game's going to ramp up pretty quick, as Huskar only requires 1 or 2 small items, Beastmaster only requires 1 item, and Ember can honestly function with however few items his team really requires him to function with, and he's already #1 on the net worth. So I am a bit concerned for the next 5 minutes or so of Bait once those items do come online.
Did Dendi already clear through that stack that he built up for himself just to the right? I assume he did.
I assume so, but I did not actually see it.
Yeah, just judging
based on his net worth, I would say no. But, he did. He is going to struggle in lane naturally, as we talked about against the Huskar, as the lane gets higher leveled.
Yeah.
So Terrorblade is going to be hitting up those newts. Really important for him to look for some split pushing opportunities when HellRaisers tries to group around objectives. It's pretty much when the Beastmaster wants to connect with the Huskar is when things are going to start to happen. The magic is going to occur. And that's really based on the timing of the Huskar. Either he communicates it, or the Beastmaster, or he just rotates to the Beastmaster. And he seems perfectly content farming his own jungle. They are just being more efficient on the map, as all 3 cores on the dire side are farming while also giving Tiny the mid lane. Looks like Bait's attempting to do the same thing by giving Doom the mid lane and punishing this greed, but Funnick is too fast with those boosts. Is that Terrorblade not at boots, or was he just boar slowed?
Boar slowed.
Yeah,
Funnick's been doing a really good job of playing around these ink swells by good micro from the boar.
Yeah, I've learned the only way that Beastmaster can protect himself is in lane is positioning your board to hit the guy when he tries to commit onto you. It's the only defense mechanism he has, and it's a really important part of his laning kit, as Kasani yoinks it.
So close.
Yeah, for anyone trying to learn Beastmaster, because I'm sure you see it so often in your 3K pub games.
Damn, Brian. You ain't got to do the viewers like that. They're the reason we have a job.
That's true.
Toss backwards onto the Necronomicon to make sure they actually dies. But Chrysalis is going to come in with meta popped. If they could stop these TPs, it'd be fantastic. But looks like King R.
This is a mid laner and
be the only
metamorph, so a pretty heavy investment for a support Tiny, as they are just losing mid lane. So instead of going both cores in the same lane, they elect to pressure both towers at once with the Ember coming to the Huskar and the Tiny going to the Beastmaster. So this is another approach to it. I like this overall. It's more convenient for the Huskar. If he goes up to a fight and maybe it turns into a 3v3, he might die there. He might get bursted in a way that Armlet's not going to make him survivable enough. So in this case, much more of a 100% success chance when the engagement is forced bottom and then you're able to now push mid. But
Part of the way they protect it,
gets
right,
top.
is the ward behind the tier 1 mid. So they just basically gave themselves that extra insurance that Huskar wouldn't be overwhelmed.
That's
with
important.
that kind of split play.
Surprised Darkseer is able to get top, but that's the nature of the Ember rotating, as he's now just going to feed the Huskar, looks like.
Yep.
Going for that Halberd next. It's kind of funny to me that Huskar is not a good hero right now, just because all the items he likes building are pretty broken right now. So, like Satanics, Halberds. So it's kind of odd that the hero really is just bad to the point that broken items, usually the items that are broken can have a pretty heavy way on who builds them being good or not.
This is looking really bad for Bait. They got a 3-man smoke into these guys, but at the same time, there's a rotation happening right behind them. So it's going to be a 3 versus 4. They have to get this kill fast onto the Beastmaster, but he's going to be saved by the Oracle just in time. That leads into the Primal Roar. Stun onto 1, 5 up. He does manage to get off the Doom, but they're already dead. They've already lost this fight. Ego's just looking to chase down the Doom, gets that kill with the Slight, and Dendy on his way out may still be caught. If he gets chains, then Maposhka already gave up on the kill, so never mind.
When you say on his way out, could you elaborate?
Well, he's on his way out of this lane.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But potentially on his way out, you know, metaphorically, leaving this plane of existence, moving on to the next.
Okay, I was wondering what you were going for there.
You know, you got to leave your options open when you don't know how a fight's going to end. Brian.
It's true. It's true. In a game of Dota.
In a game of Dota.
Leaving the armlet on, aren't you supposed to turn it off? I'm not actually sure. It's been so long since I played Huskar. He was one of my hero puddles way back in the day, and then he became a mid laner.
Oh, and, no.
That was the end of the relationship between Huskar and I.
It's funny how that happens. It's like heroes can change roles, but I feel like when your hero goes into the mid, you're like, no, I'm good. You kind of need to be a mid laner to take that position.
Yeah, if it was an off laner, I could work with that because I get to lane against those guys all the time, and I got to practice that a lot. But mid lane, completely different mechanics, completely different dynamics of the matchups. As Dendy's caught by the chains into the avalanche toss combo, which should be enough to bring him down, and he makes sure he invests every little bit of burst that he can from Ego, getting the kill, and just another thing going wrong for Bait.
Yeah, I mean, there was a stretch of time for like 5 minutes where he was just kind of running around back and forth between mid and bottom, not really accomplishing a whole lot. Now they've lost a couple of fights, and Dendy is just falling in net worth compared to everybody else. It's only the Terrorblade on the side of Bait that's doing okay for himself. And even he is being eclipsed by both the Huskar and the Ember. So
I will say that HellRaisers has to be very careful. If they take one major misstep this game and suddenly the game's even, I think their draft has a really hard time executing. As the late game scaling of Terrorblade is pretty much the be-all end-all this game around, because he scales well against Beastmaster as well as Huskar. And Ember's not really enough of a threat to prevent him from out-carrying the other two heroes. Huskar does have the Halberd complete. Wonder what he'd go for next. BKB, Satanic, Soul Cuirass. I'm sure those are about the 3 items he's thinking of. Maybe a Lotus Orb. But
feels like this play has to work.
Yeah, it does. It does have to work.
This is a...
The Oracle breaks the smoke on last hero.
They're right inside Roshan.
They know they're in there because they broke.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fishman's...
He's checking with his body.
He managed to get the soul bind before he's going to die here, and they get the double doom off. This is looking bad for HellRaisers. They get vacuum back into a beautiful Inkswell stun. If they could just finish off Maposhka, that's pretty easy. Now, eventually Huskar will die here as he's been burned out from way too much, even with the Oracle heals. Now it's just the Ember Spirit who's the real big threat, but with the numbers advantage, Bait's feeling pretty good about themselves, as long as they don't overextend, as long as Dendy doesn't get caught in a combo here.
Yeah, that was really important. They shut that down. I think if Huskar gets Aegis, like their win condition for fights is gone, because that's exactly how they win fights on the side of Bait, is getting that Doom on the Huskar. Bonus for the for the double doom, but that's the most important target. Even with the Oracle ulti, wasn't enough to save him. As I think they're just going to walk back in and do it again anyway, but at least Bait was able to just slow down that process just a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
At book 3 on Beastmaster, so D-Ward's coming out.
Sadly, this time around, they don't have a whole lot of good poke for this to really slow down
They are
Roche.
all in. They go in, or they can't fight at all.
Yeah.
Ult the Roche. Give him, break the Lincolns. Huskar's ult does damage to Roche, unless they change that. Does like 40% of his health.
Well, apparently they're going to do it without that. They've got the Blink Dagger on the Tiny as well, so there's a lot of timings coming forward for HellRaisers. That's a pretty sick Doom mask.
I didn't see it yet. Is it the new one?
I'm guessing so. It looks like...
no, that's an old one, I think.
It looks like the Mad Max, the bad guy in the latest Mad Max.
Yeah, I think that one's old, but I don't think it's very common. That Huskar set, on the other hand, is the new one. Don't really understand the lore behind him wearing or having a chainsaw, but not going to question that one.
Wait, what?
The new set of him has a chainsaw.
Really?
Yeah, look at his offhand's a chainsaw. See?
Oh my goodness! Oh, okay.
At least it's not on his main hand where your chainsaw's chucking spears. That'd be real sus.
Don't try that at home, kids. Don't try and one-hand a chainsaw. That sounds like a bad play.
Also, if you one-hand a chainsaw and one-hand a spear, every time you throw the spear, you will not have another one. That is not how it works in real life.
That's a good point, Brian.
Thank you. As Terrorblade completes the Sange and Yasha, going the status resistance luxury build that most carries like to go when they have a Darkseer. Curious to see if Dire elects to get a Yule Scepter on any of their heroes to counter the Ion Cell Surge. The last hero is able to get his level 15 talent in a timely manner. That 400 extra health on Ion Shell is pretty nice in the game.
That would be very massive.
What are we talking about?
Level 15 talent on Darkseer.
Yes.
Did you forget what you were talking about, or were you testing me?
I was just being oddly weird today, to try to make this game entertaining as we are waiting for this Huskar to just walk down a lane. It's like the script for Huskar is so one-dimensional. You get the first Roche, you kill all their buildings because they don't want to fight you, and this is like bonus. This is icing on the cake here, getting pickoffs with your other heroes because the opponent, they're going to play the other two lanes. That's what's going to happen every single game. You want to at least try to threaten high ground. Usually you just get outer tier 2s with that first Aegis, but if you're able to have this much of a power spike because all the ultimates were on cooldown before the Roche was used, it's time, Bait. You got to fight. You can't just lose a Rax at 19 minutes.
Yep, we're going to have to set this up. A Soulbind into Double Doom, but they don't really want to have to go through an Aegis Huskar. Denny's finally up on King R. He's going to make the initiation first. They catch the Doom. Now there's no combo, Brian.
He's got buyback, though.
He does have buyback, but it's going to be too late to save this lane of Barracks.
That oops line sums that up. He was in the fray. He got in there, but I don't think he was expecting Tiny Airlines to be his travel destination or whatever you call it.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Not the destination, but the transportation.
Yes, exactly. His destination on point, method of transportation, not so much. As Dendy is Ion Shelled up, doesn't have a Yule Scepter yet. As a mid lane Void Spirit 20 minutes in.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
One could argue timings are a bit slow here. But Darkseer pretty farmed.
One could argue that? Are you arguing that, Brian?
I think I'm more just stating it at this point, not arguing. It's like, if you disagree with me, you're welcome to have your delusional opinion on the matter. I'll just drop the subject.
That sounds like a BSJism to me.
Yeah.
If you disagree with me, you're wrong.
You're welcome to your delusional opinion. You have to understand the people I deal with in Twitch chat every day. Eventually, your tolerance levels, they drop. Surely, but slowly. And quickly.
Again, Brian, those are our customers.
Yeah.
Those are doubly your customers.
They
both
know
as
it,
a
though.
streamer and a commentator.
They know it. Like they understand that the customer's always right. Like it really doesn't apply.
Brian, you'd be an expert at negging.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, well, that's going to be a second tier 3 down, and I don't know how much longer the Aegis has.
This is the dream.
Is it 30 seconds or a minute and a half?
It's definitely, let's see. I think it's 30 seconds, yeah, because it...
Okay, well, it's still 30 seconds too long at this point.
Looks like they're going to back off. They know they don't want to... Nope.
Well, 5 he's dead.
5-up's out again, and...
Oh, the double doom! Okay. They got something off this time.
He needs to die. Don't kill him. Don't kill him, Radiant.
What a vacuum combination
Don't
into the
kill him,
wall. That's a
Radiant.
nice one, but at the same time, they've already killed the Doom, and he's going to come back. Now he's ready to fight again. He's got, okay, that's a BKB, and it looks like Doom's going to be dying again. Looks like Dendy's trying to go for Maposhka, trying to deal with the supports in the back line with the Ion Shell. Nicely done. Does manage to get that kill and get out, drawing HellRaisers away. Meanwhile, though, Ego is right in front of Bait's base and killing supports, and now going to be killing Darkseer as well. So
that was really funny looking because he was tiny toss, and Huskar was dunking him at the same time. So Huskar dunk was like slow motion because he was like going further than he was. Do you know what I mean? Like he was supposed to go further, but the toss was coming towards him. That's kind of funny.
Just kind of clashing together.
Yeah.
And,
you know, like when you're younger and you'd have something successful and you'd like belly or chest bump somebody. That's what it looked like. You know, Huskar was jumping, the tiny was tossing the other guy, and they're chest bumping. I just want to say the Huskar's Aegis was out in 5 seconds, and they all in committed to killing him.
Yeah.
Let him live for 5 seconds.
Not the
Leave
smartest
him alive.
play. I mean, they already gave up 2 lanes of barracks, Brian.
Yeah, they kind of
in order to try and fight without the Aegis, and then they fought with the Aegis anyway.
Yeah, they kind of just keeled over and died this game, I feel like. I think they could have put up more of a fight. The early lanes didn't go as poorly as, like, I think HellRaisers needed them to end the game at this stage. But then Bait, kind of similar to the first game, had these long cooldown team fights, and Huskar doing a BSJ impression for sure as he dies in the fountain at 23 minutes and a for sure win, giving the opponent a non-zero chance to win this game. I was wrapping up and giving my closing thoughts, but HellRaisers have decided to put on a show for us and give us a little bit more Dota to watch, as they also want to make the panel come back down, but then give them false hope.
Yeah, I think HellRaisers playing directly into your strength, Brian. You get to talk a little bit more.
Is that my only strength, Cap?
No, you're a good Dota player, too.
Oh, thanks, man.
Looks like they've jumped a little too far, and Dendy is gonna die.
He's fine.
He's a dead man. he'll shake it off. He's got a buyback. He's all good.
He'll be up by the time Huskar gets to his base.
And he's a coming.
Doom does have a blink. No longer requires tiny airlines to take the bird's eye view approach to the fight.
And they've got a BKB on Terrorblade.
Maybe he's not going to bring down time, actually. The Huskar got there faster than I thought he would.
Okay, he's going to...
There he okay, he's alive
back
in time.
with
He's
18
alive.
seconds.
TPing in.
He's going straight into them, apparently, and straight out. Astral Step away. He's been rooted. Okay, he's good. They do manage to get the double doom once again, locking down this Huskar, but he's got his BKB, and he's just fighting back. Unfortunately, a lot of his damage comes from those fire spears, and Crystallis, he just gliding at him, running straight towards that Huskar, and then decides maybe not. Doesn't want to go for that kill. A little bit scared.
The Huskar even bought a Ghost Scepter for when he got trapped in Fountain, and he was BKB'd during the time he dove Fountain, so you can't Ghost Scepter and BKB at the same time, Cap. But he's got the 5 all stats from the Ghost Scepter.
He does.
And he's all-inning it with the E-Blade now. So that's how you make it look like it wasn't a mistake.
Nice chainstone combination. They do manage to slow down Crystallis, but he's still pumping out some damage. Pop that Ghost Scepter, baby. The Thunder goes off. He managed to get off on Ego. Crystallis won't stay alive, though. Kasani just pumps out too much.
Those 5 all stats from that Ghost Scepter kept him alive there.
They did indeed. Looks like he just had the whole plan put together to wipe out Bait. Bait may not end up the last in their group, but they certainly had one of the worst games to go out on, Brian. That was a rough one for sure.
Yeah, nothing. It leaves a sour taste in your mouth to lose to Oracle Huskar in a patch where Huskar doesn't get picked at all.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's more of a slap to the face or just feels bad, man. I'm not really
You
sure.
lost to a hero that was 0-2.
Yeah, by teams that nobody of note has picked yet.
Yeah.
Right? There's been a lot of games thus far in Omega League, and Huskar getting his time to shine, but I'm perfectly fine if he stays on the bench for the rest of the remainder of the tournament.
Meanwhile, HellRaisers, I believe, are still in contention for first in their group. I'm not exactly sure if that's a tiebreaker or what it is. I'm sure our panel has more information on that.
Slacks always knows.
And Brian, your last thoughts on Bait and HellRaisers?
I think Bait is back to the drawing board, man.
Back to the drawing board?
Yeah.
Time for another reshuffle?
Can't hurt.
Can't hurt. Can't get any worse than this, says Brian, as the same goes for our final panel.
What?
Thank you so much.
What
Captain.
the hell? Why would you do us like that?
It's okay.
What?
It's okay.
It's fine.
What is it? How is it okay?
Let Cap have his few moments. of
Dota
relevance
capitalists
in
have
this
his few
scene.
moments.
Jesus.
Let's
boy,
Dota capitalists talk a little.
Dota capitalist with the sick burns coming out of nowhere.
No, hug me.
Thank you, my friend. You're a good boy. That's some good banter. We're all hurt by such comments, but not as
Shame
hurt
on
as Dendy. Goodness gracious, that was a rough match, gentlemen. Let's get into it. What are your thoughts?
But it looked similar to the first game. I think with this one, though, it was even more so of like this timing kind of thing. They're playing around cooldowns. They looked at B8. They're like, all right, slow-paced draft again. They played fast. They picked the Beastmaster. They played around Roche. There was a good fight from B8 around the Roche to one time, but then they respawn and just go at it again. B8 doesn't have their ultis available. They can't actually do anything.
It looked solid for them right around that pit when they get the double doom.
Sure.
Grimstroke manages to use that just before dying. Overall, it looked pretty solid, but like Fogg said, they're on this quick pace with this Oracle and Huskar, and they just keep on coming. And once you don't have those ultis, they will take a good fight, which they did a couple of times. On the bottom lane as well, they don't manage to get the good pick off before that Oracle ult. I have to say, Oracle was on point this game, man.
Yeah.
He was saving people left, right, center.
I feel like I'm glad you brought up that point of the bottom fight. I feel like that was the one that dictated the pace of the whole game, right? It's like, oh, B8's making this nice smoke movement bottom. All of them are catching over and gonna get these two off guard when they're pushing the tower. And at the same time, HR was smoking at the same exact time and killed everybody and wiped the whole fight. And then they get ahead, and their lineup is all about getting ahead and staying ahead. And they kept the pressure onto poor B8 as we saw them suffer again.
Is this the bottom
And I
fight
think that's,
in
this
the
is
match?
their fight. Look at this. Look at this
Fight.
Oracle ult right on point.
Oh,
Ends up saving him. And they get a pretty good chase down and a couple kills because of it.
oh, magic mirror! Don't show it.
This game also comes down to decision making from Bait, man. Like, you want to delay this game. You want to be in it for as long as possible, even if you let that Aegis be picked up by Huskar. You have to pick your battles. You have to play on split pushes. You have to play the time game, which they definitely didn't. They tried to just clash heads with HellRaisers that are 10 times stronger at this point.
I mean, we saw that Terrorblade when he had an opportunity to let loose. He was tearing him up.
Yeah, if they just had, if it really is just time, right? If they split push the lanes harder, if they didn't just fight into them over and over again, I feel like this was a game where you literally just split push lanes for like the majority of it until your Terrorblade has his 2-3 items. Then he just, like you said it, he turns up. He's got all these buffs, everything kind of like for him to shine, and he's just not able to because he's not ready yet.
Yeah. But this is a game in which you're playing HellRaisers that are pretty much your rank 1 contenders in the group versus Bait that's on the brink of extinction.
Well, I don't think we're on the brink anymore. Unfortunately, with this loss, I believe they are officially on their way out. So they have been brunked, and they have been bunked. Good day to you, boys.
And extincted.
Hey, Philosopher's Stone. Sorry. Always get excited when I see Sweet Philly show up.
Yeah, I mean, there we just saw the last two, right? They had some rays of hope, some slight rays of hope inside of the fights. If they had like an even net worth, even kind of thing like that, the fights were just too tough because, you know, it's a Huskar Oracle draft with the lead.
It's sad because it's not Immortal League. Like last season, like Pushka League, when they were losing, they were at least losing versus tier 1 teams. They were playing the Immortal League back then. There was no Divine Division. And now the same thing is happening in Divine Division, in which, yeah, they did take a couple of games off, but nothing really that significant to keep them in it.
No. Brutal.
Well,
it was, I mean, it was tough because it was two games that are just very, very similar back to back. Right? Well, I didn't see what the timing was at the end of this one, but the first one ended, what, 25 minutes? This one?
Like
it's similar,
just around the same thing. This Beastmaster just It seems like HellRaisers just knew exactly how to play against them. They picked Beastmaster and Ember Spirit in 2 games. These 2 heroes are very fast.
Yep.
Play around the map, they punish. I mean, I feel like that's exactly what they just punished BA. They just...
It's true. Even with those meta picks, you know, you get a Grimstroke, a Darkseer, and a Doom. I think that'd help you out, but as you can see from these team stats, it didn't really do too much.
And you're playing versus complete off-meta pick. You're playing versus Huskar, for God's sake. Like, hero that's, like BSJ said, not picked at all. Like, you don't see it. No. He's dead.
Not even the Huskar spammers. No. That's when you know that the hero is having trouble, right? The guy who spammed Huskar to 8k no longer does not pick Huskar.
He's now playing Undying.
He's now playing like Meepo. No, actually not even Meepo, he's dead too, sorry.
He's playing Undying because that's the next easiest thing to spam. Just decay people.
It's tough.
I see a lot of Huskar, but I guess, you know, in 2K it doesn't really matter. So unranked games are unfortunately even less relevant than these games that we're talking about. But even Huskar Oracle's kind of a nasty combo, though. I mean,
it works.
It still works. It helped him through those Dooms and those Terror Blades, which desperately need to take people out. So, but no excuses, though. I mean, Bait did get wiped both games brutally. It was quite a thing to see. But we will not be seeing them again. So pour one out for the homies, Bait, as they exit the WePlays. And we have a 3-way tie in the other division. So we do not have anyone else exiting today.
Okay.
Group, whatever.
The other group, yeah.
Yeah, groups, divisions. They're all crazy words to me. I'm just here to watch Dota. I guess I'm the host. I should know this stuff. Anyway, gentlemen, perhaps we should go through what happened through today. Let's take a little reminder. Shall we, my friends, take a look at what our adventure was today? A 2-0 from 5 comrades. The upset of the century, might I remind you.
Yeah, for the first time they looked strong. That series was crazy. That series was just back and forth, constant fights. No, not even team fights, just brawls constantly.
Second game, I actually was like, oh, okay, Empire is going to win. You know, I got a little bit of time to chill out and come in a little bit later. And then just, oh my God, they just lost the game. It was pretty crazy.
It was wild. And then another 2-0 by Omega Lil, which was pretty bad for Extremum. They really need to win those games.
Yeah, it looked a little bit better there when it comes to the skill play, right? We had some solid team fights, some solid strategies. Omega Lil just playing a little bit better.
Yep, for sure. Which will put Extremum into that 3-way tiebreaker coming up. And then, of course, HellRaiser, the one that we just saw with the massacre of Bait, taking them out of the tournament. Guess what's happening tomorrow, though? Team Secret versus Fly to the Moon.
Damn.
Hype. VP versus Nigma. Hype.
Yep.
EG versus Alliance.
Hype.
Oh, that's good stuff right there, gents. We have got a stacked day for you today, because that's how we do it on Omega League. We not only support the smaller teams that are coming up, we get to the big boys too. We get to those hype matches as well. But they're all hype for us, my friends. Incredible day of Dota, gentlemen. Incredible time. Any favorite moments from the day before we head out?
Your university story was my favorite moment today.
That makes me sad.
To be honest, it was my highlight. Like I watch Dota all the time. I don't listen to your university stories ever.
I guess the first series. I mean, I was watching that. Yeah. I was watching it in my apartment, so it was just super contested because I didn't think Empire would lose. So I was just like, oh my God, what the hell is that? Oh my God, they're getting up. Oh my God, they're getting outplayed again. I mean, that was kind of exciting.
All right, guys. Well, we had a surefire great day with you guys today. Thank you so much for joining us here at WePlay. Get ready for all the action tomorrow. Your top tier teams coming in to destroy. We'll be here in togas, drinking grapes, and eating wines. You know what I mean. Whatever. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night.